An extinction-level catastrophe. Humanity fused their genes with monsters. Supernatural powers awaken after receiving beast genes. In this world, demonic forces, mysterious energies, and dark powers are the new reality. What's up, everyone? Hondi Review here. Today, I've got an absolute banger for you. If you dig it, smash that like button and drop a comment to let me know what you think of the series. Hope you all enjoy the story. On bright red banners hanging in front of the building, motivating words catch the eye. Have you ever truly given it your all? 25 days left until the college entrance exams. A once-in-a-lifetime test. Pass, and you'll soar like a dragon. My eyes fly open in terror, sweat pouring down my temples. Did I get sent back in time before the college entrance exams? Amidst the chaos of Class 127 at Anchang First High School, Xia Kingdom, a desperate scream, tears from my throat as I clutch my head, roaring in agony. What kind of fresh hell is this? If I had to be reborn, couldn't it at least have been after I got into college? A booming voice suddenly explains the state of the world. Since ancient times, humanity on Blue Star has been plagued by calamities, invaded by mystic realms. Hideous, giant monsters emerge from cracks in space. These mystic realms connect to another world, crawling with terrifying monsters. They often exploit spatial rifts to invade the human world. The strongest beasts can destroy nations and threaten all of civilization. To fight back, humanity developed a beast gene system. A warrior, shining brilliantly, fuses with a monster's power by injecting its genes to awaken a monster template and unlock their genetic talent. Only warriors like these can save human civilization. This grants them a status and treatment far beyond that of ordinary people. A majestic warrior fights alongside a thunder dragon. A lone warrior stands on a battlefield. The entire Blue Star has entered an era where martial power is everything. In a digital space, system notifications appear. Everything else is inferior. Only martial cultivation reigns supreme. Transmigration introduction complete. Host for transmigration, Yi He, now implanting memories. I grip my head as strange memories flood my mind. Yi He, a high school student? Mocking laughter echoes through the classroom. Look, our resident trash Yi, he is having another nightmare. Ha ha ha, a failure like him still wants to take the college entrance exams? A girl perched on my desk sneers, flipping me the bird. Why don't you just drop out and go home? A loser like you can just be a normal worker until you die. Another dude sighs in disgust. So it's true, every story about a bullied main character has a lead mean girl, huh? I rub my chin, thinking, seems the original owner of this body didn't have a great reputation in class. It's because his parents died in an accident in 11th grade, causing him to lose focus on his training and studies. His once decent grades plummeted, and he became a drag on the entire class's average score. So that's the deal. Suddenly, an irritable voice snaps from beside me. What are you looking at? This is martial arts class. You want to fight? My face scrunches up like I'm about to cry. I wasn't looking at anything. I was just thinking. He's the one who didn't study, but now I'm the one taking the heat. Ugh, so I inherited this unloved and humiliating life. How tragic. The teacher stands at the podium. He announces grimly, "Students, are you ready? We are about to begin injecting the gene-modifying serum. Believe in yourselves." 3 years of effort building your physique and honing your martial skills have all led to this day. The teacher pushes up his glasses, his sharp gaze landing right on me. As for those who never took this seriously before, I give a relaxed smile, resting my chin on my hands. He's got to be kidding. The lazy one wasn't me, but now that I'm here, what is there to be afraid of? My smile vanishes, replaced by a confident and decisive smirk. My eyes flash with a powerful blue light, but since I've inherited this guy's role here, I'm going to do things right and clean up his mess. At the Gene Injection Hall of Anchang First High School, a huge banner reads Gene Injection Conference. Amidst the buzzing crowd of students, one excitedly asks his friend, "What do you think I'll awaken?" Another confidently replies, "Maybe a Tier 3 mountain-crushing beast or a Tier 4 sea-crossing dragon." Meanwhile, a girl snickers mockingly, "I bet he awakens a Tier 1 butt-cheek monster." Haha, a high-tech metal case opens with a hiss. Vials containing a glowing blue liquid are on display. This is the Gene Awakening Serum. It contains the primordial genes of all beasts ever recorded by human warriors. The teacher explains with a serious expression, images of powerful beasts projected behind him. After injection, you will absorb a random gene and awaken. Typically, the stronger your physique, the more powerful the gene you will awaken. Don't worry, students. Once the serum is injected, calmly accept the rise of power. Those whose names are on the list, come and get your serum. Student names are called one by one. Chen Bingfei, Miao Yunnuo. A needle is injected into a student's arm. Screams echo out, "Ah." As the students begin to transform, their bodies are enveloped in powerful auras. I stand there, vial in hand, observing calmly. All of them are having some pretty weird reactions after injecting it. Looks like this isn't going to be easy. I close my eyes, grit my teeth, and inject the serum into my own neck. Screw it, I'm going all in. My eyes snap open, glowing with a brilliant blue light. After a moment, I stare blankly at the teacher. He looks just as confused, pushing up his glasses. Yee-hee, you don't seem to have changed much. I mutter to myself. Maybe I got a fake dose. The girl who mocked me earlier bursts out laughing hysterically. Look, it seems he didn't awaken anything at all. She gets closer, poking my cheek teasingly. Haha, an unawakened warrior is like a bird without wings. Isn't he completely finished? Haha, this suits you, doesn't it? Now you don't have to become a warrior. Just go home and wait to die. I think to myself, my face twisting in annoyance. This girl is so annoying. Wasn't she the ringleader of the bullies? Suddenly, a strange feeling rises within me. Wait, this sensation. A system notification panel appears before my eyes. Infinite monster template has been acquired. Host, Yi-hei. Overall physique. E. Martial skills, 9-layer foundational chi technique, blocking palm, iron body art, extracted monster templates. The girl looks confused and annoyed. What are you doing? If you didn't awaken, then stop faking it. I whisper, my voice dropping low. You all need to get out of here. My face is shrouded in darkness, leaving only glowing eyes and a threatening grin. If you don't leave right now, it'll be too late. A massive monster encased in crystals and blue lightning materializes behind my back. A powerful aura explodes from my body, blasting the girl backward. All the students in the room are crushed by the immense pressure. One clutches his stomach in horror. Why? Why do I feel like I'm gonna puke? Whoa! Another one shouts. Such a powerful aura. Who awakened something like that? Cries of agony ring out. Arg! This aura! I can't take it! A girl with violet eyes stares at me in shock. Purple flames ignite in her hand. The guy considered the top student, who awakened an ice power, turns to look with a face full of disbelief. Someone stronger than me? Another info panel appears, detailing my power. A rank template, Vyama Demola. Bloodline abilities, Scorching Breath, Molten Veins, Spore Absorption, Evolved Form. Flame Lord Demola unlocks when template compatibility reaches 100%. Compatibility, 3%. I whisper in absolute amazement. An A-rank template, Demola. An infinite monster template. I stared down at my hands as a blue light glowed from them, unable to believe my eyes. Could this be it? The golden finger the system granted me? In the distance, 2 students watched the whole thing unfold, their faces frozen in terror. Is that really the loser, Yi-hei? He just sent everyone flying with a single blast of his aura. And Wang Xing, the girl who was just bullying me, lay unconscious on the floor, foaming at the mouth. Yeah, even she got totally wrecked. She had awakened a rank 2 beast, the Fireclaw Scorpion. So what in the world did I awaken? Standing over the sea of groaning bodies, I could only scratch my head in confusion. Sorry about that. My awakening was a little on the loud side. I told them to back up, but they just wouldn't listen. Just then, a voice echoed from the school's intercom. All third-year students who have awakened must report to the testing building immediately to verify your awakened beast gene and to reevaluate your martial arts level. Recalling all the images of the high-tech equipment in the lab, there's the gene breakthrough detector. It can test a subject's beast gene and martial arts level. A screen flashed with one student's information. Li Xinyuan from our class awakened a rank 3 bloodline, the Swift Thornworm. Lucky bastard, he was totally average before awakening, and now he's number 1 in our class. A powerful bloodline is just unfair. Another screen displayed the info of another student, a very handsome-looking one. Chuzhou really lives up to his title as the top student in the grade. Not only is he a rank 9 martial apprentice, he also awakened one of the top-tier rank 3 bloodlines, the Ice Demon Dragon. The Ancheng City Championship is his for the taking this time. On the big screen, the info of a brilliant female student appeared. Are you guys seeing this? Miss Liu is also a rank 9 martial apprentice. What did she awaken? Holy crap, it's a rare rank 4 bloodline, the Nether Sparrow, the top prospect in the entire province. If a rank 4 beast bloodline appeared in its true form, it could destroy most of a city. Warriors are like ants before it. Only grandmasters could hope to fight back. He rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful and completely puzzled. The beast templates they awakened are all classified as rank 3 or 4, so why is mine so weird? A voice from the speakers called out his name. Next, from class 127, Yi-hei jumped, his face turning pale. This is way too much, isn't it? The entire crowd of students gazed with sparkling, admiring eyes at Chu Zhou, the school's top student. The whispers were deafening. His aura is so intense, he's probably going to be a huge deal someday. Wow, my dream guy. Better to build a good relationship now and ride his coattails. Standing at the back, Yi, he muttered. This world really does revolve around martial power. Yi, he took firm steps toward the testing device. The crowd, which had just been mocking him, was now cheering with anticipation. It's Yi, he's turn. With the kind of aura he just had, his level must be pretty high. What kind of bloodline can release that kind of pressure right after awakening? This is insane. Our number one is getting a huge breakthrough. Even Chu Zhou, the school's genius, squinted at Yi He with interest. So his name is Yi He. He's actually someone to look forward to. Yi He's results appeared on the screen, a giant question mark. The technician announced with a confused look, only basic information. All other data is blank. The crowd began to whisper. Class 127 Yi He, Martial Apprentice, Stage 3, Beast Bloodline Unknown. The anticipation quickly turned into absolute mockery. Laughter erupted. Stage 3, Martial Apprentice. Pfft, even my little brother in middle school could beat him. Ha ha ha, how embarrassing. What a disappointment. Unknown bloodline. He probably doesn't even have one. Exactly. What kind of good bloodline could a Stage 3 guy possibly have? It seems like all that noise earlier was just a stinky fart. Ha ha ha. Yi He, you really are still a hopeless loser. Yi He shadow walked away dejectedly as he thought to himself, just as I expected. He lowered his head as a drop of sweat rolled down. The template wasn't detected. Suddenly, the system panel appeared in his mind again, but it had triggered a prompt for the Infinite Monster Template, the Infinite Monster Template Upgrade Guide. It can be done by completing missions or enhancing your reputation. You can obtain more monster templates by completing missions or enhancing your reputation. Current draws, 0. A mysterious smirk appeared on Yi He's lips. My template's ranking might be different from theirs, but this means Yi He's expression became frenzied and extremely excited. As long as I meet the conditions, I can draw monster templates infinitely. Then wouldn't I become the king of all monsters? The scene shifts to the campus of Ancheng First High School. In the office, Yi He faced his teacher. The teacher took a sip of water, looking at him with a skeptical gaze. What? You want to drop out to study at home and only come back for the college entrance exams? You think I'd believe that you'll actually study at home? Yi, he stood tall, his hands clenched, speaking decisively. Sir, I really want to improve. I know I've fallen too far behind. I need to undergo special training right now. If I follow everyone else's pace, there's no hope for me. The teacher sighed, offering a dose of reality. Yi He, you know this. If you want to become a warrior, the only path is through university. I know you awakened your bloodline, but your foundation is too weak. There's no way you can pass the entrance exam. So, prepare to stay back and try again next year. Don't be rash. Yi, his eyes sparkled, full of sincerity and determination. Sir, I'm desperate to improve. Maybe you don't understand. I awakened a powerful bloodline. As long as I train hard, I can definitely succeed. Look at the sincerity in my eyes. I would never lie to you. The teacher was flustered. Those eyes do look really sincere. Finally, he gave in. Fine, but you'll still have to come back to see me to repeat the year next year. Yi, he left the school, walking towards the Ancheng Martial Artists Center. As he walked inside the modern building, Yi, he calculated in his head, my parents' house was mortgaged for 600,000 N, and with their accident compensation of over 1 million, I now have some decent startup capital. To improve my strength right now, I have two options. One is to level up as a warrior, and the second is to increase the compatibility rate with Dimola's template. He continued to analyze as a data screen appeared in his mind. According to the data in the Infinite Monster template, each template starts with only one compatibility point. But Dimola clearly has 3 compatibility points. Where did the other 2 come from? The image of the serum tube flashed in his mind. There's only one answer. The Dimola template absorbed the power of the Gene Awakening serum and received 2 compatibility points. Yi, he was surrounded by images of sparkling gold coins. A sly smile appeared. This proves that the gene-enhancing serums in this world can enhance my template's abilities. Instead of training to death like a warrior, spending money to enhance my template compatibility suits me better. I need to hurry up and buy some gene-enhancing serum. Yi, he swiped his student card at the entrance gate. Beep, student card. As soon as he entered, he suddenly stopped, his eyes wide with surprise, sweat breaking out. Inside, many warriors were training, emitting powerful auras. Yi, he thought to himself, everyone here has awakened their bloodline. After awakening the Flame Demon Dimola's template, I've gained its unique sensory ability. From the life field, Dimola's shadow appeared behind Yi He. Dimola can sense the life signals emitted by creatures through the release of its life field. I can clearly feel the chi and blood of the warriors burning like a furnace inside them, along with the roars of the beasts in their bloodlines. Yi, his eyes emitted a purple light, a predatory grin clearly visible. Monster warriors, I can't hold back this urge to fight inside me anymore. The flame demon Dimola is the destined king of all beasts. fated to conquer every living thing on the planet. But unfortunately, I'm just a rookie right now, so I have to keep my Demola battle bloodline suppressed. Once I get stronger, I'll show the whole world what a true Beast King is. Suddenly, a hand landed on Yi-Hee's shoulder from behind. A voice called out, "Hey there, kiddo." Startled, He spun around. A drop-dead, gorgeous woman with a killer figure appeared right in front of him. She gave him a playful wink and lifted her shades. "Hey, little guy, you shouldn't just stare at people like that, Yi." He awkwardly scratched his head. "Sorry, miss. I didn't mean anything by it." The woman smiled warmly. "It's all right. I get it. You probably just awakened your monster genes. It's totally normal not to have control over your power yet. So, what brings you to the Martial Artists Center?" He answered honestly. "I'm here to buy some genetic medicine, but this place is huge and I'm lost. Could you help me out?" A nearby martial artist overheard and gasped in surprise. "Genetic medicine? You're already using it at this stage?" He looked back, confused. "Yeah. Is there a problem with that?" The woman patiently explained. "Not really. It's just that genetic medicine isn't cheap, and it can easily build up a resistance, making it less effective over time." She continued her advice. "If you want to maximize its effects, warriors usually wait until their bloodline hits a bottleneck before using it." He asked curiously, "Miss, how much does one vial of genetic medicine cost?" She thought for a moment before replying, At your current stage, you can only use the beginner type, and it costs about 400,000 N." His face twisted in shock. "That expensive? Even if I used up all my savings, I couldn't even buy 5 of them." He quickly asked with a pleading look, "So, miss, do you know anyone who could help me get a discount?" The woman smiled, pulling a business card from her top. "How about this? Take my card. With a recommendation from a veteran warrior, you can get a small discount." The card read, 4th rank martial artist, Huang Heli. He's face lit up with joy as he quickly thanked her. "Thank you so much." Huang Heli waved goodbye. "See you around, kiddo, if fate allows it." After she left, He's eyes gleamed with determination. All right then. The next scene is at the Martial Artists Center's checkout counter, where He is paying a massive bill of 1,500,000. Then, at a weapons shop, the clerk is gleefully showing off expensive gear to a maniacally spending He. That night, in a dorm-like building, a blood-curdling scream echoed out, "Arg!" It was followed by a flash of blue light from a window. Inside the room, he was writhing in agony. His body was enveloped in blue energy, and empty syringes littered the floor around him. The system panel appeared. Monster template, Flame Demon Demola. Compatibility, 3%, rising to 4%, now 7%. Host, Hei. Overall index, 8, rising to 10. Now 15. Martial artist rank, equipped. Drenched in sweat, He panted heavily but felt an incredible satisfaction. This is the amazing feeling of leveling up, but with each dose of the medicine, my physique only improves a little bit. It seems the stronger my body gets, the harder it is to trigger those deeper fundamental mutations. Not bad at all. I achieved in a few minutes what takes others 3 years of work, and this is just using my basic physical stats. If I activate the power of my Demola bloodline, he stood up, his muscles rippling, his entire body radiating a powerful aura. Maybe I can actually crush the top student in the upcoming exam. If my cheat mode can't even beat a genius, then this cheat is just too weak. Departing for the Mystic Realm, the system voice explained, Mystic Realm rifts are ranked from S to E, with increasingly powerful monsters inside. The monsters in S-rank rifts are completely uncontrollable by humans. If they ever invaded the real world, it would be an apocalyptic disaster. Dressed in combat gear and armed to the teeth, He arrived at the gate of Ancheng's E-rank rift number 3. Fewer people here than I thought. This rift has probably been open for way too long. It's an old dungeon, so all the good treasure has likely been looted. All that's left are some weak monsters for rookie warriors to practice on. He walked up to the registration counter where a female staff member was lazily sitting with her feet on the desk. "Hello, I booked a ticket for rift number 3. The staffer indifferently tossed him a piece of paper. "Sign this death waiver. Here's your ticket." He stood before a massive, swirling blue portal of otherworldly energy. So this is a Mystic Realm rift. A look of pure excitement and aggression crossed He's face, a wide grin spreading across his lips. "This is the start of my path to becoming the king of all monsters." He launched himself toward the portal with an excited yell, "Here I come!" With a whoosh, he shot through the space gate, feeling as if he were passing through an endless vortex of water. He landed lightly and steadily on the ground, ready for whatever came next. Looking up, he was completely stunned by the majestic scenery. 3 enormous planets, Kanglan, Anwei, and Taijin, hung suspended in the starry sky. Even though I've seen pictures of the Mystic Realms in textbooks, it's nothing compared to seeing it with my own eyes. This is truly magnificent. As Yi He wandered through the forest, marveling that he could even see the starry sky, a giant red rabbit was stealthily stalking him from the tall grass. The system immediately identified the beast. Rank 1 monster, the sword-toothed rabbit. The rabbit bared its fangs and lunged at Yi He with incredible speed. He just smirked as it attacked from behind, seemingly defenseless. In a flash, he spun around and snatched the rabbit by its ears. His eyes flashed with confidence. You idiot. Did you really think I couldn't sense you? A small notification panel appeared. Template ability, Life Magnetic Field. With a single punch, He finished the rabbit off cleanly. He held the magic core he'd just retrieved, examining it carefully. The sword-toothed rabbit's core is white, medium quality. Probably worth about 1,000 yuan. But I made 1,000 yuan just minutes after getting in here. That's pretty efficient. Normal people have to work themselves to death for a whole month just to make 3,000 to 4,000. He tossed the core in the air. But collecting a bunch of rank 1 cores is useless. I'd better find at least one rank 2 monster. As if his words were a prophecy, a hideous giant worm burst from the ground right in front of him. Rank 2 monster, Corpse Devil Worm. He drew his sword, a battle-hungry grin on his face. Speak of the devil, On Chang's E rank, Rift number 3, where the hunt begins. He swiftly slashed at the corpse devil, its green poison splashing everywhere. Getting hit with a bit of it, he remained calm and analyzed. I've read the monster encyclopedia. Compared to the steel-like shell on its back, the soft armor on the corpse devil worm's belly is obviously easier to pierce. The worm curled into a giant ball and rolled towards He like a wheel of death. He began to channel his power, energy gathering in his body. He yelled, firing a powerful energy blast. Reinforced light ray. The worm was completely unfazed. It opened its mouth, and 2 razor-sharp mandibles began to spin rapidly. His eyes widened in shock. Its jaw can shoot bullets? He quickly leaned back to dodge the deadly blade, but one of the projectiles grazed him, tearing his jacket open. He shouted in annoyance. Damn it, do you have any idea how expensive this outfit was? After a few more exchanges, He realized the gap in his current martial artist level. I can't do anything to this bug. Without any powerful martial techniques to back me up, even with my deep Dantian energy and bloodline vitality, I can only use 50% of my real power. It's all because my original body was a total academic failure. With no other choice, He decided to play his trump card. Guess there's no other way. Time to use my cheat. Flame Demon Demola. Demon Emperor Bloodline, activate! His body began to transform, his power exploding, increasing from 15 to 21. The corpse devil worm opened its fanged maw, preparing for one final attack. In his half-beast form, He lunged at the monster. With overwhelming power, he easily shredded the corpse demon worm with his claws. After reverting to his human form, steam billowed off his body. My overall physique skyrocketed to 21 points. I completely crushed that level 2 corpse demon worm. Even after deactivating my transformation, I had to vent excess heat. My body felt like a freaking jet engine. He picked up his short sword, only to see it corroded by venom. The brand new sword was already eaten away by the worm's poison. A 250,000 credit weapon can't even handle one level 2 monster? What a total scam. The quality control is garbage. 1-star review. After the fight, he collapsed, clutching his stomach. A ravenous hunger clawed at him. Was the energy drain from my first monster hunt this insane? I'm starving, and I didn't bring any food. Suddenly, an irresistible aroma hit him, and his mouth started to water. What is that smell? It's incredible. He picked up the corpse demon worm's mana core. It glowed with a brilliant green light. The corpse worm's core was green-grayed and smelled absolutely delicious. Without a second thought, he tossed the core into his mouth. To hell with it. He chewed it down, feeling the pure energy melt on his tongue. The mana core shattered inside him, unleashing a massive surge of power. A torrent of green energy enveloped Ihi completely. The system window appeared. Monster template, Flame Demon Diamola, the Demon Emperor. Compatibility, 7%, rising to 7.3%. He could feel the power surging as his compatibility increased. A huge, satisfied grin spread across Yihi's face. I spent hundreds of thousands on a gene potion, and it only raised my compatibility by 1%, but this single green mana core boosted it by 0.3%. 3 or 4 of these are worth an entire potion. That means the white mana cores from the saber-tooth rabbits. They should have at least raised it a little bit. His joy instantly turned to crushing regret. He wept. Damn it, I wasted all that money trying to pay to win. He stood up, wiping away his tears. His gaze hardened as he clutched a mana core, turning frustration into fuel. Tonight, He will hunt to my heart's content. He activated his ability, sending out ripples of energy to sense his prey. Life field, activated. The text flashed. The next afternoon, after a full night of hunting, Yi was visibly stronger. His status board had changed dramatically. Template, Flame Demon Diamola, the Demon Emperor. Compatibility, 9%. Overall physique, 15.8. After hitting 9% compatibility, eating white mana cores didn't increase it anymore. Guess I'll just have to sell them for cash. At the collection counter, Yi poured out a huge pile of cores. The female staffer's jaw dropped in shock. I have a total of 20 white mana cores and 1 green one, the clerk stammered. Are you serious? How could a mere high school student collect so many cores? He explained it to the government staff. According to regulations, all warriors must submit a portion of their loot as a tax. For 1 green mana core, I need to turn in 5 white ones. After the transaction was complete, a huge sum hit his account. 200,000 Xia Kingdom credits in the bank. Time flew by, with only 9 days left until the college entrance exams. He sought out a new challenge, D-Rank Dungeon B, in Anqing City. At the dungeon entrance, a team of warriors was gearing up. One asked, Captain Lin, think we can finally clear the Blood Jade Flower bounty this time? Captain Lin replied, on our last run, we already pinpointed its general location. A team member worried. But Old Chen got injured by a monster, so he can't join us in the dungeon this time. A female member added, that means there are only 5 of us. Another confirmed, yeah, and the rules say you need at least 6 people for a D-rank dungeon. Captain Lin shouted, pointing towards a hooded figure. A level 2 warrior. Don't worry. I contacted a broker to find us a new warrior. The newcomer was none other than Yi. He struck a playful pose. You're the level 9 martial apprentice? Your daddy? Yi, he replied confidently. That's me, he thought to himself. Since I'm still a student, I don't qualify for D-rank dungeons. I had to use an illegal broker to get a fake ID and join this team. It cost me 100,000 credits. What a ripoff. Captain Lin frowned. Your daddy. That name's a little weird. He scratched his head, looking embarrassed. What can I say? If I use my original name, it'd be a copyright violation. The captain waved it off. Whatever, it's just a nickname. As a level 9 martial apprentice, you're not really qualified for a D-rank dungeon. Our team will let you observe and learn, but stay out of our way. He calmly agreed. No problem. He thought, clarifying responsibilities beforehand is actually pretty reliable, better than getting screwed over mid-mission. Their off-road vehicle sped toward the spatial gate. The captain yelled, all right, let's move out. We have to find the Blood Jade Flower this time. Inside the dungeon was a vast desert beneath a sky with multiple moons. According to the tracker, the Blood Jade Flower was in an oasis up ahead. It's guarded by a level 2 beast with a general grade bloodline. He sat in the vehicle, taking in the alien scenery. Last time it was a rainforest, now it's a desert. Looks like these dungeons don't all connect to a single world. A team member suddenly yelled, Captain, it's the Earth Demon Rats. They're on our tail. A swarm of rat-like monsters was chasing the vehicle. The captain ordered, Shu, take care of them. A member named Shu, with sharp claws, responded. Got it. Shu stood on the roof of the truck and unleashed countless darts from his hands. The demon rats were instantly impaled and killed. The truck sped on, leaving small explosions in its wake from the darts. He watched Shu with admiration as he finished the job. He thought, he infuses his martial energy into the darts, making them explode like bombs on impact. This guy is ruthless and doesn't say much. The vast desert landscape stretched out, with a green oasis in the distance. The team got out and proceeded on foot. He asked, why aren't we driving? There's still a ways to go to the oasis, the captain explained. Because the monsters in the oasis are highly sensitive. The sound of the engine would definitely alert them. Let's assign roles while we walk. Captain Lin began giving decisive orders. Xiao Xia, you'll throw the flashbang to lure the beast out later. Xiao Wu, Shu, you two set the traps. Old Liu, provide fire support. I'll take the front line. He turned to he, pointing at him. Your daddy, you just stand back and watch. He put his hands behind his head and shrugged casually. Sure thing. A flare grenade shot into the sky, leaving a long trail of smoke. The grenade exploded, releasing a pulse of energy. The stun grenade contains high-level monster pheromones, tricking beasts into thinking their territory is being invaded. This should draw it out. The ground began to shake violently, and a massive monster erupted from the sand. A level 2 beast, an earth dragon. Captain Lin yelled, Newbie, watch out! The monster's here! Amidst the chaos, a mysterious figure stood among greatswords stuck in the ground. His hand tightened around a hilt. He was a huge, bald man with sunglasses, licking his blade menacingly. The oasis was the calm before the storm. The captain charged forward bravely, slashing the Earth Dragon's head and drawing blood. The Earth Dragon is dead! Captain Lin stood his ground, ready for the next assault. Keep moving forward. Suddenly, its claws came crashing down on the captain. Captain Lin, look out! In the nick of time, Yi He rushed in, launching himself into the air. He soared through the sky and delivered a devastating punch to the monster's head, creating a massive explosion of energy. The entire team was frozen, unable to believe their eyes. He was just a martial apprentice, yet he had the power to stagger a level 2 beast. What an insane punch! Xiao Wu threw a friendly arm around Yi He, laughing loudly. Your mountain-crushing punch knocked it out cold. You just one-shotted a level 2 demon beast. He just gave an awkward laugh, like it was no big deal. But Captain Lin approached him, his face filled with gratitude. You saved my life. From now on, we're comrades. A team member held up their prize, a glowing crimson orb. Captain Lin, the Earth Dragon is down! The whole team gathered around to look. We even managed to collect its soul essence this time. A huge score. Was that shiny red thing really worth all that trouble? It looks like a giant piece of fruit. Yi, he said, popping it into his mouth and eating it. Of course it is. That thing can significantly improve a person's template. Captain Lin let out a sigh of relief. That was way too close, but I think we managed to beat the dragon and find the blood jade flower. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced the captain straight through from behind. The attacker was none other than Hu. Heh heh. Hugh let out a wicked laugh. No point in thinking about it now, Captain Lin. Everyone screamed in horror. Captain Lin, what's happening? Hugh. Or rather, Hu Day, who landed a ruthless kick on the captain. Hu Day, what are you doing? Hu Day just stood there, a smirk on his face. What am I doing? Isn't it obvious? Another voice rang out. He's clearly doing something to get rich. A mysterious bald man appeared, taking off his sunglasses. Well, look what we have here. Huo Bang. Yi, he turned to his new teammates. You guys know this bald freak? Xiao Wu gritted his teeth. Huo Bang specializes in robbing martial artists of their loot inside dungeons. He must have been targeting us, that bastard. Old Liu supported the dying Captain Lin. His blade was poisoned. Hu Day, you traitor! How did you know about this place? Even my own teammates only learned the location of the blood jade flower after we entered the dungeon. Yi. He stared at the throwing daggers Huda had used earlier, his gaze turning ice cold. The throwing daggers? You etched the information onto them, didn't you? Huda just sneered. You're a pretty smart kid. Heh. I suggest you go back to school. The college entrance exams are just around the corner. Instead, you're here shaking hands with the Grim Reaper. Yi. He replied calmly. Yeah, the exam is coming up. I have a valedictorian title waiting for me. Enraged, Hude hurled a blade straight at Yi He. Arrogant. Yi. He caught the blade with ease, his eyes flashing with a blue light. You disgusting bald monster barking in my face. Now that's what I call real arrogance. Yi! His hand erupted in blue energy flames. You're too loud. Time to take out the trash. Huo Bang, the leader, looked intrigued. You're an interesting one, kid. Hu Day, I want this kid's head. Hu Day obeyed, unleashing a storm of daggers toward Yi Hei. Yes, sir. Yi Hei released his own energy, creating a shockwave of Conqueror's Haki to counter the attack. After the attack, Hu Day was gone, leaving only scorched earth behind. Be careful! Hu Day vanished. Hu Day suddenly appeared from above, launching a fatal kick at his head. Yi. He looked up, perfectly calm. Martial technique, mountain crusher. He focused energy into his fingertip. A perfect chance to test out my new skill. Yi. He fired a powerful beam of energy, hitting Hu to dead on. Captain Lin and Old Liu watched the scene unfold with total disbelief. He took down Huda with a single move. Is he really just a martial arts student? Amidst the desolate desert landscape, Yi He casually blew on his fingertip, which was emitting a faint blue smoke. Behind him, Huda's body fell with a thud onto the cold sand, completely motionless. Huobang's eyes went wide, his massive face twisting in shock and fury as he pointed at Yi He. That's a gene technique. Which great family are you descended from? Behind Yi He, the giant phantom of the flame demon Imola materialized in midair. The purple crystals on its back glowed menacingly in the dim desert light. He smirked. My family? I'm from the Yama clan. Are you here to beg for mercy? You brat! Huobang roared, a dark purple evil energy exploding from his body, wrapping him in a cocoon of shadow. Even with a gene technique, you can't close this massive gap in our martial power. When the energy faded, he had transformed into a half-man, half-bear monster with grotesquely bulging muscles, activating his bloodline, Tyrant Terror Black Bear. In his beast form, he let out a deafening roar and charged forward, his entire body radiating a savage aura. Martial technique, peak suppression. Yi, he dodged the bear's pounce in a flash and slid past him. A streak of blue light flashed from his hand, slashing Huobang's hind leg. First, I'll take care of your legs. Huobang let out a heaven-shattering scream of pain. My leg! Despite the injury, Huobang spun around manically, slamming his massive fists into the sandy ground. He smashed down with all his might, creating powerful tremors as pillars of purple energy shot up from the earth. Yi, he thought to himself. A rank 2 martial artist really is something else. My atomizing punch couldn't even break his ankle bone. Huobang gathered all his energy, slamming his hands together on the ground. A massive purple shockwave spread out, shaking the entire arena. Yi. He landed gently from the air, calmly watching his opponent power up. You done? Now it's my turn. He shot forward, his fist blazing with a brilliant blue orb of energy, shining like a miniature sun. Mountain-crushing core fist. A world-shaking energy explosion engulfed them both, the blinding blue light covering a vast area of the desert. When the dust and energy finally cleared, Yi stood in the middle of a deep crater without a single scratch. Huobang lay motionless, his body reverting to its human form. Lin Ha's surviving team members could only stare from a distance, mouths agape. So strong. Huobang, his face swollen and bruised, looked up at Yi with pure hatred. You actually used a disgusting poison gas technique. How despicable. An evil martial artist like you will surely be punished. Ah, I curse you. Yi, he looked down coldly at his defeated foe, his eyes emitting a soulless blue glow. People who curse me just keep showing up. Who are you people, anyway? The scene suddenly shifts to the magnificent central sports stadium of An City. It was a modern architectural marvel, with a huge dome and thousands of cheering spectators. A blimp flew overhead with a banner that read, "Step onto the stage with confidence." A plane towed another banner, wishing all students golden success. Hello, students. This year's combined senior martial arts school entrance exam is about to begin. I wish you all the best of luck in your martial arts journey. In the stands, an announcer was speaking excitedly into a microphone. The college entrance exam uses a tournament system. Contestants will compete in pairs. The winner moves on to the next round. The exam lasts for 3 days, with the first 2 days being preliminary rounds. Students who pass will participate in the final exam on the 3rd day. A massive, glittering tournament bracket was projected onto a large screen. Each student will fight 3 matches in the prelims. Those who successfully advance will compete until the valedictorian of this year's entrance exam is chosen, an official declared from a podium with a radiant smile. The visions you carry on your backs are the future of humanity. So, show us your true potential in this exam, for yourselves and for all mankind. I hereby declare the An City Senior Exam has officially begun. In Arena Number 1, 2 contestants were fighting fiercely, one launching a purple energy attack. In Arena Number 4, a female student blocked her opponent's attack with hands glowing green. However, in Arena Number 6, the ring was completely empty, with only a single female student waiting. Huh? The preliminary round for ring number 6 seems to have hit a snag. One of the contestants has yet to arrive, a handsome announcer reported on his live stream. I've checked, and the 2 contestants are Huang Tongtong and Yi He from An City's number 1 middle school. Only Huang Tongtong is in the ring. According to the rules, if Yi He still doesn't appear after the match starts, he will be considered to have forfeited. In the stands, Wang Xing was seething, his entire body wrapped in a bright pink aura as he gritted his teeth. Being humiliated at the Geon conference was the greatest shame of my life. I thought I could finally use my fire lizard to crush Yi He this time, but that scum ran off and didn't even dare to show his face. What a total disappointment. Whispers of scorn rippled through the crowd. What a total coward. He didn't even have the guts to show for the college entrance exam. He's probably shaking under his covers at home. Ha ha, that gutless wonder shouldn't even be in high school. He'd be better off sweeping streets. The judge on the stage glanced at his stopwatch, then raised his hand. Time's up. Yi He from An City First Middle School has forfeited. Suddenly, the VIPs in the high seats all shot their heads up, their piercing gazes fixed on the sky as an invisible pressure slammed down on the entire stadium. Something's coming. What is this immense aura? High in the azure sky, a brilliant blue orb of energy, wreathed in black smoke, was plummeting toward the stadium like a meteor. Is that a person? The energy sphere peeled back, revealing Yi. He diving down in a power stance. He slammed into the stage, unleashing a massive shockwave that kicked up a cloud of dust. His opponent, Huang Dongdong, struggled just to stay on her feet. What kind of power lets him fly through the sky? She was completely stunned, terrified by this incredible entrance. What in the world is going on? Before she could even process it, a shadow blurred past her. Yi, he delivered a devastatingly fast, godlike kick. After taking down his opponent, he stood on the stage, shielding his eyes from the sun and letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. I almost had to come back next year. Huang Dongdong lay sprawled on the ground, out cold. The referee announced the results. Ah, Yi, he is the winner. Yi, he looked down, a blank expression on his face. That's it? No way. The crowd in the stands absolutely erupted in cheers. This Yi guy is insane. He took her down in a single kick, and that entrance was so badass. Was that the legendary kick from the heavens? After the match, he just smirked mysteriously. His status window materialized before him. Host, He. Overall physique, 226. Monster template, Vestige of the Wild. Daimora, compatibility, 20%. Captain Lin gave me that blood jade fruit as thanks, but it took some time for it to actually level up my body. All right, everyone, you can relax and enjoy the show now. The tournament bracket updated. He easily advanced to the next round. In City 4th Middle School, Long Tao, versus in City 1st Middle School, He. Once again, He floored his opponent with a single blow. He wins. In City 3rd Middle School, some other guy, versus in City 1st Middle School, He. The result was exactly the same. He wins. The crowd was losing their minds. He is just too powerful. Every fight is over with a single kick. He never drags it out. He's basically a real-life one-kick man, an announcement echoed across the stadium. He from An City 1st Middle School has won all 3 matches and advances to the 3rd round. Instantly, He was swarmed by recruiters from every university. Student He, can you learn more about Dongshan University? Student He, please add me on WeChat. Student He, we might be a private university, but we have huge grants and generous scholarships. Please, just consider us. Student He, our university needs a powerful warrior like you. Student He, do you have a favorite university in mind? He glanced over the mob. A favorite university, huh? He grinned confidently and gave a thumbs up. Sorry, but I'm aiming for Huadu University. The crowd went silent for a beat, then a few people started to scoff. You get a little arrogant after making it to the finals, huh? But you'll come crying for help after reality slaps you in the face. Student He, remember to contact me when you fail? He thought to himself, no, you all just don't believe I can do it. But he couldn't blame them. Huadu University is the best martial arts school in the Xia Nation and one of the top 5 universities in the entire world. It's a holy land in the heart of every martial artist. He smirked slyly. In a second-tier place like in City, only the top few even qualify to step onto that sacred ground. Whatever. At the end of the day, warriors speak with their power. I'll see you guys again when I've taken first place. Suddenly, 2 agents in black suits blocked his path. Student He, we require your cooperation. We're going to reevaluate your martial artist level, right now. After the test, one of the agents yelled in disbelief, Martial Artist Level 9. Student He, you were only at the 3rd martial level half a month ago. He grabbed He by the collar. It's impossible to improve that fast in just 3 months. Are you implying that I'm cheating? But our investigation shows you've been frequenting E-rank secret realms after school. Why would you go to such a dangerous place right before the college entrance exams? His gaze drifted to the horizon, his voice dropping low, to find myself. Before my father died, he left me a message. If you want to surpass humanity, you can no longer be human. So, I kept going to the secret realms to fight, and during one of those battles, I broke my own genetic lock. The 2 agents' jaws dropped, sweat pouring down their faces. What? You broke your genetic lock? They scrambled away, pure panic on their faces. That's impossible! We have to report this immediately! He watched them go. Somehow, I've become a person of interest. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through social media. Everywhere, there were pictures of families cheering on their kids. Go for it, son. Honey, just do the best you can. Old Wong, once you ace the double first-class exam, we're throwing you a huge party. There were even live streams of street interviews with the contestants' parents and friends. He stared silently at his phone screen, a flicker of sadness in his eyes. But there's no one to cheer for me. I really am just an orphan that nobody cares about, huh? Meanwhile, in a small office, his old teacher clenched his fists, watching the broadcast on a small TV. Come on, you can do it. The first match of the promotion round. And City 1st Middle School, He stepped onto the stage, radiating pure confidence. His opponent was announced. And City 3rd Middle School, Luo Quan. The crowd started murmuring. It's Luo Quan. I remember him. He's the top dog from the 3rd Middle School. Big brother Luo Quan is a level 8 martial artist. He's awakened a rare, 2nd-grade demonic beast bloodline, and both his parents are warriors. His opponent is toast. On the stage, He stood tall, his blue eyes glowing with power. He calmly cracked his neck. You can have the first move. Luo Quan sneered, his perfectly gelled hair not moving an inch. Heh, you don't know who I am, do you? He replied with a deadpan expression. Whether I know you or not, the outcome of this match won't change. Ha ha ha, you're right about that. Luo Quan burst out laughing as teal energy erupted from his body. The outcome is that I will absolutely win. Bloodline awakening. He shot towards Yi, his sharp energy claws forming over his hands. I hope you're feeling lucky, otherwise, you're going to die right here. Martial art. Lightning-rending claw. Luoquan's mutated hand, crackling with lightning energy, flew forward at terrifying speed. Yi. He casually lifted one hand and caught the attack flat. A sickening crunch echoed through the arena. Yi, he commented coldly. Your momentum is good, but it's nothing compared to that old bald guy's impact. Luoquan screamed in agony. Ah, my hand! With just one hand. Yi, he shattered his beast transformation with ease. He slammed his opponent straight into the stage floor, creating a massive explosion of blue energy that shook the entire arena. Yi, he looked down into the deep crater he'd made, a hint of disappointment on his face. Are there any decent contestants here at all? The referee stammered out the announcement, and City First Middle Schools. Yi He wins. Luo Quan, the highly anticipated seed player, lay twitching at the bottom of the pit, completely unconscious. The crowd was absolutely silent. Another instant knockout, and this time, the one who got wrecked was the seed player, Luo Quan. What the hell just happened? Luo Quan looked so insanely strong, but why is he on the ground already? On social media, he became an overnight sensation. The comments and likes exploded. Calm as a cloud, steady as the wind, the mark of a true master. His skills are on a completely different level from the other contestants. The gap is just too wide. He's so freaking cool. I want him to have my babies. The crowd in the stands roared nonstop. So strong. Just what you'd expect from the one-kick Superman. Even though he used his hands this time, it was still a one-shot knockout. He, I'm your biggest fan. He is definitely making it to the finals. As the medics carried Luo Quan away on a stretcher, Jojo stood in a hidden corner, arms crossed, staring at He with eyes as sharp as daggers. He, a determined fire burned in Jojo's blue eyes. Just as I'd expect from the man I've set my sights on. I'll be the one to defeat you in the finals. In the Huadu University admissions office livestream room, a man in a suit pointed at the big screen showing He. In the next 30 minutes, I want all the information we have on that kid. The staff replied in unison, yes, sir. In another arena, the second bracket's promotion matches were heating up. A commentator yelled with excitement, oh my god, a battle between genius beauties. I, Liu Yilu, am officially tuning in for this. On the stage, a girl with vibrant orange hair and twin pigtails pointed at her opponent. Miss Liu, I seriously can't stand that robotic expression on your face. She was introduced as Kai Xiaoling, known as the Queen of Ancheng No. 2 High School. Her opponent, a girl with long black hair and a cold beauty, remained silent. She was Liu Qingzhu, the untouchable flower of Ancheng No. 1 High School. The guys in the crowd started whispering, there's nothing better than watching beautiful girls fight. Drooling. A female spectator shot back, disgusted. Keep it in your pants, you creeps. The referee blew the whistle. Match, start. Kai Xiaoling charged forward, roaring. All right, let's see how long you can keep up that act once I've pinned you to the ground. Liu Qingzhu stood perfectly still, forming a hand seal. A stream of jade green energy enveloped her. The Liu clan's secret skill. Ephemeral brilliant samsara. The two girls clashed in a dazzling dance of offense and defense. Their energies collided, creating brilliant sparks of light. Get serious, Liu Qingzhu said. Kai Xiaoling answered with a fiery punch. Martial art, raging wind steps. Kai Xiaoling thought she'd found an opening. An opening? But she had walked right into a trap. Oh no. I fell for her bait! Her hand was caught in the swirling vortex of energy Liu Qingzhu had created. My hand. It's stuck in her energy vortex. I can't pull it out. Liu Qingzhu prepared to deliver the final blow. Martial art, primordial chaos finger of Xuan. The commentator screamed in disbelief. A Xuan rank martial art. A high school contestant has actually mastered a Xuan rank technique. With that level of martial talent, she doesn't even need to take the exam. She could get a direct admission into Huadu University. Cornered, Kai Xiaoling unleashed her full power. The image of a massive tiger appeared behind her. Bloodline awakening. Shadow Claw Tiger. This girl, she actually awakened a third-tier royal bloodline. The Shadow Claw Tiger King. Royal bloodlines are notoriously difficult to control, let alone the ferocious Shadow Claw Tiger. This girl's future is limitless. In her semi-beast form, Kai Xiaoling roared, now show me your Nether Phoenix bloodline. Liu Qingzhu replied coldly, this is more than enough. Kai Xiaoling raged, more than enough? You think anyone below a martial artist can challenge me? Liu Clan's secret art. Ephemeral brilliant illusion. Martial art, fierce tiger hook kick, primordial chaos jade finger. The two final moves collided. The martial energy from Liu Qingzhu and Kai Xiaoling crashed with immense force. The entire arena was swallowed by a massive cloud of dust from the impact. The crowd held its breath, straining to see the ring. Who would be the final victor? As the dust settled, one figure stood tall. It was Kai Xiaoling. She was the one still standing. Kai Xiaoling stood among the rubble, but her eyes were wide with shock, a single drop of sweat trickling down her temple. Wait a minute. Kai Xiaoling suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. Liu Qingzhu stood there, her long black hair flowing in the wind, looking down at her fallen opponent. Liu Qingzhu was the one left standing. The commentator screamed, with just her martial skills, she completely overpowered Kai Xiaoling, who is also at the 9th stage of a martial apprentice and has awakened a royal bloodline. She truly deserves to be called a once-in-a-century genius. The referee raised his hand and declared, "The winner is Liu Qingzhu." The social media comments exploded. "Holy crap, Queen Liu is way too strong. She's a living legend. I'm calling it right now. She's going to be the top scorer of Ancheng City. Anyone disagree?" To the guy above me calling her the top scorer, do you even know what bloodline she awakened? A 4th-tier Nether Phoenix. A 4th-tier bloodline? What kind of monster is she? Most true martial artists wouldn't even stand a chance against her. After the qualifying matches, a large screen appeared over the stadium. The top 8 promotion tournament draw. Yi, he walked onto the stage. Next up for the draw, Yi He from Ancheng No. 1 High School. He reached into the box and pulled out a sphere. Inside was the letter A. A muscular, well-built guy walked over to Yi, he also holding a sphere. "Got an A?" He smiled warmly. "I'm also in Group A. Looks like we're facing each other." "I'm Shen Guan from Jinfeng Private High School." "Yi," he replied calmly. "Yi He, Ancheng, No. 1 High School." Shen Guan put an arm around Yi, He's shoulder. "We're in the second match. Let's watch the first one together." On the big screen, the first match of the top 8 was announced. Luo Shi, Jinfeng Private High School versus Zhou, Ancheng No. 1 High School. Yi He and Shen Guan stood watching the fight. Luo Shi is strong. He was held back a year, specifically honing his skills to get into Huadu University. His control over his bloodline is really polished. But against Zhou, he doesn't even stand a chance. Shen Guan turned to Yi. He surprised. "Zhou, huh, from your school too. Don't tell me you don't know who he is." On the stage, Zhou effortlessly defeated his opponent. The winner is Zhou from Ancheng No. 1 High School. In the stands, the principal of Jinfeng Private High School slammed his hand on his seat in anger. "Damn it, we lost the very first match." "Yi," he asked Shen Guan, "how does that Luo Shi compare to you?" Shen Guan confidently slicked his hair back. "Compared to me? Huh. I'm the president of the 12th grade martial arts club at Jinfeng. In terms of combat power, my other 2 teammates combined couldn't take me down." He turned to look at Yi, his gaze becoming serious. "Honestly, in this year's exam, I think you're the only real threat." Shen Guan stared into the distance, an image of an erupting volcano appearing in his mind. "Ever since I was a kid, my senses have been unusually sharp. And I can tell, Yi, you're like a dormant volcano. There's a monster inside you." He grinned and gave a thumbs up. "Let's go. It's our turn. Top 8 promotion tournament, match 2. The 2 opponents walked out onto the stage. Shen Guan from Jinfeng Private High School versus Yi He from Ancheng No. 1 High School. The competition for the top 4 in Ancheng's college entrance exam was heating up. Yi He versus Shen Guan. Both sides were evenly matched. 2 massive auras collided, creating a storm on the stage. The audience had to shield their eyes from the overwhelming pressure radiating from the fight. Shen Guan wiped a streak of blood from his nose, laughing manically. "A nosebleed. Is this the ability of your bloodline?" Yi, he watched Shen Guan, who was now shrouded in a yellow aura. How mysterious, to be able to directly target and destroy cells. Shen Guan had used his martial energy to create a barrier across his body, shielding himself from the external nuclear radiation. "Yi," he smirked, a flicker of excitement in his blue eyes. What an amazing martial art. This guy in front of him was truly a monster who couldn't be underestimated. Shen Guan channeled his power, the image of a giant python appearing behind him. "In that case, I'll use my own generational martial art to defeat your Shen clan. This is a practical martial art, Xing Yi Quan. You might want to look it up." He unleashed a blur of lightning-fast fists. Yi, his eyes widened in disbelief. Too fast. A brutal blow smashed right into his stomach. The power was overwhelming. Yi, he once known as the one-kick Superman, had actually been hit for the first time. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, proof of the sheer force behind Shen Guan's Xing Yi fist. Yi, he staggered back, his foot shattering the arena floor just to stay upright. Shen Guan's form shifted, morphing into a monstrous bear as he charged with terrifying speed. "You can't escape! Bear Claw!" An earth-shattering impact sent out a shockwave of raw energy. Yi, he blocked the fiery assault with his bare hands. He realized in an instant, Shen Guan's attack wasn't just physical, he had infused martial energy into his body, dealing double the damage. All his previous opponents were just weaklings. They had no real combat experience against a true powerhouse. With incredible skill, he expertly redirected Shen Guan's attack, letting it graze harmlessly past him. Shen Guan seized Yi He, locking him in a grip of steel. You're half right. I can't just infuse my body with martial energy. I can also lock yours down, leaving you completely powerless. He brutally slammed Yi He into the ground, the impact echoing with a sickening thud. Shen Guan gave him no time to recover, morphing into a giant serpent. Then a blazing tiger pounce, and finally a colossal golden eagle strike. The commentator screamed, "This man is a walking zoo." Overwhelmed by the barrage of attacks, Yi He still fought back with stubborn grit. Yi He, you can't possibly beat me. Two colossal waves of energy crashed into each other, creating a world-shaking explosion across the arena. Shen Guan stood amidst the smoke and dust, arms crossed, a satisfied smirk on his face. Ha ha ha, now that was a rush. His relentless barrage of techniques had left Yi He with no opening to counter. Outside the stadium, medics were on standby, ready to rush in. The Xing Yi Quan combo Shen Guan just used would have killed an ordinary martial artist. It looks like we have our winner. The victor from Jinfeng High School is... But suddenly, Shen Guan felt a terrifying aura surging up from the wreckage. The sky above the arena turned pitch black. Ominous clouds gathered as blue lightning tore through the darkness. Such an immense aura. From within the rubble, a sharp, black-clawed hand slowly reached out. You really are strong, Shen Guan. He rose to his feet, his body now encased in jet-black bone armor. Arcs of blue lightning danced around him. But that doesn't mean you're going to win. This is the first time I've used this form. The awakening of my Demon Emperor bloodline. In his complete beast form, Yi He radiated a terrifying, kingly presence. If it's any consolation, you're the first person to ever witness me like this. If a high school student can manifest a beast form, they can also enter Huadu University without even taking the exam. Jojo, watching the match, was completely floored. A full beast manifestation. I can't believe that in a small place like Ancheng, besides the martial arts prodigy Liu Qingzu, there's also a bloodline genius. A beast manifestation. Shen Guan couldn't believe his eyes, shocked that his opponent's bloodline awakening was on such an overwhelming level. Up in the stands, the judges were also watching intently. Each one was equipped with a monitoring headset to track the contestants closely. One judge stared at his display in horror. The energy radiation value is 999,000. 999. What's going on? The reading has gone completely off the charts. After seeing Yi He's beast form, the judges realized there was a problem. They quickly enveloped the arena in martial energy to prevent any leaks. The crowd began to buzz with excitement. So that's Yi. He's bloodline awakening? So cool. Does anyone know what beast bloodline he awakened? I'm from #1 middle school, and I heard he awakened an unknown bloodline. How could such a powerful beast be unknown? Yi, he thought to himself. It seems there are no creatures like the Daimora on Blue Star. No wonder they don't recognize it. Shen Guan's nose began to bleed again. My nose is bleeding again. It looks like my martial shield can no longer block. Yi, he's energy. Looks like I can't drag this fight out any longer. With no other choice, Shen Guan also unleashed his full power, transforming into a giant, golden demon ape. Bloodline awakening, Golden Star Demon Ape, another Tier 3 bloodline. This year's college entrance exam is full of top-tier contestants. Xing Yi Quan, Snake Strike. He charged at the waiting Yi He with terrifying speed. Yi! He countered, swiping his claws towards him. Fist suppression. The two techniques collided, creating a horrifying explosion. Shen Guan's hand was completely mangled from the impact. Ah, my hand! If I hadn't dispersed the force in time, my entire arm would have been destroyed. I talked such a big game before, but now I've been completely put in my place. Yi, he stood there in his beast form, looking down at his defeated opponent. You're excellent, Shen Guan, but unfortunately that doesn't change the outcome. The commentator roared over the image of the two giant beasts facing off. In the second match of the final 8 for this year's entrance exam, a Tier 3 king-level bloodline has appeared, and on the other side is a powerful and unidentified beast bloodline, a truly rare sight. Shen Guan gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his temples. After Yi He's bloodline awakened, his power is simply immeasurable. I can't suppress his martial energy anymore. My only choice now is to take a step back to move forward. Yi, he dove in from above, roaring, "Hey, big guy, don't lose focus!" He unleashed a torrential storm of attacks, blue energy completely overwhelming Shen Guan. Shen Guan tried to counter with another snake strike, his arm wrapping tightly around Yi He's. I knew I couldn't move you as expected, but my real goal was to get behind you. Shen Guan slipped behind Yi He. He poured all his strength into his palms, and a massive golden hand of energy descended from above, aiming to crush him. He was slammed by the giant hand, creating another massive explosion. Shen Guan stood there, panting heavily, but he was still standing, arms crossed, completely unharmed. Now then, it's my turn. He said. His sharp claws dug deep into the ground. He unleashed a torrent of pure, powerful blue energy. He charged forward, preparing for the finishing blow. Just as everyone thought Shen Guan was done for, he suddenly dropped to his knees and yelled, "Big bro I surrender." Who was powering up his final attack, froze in place. He let out a frustrated roar. "Dude, I was all set for my turn, and you surrender now? I was so hyped, but now I just feel really awkward." He retracted his claws with a heavy sigh. Whatever. He exhaled a cloud of blue smoke, releasing the excess energy. Holding all this power in is so uncomfortable. He reverted to his human form, his bare torso revealing his toned muscles. Well, according to the rules, once a party surrenders, the other has no right to attack. The referee declared, "The match is over." The winner, from Anchang's #1 middle school, Hei. The crowd erupted once again. "Brother Yi is incredible." Online, memes about the match were already starting to pop up. Shen Guan before the match? "I'm definitely going to win." Shen Guan after the match? "I deeply apologize for not letting Lord Yi use his full strength." His fanbase grew at an explosive rate. Join he's #3 fan group via WeChat number XXX. The first 3 groups are already full. Follow me to see the full video of Brother Yi's entrance exam. The top scorer in this year's exam can only be our Brother Yi. Not even Jojo or Liu Qingzhu could be a match for our Brother Yi. Meanwhile, in his office, the principal of Jinfeng Private High School was grinding his teeth in fury. "Luo Shi may have lost, but I had all my hopes pinned on you, Shen Guan." He pointed a trembling finger at Shen Guan, roaring in anger. "You dare admit defeat? Do you have any idea how much money we invested in you? You ungrateful bastard! If you don't pay off your debt, you can forget about going to college." Shen Guan grabbed the principal by the shoulders. "What? What are you trying to do? I couldn't have survived that punch, so I surrendered to save my own skin. If I hadn't, were you going to take that punch for me? As for the kindness your school showed me, I'll pay it back slowly over time. But you should know, you can't threaten a warrior who is stronger than you." The principal was so terrified, tears and snot streamed down his face. Fine, you've made your point." After a series of fierce competitions, the top 4 of this year's college entrance exams had been decided. 4 faces appeared on the giant screen. He, Liu Qingzhu, Jojo, and some unknown fighter. In the leadership booth for An City's #1 high school, a principal fanned himself with a joyful expression. "Old Liu has worked at the school for so many years. It's about time we gave him that promotion." Down below, He's old teacher was jumping for joy. He is incredible. The draw for the semifinals begins now. He once again drew his lot. First again, Liu Qingzhu, in her elegant white dress, also held up a ball. "I also drew #1. The first semifinal match is an internal clash between students from An City's #1 high school. He versus Liu Qingzhu. The commentators went wild once again. Holy cow. This is the fight I've been waiting for. The most epic battle in the history of the An City college entrance exams. Go, Goddess Liu. This is the most anticipated showdown since the exams began. Brother Yi has to win this." The analysts immediately began making their predictions. "I feel like Goddess Liu has a higher chance of winning. The intel we have so far is that she's mastered 2 mysterious royal martial arts. With those alone, she crushed Kai Shaoling, who has a Tier 3 King bloodline, and that's without even revealing her Tier 4 Nether Phoenix bloodline awakening. Shen Guan also had a Tier 3 bloodline and was forced to awaken it by He. His bloodline seems extremely powerful, estimated to also be Tier 4, but he's just no match for Goddess Liu. She has a Tier 4 bloodline and a supreme martial arts background." Agreed. That makes perfect sense. At the semi-final arena, representing An City's #1 high school, Liu Qingzhu, and also from An City's #1 high school, Hei. The 2 rivals finally faced off on the stage. The referee raised his hand. Let the battle begin. The moment he finished, a terrifying explosion erupted. Liu Qingzhu covered her mouth, stunned by what just happened. She stared at Hei, who stood in a cloud of blue energy, his eyes glowing like a pair of high-beam headlights. Liu Qingzhu looked directly into Hei's eyes, her own violet gaze shining with determination. "Hei, I hope you're strong enough." The commentator screamed as the fight began. "It's Hei versus Liu Qingzhu." The second the match started, Hei suddenly released a massive amount of vapor, blanketing the entire arena. The audience was completely baffled. "What's going on? I can't see a thing." The commentator continued dramatically. "How will Liu Qingzhu, the gifted prodigy of the Liu clan, deal with Hei, the dark horse of this year's exams? Let's wait and see. Is it possible that He has awakened his bloodline once again?" Inside the thick vapor, He stared intently at Liu Qingzhu's silhouette. Liu Qingzu's martial skill is far beyond mine. No matter how strong my raw power is, I won't be able to touch her. He gritted his teeth, his blue eyes flashing. This kind of martial arts genius has an incredibly high combat IQ. The longer this fight drags on, the worse it'll be for me. I need to go all out from the very beginning. He shot forward, unleashing a heaven-shattering blow. Mountain-holding fist. Liu Qingzhu created a vortex of energy to defend. He's attacking head-on? Then I'll use my martial arts to defend and counter. Yi! He roared, his eyes glowing intensely. He suddenly changed his attack's trajectory, whipping his tail toward Liu Qingzhu's head. What the hell? He totally tricked me. He shouted that he was using his fist, but used his steel-like tail instead. Liu Qingzhu was caught completely off guard. Yi. He transformed into his beastly form, opening his massive, fanged maw. He launched a brutal uppercut at Liu Qingzhu. The social media comments exploded again. Damn it, Yi He! He's fighting dirty! He has no honor! Poor Goddess Liu. All's fair in war. Oh no, Goddess Liu's rhythm has been completely shattered by that cheap shot. Yi He's pursuit was relentless. Liu Qingzhu had no chance to escape. Yi He attacked continuously, not giving his opponent a single second to breathe. Liu Qingzhu used her martial energy to blast Yi He away. She had broken free from his grasp, but Yi He raised his claws. You're not getting away that easily. He unleashed another storm of savage attacks, pressing Liu Qingzhu until she could barely breathe. Liu Qingzhu's eyes widened in horror as Yi He's claws lunged for her. The claws were crackling with martial energy. She hastily leaped back to dodge. A violent explosion rocked the stage. Don't run, classmate! Yi! He yelled, his voice warped and monstrous. He unleashed a lightning-fast series of punches. The impacts echoed through the arena, each blow forcing Liu Qingzhu back another step. Pushed into a corner, Liu Qingzhu struggled to defend, while desperately analyzing the situation. Isn't he getting tired after all these high-intensity attacks? What incredible physical stamina. I've mastered 2 mysterious royal martial arts. One is my Liu clan's defensive secret art, Shadow Steps. The other is the more offensive chaotic Jade Finger. If I could just use either of these techniques, I could break free from Yi. He's brutal assault, but he's not giving me a single opening to do so. I won't be able to hold out much longer before I'm knocked off the stage and lose. Pushed to the absolute limit, Liu Qingzhu gritted her teeth, a decision made. I have no other choice. A glowing purple feather appeared in her hand. This is my final ace in the hole. She roared as characters materialized in the air. Bloodline awakening, Nether Bird. A heaven-shaking cry echoed out as a massive torrent of pure, purple energy erupted from her body, blowing away all the surrounding vapor. Liu Qingzhu rose into the air, magnificent and ethereal purple wings spreading behind her, raining feathers of pure energy down on the arena. The commentator screamed, his voice cracking with excitement. That's Liu Qingzhu's demonic beast bloodline awakening. The Netherbird makes its debut. She looked down upon Yi He, her voice echoing with both a warning and newfound confidence. Classmate Yi, you must be careful. I cannot fully control my power in this form. On the ground, Yi He braced himself against the invisible pressure, a wild, battle-hungry grin spreading across his face. His eyes also flared with a purple light, reflecting her image. I get it. Good thing you said something, because up until now, I've only been using 50% of my power. From now on, I'm going all out. Yi! He shouted, instinctively spinning around. Liu Qingzhu had moved like a purple phantom. Her energy feathers left deadly trails in the air as she zipped past him. She was right behind him. Her majestic wings flared as she focused all her power into her fingertips, creating a destructive beam of purple light. Royal secret art. Chaotic Jade Finger. Yi! He spun around, letting out a ferocious, beast-like roar as he unleashed an explosive punch. A sphere of blue energy, compressed to its absolute limit and crackling with lightning, shot forward. Atomic Burst Fist. The 2 streams of energy, one purple, one blue, collided in the very center of the ring, creating a world-shaking explosion. A blinding sphere of light swallowed them both. In the stands, the audience was thrown back by the force of the blast, shielding their eyes from the intense light. The impact is too strong, way too strong. What an insane clash of power. I can't even open my eyes. At the center of the explosion, Liu Qingzhu was sent flying, her wings struggling to keep her stable. She cried out in pain. She stared down, her violet eyes wide with absolute disbelief. How could her strongest attack be so brutally stopped and deflected? On the ground below, Yi He dug in, blue energy erupting from his body like a volcano, cracking the very earth around him. He tilted his head back as his full beast form emerged, letting out a thunderous roar that promised total annihilation. The first semi-final of the college entrance exam had devolved into a chaotic storm of raw power. Liu Qingzhu felt the terrifying energy fluctuation from Yi He, and a knot of dread tightened in her stomach. This wasn't right. What in the world was happening? Yi He's true beast form was accumulating an unbelievable amount of power. With another roar, Yi He's body expanded as jet black scales erupted across his skin. His spine jutted out, storing a colossal amount of energy. The crystals on his back blazed to life, channeling that power straight to his mouth. A ball of energy so bright it warped space itself began to form between his jaws. He snapped his head back, then unleashed it. Atomic breath. A destructive beam as wide as a building shot from his mouth, rocketing toward Liu Qingzhu in the sky. She desperately wrapped her wings around herself, forming a defensive violet cocoon. Backed into a corner, she unlocked a hidden power. Her eyes flashed, awakening a dormant ability. She screamed as violet energy burst from the cocoon, sending her own feathers flying. Thousands of energy feathers, hard as diamonds, shot from her wings. They formed a swirling vortex, crashing against Yi, He's energy beam and sending it wildly off course. Oh no! Yi, He's breath attack was deflected. Stray beams of energy flew across the stadium, heading straight for the screaming, panicked crowd. Suddenly, a massive golden hexagonal energy shield materialized in the sky, enveloping the entire audience. The stray blast slammed into the barrier, fizzling out into nothing. A man in a suit, glowing with a brilliant golden aura, floated in midair. It was the mayor of An City, Huang Qing. He looked down on the match with a serious and expectant gaze. Watch closely. The strongest champion in the history of An City will be born today. The commentator let out a sigh of relief, his voice filled with gratitude. Thankfully, Mayor Huang protected the spectators. In the deafening silence after the explosion, on the shattered arena floor, a single drop of crimson blood fell, then another, forming a small pool. As the acrid smoke cleared, it revealed a battered Liu Qingzhu. Her elegant white dress was in tatters, her magnificent purple wings broken and shattered, with blood streaming down her slender legs. She gasped for breath, stumbling but forcing herself to stay upright on the ruined stage. She looked down at her trembling hands as a trail of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her voice was broken, laced with bitterness and disbelief. He actually shattered my Netherbird defense in a single blow. For the first time, the prodigy's confidence was completely shaken. A desperate question echoed in her mind. Can I really beat him? Instantly, her mind plunged into a dark illusion. Countless ancestral tablets of the Liu clan appeared, towering over a tiny, younger Liu Qingzhu like a forest of stone. Stern, soulless voices echoed from all around. Liu Qingzhu, you are the hope for the Liu clan's survival. You cannot afford to lose. The ancestors of the Liu clan are watching you, from one generation to the next. Do not disappoint us. The little girl could only stammer. Then the vision shifted to her stern mother, her face cast in shadow like an imposing mountain. She placed a hand on the girl's head, an invisible weight crushing her small shoulders. Qingzhu, your mother has poured everything into training you, so that one day you can revive our Liu clan. You cannot be headstrong. The little girl looked up, whispering, Mother. The specter leaned down, whispering in her ear, every word a shackle. You must not only win this exam, you must continue to win forever. The little girl struggled in her mother's grip, a suffocating feeling enveloping her. But mother, I can't breathe. Back in reality, Liu Qingzhu stared into empty space as a single tear rolled down her cheek. I'm so tired. She looked at Yi He, who stood there wreathed in blue lightning, radiating a primal, powerful aura. And classmate Yi He is truly so strong. A bitter smile touched her lips, a smile of release. Faced with an opponent this powerful, it's only natural that I can't win, right? Suddenly, she lunged forward, throwing a weak punch, completely devoid of any killing intent. I think you should take the opening I'm giving you, classmate Yi. He just defeat me. Hurry up. Her fist landed squarely on his chest, but he didn't even budge, standing firm as a rock. Her eyes widened in horror, completely stunned. Why didn't you dodge? Yi. He stared right into her eyes, his voice low and dripping with disappointment as anger began to brew. Classmate Qingzhu, where did your fighting spirit go? He roared, his gaze sharp as a blade, his fury erupting. Have you even looked me in the eye? He flexed, and a burst of energy sent her flying back. I'm going to take this title fair and square. Liu Qingzhu was stunned by his rage, and then her own eyes began to burn. The extinguished fighting spirit had been reignited. Yi, he rushed in, launching a punch straight for her face. So, you'd better start taking me seriously. His fingers glowed with blue light, leaving trails in the air. He attacked relentlessly, pushing her back with brutal force. Getting serious yet? Huh? Are you? You're a monster. No one has dared to hit me like this since I was a child. Yi! He kept throwing punches. I was clearly trying to hand you the victory. Why do you insist on fighting? She threw her head back, a blazing red aura erupting from her. Don't hit a girl in the face, you bastard. Yi, he just smirked, now shrouded in a purple aura. Now that's more like it. If you don't want to be hit in the face, then fight for real. Liu Qingzhu roared, unleashing her full power with no more restraint. Royal Martial Arts, Awakening. She transformed into her complete beast form, her true beast form. Classmate Yi. I'll defeat you with my strongest form, just as you wished. She hovered in the sky, a magnificent purple phoenix wreathed in lightning, a vision of deadly beauty. He looked up, a wide grin spreading across his face. Finally decided to show your true beast form, huh? Now things are getting really interesting. If that's how it's gonna be, then I can't afford to be careless either. He, too, transformed into his complete beast form. His body swelled, black scales covering him as blue crystals erupted from his back. Hard Qigong! This was his physical skill, combining the Demura pattern with hard Qigong, known as the nuclear light combat body. He launched himself forward at incredible speed. Let's have a proper battle! Liu Qingzhu let out a roar that echoed through the entire arena, ripping tempest. She created a gigantic purple energy storm that swirled and descended like a destructive cyclone. He charged straight into the eye of the storm, his body like a blue energy drill, his fist blazing. Liu Qingzhu focused all her energy into a single point, creating a blinding orb of purple light. She roared, unleashing a sonic shockwave. Both energy streams slammed into each other. He was thrown back, hands flying to his face as he was sent reeling. He let out a furious roar. You think you're the only one who can scream? The crystals on his back glowed brilliantly, accumulating nuclear energy. Same old trick. I'm not backing down this time. Giving up all defense to unleash the Liu clan's ultimate move. I will meet you head on. Purple energies began to converge into a single point. He fired the massive energy beam toward Liu Qingzhu. With every last ounce of her strength, Liu Qingzhu screamed, pouring all her energy into one final attack. Bloodline ability, Nether Bloodthorns. Countless purple energy spikes shot out, forming a deadly rain that rushed toward Yi He. The collision between the atomic breath and the blood spikes created a second explosion. Smaller, but still powerful enough to rock the entire arena. The commentator leaped from his seat, screaming into the mic. He's atomic breath and Liu Qingzhu's nether blood spikes had created two devastating impacts. This was bad. This level of power collision was something neither fighter could possibly control. High above, Mayor Huang Qing's brow furrowed as he formed a hand seal. Gen technique, he roared, slamming his hands toward the ground. Divine spirit walls. 3 massive stone barriers, carved with glowing ancient runes, erupted from the earth, encasing the ring. The explosion's shockwaves slammed into the walls, cracking them but failing to break through. The spectators in the stands breathed a sigh of relief, staring at the stone walls in terror. That impact was insane. Did the mayor himself just put up that barrier? Did the mayor just stop the fallout from that clash? If he hadn't acted, we would have all been collateral damage. Mayor Huang Qing looked down at the ring, exhaustion etched on his face. My 3 spirit walls were raised in a hurry. They weren't as solid as they should be. In the end, Yi He and Liu Qingzhu's attacks still collided. Who would have thought there'd be 2 unbelievably strong contestants in this year's college entrance exam? A blood-soaked hand hung limp, dripping crimson onto the shattered ground. As the dust settled, Liu Qingzhu was on her knees, her body covered in wounds. Her white dress was nearly gone, her wings had vanished, and one of her arms was horribly mutated. The power of her true demon beast form was completely spent. She tried to stand, a glint of defiance still shining in her violet eyes. I can't give up. I can still fight. He walked toward her, his own beast form having also faded away. He looked down at her, his voice calm. My attacks clearly hit you, but you're not seriously injured. If you don't purge the nuclear radiation from your system, you'll be crippled in the future. With tears welling in her eyes, Liu Qingzhu screamed in desperation. I never even wanted to fight you this hard. Why did you keep forcing me to battle? He crouched down, looking her straight in the eye. Do you really not want to fight, or are you just being rebellious and refusing to admit your competitive spirit? When you went all out just now, I could feel your desire to win. Liu Qingzhu was stunned. She lowered her head as memories flooded back. He was right. I was thinking about how to beat him just now. That's why I gave up all defense and unleashed all my power. But what's wrong with fighting fiercely while also wanting to lose as soon as possible? Yet, when I was fighting, I felt it. A blush crept across her face. I felt the thrill of fighting for no one else but myself. He placed a hand on her, and a gentle blue energy enveloped them both. You have too many distracting thoughts when you fight. That's why you lost. Liu Qingzhu looked at her arm in astonishment. The radiation and the wounds on my arm are healed. He stood up and turned to walk away. But you're still the strongest opponent I've ever faced. He glanced back with a smile. The next time we get the chance, I really want to have a pure, one-on-one battle with you. Liu Qingzhu. Her face turned bright red as she stammered, Classmate, Yi He. Yi He stood alone in the center of the ruined arena. The smoke from the impact had cleared, and the one left standing was Yi He. Yi, he remains on the field. He raised his hand to the sky, a victorious smile on his face. The first semi-final match is over. The winner is Yi from An City No. 1 Middle School. After Yi defeated Liu Qingju, Zhuzhou also won his match as expected. The greatest climax of the An City College entrance exam, the battle for the top spot, was about to begin. The finals poster flashed on screen, the Dark Horse and City No. 1 Middle School's Yi versus the Apex, fighting against Zhuzhou, also from An City No. 1 Middle School. On the stadium's massive screen, the live viewer count was jumping frantically, adding millions by the second. Finally, the number settled at a horrifying 49,658,741 viewers. The entire world was watching this final showdown. The referee's voice boomed across the arena. The An City College entrance exam finals begin now. In the center of the ring, Zhuzhou, surrounded by an aura of cold air and sparkling ice crystals, gracefully formed an ice sword from nothing. He gave a polite bow. Please. In stark contrast to his opponent's elegance, Yi flashed a savage grin, revealing a row of sharp teeth. His blue eyes blazed with a wild light. Bring everything you've got. Zhuzhou moved instantly, his body dissolving into afterimages, creating countless ice clones of himself. From every direction, the clones rushed Yi like a deadly blizzard. Each clone wielded a razor-sharp ice sword. He yelled the name of the technique, 7-star steps. But Yi, he just stood calmly in the center of the siege, braced himself, and roared, Atomic! Fist! A pure blue energy bomb exploded from his body, annihilating every single ice clone and shaking the arena in a single instant. Far in the back, the real Zhuzhou watched with a calm expression. He was too lazy to search for my real body, so he just used a simple and crude move to attack all the clones at once. He glanced down at the stage, now shattered into a massive spiderweb of cracks. Even with my defenses, I can't go head-to-head with Yi. In fact, are there any fighters our age who can fight him hand-to-hand? What a monster. Zhuzhou's eyes glinted with calculation. Since I can't fight you up close, I'll just wear you down from a distance. He flew into the air as the image of a massive, majestic ice dragon appeared behind him. Ice Demon Dragon! His Ice Vein bloodline ability activated, and countless giant, sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, rushing toward Yi. On social media, the comments exploded again. Oh my god, Zhuzhou literally made a glacier out of thin air. Those ice crystals are telling the story of the ice dragon's rebirth. Zhuzhou is so handsome. Yi, he was being surrounded by a mountain of ever-closing ice. Defeat the great demon Yi. Go, you ice-making dude. The power of Zhuzhou's ice vein was so strong, it had formed a literal iceberg on the field. Yi, he has been frozen solid inside the iceberg. Zhuzhou landed, sweat beating on his temple, his breath heavy. A sudden burst of such a powerful freezing force really takes a toll on my body. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flashed from within the glacier. Look, the iceberg is starting to melt. A blast of yellow and red energy erupted from within, shattering the iceberg into thousands of pieces. Zhuzhou's eyes widened in absolute disbelieving horror. How is this possible? He broke out that easily. Yi, now in his complete beast form, stood there completely unharmed, the heat radiating from his body, melting everything around him. Your ice dragon power never had any effect on me. He looked down on Zhuzhou with superiority. He was now several times larger than his opponent. It seems I'm your hard counter, huh? Zhuzhou gritted his teeth, exhaling a cloud of cold mist, admitting the harsh truth. The gap in our power is just too big. He poured all of his remaining power into his ice sword, his gaze becoming firm and resolute. Yi, take my final move. This is the current limit of my martial arts. And I was originally saving it for Liu Qingju. He raised his sword to the sky, creating a colossal ice blade as tall as a building, radiating a terrifying cold. Mayor Huangqing, who was watching the match, exclaimed in shock, That's sword intent. He not only knows how to unleash it, but he has this much power. Zhuzhou swung the giant blade down, a world-shaking slash that looked like it could split the stadium in two. The slash grazed Yi's shoulder, leaving only a tiny white mark on his tough scales. Yi, he spoke calmly. When you get a better sword in the future, maybe you'll stand a chance? Zhuzhou stammered, completely broken. The ice sword in his hand, the symbol of a genius's pride, shattered into a million pieces and fell to the ground. In his ice dragon form, Zhuzhou eyed his opponent, a complex look on his face as sweat dripped down his temple. He wondered, what are my chances here? Suddenly, Yi appeared before him, clad in his azure beast armor and smirking mischievously. Probably a bit better than your odds of successfully simping. Zhuzhou smiled bitterly and raised his hand to the sky. I surrender. Yi. He stood alone in the wrecked arena as his beast form dissolved into white smoke. The referee screamed. The winner of the Ancheng College entrance exam finals is Yi He. In the stands, Yi He's classmates roared with excitement. Brother Yi, I knew you were the one. Amazing. Even though Zhou Zhou was incredibly strong, he was no match for Yi He. On the live stream, comments flooded the screen. Yi He, this dark horse, he really is a dark horse to the very end. The skyscrapers of Ancheng were draped with massive posters bearing Yi He's face. I heard he was at the bottom of his class last year, but this year he crushed the top students to become the valedictorian. It's so inspiring. The level of competition in this year's entrance exam was much higher than in previous years. And yet he managed to break through. He's officially the strongest #1 scholar in the history of Ancheng. It's doubtful anyone will ever surpass him. The crowd in the stands began to chant his name. Yi He. The commentator stood on the platform, his voice thick with emotion. To all the spectators who followed the 24th college entrance exam here and on the live stream, after 3 days of bloody battles, the top scholar of the Ancheng entrance exams has finally been decided. He stood there, exhausted but satisfied. Mission complete. He was Yi He from Ancheng #1 High School. A reporter shoved a microphone in front of Yi He. Student Yi He, I hear your strength is the result of a late surge, accumulating power over time to catch up from behind. Now that you've claimed the top spot, is there anything you'd like to say? He thought to himself, wow, you're quite the wordsmith, aren't you? You even made my cheating sound so sophisticated. First and foremost, I want to thank my teacher. He was the one who never gave up on me and encouraged me when I was at my lowest. That's what gave me the spirit to fight. On the monitor, his old teacher buried his face in his hands, sobbing. Wah, I really don't deserve your praise, He. I was so negligent in my duties as a teacher. I feel so guilty for not recognizing your potential. He continued his speech, then noticed his principal waving frantically in the distance. The principal, 2 million. He, promote our Ancheng #1 high school, and I'll reward you with a 2 million scholarship. He's eyes practically turned into dollar signs. Ahem. I would also like to thank my old school and my principal. If not for his wise leadership, I wouldn't be standing here. He raised his fist high, shouting with pride. And finally, I want to thank myself. Without my own hard work and personal genius, he certainly wouldn't be as successful as he is today. A system notification popped up in his mind. Congratulations to the host for winning the title of #1 scholar. You will be rewarded with a random template ability. He was stunned. The #1 scholar title? It turns out this template has an achievement system. Later, in the stadium corridor, the moment He stepped out, he was surrounded by a mob of reporters. He's out! Student He, was it difficult to win first place? Student He, how did you get so powerful in just half a year? Student He, do you plan to enroll in Huadu University? He waved his hands frantically. Stop following me, I have to pee. A reporter held up his phone, displaying pictures of Liu Qingzhu and Kai Xiaoling. Student He, who do you think is prettier, Liu Qingzhu or Kai Xiaoling? Or do you prefer Shen Guan or Zhou Zhou? He was totally bewildered. I don't have time to waste on these reporters. He made a run for it. Student He, please wait. Student He, I still have one last question. A basketball court nearby. He panted, clenching his fists. Phew, I finally lost those reporters. Who could have known that I'm not limited to just one template, and that more can be drawn through system rewards? A mysterious figure appeared behind him. Congratulations on winning the top spot, Student He. He jumped. What? More reporters? The strange man removed his hat. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a reporter. I'm from Huadu. Let's talk about the genetic lock. He froze. Genetic lock? He thought. But I haven't unlocked any genetic lock. All of my abilities came from the beast template. Does this guy know about my powers? Who is he exactly? Did you hear the term genetic lock from your father? The man asked. He replied, yes. He thought back to the original He's memories, and it was true. The man took out a file from his briefcase. Student He, aren't you curious how your father, an ordinary taxi driver, would know a term that's completely unrelated to his profession? He's eyes narrowed. Could there be a huge secret here? Because of your special situation, Huadu can declassify a confidential document for you. He opened the file, his eyes widening in shock. This is Prometheus, a research institute that was once a giant in the field of Blue Star's biofusion. It was sanctioned and blacklisted by many countries after a certain incident. A large number of its core researchers were then forced to hide their identities and blend into the city. Genetic lock technology was once a key project of Prometheus. He muttered. So you guys think my deadbeat dad is a senior Prometheus researcher and that I'm the result of some secret experiment? The man smiled. Don't worry. The country won't make things difficult for you. I'm only here to inform you of the situation. After all, as an involved party, you have the right to know. He retorted. Buddy, if I told you that I'm calmer than you right now, would you believe me? Since you are a person of key interest for the country's training, we will always protect your safety. Yi. He grinned, his nose practically growing like Pinocchio's. Oh, what a hassle, right? When a person gets famous, you get a lot of attention and invite more trouble. This society sure adapts quickly. The strange man said, I'll take my leave now. Yi. He sat alone, burying his face in his hands in absolute glee. He's finally gone. I made a fortune in this entrance exam. Not only did I get a ticket to Huadu University, but I also got a 2 million scholarship from the principal, plus an extra 800,000 in prize money. Of course, the most important thing is that now I can draw a new template ability. In the quiet space after the battle, he stood and activated the gacha system. I can't wait any longer. A virtual screen appeared before him, starting the gacha. A huge purple ball of energy formed. Deep, swirling voids appeared in front of Yi-Hei, emitting a chaotic and ancient aura. Yi-Hei looked up at the orb, his eyes wide with horror, completely speechless. The ball of energy condensed into a magic card surrounded by the silhouettes of terrifying monsters and flashes of purple lightning. The card shattered, unleashing a towering, giant humanoid monster. Its body was blue and skinless, revealing rippling muscles and a bizarre skeleton. A D-rank template. The system notification panel appeared. D-rank template supergiant. Bloodline ability, 60-meter gigantification, superheated steam. Evolution path, the immutable one. Compatibility, 1%. Yee, he muttered, a supergiant. His eyes flashed with a crazy idea. Is it possible that abilities between templates can be stacked? If the supergiant template is stacked on top of the Daimora template, what would be the result? In his mind, an image of a giant Daimora the size of a mountain appeared, with lightning and crystals covering its body. He gritted his teeth, an ambitious smile on his lips. I will become the true king of all monsters. In a lavish suite, a scarred man gripped his phone. Fire Dragon, sir, are you saying you're clearing your schedule? And that you won't be taking any more missions? That's right. Cancel everything. The man on the other end complied. After hanging up, Fire Dragon gritted his teeth, rage twisting his face. An agent in a hazmat suit stepped forward to report. Sir, unfortunately, we couldn't find your brother's body in the Mystic Realm, but we did recover some residue from the location of his last known signal. He handed Fire Dragon a tablet. On screen was an image of he battling Huo Peng. After analysis, we detected trace amounts of nuclear radiation. Fire Dragon's fists clenched, hot tears carving paths down his face. Oh, little brother, I told you to stay out of this world. I warned you. Why didn't you listen to me? Mom asked me to protect you. The champion of the An City College entrance exam. He. Fire Dragon stared at the image on the screen, a twisted, venomous smile spreading across his lips. This he must be in City's once-in-a-generation genius. Huadu University must be drooling over him. Too bad. He'll never make it to enrollment. Meanwhile, back at school, a voice rang out. Package delivery! A shirtless Yihi, his chiseled physique on full display, took the offered envelope. I was just about to head to the Mystic Realm to test my new template. Who's sending me stuff? He tore open the letter. Yihi. According to the Huadu Central Research Bureau, a new Mystic Realm rift is opening. Location: in City's Redwood Mountain. Time: 3 p.m. today. The realm is estimated to be around C rank. I'm planning to investigate it. Want to team up? Signed, Zhou Yi. His jaw practically hit the floor, his face twisting in disbelief. Bro, what century are you living in? Who even uses snail mail anymore? Is this due to time traveler or something? And City's Redwood Mountain, a breathtaking vista of peaks cloaked in crimson leaves, bathed in the light of the setting sun. A massive crowd had already gathered at the mountain's base. Whoa, look at all these people. Gotta be thousands of them here, just as you'd expect for a brand new Mystic Realm. The hype is real. Yee-hee! Jojo waved him over from inside the crowd. Hey, Jojo, you're looking stronger. Heh, I didn't think you'd sense it that fast. I used my prize money from the entrance exam to buy some gene meds. It boosted my supergiant template's compatibility to 35%. Guess those low-level monster templates have their perks after all. Quick results. So, Jojo, what university are you aiming for? Huadu University. Looks like we'll still be classmates then. But Jojo's expression seemed a bit off. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The Mystic Realm is opening!" The sky itself fractured, tearing open a massive spatial rift that pulsed with a brilliant purple light. From inside the rift, a colossal winged beast with 3 dragon heads emerged. The 3-headed monstrosity soared across the sky, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. A warrior yelled out, "The realm is open! Brothers, tear that beast to shreds and carve a path inside." Thousands of warriors surged toward the monster in a chaotic, epic charge. A new chapter in Yi's legend was about to begin. The three-headed monster, which had been posturing aggressively, instantly panicked. It saw thousands of warriors charging straight for it. Ah, no way! This place is insane. There are too many of them. Gotta retreat! Now. But as it tried to scramble back, it realized, I can't get back in. I'm stuck. Purple feathers rained down as it desperately tried to force its way back through the rift. Heh, serves it right. The early bird gets the worm, or in this case, the hunter's arrow. Inside the Redwood Mountain mystic realm, the scenery was stunning. Ancient trees with fiery red leaves stood tall as streams of purple energy drifted through the air. But the moment the first warrior stepped inside, they froze. Yi, he frowned, covering his nose. The stench of blood is overwhelming. Before them was a horrifying sight. A massive, grotesque horde of monsters, lying in wait. It's a monster tide! They've been ambushing us from the start. A commanding voice cut through the chaos. All warriors, as per national law, your priority is to eliminate these monsters and repel the tide. The bloody battle exploded into motion. Jojo activated his bloodline ability. With a swing of his sword, the charging wolves were instantly encased in ice. Suddenly, a winged beast dove at him from above. Yi, he unleashed an atomic burst fist, blasting the monster into oblivion. Yi, he shouted a warning. Watch your six! Jojo shot back. Thanks, man. After the dust settled, they stood upon a sea of blood and bone. Yi, he commented casually, there's nothing in this mystic realm even worth my time. Jojo stared at Yi, completely stunned. He's already killed this many? He glanced at the monster corpses around them, the ones Yi took down. Their flesh and blood looked like they'd been melted away. He must be using wide-area nuclear radiation. It's silent and almost impossible to defend against. The scariest part? It attacks a living creature's cells directly. Yi, he walked on casually, his body emanating a faint blue energy. Elsewhere, another group of warriors was barely holding on. Damn it, how did the fight behind us end so fast? Is there a high-ranking warrior back there? No. But City's top scorer from the entrance exam is with them. The top scorer? Isn't he just some martial arts student? How could a student kill this many monsters? Did you even watch the live broadcast of the exam this year? Why would I? What's so interesting about a bunch of high schoolers fighting? You idiot! That high schooler could take down 10 of you without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, another group of warriors had a brilliant idea. Let's lure the monsters over to the #1 prospect. Suddenly, a signal flare shot up into the sky. A signal from the vanguard. The tide's leader has been defeated. We won! The monster tide is retreating. After the battle, the survivors regrouped. Ha! We actually survived the first wave. We started with thousands. Now there's only about 800 of us left, and most are wounded. Yi, on the other hand, was hauling 2 massive sacks overflowing with monster cores. Whew! Hey, Jojo, got any ideas how I can carry all this loot? Jojo was speechless. How? Did you get so many monster cores? Jojo held out a ring. Here, use my storage ring. You can put it all in here for now. Yi, his eyes went wide. Whoa! A storage ring? These things are worth tens of millions. I had no idea you were secretly rich, man. Just then, a group of people approached. It's Boss Wu Sen and his crew. They're back. Thank goodness for him. We'd be dead without him killing those Lord-level monsters. If not for him, we would have been wiped out by sheer numbers. A tall man in a white cloak walked straight up to Yi. Hello there. You must be, and City's top scorer from the college entrance exam. My name is Wu Sen. I'm the leader of the Silver Wolf martial arts team. My men were just telling me about your heroic performance on the battlefield. I was wondering if you might be interested in joining our team. It won't interfere with your university studies, and you'll be entitled to numerous subsidies and benefits. I, Wu Sen, am prepared to offer you a S-rank membership contract. The crowd erupted in whispers. Boss Wu Sen is personally recruiting him? What an incredible opportunity. Without backing from a martial arts team, a solo warrior can't afford this career. Plus, the Silver Wolf team is a major power, even in the entire Xia Kingdom. Not even a typical Huadu University student would qualify for an S-rank contract. Suddenly, a woman appeared, riding a black tiger wreathed in violet flames. Wu Sen, I was wondering why you rushed ahead so fast, so you could poach talent before anyone else. Student Yi, you should join our victorious martial arts team instead. We may be smaller than the Silver Wolves, but I can guarantee you 15% of our team's monthly training resources. The crowd was completely floored by her ridiculously generous offer. What? 15% of all cultivation resources? That's not an offer, that's a controlling stake. A single high school student had 2 major martial arts groups falling over themselves to recruit him. He barely flinched, just raised a finger to his ear. Sorry, but I'm not looking to join any martial arts group right now. Wu Sen just let out a hearty laugh. exactly as he'd predicted. Recruiting the top scorer of the college entrance exam was never going to be easy, but that was fine. Yee-hee. Let's just consider ourselves friends for now. If you ever need anything, the Silver Wolf Martial Arts Group is just a call away. Our Chengda Martial Arts Group will be waiting for your call as well. The two men shook on it. Even if he wasn't joining, there was no harm in making powerful friends. Didn't you just use that hand to pick your ear? Don't sweat the small stuff. Once the crowd finally dispersed, Jojo said, now that the monster wave is dealt with, we can start exploring freely. This forest is massive. Let's get to the treetops first, get a lay of the land, and make a plan. Yi, he nodded. Sounds good. In a flash, the two of them shot into the air with terrifying speed. They were unbelievably fast, landing atop the giant redwood trees and looking out over the vast landscape under a cloudy sky. Jojo squinted into the distance. Whoa, what is that? On the horizon, a colossal shadow loomed, standing tall and immovable like a living mountain. A body that massive, over 1,000 meters high. It was a sight that defied all imagination. Yi, he just grinned like a madman. It's not that hard to imagine. We're still young. In a few years, we'll be conquering beasts like that and uncovering the true secrets of these hidden realms. Jojo looked at Yi He with pure admiration. That's Yi He for you. I'd be terrified facing an unknown, powerful creature, but he's already confident he can beat it. Looks like I'm no match for him, not just in martial arts, but in sheer willpower. Yi, he is a true warrior, and that monster's core will be mine sooner or later. Yi, he suddenly closed his eyes, his focus sharpening. Strange. My life field can detect the distribution of life in this realm. But there's a dead zone to the southeast, like a complete vacuum, totally empty. Where there's a void, there's a reason. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Jojo, look. There's a lake over there to the southeast. Let's go check it out. They arrived at the shore of a vast lake, its water crystal clear and calm. Yi, his face lit up when he saw a familiar group. Sister Yu Li. Well, if it isn't our #1 ranker, Yi He. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Huang Yu Li, you know An City's top ranker? You bet. Introduce us, quick. Ranker Yi was seriously impressive, fighting that monster wave just now. Sister Yu Li, how long have you been here? We just arrived. Our two best swimmers went down to scout things out. Suddenly, two figures burst from the water, screaming at the top of their lungs. We hit the jackpot! We're gonna be rich! Explain yourself! How are we rich? There's a ruin under the lake. We're gonna make a fortune. For real. That's amazing. We're rich. Yi, he asked blankly. What's a ruin? Why is everyone so excited? Jojo explained. Inside hidden realms, there are mysterious buildings suspected to be left behind by an ancient civilization. Experts officially call them ruins. It's said that the theoretical basis for modern human martial arts, and much of our genetic technology, came from these ruins. Someone else is here? Who are you two? How dare you eavesdrop on us? Stand down, Yu Yang. That's Yi He and Jojo, the #1 and #2 rankers from An City's entrance exam. Their strength is far beyond most ordinary warriors, so let them join us this time. Yeah, buddy, don't get excited. The two of us can help you explore the ruin. So, how do we split the loot? We're just outside help, so you can distribute it based on our efforts. The more we contribute, the more we get. Fine. I'll let you join temporarily, but don't try any funny business. The top 2 from the exam, they're gonna be big shots in the future. It's better not to make enemies of them. The group descended into an underwater cave. Once we pass through this cave, we'll find the ruins inside. Strange, where's that guy Li Wei? Didn't I tell him to wait here? Maybe he found some treasure and left first. Hello? Hello, Li Wei? Li Wei, please respond. Hello? Hey, after you guys found this underground cave, did you check for any signs of monster activity? Nope. Li Wei and I dropped all our monster bait bombs, but not a single monster showed up. This place seems dangerously clean. Li Wei's missing. Should we continue the expedition? Continue. We have to continue. If you don't dare to seize fortune and glory when it's right in front of you, you'll be a low-level warrior for life. Anyone who's afraid of dying should get lost right now. Anyone who wants to get rich should stay. Since no one's leaving, let's go. The group moved deeper into the dark cavern. They passed through a bizarre area with glowing, floating orbs. Yi, he narrowed his eyes, running the numbers in silence. He whispered to Jojo, something's not right. The timeline doesn't add up. Huang Yu Li said her team just got to the lake, 10 minutes at most. Yet Yu Yang and Li Wei managed to find this cave at the bottom of a huge lake and found a hidden path to the ruins through it. It's like they had a game hack that revealed the whole map. Jojo whispered back to Yi He, his voice tense, his blue eyes narrowed with suspicion. This is obviously a trap. Should we warn your acquaintance and leave? Yi. He just smirked, a mysterious and confident grin appearing in the cavern's darkness. Don't panic. I've got an ace up my sleeve. They ventured deeper into the cave. The eerie light from crystals on the walls illuminated a bizarre and terrifying scene. From the high ceiling, a giant biomass, like a twisted beehive, hung suspended. Countless green vines, thick as blankets, wrapped around it and cascaded down like a curtain of death. A human skeleton was crushed within the vines, and next to it were the faded remains of monster cores. This is a monster core. It's lost its radiance. Looks like it was drained of energy long ago. No wonder I didn't see many aquatic beasts when I dived down. Turns out they were all devoured long ago, Huang Yuli whispered, her voice trembling with fear. She grabbed onto Yu Yang's arm. Yu Yang, where are the ruins you mentioned? A team member, a girl with glasses, pointed a trembling finger upwards, her face drained of all color. There. That's him. Hanging among the vines was a shriveled, withered corpse, tightly bound by the plant fibers. That's Li Wei. Li Wei? Li Wei is dead. Huang Yuli let out a blood-curdling scream. Her shriek echoed in the horrifyingly silent space. Ah! Yu Yang collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and screaming in despair and madness. Where are the ruins? Why are there no ruins here? Where did the ruins go? Li Wei's dead. How could he be dead? Another team member, his face twisted in terror, stammered, the vines, run, boom. His head exploded, and countless vines erupted from within. A girl screamed, her voice cracking with fear. Yu Yang. Could he be? Yi, he and Jojo sprang into action. Their techniques created blinding flashes of light in the darkness, slicing through the attacking vines. Yi, he threw a punch, a blast of blue energy tearing through a cluster of vines and creating a temporary clearing. He muttered, his voice low. Who would have thought a monster could be so intelligent? After hunting 2 warriors, it actually parasitized one of their brains, using him as bait to catch more prey. It seems we've been lured into its hunting ground. The monster blocked the exit with a thick wall of solid rock, extinguishing all hope of escape. It doesn't want us getting out. Jojo, with his extensive knowledge, recognized the danger. I've seen this vine-controlling monster in books. It's a second-tier, king-level monster, the demonic ghost vine. Huang Yuli was in a state of total panic. A king tier. A beast whose power can't be measured by normal levels. We're just first-grade warriors. We can't fight that thing. But Yi, he roared, drowning out her screams. I don't care what tier it is. All you need to do is watch me crush it to pieces. Suddenly, a voice dripping with venom echoed from behind them. A scorching wave of energy washed over the group. Yi-He, I'm here to kill you. A fiery red orb of energy, like a miniature sun, shot straight for Yi-He. Huolong appeared, his entire body shrouded in a dark red aura of blood and qi. Flames of pure hatred burned in his eyes. That blood-red aura, he's an 8th-grade warrior. Yi, he turned back with a smirk. Well, look who came all this way just for me. I heard someone used massive radiation in the Redwood Mountains secret realm to fight a monster wave. I knew it had to be you. After that, finding your trail by tracking the residual radiation was simple. To make sure you wouldn't find me first, I followed you all the way to this underground cave while completely hiding my presence. I never thought you'd still spot me and block the path with a giant boulder to slow me down. I stopped my breathing, my heartbeat, everything, to enter a state of suspended animation, but you still detected me. You truly are the one who pushed my brothers from the Huo clan to the brink of despair. Yi. He tilted his head, feigning complete ignorance and confusion. Huh? But who are you, old man? You just burst in here and started monologuing a bunch of nonsense. Do we even know each other? Cut the act and go to hell. Huolong lunged forward, just as the monster's vines shot out to attack Yi-He, but the shimmering green vines wrapped around Huolong instead. He roared, This is the lair of a demonic vine. You lured me into a monster's nest to have it deal with me. He stared at Yi-He in utter disbelief. Damn it, don't tell me this was all part of your plan. Ha ha, the demonic vine's specialty is absorbing martial energy and releasing neurotoxins. If I keep fighting it like this, I'll definitely fall here. Damn you, how dare you trick me? Yi, he just sighed. Man, you've got a lot of inner drama going on. This is the first time we've ever met, and honestly, it's getting really annoying. My target is that bastard Yi-He, not these damn vines, Huolong bellowed, unleashing a massive explosion of energy. His blast shook the entire cave, and giant boulders began to crumble from the ceiling. A girl from Huang Yuli's group screamed in terror. Oh no, the cave is collapsing because of their fight. Huang Yuli, with a look of pure determination, turned and yelled, Get back! Yi, he transformed into his beast form, his body wrapped in crackling blue lightning. He shot forward, creating a vortex of energy that shattered the falling rocks. As a flood rushed in, Yi-He used his own body to shield the others. Sister Yuli, everyone, go on ahead. From within the smoke and flames, Huolong roared, Don't even think about it. Soul-annihilating sword intent. Chuzhou leaped out, creating a massive wall of ice to block the attack. He stood before Yi He, the ice blade in his hand, radiating a chilling aura. You won't lay a single finger on Yi He while I'm here. Huolong just scoffed. Heh heh, young man, I'm an 8th grade warrior. You think a little hailstorm can hurt me? Yi, he suddenly appeared right beside Huolong. Hey, you talk too much, old man. Who are you even looking at? Atomic explosion fist. A terrifying blast engulfed Huolong completely. Chuzhou looked at Yi He with a serious expression. You should leave. That bastard is a high-level warrior. It'll be tough for you to handle him as you are now. Yi, he gave a simple reply. Leave him to me. Outside the cave, the calm lake surface suddenly began to boil violently. The demonic vine had gone completely berserk. It was churning the entire lakebed into chaos. Chuzhou and Huang Yuli's group surfaced from the water. Huang Yuli asked in a panic, "Where's Yi He?" Chuzhou just stared silently at the churning water below. An earth-shattering explosion erupted from beneath the lake, sending a colossal pillar of water shooting into the sky. In his supergiant form, Yi He rose from the water, holding Huolong's corpse in his hand. Huolong was dead, his body horribly mangled. Huang Yuli covered her mouth, staring in shock at Chuzhou. The entire sky above the lake was filled with crackling blue lightning. Yi, he reverted to his original form and waded to the shore, calling out, "Chuzhou, let me borrow some clothes." After it was all over, they discussed what had happened. What was with that explosion just now? It was that mysterious warrior. He actually brought a plasma bomb and died, taking the demonic vine with him. Isn't a plasma bomb restricted military hardware? What kind of access did that person have? And I felt like that last explosion was even stronger than a plasma bomb. It looked like there was a giant in the smoke. No way. That was just an illusion caused by the blast. You were seeing things, Yi, he thought to himself. Luckily, they're easy to fool. It'd be bad if they found out about my monster template ability. I went a little overboard, and that warrior got crushed to ashes. I lost the body, but thankfully I got the demonic vine's magic core. Huang Yuli spoke up. Yi, we're leaving now. We're sorry for not only following you for nothing, but also troubling you to save us. We'll compensate you when you leave the secret realm. Don't be so formal, Sister Yuli. I'll just count this as repaying the favor you did for me last time. If you gave me any compensation, I'd always be in your debt, wouldn't I? Yi He and Chuzhou looked at each other and shared a sinister smile. Next up, happy monster hunting time. 3 days later, at the entrance to the Redwood Mountain secret realm, the two of them stepped out of a spatial rift and looked up at the sky. Huh? No way. After returning, Yi He and Chuzhou found themselves in the middle of a rapidly constructed area. Skyscrapers towered over them, and transport planes roared overhead. In just a few days, this place had grown into a small town, complete with air support. The infrastructure building capabilities of the Xia country are truly terrifying. At the appraisal center, he struggled with a gigantic bag, heaving it onto the conveyor belt with a loud thud. The appraiser nearly fell out of her chair. "Sir, please be a little more gentle. It won't do you any good if these items get damaged." He scratched his head, laughing sheepishly. "Sorry, I just have too much stuff on my hands. If I don't get them out quickly, I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to finish the appraisal before noon." The appraiser put on a professional smile. "Please rest assured, we are all professionals here." He looked at the storage ring on his hand and sighed. "All right then." He started pulling out one bag after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's the last one. The appraiser's jaw dropped. Bag after bag. "Are you moving house, sir?" she stammered, her face pale. "Sir, have you finished putting them all out?" He just smirked mysteriously. "All done, but you need to hurry up and calculate it. I still have a lot of spirit herbs to take out." At the Spirit Herb Appraisal Center, a group of experts huddled around a table filled with rare herbs. "Oh my god, this is a 300-year-old 7-star leaf. This herb grows in extremely hidden places, and even professional herbalists have a hard time finding it. What kind of luck does this kid have? He actually found a 9-leaf flower. This is a crucial ingredient for making a Qi Si pill. Even if all these herbs are low quality, they're worth at least 30 million yuan. Some are rare on the market, so they could go for even more. This warrior really hit the jackpot. He got rich overnight. Old Hu, you must be getting senile. How could you think collecting this many herbs is all just luck? Someone with this kind of ability is not to be offended." He watched from a distance. "The low-quality blue and white magic cores are useless to me now. I can exchange them all for money. From the fight against the monster wave, I collected 5 blue monster cores from 3rd-grade monsters, and the gold-patterned green monster core from the king-tier demonic vine. Those are my biggest prizes." A notification flashed on his screen. Bank deposit received 275 million. With the monster cores sold, it was time to find a buyer for the spirit herbs. A luxury car screeched to a halt right in front of him. "Greetings, student Yi He. My name is Li Yutian, owner of the Pinghuo Apothecary. I heard you acquired a large number of spirit herbs from the Redwood Mountain secret realm. I was wondering if you'd be willing to sell them to me. I'm prepared to pay well above market price. He thought to himself. So much for keeping my info private. Looks like those old-timers at the appraisal center leaked my information. But it doesn't matter. It just so happens I need to sell this batch of herbs. Someone coming to me for business means I don't have to run around. Please remember to find me if you get any more herbs. Student Yi He glanced at his phone. Bank deposit received. 74,400,000 yuan. All this money. And yet, it couldn't improve my strength by even 10%. In this world, personal power is the only absolute truth. The common genetic medicines on the market and those white and green monster cores do almost nothing for me now. The Psi template has an even pickier appetite than its host. For example, the blood jade fruit, an advanced genetic medicine. I don't even have the qualifications to purchase high-end items like that. Oh, right, there's another way. During the college entrance exam, I defeated Liu Qingzhu and the others relying completely on the raw power of the Daimora template. But in terms of martial arts skill, I can't compare to those true masters. So, what I have to do now is acquire some of those overpowered martial arts. Old Dung, I'm here to collect my gold. Inside the principal's office at Ancheng No. 1 High School, the principal was sipping a hot cup of tea. Oh, Yi, I didn't expect you to come back to visit your old school. Principal, you don't have to be so formal. How could I not be? You're the top scorer in the entire college entrance exam. You're a role model for No. 1 High School and every student in Ancheng City. Principal, this is some medicinal wine I brought back from Mr. Li of the Pinghuo Hall. I'm not giving this as a gift, but to honor my elders. It's a fine tradition of our Xia nation. Oh, my dear Yi, look at you. You truly are an excellent student in both character and academics, and you know how to respect your teachers. Principal, I actually want to learn some powerful martial arts. Do you have any connections? You haven't even entered university yet, so your only choice is to seek help from a martial arts family. You applied to Huadu University. You're 100% guaranteed to be accepted. Why not wait until you start college to learn martial arts? You're being too impatient. His eyes gleamed. Principal, I really want to get stronger, right now. All right. I can introduce you to someone. After all, you are an exceptional talent. As educators, we must teach students according to their aptitude and not be stuck in our ways. The principal is right. The rules are dead, but people are living. The education sector is lucky to have an educator like you who understands change. Such wonderful praise. Wonderful praise. The next day at noon. Hello, Yi. I've arranged everything for you. You can head over now. Thank you, Principal. May I ask which martial arts family you contacted? The Liu clan of Ancheng City is willing to teach you their family's secret arts. On the outskirts of Ancheng City, a high-performance motorcycle roared down the road. Bro G, you're driving so fast. You're so cool. That's nothing. I've got something even cooler. Hey man, don't get distracted when you're driving at high speed. If you don't drive properly, your loved ones are going to be crying. You damn punk. Are you crazy? You nearly scared me to death. You dare to race me on a busted old shared bike. He twisted the throttle. Whatever your status is, you're not worthy of being on the same level as me. Bro G is amazing. So manly. The motorcycle accelerated, leaving Yi far behind. Suddenly, an explosion of blue light erupted. See ya, little bro G. He's bike morphed into a high-tech machine, blasting past them as the wind whipped their faces, leaving them speechless. Are shared bikes really this fast now? That speed is almost like a plane. He stopped his tech bike in front of a magnificent iron gate, raising a hand to his forehead to look inside, just as expected from a martial arts family. In front of him was a magnificent, classic, European-style mansion, nestled in the middle of a carefully manicured garden. Majestic bronze horse statues stood guard on either side of the entrance, and the air itself radiated an aura of elegance and power. The place they live is incredible. He closed his eyes, activating his life force magnetic field. Invisible ripples of energy spread out, and he could feel the powerful auras within. A few strong life forms have appeared in my magnetic field. You're here, classmate Yi. A clear voice called out. Liu Qingzhu stood there in a pure white dress, smiling and waving at him. The afternoon sun shone on her long black hair, creating a brilliant halo. Yi, he teased. Qingzhu, aren't you happy to see me? Liu Qingzhu became flustered, her cheeks turning pink. No, so you mean you're happy to see me? My mom told me to come greet you. Let's go see her now. She quickly turned and walked away, trying to hide her embarrassment. They passed through the gates and entered the mansion. Red doors carved with exquisite golden patterns opened, revealing a luxurious and ancient space. Mother, he is here, Liu Qingzhu said, her voice a little tense. The sound of high heels echoed on the precious wood staircase, each step filled with authority and arrogance. A woman with long, shimmering platinum hair and powerful violet eyes descended. She wore a deep purple evening gown that perfectly hugged her stunning figure. Her aura was both noble and dangerous, making it difficult to look her in the eye. I welcome you, Yi He. I am the head of the Liu clan, Qin Lan. Seeing her, Yi's face flushed and his nose began to bleed. A single thought echoed in his head. So, this is the appeal. I finally get it. After the exam, inside a luxurious room in the Liu estate, Qin Lan sat on a red velvet sofa, facing a downcast Liu Qingzhu. Qingzhu, you don't have to worry. Qin Lan's voice was gentle, but full of power. I watched the live broadcast of the battle between you and the boy named Yi He. You performed very well. Yi He's strength is so great that even if he entered the Huadu University entrance exam, he would still be a dark horse. You don't need to blame yourself. Liu Qingzhu was silent, her hands clenched together. Your little brother has limited talent and cannot inherit the Liu clan. In your generation, you are the only one who can carry the responsibility of the Liu family. Qin Lan stood up, walked to her daughter's side, and lifted her chin. But you are still a girl. And on top of that, you are so beautiful. Her voice lowered, filled with worry and helplessness. Since your father passed away early, our Liu clan has no master to support it. Now the family has no choice but to retreat to this small Ancheng city. If a major clan wants to marry you, we have no power to refuse. This also means that the Liu clan will be destroyed, and our 100-year-old foundation will be handed over to someone else. I want to match the two of you together. What do you think? Yi. He is very good, with outstanding talent, a simple background, and a bright future. From what I have observed, he is definitely not a power-hungry wolf. You don't have to answer right now, just get along with Yi He first. Yi He entered the room and bowed politely. Welcome to the Liu clan, Yi He. I heard from the principal of number 1 high school that you want to learn some advanced martial arts. That's right, Qingzhu will show you the way. Yi, he was surprised. She agreed so easily. Qingzhu will take you to the Liu clan's dojo. Since the martial arts in the dojo are not allowed to be taken outside, you only have 1 day to learn. Inside, there are 3 high-level Xuanwu martial arts. Whether you can learn them or not will depend on your own ability. Yi, he bowed his head, his voice filled with respect. Understood, then please extend my thanks to the Liu family. Yi, he said with a knowing smirk. He wasn't thanking Qin Lan, but the entire clan. A clever way of sealing a deal with her family. Very good, Yi He. The Liu clan will hold you to that promise. What a sharp kid. The more I see, the more I like him. A sudden chill shot down Yi Hei's spine. Why is she looking at me like that? Yi, he wondered as he and Liu Qingzhu walked down a cold stone hallway. The only sound was their footsteps echoing in the silence. She led the way, while he casually followed with his hands stuffed in his pockets. Suddenly, Yi, he broke the silence. Hey, classmate Qingzhu, am I imagining things, or are you trying to avoid eye contact? Liu Qingzhu flinched, quickly denying it without meeting his gaze. And no, I'm not. Yi, his lips curled into a grin as he leaned in close, his voice a playful whisper. Oh, really? Startled, Liu Qingzhu stumbled back, her cheeks flushing a deep red. Her purple eyes went wide with shock and confusion as she frantically shoved him away, stammering from embarrassment. What do you think you're doing? Getting so close? Seeing her completely flustered and adorable expression, Yi, he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Before his laughter even died down, they found themselves standing before a giant stone door, as imposing as a fortress wall. Thump. Liu Qingzhu, regaining her composure, started to explain in a professional tone. This door is made from holly stone, a unique material from a secret realm. It can absorb the full force of a Xuanwu-level attack without shattering. Hearing this, Yi, he narrowed his eyes and asked something totally out of left field. Can I punch it? A look of pure confusion crossed Liu Qingzhu's beautiful face, but she still reluctantly nodded. You can try, she thought to herself. This guy's brain is wired differently. Shouldn't he be amazed by this? Without another word, Yi, he instantly dropped into a fighting stance, focusing all his power into his fist. A blinding blue current of electricity crackled to life, engulfing his arm. Zzz. He unleashed a devastating punch straight at the door. Liu Qingzhu instinctively squeezed her eyes shut, the image of his lightning fist from their last battle flashing through her mind. It's that glowing blue technique again. It brings back such terrifying memories. Boom! A massive impact sound erupted, but the stone door stood firm, completely unfazed, not moving a single inch. Yi, he shook his fist, annoyed. That's weird. The moment my fist made contact, it felt like punching the ocean, like sinking into quicksand. And over 90% of my power was just absorbed. Seeing the look on his face, Liu Qingzhu couldn't help but giggle behind her hand. Let's go. I'll take you to pick a martial arts technique. she thought, clearly amused. Heh. So even Yi, he has moments like this. The stone door swung open, revealing a massive library where thousands of martial arts scrolls were lined up on endless shelves. Liu Qingju explained, "The arts here are sorted by type, movement, body tempering, defense, swordsmanship, and so on. Just use your ID card to access whichever one you want." Yi, he scanned the room, then asked, "What about the Xuanhuang grade techniques?" She pointed towards the back. "They're in the deepest chamber. You'll need your card for that too." Liu Qingju paused, a flicker of concern in her eyes. "But you can't possibly grasp a Xuanhuang art in just one day. You'll only be able to learn a fraction of it. Honestly, I don't think my mother letting you do this is a good thing for you. Instead, I could pick out some techniques for you, ones just a step below Xuanhuang that would really suit you." A sly grin spread across Yi, his face as he leaned in again. "Aw, are you worried about me?" Liu Qingju pouted and turned away. "I'm not talking to a jerk like you anymore." Yi, he laughed. Then his expression turned serious. "Ahem, you don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. If I'm going to learn a new art, it has to be the strongest. If I don't even have the guts to challenge a Xuanhuang technique, I might as well just pack up and go home." He pointed at the door ahead. "Is this one made of black energy stone?" Liu Qingzu nodded and started typing in a code. Logically, the vault holding Xuanhuang techniques has to be the most secure. Black energy stone of this color and purity is incredibly rare. Beep, 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 she continued as the heavy door slid open. "My family has been gathering these stones since my great-grandfather's generation." Whoosh. Inside were 3 protected pedestals. On one, the words Demon Incarnate were carved, Liu Qingju explained with a grave tone. "The way to learn a Xuanhuang art isn't by reading it. It's by feeling the martial will left behind by its creator. If you can't sense it, or if your own attributes clash with that will, you can't even begin to practice it. Basically, Xuanhuang arts are alive. The warrior doesn't choose the art chooses the warrior." A wild light ignited in Yi's eyes, and a massive grin spread across his face. "This is perfect. Demon Incarnate. It's like this technique was made for me." He stepped across the threshold, and the heavy stone door slammed shut behind him. Rumble, as his eyes adjusted to the light, He was shocked to find that it wasn't a scroll on the pedestal, but a grotesque, hideous statue. So ugly. The Xuanhuang art isn't a book. It's a statue. In that instant, his consciousness was violently pulled into another dimension. He found himself sitting before an ancient Buddhist statue, sensing a profound energy. "So this is what's called sensing the martial will? Did I just enter its spiritual world?" He snapped back to reality. Liu Qingju's voice echoed from outside the chamber. "A Xuanhuang technique isn't a book. It can be a statue, a painting, or any other object. Anything can carry a martial will. It's a secret art only true masters possess," she went on. "Only masters can condense their will into an object to pass their legacy down through the generations." He just stared at the statue, completely lost. Her voice came again. "The rest is up to you," he yelled back, bewildered. "Up to me? But hey, you never told me how I'm supposed to learn from this thing." Liu Qingju's voice replied, calm and cryptic. "Sense the martial will. If you are destined for it, you will feel it." He was speechless, his brow furrowed and his mouth hung open, having no clue what her abstract explanation even meant. "Huh?" Hearing this, he let out a long sigh, then plopped right down on the cold stone floor, casually lacing his hands behind his head. "Destined by fate, huh? All right then, I guess I'll take a nap first." From the observation room, Liu Qingzu watched him on the monitor. So furious she clenched her fists and ground her teeth. Of course you'd pull something like this." In his mindscape, He found himself in a blank void. He thought to himself, "So this martial will is basically a spiritual world, huh? I can't feel any of my martial energy, and I can't even activate the core reaction of my demon template. It's like I'm back to being a powerless, normal person again." Suddenly, a system window popped up. Host's consciousness has entered a special domain. To prevent host's sudden demise, the system will now protect the host's spiritual form. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, at least the monster template is still with me. Just then, a deep and powerful voice boomed from behind him. Heh. Only a true man is worthy of my art. Otherwise, I would rather it turn to dust than be passed on. He whipped around and was shocked to see a hulking man with long, flowing white hair and blazing red eyes perched on a stone pillar, staring him down. The man growled, "Boy, prove to me that you are a man of true grit." His jaw dropped as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He looks just like the statue," the demonic figure roared, his voice like crashing thunder. "When the storm arrives, 100 demons will walk the night. You will guard this ruined temple for me. Do not allow this wrathful bodhisattva to be tainted by evil." Succeed, and I will grant you the power to protect all you hold dear. Fail, haha, and the demons will devour your mind, and you will never practice martial arts again. If you are a coward, then get lost. Boom! A single, cold drop of water splashed onto his face. Rain? Seriously? The Bodhisattva statue in the ruined temple suddenly opened its eyes, filled with a vicious glare. It seems the trial is finally starting. Yi, he summoned a sword from thin air, its sharp blade flashing against the lightning. He stood in the pouring rain, completely surrounded by countless screaming red phantoms rushing toward him. But Yi-Hee's gaze was unshakable as he took his fighting stance. The spirits swarmed him like a crimson tide, their howls echoing all around. He met the first one with a powerful swing, and a golden arc of light instantly vaporized the ghoul. This power, it's unreal. Yi, he landed softly, glancing down at his sword, and then at the coin-like fragments falling from the vanquished spirit. Just as I figured. There's no way this trial would make a warrior fight hundreds of these things bare-handed. There has to be a hidden item. He dove back into the swarm of phantoms, unleashing a storm of golden sword strikes. High above on the temple roof, the ghost god watched, his arms crossed in utter contempt. These hundreds of ghosts in this trial are the evil spirits of my own master. For a mere martial artist to abandon the temple's protection, he's truly asking for a swift death. Looks like this challenger is just another fool. The martial artists of this generation are getting worse and worse, he muttered in frustration as his phantoms were destroyed. And I always have to be the one to clean up their corpses. Roar! A giant ghoul bellowed and charged straight for Yi-Hei, but Yi-Hei didn't even flinch. He faced it head-on, dodging with the grace of a dancer weaving through falling petals. The ghost god's eyes shot open, speechless with utter disbelief. What? None of the ghouls could even get near him. Yi, he stood in the eye of the storm, completely untouched by the ghostly horde. He placed a hand on his chest, feeling an invisible barrier of power protecting him. It seems like in this spiritual world, the system automatically grants me immunity to all attacks. A manic grin spread across his face, his eyes flashing with excitement. Doesn't that mean I basically have an invulnerable body in here? Ha ha ha. He swung his sword, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that vaporized every ghost in sight. Swoosh! The ghost god was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. This kid, he's completely unaffected by the martial aura. How is that even possible? Yi, he stood in the pouring rain, sweat and water mixing on his face as he answered casually, "There's no secret. I just study hard and train diligently." The remaining ghouls let out one final roar before dissolving into nothing. The ghost god actually chuckled. What a fine excuse. Since you've subdued these 100 phantoms, I will naturally honor my promise and pass on my inheritance to you. However, that all depends on whether you can handle it. With a wave of his hand, the dilapidated temple crumbled to dust, revealing an ancient well hidden beneath. The ghost god explained, "This well contains the essence of the evil spirits I've condensed over my entire life. The demonic arts are inside it as well. If you can refine it." Before he could finish, he kicked Yi. He straight into the well. He paused for a moment, then muttered to himself, "Good, very good. This is the first time I've seen a young man with such a unique personality." His memories came flooding back. In my prime, I was a hero who conquered an S-rank secret realm. I lived by the demonic arts, and I died by them too. But as I grew old, my life force began to wane. The evil spirits I had suppressed within me started to rebel, spiraling out of my control, and even killing those around me. To avoid causing more tragedy, I could only end my own life. Before I died, I fused my soul, which was steeped in resentment, with my martial aura and forged it into this very statue. Although the spirits have dissipated greatly in this martial world, they are still far beyond what an ordinary warrior can endure. If you can conquer these spirits, you will undoubtedly surpass me on the path of demonic cultivation. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Liu Qingju's eyes flew open in horror. She screamed, "Mom, what's happening?" On the screen, Yi-He was convulsing on the floor, his entire body enveloped in a deadly red aura. The mother and daughter could only watch as he thrashed violently. Liu Qingzu stared at the monitor, her face pale with fear. Just moments ago, when Yi-He fell asleep, he had a smug grin on his face, like he was having a pleasant dream. But now, he was suddenly seizing up, blood pouring from his entire body. In stark contrast, Qin Lan remained strangely calm. She lit a cigarette, took a long drag, and slowly explained to her daughter, "This third mystic rank martial art was something your grandfather stumbled upon in his later years. He tried to learn it himself, but even at the level of a grandmaster, he was instantly rejected by the power within the statue and suffered severe internal injuries. Ever since, no one in the Liu family has ever succeeded in learning it." Her purple eyes held a deep, knowing look. Because its power is extraordinary, the price to obtain it is unbearable for ordinary people. If you wish to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Since he chose to accept this power, then he must. Qin Lan's words were cut short. Inside the secret chamber, he suddenly shot up, raising his hands to the sky with a triumphant roar. Triple A! Liu Qingzhu turned to her mother, her tone laced with sarcasm. Mom, it looks like he's trial. To learn this art wasn't as intense as you made it out to be. Qin Lan was simply speechless, stunned by the scene. He stood before the demonic statue and bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, senior, for teaching me this martial art. The ghost god's voice echoed one last time. Young man, you are the most talented person I have ever seen. Perhaps you can uncover the truth about the secret realms. This is a task our predecessors could not complete. I leave it in your hands, the younger generation. He wiped the corner of his mouth, a sly grin spreading on his face. Senior, you've got it all wrong. I just cheated during the test. He felt the new power surging through his body, flesh and blood to imprison the demon, a body like that of a war god. Even though my stats on the panel haven't increased at all, I've mastered a mystic rank art. My combat power is at least twice what it was before. Creak! The chamber door opened. Qin Lan and Liu Qingzhu rushed in, their faces a mix of worry and curiosity. Yi, did you learn it? Yi turned around, flashing a wide grin and a playful military-style salute. Yes, ma'am. Mission accomplished. Qin Lan was in total shock. How is that possible? Even with Qingzhu's talent, it took her a full week of non-stop training in the martial space to master a mystic rank art. But how long did he take? An hour? Did he really learn it after taking a short nap? Liu Qingzhu watched He's retreating back, thinking to herself, everyone calls me a genius, but the real genius is right in front of me. He turned back with a wicked smile. It seems you two don't believe me. All right then, let me put on a little show for you. He powered up, and an aura of blue and red energy exploded around him, forming the shape of a demon. This is the evil spirit I obtained from the martial world. If I had to explain it, it's kind of like a game buff that can be added to my martial energy to make it more lethal. Boom! A violent red energy flared to life in his hand. Liu Qingzhu was stunned by the powerful aftershock. Such intense force. I think I heard something like a demonic howl. Could that be the evil spirit he mentioned? Qin Lan's eyes lit up. She rested her chin on her hand, looking at He with a mix of admiration and infatuation. He, you truly are. Seeing that look, his inner monologue went into overdrive. Whoa, lady, your daughter is standing right here. Can you tone it down a bit? I do not want to be that guy, the innocent Liu Qingzhu suggested. Classmate He, since you've already mastered one mystic rank art, do you want to learn the other two? You still have a whole day. Qin Lan immediately face-palmed, turning to scold her daughter. My dear daughter, are you really that dense, or are you just pretending? You just said you didn't want to be with he, so why are you trying to give away our entire family's fortune to him? Even though I'm willing to invest in him and accept him as a son-in-law, you can't just hand over all of the Liu family's assets like that. He politely declined. There's no need, Qingzhu. One mystic rank art is more than enough for me to handle for a long time, so I won't be learning any more for now. Auntie, I'm a bit tired, and I have some things to take care of at home. Qin Lan nodded. All right, Qingzhu, you can see Yi out. I heard from the butler you came here on a shared bike. Do you know how to drive? Pick a car from the garage and go. It'll be more convenient for you. His eyes lit up at the thought of something. A car? Come to think of it, that motorcycle he saw on the way here was insanely cool. He immediately asked, Auntie, do you have any motorcycles? Qin Lan smiled brightly. Of course we do. What? That nerdy exchange student likes the same stuff as my annoying cousin? Then my aunt better give me the best one from his collection. Meanwhile, on the road to the Liu family villa, a stylishly dressed young man was muttering to himself. I heard Butler Hong say that Mom invited some live-in son-in-law over. I gotta see who this guy is. My sister is brilliant and beautiful. She's the kind of beauty that only appears once in a century in Ann City. Not just anyone is worthy of her. That loser I saw earlier on the shared bike was so annoying. He totally scared off the new girl I was talking to. He better pray I don't see him again. Whoosh! A massive black motorcycle roared past the guy, leaving him in a cloud of dust. He froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. Isn't that the same dude I passed on the shared bike? And isn't he riding my motorcycle? He arrived home and parked his brand new bike right by the door. Inside, he was preparing a feast. The main course? A shimmering crystal monster core in a metal bowl. The last monster core I ate raw was a little bland. He licked his lips eagerly, his eyes glowing with greed. This time, I'll add a little sauce for flavor. He picked up a piece of the blue crystal with his chopsticks and popped it right into his mouth. Let's start with the blue one. Gulp. Instantly, a stream of blue energy enveloped Yi, and a status window materialized before him. Host, Yi He. Overall physique, 23.8. Barbarian trace template. Earth Fiend compatibility 21%. Giant template compatibility 85%. Available points. He mumbled. My stats have improved, and I've got some points to spend. Back in the Redwood Mountain secret realm, I used the giant template and was about 80 meters tall. Sure, compared to normal monsters, you could call that a giant, but compared to those massive, mountain-sized creatures in that realm, I was still just a pebble. His gaze hardened, and he raised a finger with absolute resolve. I need to get bigger. I'm putting all my points into the giant template. Next, he picked up the glittering green monster core. Time to consume this second-grade gold-devouring vines monster core. An intense burst of blue electrical energy erupted from Yi's body. He roared through the painful yet powerful transformation. Boom, boom, boom. A system notification suddenly flashed before his glowing eyes. Barbarian trace. After absorbing the gene sequence of a plant-based lifeform, a special mutation has been triggered in the Earth Fiend template. Do you wish to cancel the mutation? Yes or no? He was stunned. A mutation? He rubbed his chin, deep in thought as his muscles bulged. A mutation means it could become a completely different monster template with new attributes. If it's a good attribute, awesome. But if it's a bad one, it'll be a negative evolution. He stopped hesitating, slamming his fist on the no button. Screw it. No need to overthink this. Let's gamble. Turning a shared bike into a motorcycle is my specialty. A blinding flash of light exploded in his mind. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the S-rank nucleus template. He threw his head back and let out a wild scream as a massive flood of information and new power surged through his body. The system continued. When the Barbarian Trace Earth Fiend template reaches 100%, there is a 1% chance to evolve into a terrifying, colossal cosmic fiend that appeared before his eyes. Cosmic Fiend? He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with excitement. Cosmic Fiend. Just the name sounds insanely powerful. But it requires the current template to reach 100%. Looks like I need to level it up, fast. Suddenly, a massive explosion from outside his window grabbed his attention. Boom! He looked out with a serious expression, trying to pinpoint the source of the blast. What the hell is going on? A terrorist attack? Outside, the streets were in chaos with police sirens wailing and sharp commands cutting through the night. Lock down all park exits. Don't let them escape. Find them. Search every corner. Knock, knock, knock. Abruptly, a soft but strange knock echoed from the door, shattering the quiet in Yihee's house. Yihee's eyes narrowed as his mind raced to analyze the situation. The previous owner was a total shut-in, and I don't have any friends who'd visit at this hour. I didn't order any food or packages, so who could possibly be out there? Crash! The glass window shattered as a figure in high-tech, silver-white armor landed gracefully right in front of Yihee. Her mechanical voice echoed from beneath her helmet. Do you know who it is? Ma'am, she's reporting to her teammate over the comms. She looked Yihee up and down, then smirked. Heh, looks like my little brother isn't just some regular martial artist after all. She stepped closer, her tone both sweet and menacing. Originally, I just wanted to hide something here and maybe tweak your memory a bit, but since you've found me out, I have no choice but to make you suffer, just a little. Little brother, she leaned in and whispered in his ear. You better not even think about running. He sighed, looking completely defeated as he slumped down as if accepting his fate. Forget it. Since I have a lot of savings anyway, maybe I should just buy another house. The woman was confused. What are you talking about? Instantly, his entire aura changed. He lifted his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He pointed at the woman and delivered a classic line. I'm talking about the fact that you're already dead. At the same time, outside on the streets, a fierce gunfight was raging. A special forces officer was hit by a blast of red energy and collapsed. Bang! Bang! The squad captain yelled into his radio. The target has an opening. Take him down! The man they were chasing, named Chu Yi, had a face covered in blood, but his eyes were still wild with madness. He screamed, Yao Yimei, you have to get the golden gene out of here. I, Chu Yi, will buy you time. He broke into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha! Come on! Trading my life for all of you is more than worth it. Blood-burning forbidden art! His entire body erupted in crimson flames as Chu Yi unleashed a devastating attack, but then he realized something was wrong. There's still an enemy. Yao Yimei, her nano armor, now a pitch-black color, appeared beside him. Chu Yi roared in fury. Yao Yimei, wasn't your nano armor supposed to be white? Why is it as black as charcoal now? Hey, I risked my life so you could take that thing and leave. What is wrong with you? Yao Yimei quickly said. Chu Yi, I've already hidden the item. Let's retreat first. She grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Whoosh! The two quickly opened a manhole cover and leaped down. Clang! They hid in a dark, damp alley underground. Chu Yi, panting heavily, looked at Yao Yimei's armor. We finally lost those cops. As expected of nano armor, it already repaired itself after that hit. Clack. A calm voice echoed from the darkness, making them both jump. Pretty lady, you still haven't explained why you broke into my house. Yi, he stepped out, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. You should have realized by now what a serious problem you have. You meant to pick some random lucky neighbor, but you ended up pissing me off. Big time. As a reward for breaking into my home, I'll be sure to have some fun with you guys. Chu Yi yelled in terror. How did you find us? Yi, he just smirked. Yi, he could sense the nuclear radiation on Yao Yimei's body. He cracked his knuckles, his eyes turning cold. If you can fight, don't talk. Chu Yi charged forward to attack, but Yi He blocked his blow with ease. Perfect timing. Time to test the power of my demonic body art on you. Chu Yi felt an overwhelming force crushing him. This is bad. A blazing red energy sphere formed in Yi. He's hand. Chu Yi was blasted backward, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Pfft. Yi He stood tall, his whole body radiating a powerful aura. He threw a devastating punch, its force creating a vortex of red energy. Yao Yimei stood frozen, unable to believe her eyes. Whoa, that martial arts skill is insane. Big brother. Which master did you learn from? Yi. He planted his foot on the unconscious Chu Yi and answered smugly. I'm a disciple of the great Emperor Guangla, Yao Yimei muttered. Emperor Guangla? Never heard of him. I never thought this backwater Anqing city was hiding so many masters. Zhou Yi suddenly opened his eyes, his voice weak but seething with hatred. Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. His entire body began to twist into a grotesque new shape. A system window flashed. True demon beast form. He morphed into a colossal monster, his skin like solid rock and covered in razor-sharp spikes. I am a dignified 6th-rank martial artist. You think a nobody like you can handle me? Roar! The monster let out a sky-shattering roar, the very ground trembling beneath its power. It charged toward Yi He like an out-of-control freight train. Every single one of its steps shattered the pavement. But facing this rampaging beast, Yi He didn't even flinch. Instead, a wild, excited grin spread across his face. Now this is getting interesting. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, Yao Yimei materialized from thin air right behind Yi He. Her armor's stealth mode was active. Bet you didn't expect my nano armor to have a stealth function, did you, big boy? I'm the one landing the real attack. Yi, he didn't even bother to turn around. He just casually swung his arm back, unleashing a blinding wave of blue energy that sent Yao Yimei flying. Get lost. Boom. A massive explosion erupted where she landed, powerful enough to shatter a concrete wall. The monstrous Zhou Yi roared in fury, watching his partner get taken out so easily. Yao Yimei, that useless fool. She couldn't even pull off a simple ambush. He refocused his full power on Yi He. Looks like I'll have to crush him myself. Yi, he just smirked, his eyes flashing with power. Let's dance. The two titans clashed, creating an earth-shattering impact. Boom! Yi, he was actually forced back a few steps, a flicker of surprise on his face. His defensive power shot up that much? Zhou Yi growled, his voice dripping with arrogance. Kid, in my true form, the iron-crowned rhino demon, I can easily take a volley of tank shells. What makes you think you can even scratch me? Yi, he quickly analyzed the situation. Not only had his defense skyrocketed, but his attack power had also been massively boosted. Zhou Yi summoned every last bit of his strength, letting out a final, devastating roar. Go to hell! A nearby building was torn to shreds by the shockwave of their battle. Zhou Yi stood amidst the ruins, panting but smug. No matter how arrogant you are, kid, you're no match for my iron-crowned rhino. He scanned the area, but Yi, he was nowhere in sight. Huh? Where did he go? A chilling sense of dread washed over him as a colossal shadow suddenly fell over him. Horrified, Zhou Yi looked up. What in the world is that? He turned into the freaking founding titan. Before him stood a gargantuan creature, towering over the tallest buildings and radiating an aura of pure destruction. Is this a demon beast? Where did it come from? Wait, could it be? That kid transformed. The giant monster unleashed a volley of energy attacks, each one carrying apocalyptic power. Boom, boom. Zhou Yi was tossed around like a ragdoll, completely powerless to resist. In this colossal form, Yi He's power was beyond imagination. He focused his energy, unleashing a storm of punches that rained down like a Gatling gun. A status window materialized in the air, confirming Yi He's new state. Host, Yi He. State, supergiant humanoid form. Overall physical index, 23.8294. Yao Yimei, having recovered from the earlier attack, stared up at the colossal monster. She trembled, her heart filled with suffocating regret. I'm such an idiot. Why did I ever provoke a monster like this? Watching Zhou Yi being pummeled into oblivion, she knew there was no escape. If this keeps up, Zhou Yi is going to be killed. I can't run. All I can do is fight to the death. She stood on a rooftop, facing the giant, a truly tragic sight. With a final, desperate scream, Yao Yimei launched herself toward Yi He, unleashing her ultimate attack. Tiny energy threads extended from her hands. Swoosh! Razor-sharp nanowires shot out from her armor, wrapping around Yi He's massive body. These are molecular wires drawn from my nano armor, strong enough to slice through high-grade alloys. She stared at Yi He with grim determination. Even if you use some gene tech to become a giant, you still have human weaknesses. Slash! She pulled the wires taut. They dug deep into the giant's flesh, slicing clean through the neck of the founding titan. The head of the titan crashed to the ground with a deafening thud. Yao Yimei panted, drenched in sweat, filled with a sliver of hope. Did I do it? Boom! Suddenly, a blinding light exploded from the severed head. Yao Yimei was frozen in terror, her face drained of all color. You monster! Boom! A colossal beam of blue energy erupted from Yi He, tearing straight through a skyscraper. The last thing in Yao Yimei's memory was an endless, brilliant ocean of blue. Boom! The entire area was consumed by smoke and debris. Yi He, back in his human form, calmly walked through the cavernous ruins. He found Zhou Yi, barely breathing and covered in blood. Cough! Cough! Yi. He stared down at him, his eyes as cold as ice. Your turn. Zhou Yi looked up, his gaze a mixture of terror and bitter resentment. You. Monster. Yi. He loomed over him, his voice devoid of emotion. It's only fair that those who kill are prepared to be killed. A cold night wind whispered through the desolate alley, carrying a deathly silence. Knowing he was finished, Zhou Yi decided to drag Yi He down with him. Heh, since I'm dead either way, I'm taking you down with me. That woman you just killed, Yao Yimei, she hid something in your room. It's called the golden gene. Zhou Yi's face twisted into a psychotic grin. And now, it's all yours. You'll be hunted to the ends of the earth for it. Run. Go on. Run. Ha ha ha, I'll be waiting for you. In hell. Thud. Yi. He delivered a final kick, silencing him for good. Run? Yeah, right. You talk too much. Yi. He stood up, his expression growing serious. The cops are on their way. I need to deal with the body. Fast. He glanced back at the demolished building and muttered, maybe I went a little overboard this time. Later, in Yi He's apartment, he was on the phone. Auntie Chin, how did the police questioning go? A text message appeared on his screen. Auntie Chin, everything's fine, but Yi He, things haven't been peaceful lately. You'd better lie low until Huadu University starts. Don't worry, Auntie Chin. You know me. I've always been a good kid. Auntie Chin, that's good to hear. He breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I warned her in advance. Otherwise, after that nuke-level explosion, the police would never have let me off the hook. He picked up a strange cylindrical device. So this is the golden gene they were talking about. He recognized a familiar symbol on it. I've seen this symbol before. It was in the Prometheus file that person from Huadu gave me. It's the logo for Laserbird, a biotech giant. An image of Zhou Yi and Yao Yimei flashed in his mind. Looks like those two stole this thing from Laserbird and were on the run. He recalled Zhou Yi's final words. From the sound of it, he dumped this whole mess right in my lap. Sighing, he looked out his shattered window. Looks like it's time to move. I'll crash at a hotel tonight and figure things out from there. B-rank secret realm, Swan Lake core area. A team of adventurers stood over a monster's corpse. How's the loot? Not bad. Made a small profit. Clang. Suddenly, one of the team members cried out in alarm. Captain, look! Something's wrong! The sky had instantly turned a bloody crimson, the air growing heavy and suffocating. Crack! Roar! Roar! From the depths of the forest, a savage horde of monsters erupted. There were so many, they were like a living tide, covering the entire landscape, and behind them, a colossal beast, as large as a mountain, emerged. On its back sat a throne of bones. Countless skulls were scattered everywhere under an endless, blood-red sky. That's the 5th-rank commander-class beast, the sinful golden-eyed wolf demon. The adventurers fled in absolute terror. Quick, alert the military. A commander-class beast has been spotted leading a massive monster tide. An entire city won't survive this. We have to deploy the Grandmasters and high-level masters immediately. Damn it. High-level monsters never leave their territory, so why is one invading a low-level zone? Towering over the horde was a colossal gorilla with fur as black as night. Its crimson eyes flared with a lethal glint. Thump. It pounded its chest and unleashed a bone-chilling roar, sending out a violent purple shockwave. Strange projectiles rained down from the chaos, sending the squad scattering and screaming in a panic-fueled frenzy. Rumble! Amid the chaos, a brave soldier screamed into his radio, his voice cracking with terror. Emergency! A Dominator-class beast has appeared at Swan Lake. The monster tide is overwhelming us. Requesting backup, I repeat, requesting shka. His desperate plea was brutally silenced by a razor-sharp claw. The radio clattered into a pool of blood, leaving only desperate whispers and chilling static. Dominator-class beast incursion confirmed. Please respond immediately. Hello? Is anyone there? The colossal gorilla, lord of this monstrous horde, stood triumphant on the battlefield. It pounded its chest, unleashing a roar that shook the very heavens. Triple AWWR. It bared teeth as sharp as daggers, its crimson eyes burning like embers as it roared an absolute command. All of you, advance! The spatial rift behind it ripped wider, and an endless sea of grotesque beasts poured forth, swallowing the land in darkness. Boom! A massive pillar of energy, a harbinger of doom, shot toward the heavens, staining the sky with the color of apocalypse. Whoosh! In An City, citizens enjoying a peaceful evening froze in their tracks. Their joy instantly curdled into pure terror as they stared at the sky. A tidal wave of giant monsters was erupting from the Swan Lake dungeon, and it was heading straight for An City. A cold, robotic voice echoed from the city's alert system, crushing any sliver of hope. Estimated time of arrival, 20 minutes. All military forces have been deployed to the front lines. The thunderous march of thousands of soldiers echoed like a final war drum. I am calling on all martial artists in An City to aid in its defense. All available fighters, report to the front line. Citizens, please do not panic. Maintain order. But at the station, a sea of humanity surged in desperation. A father held his child high above the chaos, a desperate prayer on his lips. The infant's heartbreaking cries were lost in the roar of the crowd. The trains are now reserved for the elderly, women, and children. The children are this city's future. If we truly fall, they are the ones who must survive. In the mayor's office, the air was suffocatingly tense. A secretary reported, her voice trembling. Sir, you requested reinforcements, but which army can we possibly send? The mayor replied, his voice hoarse. Mayor, it's not just our city. Beast tide alerts are blaring across the entire nation. Every major city is being overrun. The secretary's next words were a final, crushing blow. Even the cities not under direct attack are building their own defenses. Sir, no one is coming to help us. The mayor slammed his fist on the desk, his despair turning to fury. What about the capital? Can't they spare a single grandmaster? Sir, the neighboring city is dealing with an S-rank dungeon break. All of their high-level fighters have already been deployed there. Thud. The mayor slumped onto his desk, his shoulders trembling. Then he looked up, a fire of grim resolve in his bloodshot eyes. There's no more time to waste. The battle for An City has begun, and we are on our own. Meanwhile, at the ancient dojo of Master Su, the chaos of the outside world seemed a million miles away. Yi-Hee and Jojo moved like twin typhoons across the training grounds. Yi-Hee unleashed a thunderous punch, its power so immense it made the very air ripple. Wham! Jojo staggered backward from the impact. Crash! A confident, almost arrogant smirk played on Yi-Hee's lips. Not bad. You actually managed to block that. Jojo picked himself up, rubbing his aching shoulder, his eyes wide with awe. Since when could you use the black tortoise style? He just stretched casually. Picked it up about a month ago. Still pretty rusty. But you got this strong in just 1 month? It's not that I got weaker. You just became a monster. Huh? He suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on the distant city. Something's wrong. The city's beast tide alarm has been activated. At that exact moment, Jojo's phone screamed with an emergency alert. Priority evacuation for An City University prep students. Evacuate immediately. He muttered to himself. An evacuation order. Jojo stared at him. You're not. Planning on leaving, are you? A faint, strangely calm smile touched Jojo's lips. What about you? A guy with your talent should be the first one out. He grinned, a wild fire igniting in his eyes. He cracked his knuckles, the sound sharp and clear. Enough talk. While you're standing around getting sentimental, there's only one thing left for us to do. Fight. At the Liu family estate, under the blood-red apocalyptic sky, Liu Qingzhu faced her mother, her voice filled with desperate resolve. Mother, I'm joining the defense force. Qinlan replied, her voice as cold as ice, every word a dagger to her daughter's fiery spirit. And what do you think your chances of survival are? The entire city has 30,000 active martial artists. Even with veterans and volunteers, we have less than 50,000 fighters. Against a beast tide of this magnitude, we're nothing but paper boats in a tsunami. We will be annihilated. Qinlan's violet eyes, sharp and commanding, bored into her daughters. And there's a Dominator-class beast leading them. A city cannot stop one of those. Only a Grandmaster would even stand a chance. Qingzhu, your life doesn't just belong to you. It belongs to this family. Liu Qingzhu bit her lip, her beautiful face, a mask of helpless frustration. She finally exploded, her own violet eyes blazing with defiance. A martial arts family that won't fight monsters doesn't deserve to exist. She turned on her heel, leaving her mother speechless. Slam. The door echoed behind her like a declaration of war. Chin Lan listlessly lit a cigarette, the white smoke veiling the exhaustion etched on her face. Her voice was unnervingly calm. "On Hong, we're leaving An City," the elderly housekeeper behind her asked. "And what about young Master Yihei?" A complex, unreadable emotion flickered in Chin Lan's violet eyes. "Send him a message. Let him make his own choice." The Swan Lake Dungeon. Under a grim sky, where the line between life and death had worn thin, a sea of fighters, and city's bravest, had gathered. Laughter and the clinking of flasks echoed through the air, a desperate attempt to drown out the gnawing fear. "Old man Chen, you should be retired. You'll break your damn back. Get lost, you brat. If a weakling like you can still swing a sword, these old bones can handle it." Heh, I can't believe we're all fighting together at the edge of the world. Yeah, it's been 20 years since we all drank together, hasn't it? "Hey, old Zhang, you're just a farmer. Go home to the countryside. What are you doing here?" "No, I'm staying. I was born in An City. I played chess with these old geezers, so I will die in An City." Swords were drawn, their steel glinting under the dark sky, ready for the slaughter to come. Sheeing. At the entrance to the Swan Lake Dungeon, a massive flying fortress and sleek fighter jets patrolled the sky, forming the final line of defense. "We are the city's last line of defense. Maintain highest alert. Not a single monster gets past us." "Yes, sir." The mayor stood upon the battlements, his voice ringing with authority. 60% of An City's military, and all fighters warrior rank and above, have entered the dungeon. They are the vanguard. Their mission is singular. Gather intel on the beast tide, especially the power of any lord or dominator-class monsters. An officer asked grimly. "So, they're supposed to make it back to report?" Just then, the mayor froze. A lone soldier, drenched in blood, stumbled out of the dungeon's gate. "Ah!" He collapsed to the ground, his breathing ragged. The mayor rushed to his side. "Medic! Get a medic over here, now!" The soldier looked up, his voice a strained whisper. "Mr. Mayor," in his blood-soaked hand was a data chip. "This has all the combat data from the Vanguard." The mayor screamed, his voice breaking with grief. "Where are the others?" The soldier looked at him, his eyes hollow. They were all gone. He screamed in raw despair, tears and blood carving paths down his face. The monster tide had crushed everything. Nothing was left. Not even the bodies. Reflected in the soldier's tear-filled eyes was the last thing he saw. A colossal gorilla with blazing red eyes. "Watch out for that red-eyed gorilla. It set a trap for us. If it wasn't for that thing, at least a few thousand of us could have made it out alive." Just then, a massive meteorite shot out from the dimensional gate. Boom! It slammed into a skyscraper, triggering a horrifying explosion. A barrage of meteorites followed, raining down on the city like a storm of pure destruction. The mayor realized its terrifying objective. It was aiming for the minefield beneath the tower. Boom, boom, a chain of explosions erupted, tearing apart the city's unfinished defensive structures. "It's trying to blast through our incomplete defenses. Damn it, this is a strategic attack from the gate. Open fire with everything you've got. Blow those monsters back to hell." Boom, boom. The mayor stood amidst the chaos, his suit torn, but his gaze remained unshakable. "They aren't even mindless beasts. They're weakening us with long-range attacks. Since when did monsters learn to use human tactics?" he growled, grinding his teeth in fury. "You damn monsters! You bastards!" From the portal, a second wave of meteorites erupted, even more numerous than the first. "The second wave is here. The number of rock projectiles has increased. The defense cannons fired wildly, trying to stop the stone rain." Boom! Boom! A lone soldier stood in the barrage as massive dark shadows closed in. Whoosh! A winged, multi-eyed monster dove from the sky. "They're coming! We're under attack!" Crunch! A beast with teeth like a chainsaw bit a soldier's head clean off. Its roar drowned out the man's final, desperate scream. A swarm of grotesque winged monsters, like living nightmares, descended from the blood-red sky, ripping through the defense lines with fang and claw. "No!" The mayor screamed in despair, his voice lost in the thunder of explosions. Stone spears shot from the dimensional rift like artillery shells. "They're tearing through our rear guard." He reached out as if to grasp at hope itself. "Don't let them fall! Stop those spears before they impact." But it was too late. Boom! The colossal alpha beast, the mastermind of it all, stood like a mountain of flesh, silently watching the destruction from a distance. The red-eyed gorilla flashed a cruel, cunning grin at the sight of human despair. It's time. Humanity can't hold out much longer. Another giant, white-furred monster roared, commanding its hordes. "Soldiers, trample that land until nothing is left standing! Crash!" The white beast charged into the ranks of soldiers and tanks like a living battering ram. Every impact created a devastating explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Artillery shells burst against its body, seeming only to fuel its frenzy. Boom. Atop a skyscraper, surrounded by flames and ruin. Yihei stood silently, his hair blowing in the wind. He gazed down at the city drowning in a sea of fire, his voice low. After today, who knows what will become of this place? His eyes turned sharp, hard as steel. This city has started to grow on me. I won't let a bunch of damn monsters destroy the good life I fought so hard to build. And so, I will. Whoosh! He dove from the building, his body transforming into an armored demon, a god of death descending upon the world. The entire city was engulfed in a fiery hellscape. Amidst the chaos, Luo Xin unleashed a lightning-fast kick, felling a monster. Brother Luo, you never disappoint. That's 5 monsters down already, Luo Xin replied coldly. Not bad. Smack! A blonde girl with an arrogant look on her face, Xiao Xiaoling, stepped on a monster's corpse, bragging after taking out a few low-level grunts. Huh? Luo Xin, you really call that being number 1 at An City's 3rd high school? How pathetic. Luo Xin gritted his teeth. Xiao Xiaoling, you whoosh. Jojo suddenly appeared between them. Jojo, that monster core in your hand. Did you take down a tier 3 monster by yourself? Jojo answered calmly. Didn't expect to see you guys here. Did none of you evacuate? Jojo's gaze turned resolute. Our parents are martial artists, fighting out there. As their children, how could we possibly run away? Another one of their friends screamed in terror. Look out! Boom! A tank was thrown like a toy, hurtling straight toward Jojo. The street was now nothing more than a graveyard of human and monster corpses. A surviving soldier screamed in utter disbelief. Which bastard just threw a tank over here? Shing! Jojo drew his sword, stopping the speeding tank in its tracks. Crack! With a single slash, he split the vehicle in 2. The tank flew apart and exploded. Boom! Xiao Xiaoling realized with horror. I think it's that one. Isn't that the Lord-level monster that appeared at the very beginning? How did it get to our rear guard? The white-furred monster let out a piercing roar. Hiss! Calm down. That's not the Lord-level one. Its size and aura don't match. Crash! It slammed its hand down, crushing everything beneath its palm. Jojo was stunned. An elite. Boom. Suddenly, a stream of blue energy blasted the monster. Bam! Yihei, in his half-demon form enshrouded in a demonic aura, delivered a heaven-shattering kick to the giant beast's head. The monster swiped at him. Yiha casually raised a hand, and the monster's massive hand shattered like tofu. He flashed a savage grin. Time for your dental checkup. The monster was just confused. Huh? Crack! Yihei pried open the beast's jaws, facing its foul maw. Ugh. With a stench like this, how many people have you eaten? He focused energy in his throat, but still spoke. Let me give you a proper mouthwash. Shri! Zap! A beam of destructive energy shot straight down the monster's throat, incinerating it from the inside out. The others watched in absolute shock. The monsters are fighting each other. Let's run while they're distracted. Jojo quickly stopped them. Calm down. That's Yihei. Yihei? That little monster is Yihei? Jojo looked at Yihei's silhouette standing on the monster's corpse, his eyes filled with hope. That's right. And with him here, An City might just survive this disaster. Yihei turned back, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Pengzhou, I'm leaving this area to you. I'm going to reinforce the other fronts. Oosh! He shot into the sky like a blue comet. Yihei soared above the city, engulfed in flames, a guardian deity descending in the darkest hour, flying through the chaotic sky. Yihei closed his eyes, his power sweeping across the entire city like an invisible wave. Where is the highest concentration of monsters? Found it. In another sector, a mammoth-like monster with thick hide and sharp tusks was tearing through the defensive line. Gunfire rang out, pinging uselessly off its skin. A captain screamed in desperation, throwing away his useless rifle. Guns are useless against this damn thing! Use your bayonets! Shink! The brave soldiers drew their swords, ready for a bloody, close-quarters battle. They charged forward like moths to a flame, trying to stop the colossal beast with their own bodies. But their sacrifice was just a drop in the ocean. The monster tossed them into the air, its sharp tusks brutally impaling their bodies. It trampled everything in its path, leaving behind a trail of blood and corpses. A young soldier cried out in tears. Captain, we have to retreat. We can't hold the line anymore. We're just normal soldiers. We can't fight these things. The captain replied, his voice hoarse. Continue to hold the line. He charged forward, swinging his sword at an approaching monster. Schlick! He roared, trying to rally his comrades' spirits. We are soldiers. If we die, it's to buy time for the civilians to escape. Suddenly, glowing red phantoms erupted from the ground, savagely attacking the monsters. What the hell? Are those martial artists? Impossible. Phantoms swarmed the mammoth beast, ripping it to shreds. Then, a colossal beam of light shot down from the heavens, piercing straight through the monster's skull. With a final crash, the behemoth collapsed. It was Yi Hei, descending in his half-demon form, cloaked in a sinister aura. Moving at blinding speed, he unleashed a wave of destructive energy, slamming into another monster below. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Elsewhere, the city was a hellscape of fire and destruction. Amid the chaos, a group of martial artists noticed something strange. More monster reinforcements? No, it looked like they were all heading in one direction. Suddenly, a female warrior cried out in excitement. "It's Yi He, the top prodigy of An City! He's joined the fight!" But another fighter added anxiously. "The monsters are swarming him from every side." An old master, his hair white but his eyes blazing, roared out. "We can't let them overwhelm him. Forward! He's still just a kid. And he's this city's last hope." As if ignited by his words, the bravest warriors charged toward Yi He. They pushed forward, picking off monsters. "Protect our prodigy." Just then, a brilliant blue beam of destructive energy tore through the air and blasted the monster commander's head. Kaboom! A massive graveyard of monsters and men lay at the fallen commander's feet, a brutal testament to the war's ferocity. Another beam of annihilation descended, scorching the earth and leaving a blackened scar. The warriors screamed in despair as another Overlord-class monster locked onto Yi He. "Watch out! An Overlord has targeted him!" "Protect Yi Hei, you bastards. To kill the pride of An City, you'll have to go through me." Charge, a flicker of hope ignited. "We're saved." Amidst the flames, human screams turned from fear to defiance. "Humanity will prevail. You'll all rot in hell. Hold the line. Reinforcements are coming." A young warrior yelled at a veteran. "You old-timers, can't you even protect one kid? You let him get hurt?" The veteran roared back. "Don't expect me to cover your ass. If I go all out and this line breaks, we're all dead." Just then, a rhino-like beast covered in thorny armor charged, smashing through every obstacle in its path. Crash! It slammed headfirst into an orange energy barrier. The impact was world-shaking. 3 colossal towers, inscribed with ancient runes, pulsed with energy, forming a powerful seal that momentarily halted the horde. High atop a skyscraper, amidst the roaring wind, the mayor lit a cigarette. The small flame illuminated his weary yet resolute face. "This Earth-Vein seal won't hold back all the primal beasts. We have to take down their leader to stop this tide of monsters." Whoosh! Whoosh! The mayor moved with terrifying speed, leaving white after-images as he dodged attacks, and charged straight for the primal beasts. A goo, a winged beast with a wolf's body and avian head, dove at him, its razor-sharp talons aimed straight for his throat. Without a hint of panic, the mayor clasped his hands. A brilliant sphere of golden energy, blazing like a miniature sun, rapidly formed. Boom! He unleashed the energy orb. It shot forward like a cannon blast of pure destruction, piercing the beast's body and instantly incinerating it to ash. But then, his blazing eyes narrowed. An overwhelming sense of danger forced his gaze upward. From a tear in space, a colossal head, as massive as a mountain, began to emerge. It had blackish blue scales, jagged fangs, and emerald eyes that glowed in the darkness. Its forked tongue flickered, carrying the stench of death itself. Cold sweat beaded on the mayor's brow. He gritted his teeth. A level 4 mountain tyrant serpent, an Overlord-class king species. For a moment, a look of grim determination flashed in his eyes. This is Blood Pupil's strongest mount. If his ride is already here, then that damned ape must be getting antsy. The mayor stood tall on the rubble of a ruined building, facing the colossal beast without a shred of fear. Slam! He smashed his palm into the ground. Ripples of orange-gold energy spread out, shaking the very earth. "Mountain Tyrant's Overlord Mace!" he roared. With unimaginable power, thousands of tons of earth and debris were ripped from the ground, rising up to blot out the sky. The serpent raised its countless eyes, their gaze cold and deadly. High above, all the debris was pulled together by a powerful force, forming a massive sphere, like a planetary devastation. Through the swirling dust, the mayor stood on a pile of rubble, his voice confident. "Did you think I didn't know you excelled at Earth-type attacks? I used this for a reason." For the first time, shock flickered in the serpent's eyes. It realized it had fallen into a trap. "And you took the bait, you fool." The mayor grinned, activating his true technique. Tyrant Martial Serpent Tide, a swirling drill of pure energy, harnessing the power of the land itself, shot out from the center of his Earthshaker domain. Pierce. The drill tore through the serpent's diamond-hard scales, ripping a massive wound in its head as black blood erupted like a geyser. But at the same time, the energy shield protecting the beast shattered into a million sparkling fragments. Instantly, the ground everywhere split apart. Countless sharp rock spears erupted from below, turning the city into a deadly field of spikes. Amid the desolation, the mayor stood alone, facing the wounded but still menacing serpent. He let out a quiet breath, sweat trailing down his cheek. Good thing I had intel on this mountain tyrant serpent. If I hadn't dealt with it quickly, the casualties would have been unimaginable. If you'd fully entered the city, weakening you would have been difficult. But just sticking your head out, you were asking to die. He roared, charging the beast once more. His aura exploded forth, more powerful than ever before. From his back, countless golden arms of pure energy manifested. Each fist was clenched, ready to unleash 100 devastating blows at once. The energy arms stretched out, coiling around the serpent's massive form, tightening like the chains of a god. However, the serpent's eyes only glowed coldly. It showed no pain, as if mocking his attempt. Whoosh! Suddenly, thousands of sharp stone spikes erupted from the serpent's scales. They shattered the energy arms and sent the mayor flying. Now, the serpent's entire body was encased in an armor of spikes, an impenetrable fortress. As expected of a king species, you can even grow stone spikes from your body, the mayor muttered, his voice laced with surprise, but his will to fight remained unbroken. Crack! A faint sound echoed from behind him. From a fissure in the ruined cliffside, a pair of terrifyingly familiar, blood-red eyes were watching him. The mayor's entire body went rigid. His eyes widened in horror as a chill shot down his spine. An ambush! The attack came from the shadows, fast as lightning. A massive, fur-covered fist, pulsing with terrifying power, slammed into the mayor, making him double over in agony. From the shadows, the true mastermind of the assault finally emerged. The Overlord beast towered over him like a mountain. Its deep voice rumbled with contempt for the tiny being who dared to defy it. Fool, what do you think you're doing with my mount? A horrifying realization struck the mayor. His eyes shot open as he understood the deadly trap he'd fallen into. The blood-pupil black ape. It was hiding inside the stone spikes. The black ape's blazing red eyes locked onto him, filled with pure cruelty and sadistic glee. It growled, savoring its prey's moment of utter despair. Now, let me crush your skull, so everyone can see just how pathetic humans are before me. It slammed down with unimaginable force. The impact created a cataclysmic explosion that rocked the entire city. Boom! The black beast stared at its smoking hand, then let out a roar of pure satisfaction. The probing was over. Now, the real slaughter could begin. That blast, even though it was just a flash, confirmed it for me. Your city has no strong warriors left. Now I can kill everyone without holding back, it roared again. The mayor's tattered body was thrown into the air like a leaf in a hurricane. Dark energy gnawed at his flesh. Mid-air, he grit his teeth, his eyes seemingly lifeless. Then, a final fire of defiance ignited within them. He raised a hand to the sky, and thousands of sharp metal shards from the surrounding ruins flew up, gathering into a storm of steel. With his last ounce of strength, he commanded the deadly vortex, turning it into one final attack aimed at his foe. Wind Blade Storm. The black beast just watched dismissively, its voice dripping with arrogance. Human, your resistance is meaningless. You're only delaying the inevitable. It spread its arms wide, basking in the chaos and despair it had created. Its savage laughter echoed across the sky. On this battlefield, I have no rivals left. This has become my own personal game, a game designed to drown humanity in fear and hopelessness. The sight of humanity's strongest heroes, their faces twisted in despair and terror. Watching that will be a true delight. The serpent-like attack shot towards the black beast with destructive speed, but it was all for nothing. The beast casually swatted the attack aside, commenting with disdain, fast, but still far too weak. Instantly, it countered with a colossal energy slash, tearing a deep chasm into the earth. It mocked him again, powerful, but way too slow. In a flash, it vanished and reappeared, moving at an impossible speed, leaving behind ghostly purple afterimages. It materialized right in front of the mayor, an invisible pressure crushing down on him, its voice an undeniable command. Kneel. I don't spare inferior creatures who dare to look me in the eye. Blood stained the mayor's chin, but his eyes held not a single shred of fear, only a terrifyingly cold resolve. A column of destructive purple energy erupted, completely swallowing the mayor's figure. The black beast narrowed its eyes slightly, feeling that something wasn't right. A sliver of unease crept into its mind. Humph. He was blasted to the ground, but a strange light was now blazing in his eyes. Seeing the human's unnatural calm, the black beast spoke with doubt for the very first time. Why aren't you afraid? The mayor growled, every word laced with steel and defiance. His bleeding hand began to emit a brilliant glow. You bastard. You're smart, but you made one final miscalculation, because in the end, You're just an arrogant beast. He roared, activating his final forbidden art. A pillar of light shot from his hand into the sky, turning the entire area into a massive ceiling array. Blood forbidden art. Soar. The black beast bellowed in rage as it realized it had been lured into a trap. The very ground beneath its feet was turning into an inescapable prison. You lured me into a formation you prepared in advance. Earth Seal. A terrifying vortex of energy began to suck everything toward its center. There stood the mayor, proud and defiant, ready for his final sacrifice. The beast sneered, trying to shatter the seal with brute force, believing it was just a desperate last-ditch effort. Is this your grand plan? You think you can bury me underground? How naive, human! It roared madly, its threats echoing everywhere, trying to shatter the mayor's will. You can't seal me forever. The second you weaken, I'll tear every human here to shreds. A tired but satisfied smile touched the mayor's lips. His plan was never about survival. This isn't a backup plan. He decisively ripped open his shirt, revealing a chest branded with a star-shaped scar. His voice rang out, sharp and full of pride. This is an anthem for humanity. A song of courage. He swung his wounded arm, painting a beautiful and tragic arc with his own blood. For the first time, the Overlord monster felt true fear, a sensation it had never known. Human, what are you doing? The mayor revealed his final, ultimate plan of mutual destruction. His voice was as cold as ice. From the very beginning of this fight, I buried the city's one and only strategic nuclear warhead beneath this battlefield. The detonator is implanted inside my heart. If my heart stops beating, the warhead will explode. The black beast shrieked in panic and disbelief, unable to accept this human's madness. You're lying. Who would gamble their own life on something like that? You think I'd fall for such a cheap trick? Blood poured from his mouth, but the mayor's face was utterly serene. He had accepted his fate. I never intended to leave this place alive. I am Huang Than, mayor of An City. An image flashed through his mind. An old oath still echoed, an oath he was now fulfilling with his very life. I, Huang Than, swear to dedicate everything, my duty, my body, and my life, for An City and its people. He slowly closed his eyes. A single tear traced a path down his cheek as a faint smile graced his lips. His mission was complete. I suppose. I've finally done enough. The click of the detonator inside his heart sounded, dry and final, a death knell for both him and his enemy. Clang! Clang! His body was engulfed in a brilliant sphere of light, an artificial sun carrying the last hope of An City, ready to purify everything in one grand sacrifice. The entire city fell silent. The world turned pure white. A man-made sun rose from the earth, delivering the final judgment upon both hero and destroyer. Far away, on an evacuation train, a message was sent, like a final eulogy. A single tear fell onto the screen, shattering like the young soldier's heart. A towering mushroom cloud rose from the ground, a monument and a tombstone. On the front lines, the young soldier, representing the future the mayor died to protect, looked back at his homeland one last time, tears carving clean trails through the grime on his face. Around him, hardened soldiers and seasoned veterans stood ramrod straight. They raised their hands in a final, solemn salute to their leader, their city, and their fallen comrades. On distant hills, the evacuated civilians and warriors stood in silence. Their faces were grim as they witnessed the city's great sacrifice. They watched the mushroom cloud, a colossal tombstone for a city of heroes, standing tall between heaven and earth. All the warriors who received the evacuation signal turned back in silence. This was a funeral worthy of legends. At ground zero, hell was unleashed. A searing ball of energy expanded, incinerating concrete, steel, and bone alike. Not even the mighty Overlord-class monster could resist this annihilating power. Its flesh was instantly stripped away, revealing its giant skeleton in the hellish light. At the core of the explosion, a pulsating energy crystal formed. What little remained of the blood-eyed black ape slowly began to regenerate around the burning core. The Monster King, though grievously wounded, had survived, and its rage was matched only by its disbelief. I can't believe it. I was almost killed by a worthless human. It threw its head back and let out a furious roar that shook the heavens, a vow of absolute vengeance. I will slaughter every last person from this city. I will torture every human to death in the most savage ways imaginable. Realizing its weakened state, the monster turned to leave, planning to retreat and recover before unleashing its future destruction. I have to return to the abyssal zone. Once my blood essence is restored, I will level this entire place. But just as it turned, a cold and commanding voice rang out. It froze in its tracks. And where do you think you're going? From the sky, a figure clad in blue crystal armor shot down like a meteor. The monster recognized the newcomer instantly. This one, I remember him. He was one of the greatest threats to this invasion. A terrifying genius, a warrior standing tall amidst the ashes, his eyes blazing with a brilliant blue light. He had arrived, but a hint of sorrow tinged his voice. I finally found you. A little too late, I see. He didn't waste a single second. Energy converged in his fist as he unleashed a devastating close-range attack. The Radiant Energy Fist, a torrent of pure blue power, completely engulfed the Monster King's grotesque form. His face was like ice, his blazing eyes locked on his target, determined to end this threat once and for all. The monster recoiled, heavily wounded but still defiant. It sneered at the newcomer, sensing an opportunity in his arrogance. You foolish human genius. Instead of hiding, you dare stand before me? This is the perfect chance to kill you. A confident smirk spread across He's lips. The monster's arrogance was exactly what he was counting on. If you had run, my mini-nuclear bomb might not have caught you. But since you're so eager to die, here you go. The monster's eyes widened in horror as it realized the true nature of the energy blast. It screamed in absolute fury and terror. You bastard! He began his transformation into his founding Titan form. At its center, a blazing white energy core, the source of the coming explosion. Blue-white energy expanded rapidly. A wave of purification washed over the devastated city. Evacuees stared in shock as a second sun rose above their fallen home. Look, why did another warhead just detonate? What's happening over there? Was this another trap set by Mayor Huang Qing? That man truly had calculated everything. Caught in the epicenter, the Overlord's newly regenerated body began to disintegrate all over again. Its defiant roar twisted into a scream of agony. Its face contorted in fear as it gazed at the source of its destruction. Its final thought was just a whisper. Standing firm in the blast was He, now fully encased in his battle armor, a true armored titan. An armored titan? It stammered, its voice thick with panic and disbelief, staring at an enemy it couldn't possibly comprehend. You're more brutal than I am. Even the strongest king-class beasts don't carry an aura like yours. From behind the Titan's mask, a cold voice echoed, devoid of emotion, stating only the plain truth. I am not like you, hairless apes. Without another word, the Titan raised a hand. A colossal claw of blue energy formed, its razor-sharp talons tearing through the very air. Swoosh! It brought the claw down with earth-shattering force, the ground cracking under the destructive blow. Boom! Despite its grave injuries, the Overlord's survival instincts kicked in. It used every last scrap of its strength to dodge aside, narrowly escaping the attack. But the Titan seemed to have anticipated it. The crystal armor on its body morphed, becoming more intricate and powerful as it gathered an even more terrifying amount of energy. Running is useless, little monkey. Pushed into a corner, the Overlord let out a desperate roar, gathering all its remaining energy for one final counterattack. Damn you. Don't you dare look down on an Overlord. Two terrifying streams of energy, one blue and one purple, collided, creating an explosion that rocked the entire battlefield. A massive pillar of light shot into the sky, its destructive power leveling everything that remained. Crack. The Titan's armored arm fractured, smoke rising from the damage. He glanced down, coldly analyzing his enemy's power. You're a king-class beast to the very end, even while wounded and twitching like a scrawny monkey. I'll give you that. Blue electricity coursed along the damaged arm as the crystal fragments rapidly regenerated. In Titan mode, my physical stats are all over 30 points, yet I still couldn't completely overwhelm you. And you somehow managed to damage my arm. But that's still not enough. On the opposite side, the Overlord's body was smoking, the wounds from the blast healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It screamed in horror. I used my full power in that last attack, and you've already healed? A harsh reality crashed into the monster's mind, the truth that it could not possibly win. No, I can't beat this genius. Fear overwhelmed its rage. Survival instinct screamed, urging it to flee. I can't win. 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 Without a shred of hesitation, the monster Overlord turned and fled. For the first time in its life, it knew the feeling of escaping a predator. But the Titan gave it no such chance. His blue eyes blazed as he raised his hand toward the fleeing monster. He spoke, his voice filled not just with power, but with respect for the fallen. You filthy monster, you don't deserve to tarnish the sacrifice of Mayor Huang Qing. A pillar of blue-white energy shot from his palm, chasing the Overlord with the speed of a brilliant shockwave. The Overlord's body was completely engulfed in the purifying light. In its final moment, it could only utter one last curse. Damn you, human genius. After the light faded, the Titan stood tall amidst the ruined city, looking down at the ground. That monkey dug underground and played dead. He closed his eyes, sensing everything around him. But playing dead means it's afraid. Afraid of being found. It's more heavily injured than ever. This is the best chance to kill it. It seems Overlord-class magic beasts can completely hide their presence. A flash of regret crossed his mind. If I had located it sooner, Mayor Huang might not have had to. He stomped his foot on the ground, and a hexagonal energy grid spread out, scanning every inch of the city. But now, it's critically wounded. Even if it hides any faint trace of life, I can still feel it. He roared, leaping toward a pile of rubble where a weak life force had just been detected. Found you, you damn monkey! He opened his mouth, a destructive stream of blue-white energy gathering, ready to annihilate everything in its path. The energy beam shot out, tearing through the ground and blasting through hundreds of meters of earth and rock. It launched the monkey into the air, forcing it from its hiding spot. The Overlord emerged, its body almost completely destroyed. It whimpered in despair. Damn it. Just a little more. I could already feel the entrance to the nearby abyssal domain. If it wasn't for that damn mayor's trap, a massive fist slammed into it. Its body convulsed in pain as the final impact utterly destroyed its physical form. Damn, this thing is tough. It's still not dead after all this? The armored titan appeared directly above it. Within its mechanical jaws was Yi He, his eyes glowing intensely. He spoke, his voice filled with rage and conviction. This is the price for defiling Mayor Huang. I'll make you wish you were dead. The Overlord, now just a pulsating mass of flesh with a flickering energy core, let out one final, defiant roar. Don't push it, you filthy insect! It clutched its dying magic core, which now blazed intensely like a fading sun. It roared, a vow to drag him down with it. I will burn the last of my core's energy and pull you down to hell with me. Its physical body dissolved, transforming into a phantom wrapped in hateful purple lightning, a pure embodiment of destruction. With a space-tearing roar, its arm swelled to an impossible size. The phantom charged towards the armored titan, aiming straight for its enemy. Die! The titan stood firm, a fortress of crystal. Sharp spikes erupted from its body, ready to meet the suicide attack. Its ultimate drill. The two energies collided, creating a storm of destruction. A hurricane of purple and blue engulfed everything. Man, I might have celebrated too soon. The power of this blast is insane. The seemingly indestructible Titan armor shattered into millions of sparkling fragments. The Titan's body was thrown backward. A stream of black blood erupted from its mouth, a testament to the attack's ferocity. Having spent all its energy, all that remained of the Overlord was a dried-up skeleton, which fell lifelessly to the ground. From inside the Titan's shattered jaw, Yi He gazed out. Blood streamed down his chin, but a cold, triumphant smirk played on his lips. So that was your desperate, final attack, he declared, his voice absolute as the skeleton plummeted towards the Titan's glowing maw. Your time is up. But suddenly, a bizarre melody echoed in his mind, a deadly lullaby that made him clutch his head and scream in agony. La la la. Ah! My head is splitting apart. Everything's spinning. This is a psychic attack. His eyes shot open in horror. This assault wasn't from the Overlord. Could there be another master nearby? From the ground below, a sea of ghostly pale hands erupted, stretching toward the heavens. These hands ignored the Titan, aiming straight for the Overlord's skeleton, clearly staging a rescue. An authoritative voice boomed out, "Don't think you can escape!" But then, other hands, adorned with strange white fur bracelets, sprouted from the Titan's own joints. More hands grew from its joints, multiplying rapidly to lock the Titan down, rendering it completely immobile. These hands, they're locking my body. I can't move. Trapped and imprisoned, Yi He didn't waver for a second. He gritted his teeth, a maniacal grin spreading across his face as he began to overclock his own power. Humph, you think this little trick can hold me? 100%! 200%! His energy surged exponentially, blasting past every known safety limit. 400%! 800! 1600%! His body erupted into a brilliant violet-blue flame, a raging storm of pure energy. He unleashed it all in a single, defiant roar. Have a taste of my 1,000-degree flames. Meanwhile, the ghostly hands had nearly dragged the Overlord into a spatial gate. I almost made it to the entrance, but then its remaining eye shot open in absolute terror. Huh? Right behind it was Yi He, his body blazing like a blue star. The Overlord shrieked in utter dread. Hurry! That giant thing caught up to us. He's literally on fire. Hurry up! Run! A sea of phantom hands surged upwards, desperately trying to block Yi He's path. Amidst that sea of hands, a little girl with black hair appeared, her face mysteriously obscured. A haunting melody echoed once more. La la la. Heh heh. Yi, he frowned, unable to comprehend this new entity. What the hell is that? Another demon beast? Is the little girl just bait? Beneath her was a colossal monster formed from countless hands, a true hegemon. With power like that, this thing is a hegemon too? If its true form appeared, I'd probably be on my knees from the very first second. And City, now just a pile of rubble, bore silent witness to the arrival of a new nightmare. Hands gently covered the little girl's eyes, as if to shield her from the carnage about to unfold. But from beneath those hands, an eye opened, revealing a swirling vortex of golden energy. Radiating pure evil, a psychic attack more powerful than any before shot out, aimed directly at Yi Hei. He clutched his head and screamed again, the assault bypassing all of his physical defenses. Ah! I blocked the giant's hearing, but that bizarre scream still pierced right through to my mind. Inside the Titan, Yi, he writhed in agony, reeling from the new monster's psychic power. He looked down, his voice calm but filled with terrifying intent. Humph, you've killed so many people, and now you think you can just walk away? The question was a spark to a powder keg. Yi! He roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Are you dreaming? He focused, crackling blue lightning in his palm, ready for the next battle. Inside the Titan armor, he let out a war cry and shot outwards like an arrow. He turned back to face his new foe, raising a single finger in a defiant gesture. Here's a local specialty from my hometown. A nuke. Hope you like it, you bastard. A white-hot blue explosion completely swallowed what was left of the Overlord. Its light was brilliant and pure, a final judgment delivered upon the invader. A column of pure destruction shot straight into the gloomy sky. It was a temporary beacon of hope in a dead city. From a distance, the surviving soldiers and martial artists stared in awe at the blast. Look, the rift in the secret realm. It looks like it exploded, one of them said. Something's not right. The monsters are suddenly acting chaotically, a flicker of hope ignited within them. Could it be? Mayor Huang's plan actually worked? A commander roared. Everyone, stay alert. Don't let Mayor Huang's sacrifice be in vain, and City can still be saved. Against the gray sky of the ruined city, a solemn narrator's voice echoed, chronicling the final victory. The corpse of the black-eyed blood ape was finally obliterated by the massive nuclear bomb, stemming the tide of monsters pouring through the secret realm's rift into An City. The war was over. The martial artists of An City began to clean up the few remaining beasts still roaming the streets. Medics tended to the wounded, including warriors who had fought to their very last breath. The siege continued day and night until every last monster was hunted down. The exhausted warriors could finally rest. A single warrior collapsed amidst the rubble, his body covered in wounds, his blood-stained sword stuck in the ground beside him. He was the very image of this victory. The siege of An City was won, but at a devastatingly brutal cost. Nearly 80% of the warriors and soldiers had been killed or wounded. At the heart of the destruction, a massive, blackened crater scarred the earth where part of the city once stood. The Swan Lake Secret Realm, site of the nuclear detonation. In the middle of the crater, He lay motionless, his bare body covered in battle scars. His blue eyes slowly fluttered open. Ugh. He staggered into a sitting position, staring into the void, his mind still hazy. How long was I out? I poured all my energy into detonating the humanoid's nuke, but this place is saturated with nuclear radiation and residual fission energy, so it's like I got an instant recharge after hitting empty. He recalled the brutal battle, remembering the mayor's ultimate sacrifice. That fight was savage. Mayor Huang charged into the fray, luring the black-eyed blood ape into the blast zone to finish it off. Thanks to him, I used the home field advantage of a nuke zone and kept self-destructing to finally obliterate the blood ape before that woman with the creepy head could save it. He looked at his own hands, contemplating his limits. Even though my infinite monster template is strong, it's still no match for a hegemon-class beast. This victory was just pure luck, a home field advantage, and fate all rolled into one. He stood, his powerful body rising tall, his eyes holding an iron resolve, but this secret realm riot gives me no time to grow stronger. If I had enough time, I could reach the peak of martial arts in the Xia Nation. I don't know when the next template draw will open, or if it'll even be a rare one. Fusing with the Cosmic Emperor template is my fastest path to the top. The plan was clear, the path laid out before him. So, I have to quickly gather plant elemental magic cores compatible with the template and master the cosmic martial arts. Since the infinite monster template lets me cheat in the martial arts resonance space, I have to master the warrior's extraordinary system too. Although the cosmic martial arts take longer to grow than the template's abilities, its potential is extraordinary. It is the cultivation system of a high martial world. He looked toward the horizon, where the sun was rising over the ruined city, a new dawn for both him and his home. Perhaps being transported here was part of my destiny. The scene shifts. 1 month after the siege of An City, a bronze statue of Mayor Huang Qing now stands in the city center, an eternal reminder of his sacrifice. Yi. He sat on a park bench, casually scrolling through his phone, enjoying a rare moment of peace. He read the latest news about the country's situation. Across the Xia nation, 18 cities had been attacked by beast tides, and 2 cities, Muaoi, had fallen completely. Among them, Guangshan City saw an S-rank secret realm get shrouded in an impenetrable gray fog. The National Martial Arts Organization, the Great Xia Divine Dragon, dispatched 30 grandmasters and 5 great grandmasters, led by Great Grandmaster Du Jingming, to investigate. He kept scrolling as a photo of a martial artist in traditional clothes appeared. This beast-tide invasion is abnormal. An S-rank secret realm even popped up. The news about that martial artist is terrifying. The most powerful guardian of the Xia nation, Fu Hongsheng, had been held up at the border of the secret realm. So he personally descended upon Kwangsun City. 8 hours later, he emerged, grievously wounded, with only 2 grandmasters still breathing. Afterwards, the Xia nation declared Kwangsun City the 11th global forbidden zone, and 8 million citizens were confirmed lost. He's expression turned grim. The situation was far worse than he had imagined. To think even a guardian-level warrior could fall. Has humanity's fight for survival on this planet truly become so hopeless? I can't afford to wait any longer. He stood and made a call. Auntie Qin, I have a favor to ask. On the other end of the line, at the Liu family estate, Qin Lan lounged on a sofa, her voice dripping with allure. Oh? You want to learn the Liu family's 2 remaining cosmic martial arts? He chuckled. Is that all you think of me, Auntie Qin? No, that's not it. I have another request. I need you to help me acquire some high-quality plant elemental magic cores. Ideally blue-grade, or even a purple warlord-grade core. Qinlan's voice sharpened. Plant-type magic beasts are already rare, and a warlord-grade core is a priceless treasure. If you want something like that, what can you offer in return? He answered with unshakable confidence. Huadu University always holds a secret realm trial during its opening ceremony. I can team up with Lu Qingzhu and help her claim the #1 spot. Qinlan let out a soft, unimpressed laugh. You're severely underestimating the prodigies from the other provinces. Even the most brilliant freshmen from the Imperial Capital University have only ever ranked high, never first. Though you beat Qingzhu in a sparring match, you're still leagues below the true top-tier geniuses. He leaned back, a smirk playing on his lips. But Auntie Qin, wasn't it you who entrusted the revival of the Liu family to me? I'm even willing to sign a binding vow. If Qingzhu and I fail to take first place, I will serve the Liu family however you see fit, even taking care of you in your retirement. An elegant bare foot settled onto the carpet. Heh. Serving me and doing menial tasks, you say? Qinlan rose to her feet, her sheer nightgown fluttering in the breeze. She'd made her decision. Very well, I'll gamble on you this one time. The scene cuts to a modern building, in City Central Hospital. The moment Yi stepped inside, he was mobbed by a frenzied crowd. Whoa, look, it's Yi. I heard he slayed tons of monsters during the Secret Realm invasion. That's our martial arts top scorer for you. We're all banged up, but he doesn't have a scratch. I'm your biggest fan. Can you sign this for me? Can I add you on Penguin Talk? He mumbled, a bit disoriented by his sudden fame, before coldly replying, No, thanks. He made his way to room 6, where the names of his 2 friends were displayed. Room 6, Jojo, Luo Xuan. As he pushed the door open, he saw Jojo, wrapped up like a mummy, hopping around and roaring with laughter. Ha ha ha, isn't this Jojo, the #1 pretty boy of City? To think you'd end up like this. Ha ha ha. He glanced at the mountain of fruit and gifts in his friend's hands. Aren't you supposed to be a patient? What are you doing with all that stuff? Jojo answered proudly. These are from my fans on the street. He could only let out a sigh. Just then, another voice called out from the other side of the room. Yo! If it isn't the man of the hour, Hey! He turned, drawing a complete blank on the person lying in the bed. Who are you? The young man grinned. It's me, Luo Xuan, your first opponent in the ranking tournament. You forgot me already? A memory sparked in Yi. He's mined. Now he remembered. Luo Xuan sat up, his heavily bandaged leg dangling over the side of the bed. He smiled, his optimism shining through. Don't look at me like that. My leg will be fine. Why do you look like my life is over? I can get limb reconstruction, surgery, or if that's not enough, I can get the latest combat prosthetic from Lab Tech. He looked at the young man, a sincere respect growing within him. To lose a leg at his age while protecting the city, Luo Xuan was truly admirable. Suddenly, his phone began to vibrate. Bzzz, bzzz. He looked at the screen. An unknown number was calling relentlessly. He'd been getting a lot of annoying calls lately, but this was on another level. It just wouldn't stop. Just as he was about to switch his phone off, another call from a familiar name popped up. It was the principal. Yi, why in the world did you block a VIP from Huadu? Unblock them this instant. He was startled. Understood, Mr. Deng. Principal. He immediately answered the call. Hello, He. My name is Wang Tao, from the admissions office of the Imperial Capital's Huadu University. I'm calling to inform you that Huadu University will be starting classes a month early. A special train will be there to pick you up in 3 days. Do you have any questions? Meanwhile, in the same room, Jojo also received a call. Hello, Jojo. This is Instructor Liu from the admissions office of Huadu University. Jojo replied politely, I will follow whatever arrangements are made. Understood. I will be on time. Thank you, ma'am. After hanging up, he mumbled to he, a bit insecurely. 3 top-tier students in one room. And then there's me. It feels like I shouldn't be on this bed. I think I belong under it. He ignored the joke. He knew what he had to do. There was one more thing he needed to take care of before starting school. The scene shifts to the Swan Lake nuclear detonation site a few days later. The massive cloud from the nuclear explosion had thrown hundreds of tons of dust into the atmosphere. The sky above Swan Lake and for miles around was covered by a thick layer of ash, plunging the world below into an eternal night. Faint beams of light pierced through the thick dust clouds, shining down on the desolate ground. He stood in the center of the dead land, his body starting to transform as it absorbed the residual energy. He dissolved and merged with his surroundings, becoming one with the irradiated landscape. A giant blue eye opened, scanning the battlefield. A status panel appeared. Infinite monster template, host, Yi. Overall physique, 27.4. Template sync, Emperor's Cosmic Wilds, 38.9%. Humanoid giant, 90%. He rose to his feet in his monstrous form. After the fight with the blood-eyed black ape, his sync rate for the Emperor's Cosmic Wilds template jumped 1.5%, which was an insane amount. Combined with the nuclear radiation and atomic fission energy still lingering here, this place was a true cultivation paradise. 3 days of training increased his sync rate by another 6 points, a significant gain. Sensing that time was running out, he said, I need to go. He then launched into the sky, leaving a streak of blue light behind. Unfortunately, back at the An City train station, a voice boomed from the loudspeakers. Attention passengers, train G66, departing from this station to Huadu West Station, will depart in 5 minutes. Passengers who have not gone through the ticket check should do so now. Jojo stood on the platform, suitcase in hand, waiting for his friend. His eyes lit up when he saw a familiar silhouette appear. He's here! A flash of light streaked across the sky. He landed gently. He gave Jojo a wink. Luckily, I made it in time. The other passengers on the train recognized Yi, unable to hide their excitement. That's Yi, one person said. Holy crap! That wave of pressure just now scared me to death. I thought another high-level beast had arrived. Another person added in admiration. That terrifying aura. Not even a high-ranking warrior igniting their battle blood could give off that kind of pressure. He really is the pride of our An City. Jojo smiled, a knowing look on his face. You've gotten stronger again. Yi. He looked out the window, watching An City recede into the distance. An City. We're about to leave this place. He remembered this was where his story began. This was my first stop since I transmigrated. And my starting point. The train accelerated, leaving the city behind. Goodbye, An City. He turned back, his eyes burning with an eager fire. Let's go! To Huadu! The train shot forward like a steel dragon on the rails. Whoosh! Inside the car, he was enthusiastically talking with everyone. Jojo could only sigh. Can you be a little more serious? A curious student asked Jojo. Are all the students on this train top scorers? Jojo explained. Not only that, the train itself is built with the most advanced structure and materials. It's capable of easily withstanding thousands of tons of impact force. But even so, the Huadu University train was protected, both openly and in secret, by no less than 5 warriors, with maybe even Grandmaster-level experts watching over everything. After all, the passengers on this train were the most elite and talented students of their entire generation in Great Xia. He chimed in, a smug smile on his lips. I used my life perception to sniff them out, and yeah, there are a few strong ones, but only 5 who could survive even 3 of my moves. Suddenly, an urgent warning blared through the train cars. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The Huadu train is under attack by an unidentified enemy. The official announcement rang out. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The Huadu University train is under attack by an unknown enemy. All professors and instructors are investigating. Remaining students, evacuate the cabins immediately. Do not engage the enemy. The students began to panic. There was no way anyone would dare attack Huadu University. Maybe this is just a drill, a test for us freshmen. One student spoke up, not necessarily. The Xia nation is at its weakest point right now. The Guardian Warrior is injured and in hiding. One of the 3 great Guardian Masters, Du Jingming, has gone missing. Many grandmasters and warriors died in Guangshan City and others during the monster tide attacks. It's only natural that the nations and factions suppressed by Xia are starting to cause trouble now. A nervous student asked, "So should we leave the cabin or not?" Jojo turned to Yihei. "What do you think, Yihei?" Yihei leaned back, looking annoyed. "What a pain. I've been overtraining for days. I just wanted to catch a quick nap to recover." But then he shot up, a wild smile spreading across his face. "Let's go. Let's see what's happening." The train was still speeding along, but the peace was gone. Crash! As he and Jojo ran to the cabin door, a heavily injured student fell right into them. Student, hang in there." "Yi," he asked. "What's going on up ahead?" The student explained in a panicked, broken voice. "The enemy has taken the first 3 cars. They're controlling a special domain that pulls everyone into a separate space, so the battle's shockwaves don't affect the outside. There are terrifying enemies inside, hunting everyone down, the warrior teachers protecting us. They're almost all dead or wounded. They banded together to push me out of that domain, to warn you all to run. This is not a drill." He introduced himself. "Freshman, Chu Jingxuan." Just then, another group of students stood up to block their path. One of them spoke, his voice dripping with suspicion. "Where's your proof? You say it's dangerous up ahead? Show us the evidence." Another, with a golden mane like a lion's, looked at Chu Jingxuan with contempt. "Where are the teachers' badges? Or any other injured survivors? Why are you the only one who got out? Are you even strong enough to compete with the top freshmen?" He introduced himself. "Freshman, Yan Zhengsheng." Then he pointed at Yi. "I don't believe you could have gotten out, but him? Maybe." The others nodded. "Makes sense. Lionhead's got a point." Yan Zhengsheng shoved them aside. "Get out of my way. I'm going up front," Chu Jingxuan shouted desperately. "Wait, I'm telling the truth. It's really dangerous up there. Why won't you listen to me? Don't go to your deaths." He turned back to look at Yi. "You're Yi, right?" Yi stared at him, a strange feeling rising up. His life perception could sense something unusual about this student. He replied, "I am. How do you know?" "A girl named Liu Qingzu showed me your picture. She told me to find you and tell you not to go to the front cars, no matter what." His eyes shot wide. "Those were her words?" "Exactly. She took a heavy slash to protect me." He wailed, clenching his fists. "Those guys were determined to get themselves killed. I couldn't stop them, but I promised that girl I would make sure you survived." "Yi," he slapped him across the face. "Damn it! She's not even dead yet, and you're already talking about her last words." He asked, "You still planning on going?" Yi, he looked ahead, his voice firm. "Of course I'm going. I made a promise to her parents." Chu Jinshuan spread his arms desperately, trying to block them. "No, I won't let you pass." Another student spoke with a sneer. "With how pathetic you look, how did you even get into Huadu?" Jojo drew his sword. "Jojo," he complained, "I'm trying to save you guys here. How can you be so unreasonable, swinging your fists without a word? There's no way a refined girl like Qingzhu would know 2 brutes like you." Yi, he grabbed him. "Enough of your nonsense." Chu Jingxuan was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. "That kind of power is completely out of our league." Yi, he tossed him a pill. "Sorry about that. This blood essence pill is for you. We're in a hurry." Yi, he said. Jojo, let's go," he whispered in despair. "Don't go. It's dangerous." They arrived before the door to car number 3. Yi, he stared at the swirling purple spatial gate. "So this must be the entrance to that separate space the freshman mentioned, huh?" He lifted Jojo's suitcase to test the waters. With a powerful throw, the suitcase flew into the purple vortex, vanishing without a trace. Poof. Yi, he frowned, focusing his senses. No feedback, no sound at all. Not even my life field can detect any energy inside. A lot of the freshmen came this way just now. Looks like they've all gone in. A curious smile played on his lips. This mystery was just making him more interested. Interesting. "I'm going in." He stepped into the portal without hesitation. As the purple light swallowed him, a single drop of sweat rolled down his cheek, his eyes flashing with vigilance. Inside was a chaotic space, a winding path of light twisting through the darkness. He staggered as a wave of dizziness hit him. Ugh, so dizzy. Who's behind this cheap trick? He looked around but couldn't see any sign of his companion. Strange. We came in together. But where's Jojo now? In the distance, a glowing exit offered the only ray of hope in this bizarre space. "There's a light up ahead. Guess I'll head out first." He launched himself off the light path and landed in a world of ruin. Skyscrapers were twisted and floating unnaturally in the air. He exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is this place?" He tried to use his abilities, but it was no use. "My life field isn't responding. Is this place blocking it?" He decided on a more direct approach. He shot into the air, his incredible leap carrying him hundreds of meters high. The old-fashioned way still works best. He landed on top of a building, the impact creating a massive boom. Bam! He focused a sphere of blue-white energy in his hand, lightning crackling around it. A crazed look flashed across his face. Don't play your little ghost games with me. He unleashed his full power, roaring a single command. Blow it all away. A massive blue and white explosion ripped through the air. The resulting shockwave flattened everything in its path. Boom! Peeking from the windows, the other students watched in absolute terror. An explosion that huge? What the heck is going on? Damn, what kind of pro just made that entrance? Talk about showing off. Hearing the insane rumble, Jojo immediately sprinted towards the chaos, where Liu Qingju was sitting, injured and weak. She looked up at him, her voice a whisper. Yi He, why did you come? Yi He landed on a rooftop, surveying the battlefield. I knew this exam was more than just a test. It seems we don't just have classmates and teammates. His gaze locked onto a dark figure with glowing red eyes in the distance. We have enemies, too. Another enemy appeared, a massive man in a pighead mask, holding a blood-stained knife. The muscular student, the one who had doubted Chu Jingxuan, faced off against the masked man. He scoffed, still wearing that pighead. I can tell you're no good just by looking at you. You bastard trying to act all mysterious? I'm gonna rip that hood right off. The man in the pighead mask remained silent, his glowing red eyes burning with brutality. He lunged forward, throwing a thunderous kick at his foe. Wham! Yee! He watched from a distance, a little surprised. He took my nuclear punch and he's still fine? The muscular guy pulled out a dagger and plunged it straight into his enemy's neck. Slash! The pig-masked man let the blade sink in, a smile spreading across his lips. Didn't expect my recovery to be this fast, did you? I can stop your blade with my muscles alone. Your strength isn't much, but that weapon of yours is strange. It seems to ignore defenses. What the hell are you? He grabbed for the pighead mask. Let me get a closer look. Model. He opened his mouth and unleashed a blast of raw energy. Taste my special attack. With a powerful yank, the mask was torn away, revealing absolutely nothing. He smirked victoriously. I'm a man of my word. I said I'd rip it off, and I did. Yihei narrowed his eyes, sensing something was wrong. Huh? There was something inside the hood. From the tattered cloth, a small object tumbled out. Yihei picked it up. It was a pendant. So this really is a test from the capital? Defeat monsters to get loot. He glanced at his broken dagger and put the pieces together. This masked man's weapon must have been enhanced by a high-level warrior's martial aura, making it unnaturally sharp. Once that aura faded, it just turned back into a normal item. What's this pendant for? Am I supposed to hunt down a whole gang of these masked freaks and collect pendants from their hoods? An arrow flew towards him, but he calmly continued his thought. It really feels like a battle royale. His body radiated a red aura, effortlessly catching the incoming arrow. Landing on a rooftop was a new phantom, its eyes glowing red, a crossbow in its hands. Another wave already? Yihei growled, a wild grin spreading across his face. I hate being ambushed the most. He charged forward, but suddenly, an energy arrow shot up from the ground below. Boom! The ambusher leaped into the air, drew his bow, and unleashed a deadly rain from above. Countless dark energy arrows pierced Yihei, momentarily turning him into a human pincushion, but he just laughed, a crazy, confident smile on his face. You think you can kill me that easily? How naive. He flexed, his body exploding with energy, transforming into a monstrous form and shattering all the arrows. A colossal mass of blue and red energy erupted from his body, swelling into a jagged skeletal structure like some prehistoric beast. Ruwar! With a reality-shaking roar, he slammed the entire monstrous energy construct down, aiming straight for the building where the enemy was hiding. The power of the attack was terrifying. It completely pulverized the skyscraper into dust and smoke. Boom! From afar, civilians hiding in another building watched the scene of destruction in horror. What in the world happened over there? The whole building just collapsed. Yihei stepped out of the dust cloud, holding one of the arrows that had hit him. I want to see who tried to turn me into a kebab. From the ruins, another enemy emerged. This time, it was a guy in a suit wearing a rabbit mask, holding a sharp spear, a rabbit head. So is this really about the Zodiacs? The rabbit lunged with terrifying speed, its body cloaked in deadly streams of purple energy. He swung his spear, creating a razor-sharp arc of energy aimed right at Yihei. Yihei raised his leg, blocking the attack with ease. The impact created a deafening metallic clang. Bang! But then he froze as he felt the technique behind the blow. What the hell? This one knows martial arts. The rabbit's spear suddenly changed direction with expert skill, the tip aiming straight for his temple. Whoosh! Instantly, a thick wall of ice materialized from thin air, stopping the spear just inches from his face. An ice wall. The wall shattered into a million glittering fragments, but it had saved Yihai's life. Crash! From the ground, countless sharp ice spikes erupted, creating a frozen prison that trapped the enemy. Zhuzhou landed from above. his sword gleaming with a cold light, his voice full of confidence. That was close, Yihei. Leave this rabbit to me. He charged in, sword and spear clashing relentlessly, creating a storm of ice and fire in the ruined battlefield. The rabbit seemed surprised and annoyed by Zhuzhou's arrival. Yeah, Zhuzhou unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast slashes. The sharp, cold sword strikes forced the rabbit to continuously retreat. Swish, swish. Finally, he gathered his power, completely encasing the rabbit in a massive block of ice. But Zhuzhou wasn't done. He focused all his strength into one final blow, striking the ice block directly. With a terrifying explosion, the ice shattered into 100 pieces, and the shockwave sent the suited rabbit flying like a cannonball. Boom! Blasted away at incredible speed, the rabbit could only let out a cry of disbelief at Zhuzhou's overwhelming power. But before his body could slam into a distant building, a giant, dark figure with fallen wings and bullhorns slowly materialized in the sky. Its evil and oppressive aura blanketed the entire area. The colossal monster caught the flying rabbit in its grasp. Its deep, gravelly voice echoed with a possessive, wicked tone. Finally caught you, my little pet. It crushed the rabbit in its hand. A destructive beam of blue energy then leveled an entire city block in a horrifying explosion. Boom! Meanwhile, on another rooftop, a group of students were hiding and talking. A few minutes ago. Why did it go silent over there? That guy charged in so dramatically. Is he dead? He must be. We've ambushed over a dozen of those masked guys, but no one's even been hurt. Their weapons can break through any defense. They're way out of our league. A girl with red hair and a seductive outfit spoke up, her voice dripping with contempt. That guy just arrogantly rushed in, probably some local student who got accepted into the capital. A conceited frog in a well, another in the group agreed. Honestly, the top students from the major cities are on a different level than people from places like ours. I heard Yan Zhengxiang and Wu Yangze from the demon capital, Shen Luyu from Deep Blue, and the new god from Glass Island have already started hunting the masked guys. I wonder how they're doing. Are they really that strong? Then this year's freshman champion must be one of them, another asked curiously. The other shook his head. No. The freshman president is always a local from the capital. Compared to those prodigies from the capital, students from other regions of the Xia nation just can't compare. The cultivation resources they get from childhood are worlds apart. Their conversation was cut short by a blinding explosion of blue-white light coming from the direction Yihei had been. Boom! The group stared in horror towards the blast. An insane energy beam. What was that? A railgun? Get out of here. How could there be a railgun here? Elsewhere in the ruined city, Yan Zhengxiang, with his lion's mane of blonde hair, and another person were also witnessing the scene. Yan Zhengxiang asked his partner, Zhe, what do you think? The young man named Zhe, a freshman named Ouyang Zhe, analyzed coldly. That type of attack doesn't match the methods of the masked men. It's most likely the technique of another freshman. Yan Zhengxiang's giant sword was currently embedded in the corpse of a lion-masked enemy, proving their formidable strength. A freshman? Besides the few from the capital, who else could possess such ridiculous power? We have to go check it out. Anyway, we've already collected the rat, dog, monkey, and horse pendants. Shen Luyu from Deep Blue City has at least the ram pendant. Ouyang Zhe continued, his tone sharp. The new god from Glass Island has at least the snake pendant. A freshman named Liu Qingzhu even killed a minotaur and got the ox pendant. If these masked guys are organizing this according to the 12 zodiacs, then only the pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon pendants are left. His eyes turned dangerous as he mentioned the final zodiac. As for the dragon, a figure with a dragon head mask appeared in their minds, his aura far surpassing all the others. That monster is a death sentence with a single touch. We have to run. We can't fight it. It's the final boss, Yan Zhengxiang concluded. As for the remaining pendants, the freshman who shot that blue beam definitely has a few. The new god and Shen Luyu will probably be drawn there too. Zhengxiang, this game has entered its final round. Ouyang Zhe clenched his fist, his green eyes flashing with a cold light. If we want to win, our only option is to steal from the others. Back with Yihei. He was squatting down, holding the pig-shaped pendant he had just acquired. Zhuzhou arrived, asking curiously, So what is this? Yihei stood up and explained, Before you got here, I took down a pig-masked guy and got this pig pendant from inside. If I'm guessing right, this test is all about collecting all the animal head pendants. Zhuzhou looked around cautiously. So, we're actively hunting the masked guys now? Yi, he asked, looking at a distant rooftop. Exactly. A moment ago, another one took a cheap shot at me with an arrow. He must be one of them, probably escaped during the chaos. He looked down at the wound where the arrow had struck. But because his arrow hit me, I can use it to track him. Let's go. They moved through the city's ruined streets, until Yi He suddenly stopped. There are signs of a battle here. Someone beat us to it. He touched the scorch marks on the ground, which were still warm. These marks are still fresh. The others can't be far. Chuzhou immediately went on high alert, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. They're close. He swung his blade, releasing a wave of cold energy, ready for a fight. Swoosh! He slashed down hard, and a wall of sharp ice erupted from the ground. Bam! A red-haired girl using an invisibility skill was forced to reveal herself by the attack. She muttered, clearly annoyed. Shh! My optical invisibility was discovered again. Amidst the rubble, Chuzhou charged forward, his sword flashing with a cold light. Hiding in the shadows never means you're up to any good. Another guy stood fearlessly. Get out of the way, freshman Lan Yushi. His entire body erupted in violent flames, using the jealous flame demon war body technique as he threw a powerful flaming fist towards Chuzhou. The intense heat warped the very air, but a third person appeared and easily blocked the attack. He was holding a cigarette, looking completely unconcerned. You've been spotted, Lan Yushi. Your optical camouflage is too weak. Shh, mind your own business, the man introduced himself. New student, Tan Shen. Yi, he stepped forward, eyeing the two of them suspiciously. Are you two ambushing us? Tan Shen's partner quickly tried to explain. Big brother, you've misunderstood. We just took down a chicken-masked guy, and we're hiding here to lure out any others. Tan Shen took a long drag from his cigarette and blew out a cloud of smoke. Phew! Yi, he didn't buy that explanation for a second. His blue eyes turned cold, filled with suspicion as he stared directly at Tan Shen. Oh, really? Then what do you call this? Faster than a lightning flash, he shot forward, his hand grabbing at the empty air next to Tan Shen. But to everyone's shock, the image of Lan Yusi appeared as he caught her by the throat, lifting her into the air. Snap! From her original hiding spot, the real Lan Yushi was biting her nails, her face a mix of frustration and amazement. He even saw through my clone? I guess this guy has some skill after all. Tan Shen, standing beside her, just gave a lazy smirk. Heh, I didn't expect your little sneak attack to work anyway. That would have been too boring. Tan Shen crushed his cigarette on the ground, a cocky, challenging smile on his face. Guess it's my turn now. He took a deep breath, and his body began to swell in a grotesque and bizarre way, like a massive balloon about to pop. Whoosh! Then, from his mouth, a thick ink-black cloud shot out at terrifying speed, enveloping Yi He in an instant. Yi He leaped backward to dodge. Lan Yushi opened her golden fan, her voice sweet but laced with menace. Don't even think about running. She waved the fan, and a green tornado formed, steering the black cloud to wrap tightly around Yi He, turning it into an inescapable prison of smoke. Just like that, Yi, he was completely trapped inside the black vortex, his vision totally obscured. Bound tightly within the smoke, Yi, he saw a blazing red light. Tan Shen was floating on his back in the air, laughing arrogantly. It's not over yet. Let me heat things up for you. A terrifying, fiery explosion erupted from within the smoke cloud, incinerating everything with overwhelming heat. Boom. Tan Shen landed next to Lan Yushi, both of them smiling victoriously, certain they had easily finished their opponent. So what? Even if you're strong, you're still no match for us. Ha ha ha. But a cold voice cut through their laughter. What in the world are you two laughing about? From within the smoke and flames, a hand glowing with white and blue light reached out. Yi, he clapped his hands together, creating an invisible, yet immensely powerful spherical shockwave that expanded from his position. Pow! Tan Shen screamed in horror, unable to believe his eyes as the shockwave effortlessly disintegrated his cloud of fire in a single moment. Just a clap. It was enough to dispel my flame cloud? Before he could even process it, Yi, he appeared right in front of him, his eyes glowing intensely. What kind of power is that? He whispered in terror, right before a fist broke through his defenses, the king's barrier breaker. Yi He's punch contained pure physical power, piercing through all layers of energy defense and slamming straight into Tan Shen, sending blood flying everywhere. Bam! Tan Shen was sent flying like a broken kite, his body skidding across the ground and carving a deep trench before coming to a stop. Screech! Lan Yusi stood there, her face pale with fear, sweat pouring down her face. She muttered the horrifying truth about their limits and Yi He's impossible power. Right now, we don't have any techniques that can level us up to a warrior. We're stuck at the martial apprentice level, with our physical strength sealed by a membrane. Even though freshmen from Huadu have a higher limit as martial apprentices, they can't break through either. But this guy's physical stats? They aren't like a college freshman's at all. While she was focused on Yi He, Lan Yusi suddenly felt an intense cold on her legs. Frost had crept up from the ground, freezing her feet in place before she could react. She stammered in a panic. Damn it, I was so focused on the puncher, I forgot about the ice guy. Above them, a massive, ghostly apparition of Yi. He appeared, a manifestation of overwhelming power with a crazed smile, looming over them like a phantom of judgment. Lan Yushi looked at the specter, then at the two opponents before her, desperation written all over her face. Even teaming up with Tan, we couldn't even beat one of them, let alone two. Realizing her hopeless situation, her fan drooped in her hand, her will to fight completely shattered. There was no reason to fight, no chance of victory. She used all her strength to break the ice on her feet, a green aura from her fan helping her escape. Crack! Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and poured every ounce of her energy into her legs to flee. The only thought in her mind was survival. I have to run, but a hand clamped down on her ankle from behind, the grip so strong it instantly made her lose her balance. Whoosh! She tumbled to the ground, turning back with a look of pure terror to see Yi he had caught her. Crap! Yi, he was right there! He grabbed her leg and brutally yanked her back, sending her flipping through the air before slamming her hard onto the ground. Get down here! He clenched his fist, his blue eyes glowing dangerously. He whispered, as if to himself, about a skill he was about to unleash. Universal martial arts. In her desperate attempt to flee, Lan Yushi created countless clones that scattered in all directions. Yi, he let out a savage grin, his sharp teeth showing with both menace and amusement. Heh, trying to escape, he unleashed a torrent of blood-red energy from his body, a sinister and haunting technique. Prisoner of the evil ghost. Red and black phantoms rose from the ground, wrapping tightly around the real Lan Yushi and all of her clones, leaving her completely immobilized as she screamed in fear and pain. Ah! I can't move! Ah! What the hell is this? Yi, he laughed with delight, savoring his prey's despair as she was trapped by her own skill. Can't fight, can't run, just accept your fate. Completely broken and without any will to resist, Lan Yushi quickly surrendered. I give up. I surrender. All my pendants are yours. She threw 2 jade pendants towards him. He caught them and looked down at the girl pathetically bound on the ground. Tell me everything you know. If you had been honest from the start, none of this would have happened. Still trapped, Lan Yushi explained. To win this test, you have to collect all 12 pendants. We're in the final stage of the test now. Even if you don't make the first move, others will come to take them from you. Ouyang-zae and Yan Zhenghong from Demon City are the top freshmen here. They've probably already collected quite a few. Despite her dangerous situation, she still flashed a sinister smile, trying to provoke Yi He. So what do you think? Want me to lead you to Ouyang-zae and Yan Zhenghong? Whatever. I've got no shot at winning this thing anyway, so I might as well stir the pot and watch them tear each other apart. Hehehe. Yi, he smirked, patting her head like she was a joke. Don't you worry about a thing. But hey, I dig the fan. Lan Yushi could only stare, completely stunned. The scene cuts to another part of the ravaged city. Yan Zhengsheng and Ouyang-zae were blasting through the streets, talking strategy. By now, Tan Shen and Lan Yushi have probably tracked us down, right? If they help out, we'll be safe for the moment. It doesn't matter who wins. We'll just snatch the pendants from the victor. But then, mid-sprint, Yan Zhengsheng skidded to a halt, his eyes blowing wide in sheer terror. Look at that body. Sprawled on the cold concrete, lying in a massive pool of blood, was the corpse of Tan Shen. Ouyang-zae recognized him instantly, his voice laced with disbelief. That's Tan Shen. The camera rewinds just a few minutes, showing Tan Shen running for his life through the empty streets. That guy is an absolute monster. Lan Yushi must have been completely obliterated. I can feel it. That guy marked me too. He's definitely coming for me next. Looks like I'll have to team up with those two psychos, Ouyang-zae and Yan Zhengsheng. Suddenly, a lethal killing intent washed over him from behind. He whipped around. Who's there? A figure with long, wild hair and a glowing purple sword descended from the sky, rocketing towards him at an insane speed. In the darkness, the attacker's eyes flared to life, a crimson vortex swirling with pure malice and unimaginable power. Tan Shen's blood ran cold as he recognized his foe. It was the most feared legend of this entire test. It's the dragon. A street lamp flickered and went dark. In a flash, a single lightning-fast slash cut through the air. Tan Shen's silhouette was frozen against a shattered wall as fresh blood sprayed across it. The man in the dragon mask stood there, holding 2 newly acquired pendants as Tan Shen's lifeless body collapsed behind him. Thump! Back in the present, Yan Zhengsheng and Ouyang-zae stared at the corpse. Why is Tan Shen dead here? And this brutal gash? Ouyang-zae analyzed. It had to be the dragon mask. The cut is clean and decisive, a one-hit kill, which proves his power completely overwhelmed Tan Shen. Among all the zodiac masks, the only one capable of this is the dragon. Yan Zhengsheng was confused. But wait, wasn't the dragon mask supposed to be confined to that underground parking garage? I led a team of over 20 people into that garage looking for him. A horrifying memory flashed back. The dragon, standing in a sea of bodies. Out of Yan Zhengsheng's entire crew, only 2 made it out alive. Only the 2 of us managed to escape. He touched the pool of blood. It was still warm. I can't believe he's actually killing people. Isn't this supposed to be a test? But this warm blood, it doesn't feel fake at all. Ouyang-ze shivered as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. True fear was finally starting to sink in. Yeah. Yan Zhengsheng stood up. So, what now? Tan Shen's pendant is gone, and the dragon mask might have left the garage because of us. The freshman must have met some kind of condition, like defeating all the other masked goons, so the final boss is now off his leash and can move freely. Just like the normal Zodiac masks automatically hunt freshmen, the dragon mask is probably now actively hunting anyone who holds a Zodiac pendant. Ouyang-ze's fists tightened, his fighting spirit blazing to life. We can't take the dragon mask head on. We have to grab the other pendants before he does. We can't let them fall into his hands. He let out a roar as his bloodline awakened. A pair of magnificent golden wings erupted from his back. Arcs of golden lightning crackled around him. The golden-winged rock takes flight. What we need to do now is send out a signal of our own, lure in the other pendant holders and fight it out to the death. A massive sphere of golden energy formed in the sky, a beacon of defiance to every other player. Boom! In another corner of the dead city, Liu Qingzhu sat all alone, hidden somewhere in the ruins. I was on my way to Hua City, but somehow got dragged into this freaky dead city. So many of the freshmen were killed by that guy in the dragon mask. Another survivor and I ran into a teacher, but he said he could only get one of us out. I can't just leave. At a time like this, she looked at a picture of herself and Yi He on her phone. I have to warn that idiot Yi He. Tell him not to get mixed up in this. She clutched her head, consumed by worry. I wonder if the one who escaped managed to find Yi He. It's no use. I don't have the strength to find him myself right now. With his brute strength, as long as he doesn't face the dragon mask, he won't lose. Suddenly, the chilling sensation of being watched shot down her spine. Her eyes narrowed. Have I been spotted? In my current state, there's no way I can escape. They've already sensed my aura and are definitely coming to snatch my pendant. Although I don't really care about it, I have a feeling he is going to need it. I can't fight them head on right now. To deal with them, I'll have to lure them there. High above, Ouyang-ze soared through the air, surveying the city. That's Liu Qingzhu. During the college entrance exams, I heard the failing Liu clan had produced an awakener with the netherworld divine bird bloodline. Since we both share a heritage of high-level divine beasts, I looked up all of Liu Qingzhu's information. Ouyang-ze hovered in the air, his radiant golden wings lighting up the area. He narrowed his eyes, looking down. It seems she has the snake pendant. What an interesting surprise. She's heading for a specific location. He instantly figured out her plan and let out a cynical laugh. Trying to lure me into the Dragon Mask's garage? Heh, she's so adorably naive. The Dragon Mask is already out on the prowl with his blade. There's nothing left for you in that underground garage. He spun around, his wings kicking up a vortex of golden light. He yelled down to his partner, Zhengsheng, wait here for me. I'm gonna go grab someone real quick. He then plummeted downwards at incredible speed, blasting through multiple floors of the parking garage. Crash! He landed right in front of Liu Qingzhu. His brilliant golden wings illuminated the pitch-black space. Liu Qingzhu, there's nowhere to run. But then, another voice echoed from the shadows, startling Ouyang-ze. That voice, it can't be. From the depths of the darkness, the dragon mask slowly emerged, his suffocating, deadly aura filling the area. The Dragon Master? Impossible. Shouldn't he be out hunting pendant bearers? A horrifying truth dawned on Ouyang-ze. Wait a second, if the dragon's target is the person holding the pendants. He looked down in shock at the 4 zodiac pendants hanging from his own belt. I have 4 of them. He would obviously go to the place with the most pendants first. His own arrogance had led him straight into a trap. The dragon mask's eyes glowed with a deadly purple light, locking onto his prey. Ouyang-ze's calm facade shattered, replaced by pure terror. He looked up, seeing the dragon mask hovering as something strange began to form around them. Ouyang-ze realized he was trapped. This is a domain? The dragon mask can use something like this? He muttered, cold sweat pouring down his face. It's a special field that pulls you in when you look into the caster's eyes. The only way out is to defeat them. I've been completely cornered. The dragon mask shot forward like a phantom. He's coming! A barrage of purple energy slashes flew at Ouyang-ze. He was forced to block them with his golden wings. In an instant, the dragon mask was right behind him, his blade ready for the final blow. Elsewhere, Yi He and Zhuzhou were facing off against some lion-haired dude. Yi He was annoyed. Did this guy seriously use the world chat just to taunt everyone here? Zhuzhou spoke, his gaze firm. Yi, leave this one to me. I want to test my own strength. Yan Zhengsheng appeared, a massive tiger spirit materializing behind him. He roared, You think you've got me cornered? How arrogant. Zhuzhou stared down his opponent, his sword glowing with an icy light. Ice sword! He swung, and a massive blade of ice formed and hurtled towards Yan Zhengsheng, but it was shattered with ease. Yan Zhengsheng sneered, "Where do you think you're going?" He charged forward, swinging his massive blade, trapping Zhuzhou in a vortex of orange energy. Zhuzhou was staggered, unable to comprehend his opponent's speed and power. He poured all his strength into his sword, desperately trying to block the attack. Focusing his spirit, he reached a new level. Man and sword became one, his blade transforming into a colossal ice sword as the phantom of a pure dragon appeared behind him. Yan Zhenghong simply swung his saber, shattering the ice drill and sending Chuzhou flying. The two warriors clashed, their icy sword and fiery saber colliding in a storm of raw energy. The phantom of an ice dragon and a fire tiger roared in a ferocious battle, mirroring the duel between the two men. Not far away, Yi He sat on a boulder, chin in hand, watching the fight with a bored expression, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. Suddenly, Yan Zhenghong felt a wave of pure despair. He turned, sweat pouring down his temple. It was Zay's aura. He was calling for help. He and Chu Zhou exchanged one final, brutal blow, then quickly separated. Yan Zhenghong roared, his voice filled with rage and regret. If it weren't for an emergency, I would have already shattered all 8 of your limbs." Chu Zhou just replied coldly, "After talking so tough, you think you can just leave? Did I say you could?" Suddenly, Yi He appeared between them, a brilliant blue-white orb of energy forming in his hand. He hurled it towards Yan Zhenghong. Stunned, Yan Zhenghong could only gasp. What? The energy ball detonated on impact, a blinding explosion of light completely engulfing him. Boom! The explosion carved a deep trench in the ground, obliterating everything in its path. Yan Zhenghong lay sprawled on the ground, his body bruised and bleeding. What the hell was that? Was I just sent flying by some monster? Yi, he appeared beside him, his tone teasing. That was me who punched you. Your groan was so loud I figured I'd hit you a little harder. You ambushed me? I wouldn't call it an ambush. Your brain was just too slow to register my fist. Yan Zhenghong roared in absolute fury, the pain and humiliation driving him past his limits. You arrogant brat, I'll take your life. 3 minutes later, Yan Zhenghong sat there with a swollen, bruised face, his majestic aura completely gone. Yi, he said, don't be so gloomy. Lasting 3 minutes against me is actually impressive. His fighting spirit was shattered in a single punch. Yi, he effortlessly lifted Yan Zhenghong's massive saber. Your weapon has some good weight to it. Mind if I borrow it? Though, it needs a little reinforcement. Blue energy enveloped the saber as sharp crystal fragments grew from the blade. The saber had now transformed into a much more monstrous and powerful weapon. Chu Zhou walked over and handed Yi He a pendant. Yi He, we didn't find any pendants in his spatial ring, but we found this. It was a glowing jade amulet. The pendant was blinking continuously, as if sending out some kind of signal. Back at Ouyang Zay's battle in the domain, he stood on the broken ground, grievously wounded, with blood pooling around him. His brilliant golden wings were shattered. He whispered in despair, I didn't expect this to be my limit. I even used all the holy relics I brought from the secret realm. The final sealing nails. As long as one hit his heart directly, it would seal his martial energy and power flow. But sadly, I sacrificed an arm and still couldn't pierce the dragon mask's heart. I missed by just 3 fingers. A golden nail was embedded in the dragon mask's shoulder. The shadow dragon roared, ready to finish its prey. I've lost my only chance to defeat this damn dragon mask. The masked man swung his sword, the blade piercing through Ouyang Zay's chest, ending the life of a prodigy. Meanwhile, Liu Qingzhu was staggering up a flight of ruined stairs. Come on, just a few more steps to the roof. She glanced towards the distant battle, her heart filled with despair. That dragon mask is terrifying. That ugly beast is no match for him. Ouyang Zay won't last much longer. The dragon mask's next target will be me. She clenched her fists, determined to find a way to survive. If I want to live, I have to find a way to get Yi He here and escape with me. This is the tallest building around. Yi He's signal flare gave me an idea. I'll fire one of my own towards him. She focused her energy, a purple sparrow materializing in her eyes. Bloodline awakening. Nether sparrow. A wave of purple, butterfly-shaped energy radiated out from her position. A signal sent out in desperation. After firing the signal, Liu Qingzhu collapsed on the roof, exhausted and gasping for air. Whew, that hurt like hell. I hope Yi He got the message. Suddenly, the sound of metallic footsteps echoed behind her, sharp and filled with killing intent. Her pupils constricted in horror. She turned, fear etched on her face. That sound. It can't be. She crawled to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. Below, the dragon mask was levitating, the purple sword in his hand humming softly, as if celebrating finding its prey. She couldn't believe his speed. He found me this fast? Damn it, I have to send another signal. Quick, Yi, he has to get out of here. The dragon mask's swirling red eyes unleashed a brilliant light, locking onto her. He shot upwards, a streak of purple light rocketing to the top of the building. He landed gently in front of her, his sword still radiating a deadly energy. He raised his sword, ready for the killing blow. Liu Qingzu shut her eyes, completely hopeless. Damn it, there's no more time. But then, the space around her suddenly shattered like glass. He emerged from the fractured space, breaking through the enemy's domain. I made a promise to your parents, and I'm a man of my word. Liu Qingju's eyes flew open, tears of shock and relief streaming down her face. He. The dragon mask narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the intruder. He roared. And you? What the hell are you? He swung his reinforced saber, and a massive slash of blue-white energy flew towards his foe. The slash cleaved a skyscraper in half, its power absolutely horrifying. He turned to Liu Qingju. Zheng Hong, Chu Zhou, and the little brother I just picked up. They're in the East Alley. Go there first, Liu Qingzu asked worriedly. What about you? He gazed at his enemy. I'll handle this dragon-masked freak. He created a colossal ice dragon, carrying Liu Qingzu and the others to safety. The ice dragon soared away, leaving a golden trail in the night sky. The dragon mask landed on the ground, his purple sword vibrating intensely. He faced him, his body wrapped in a powerful aura. So, it's this domain again. When I got Qingzu's distress signal, I knew something shady was going on here. Is this the only way you can fight? Hiding like a turtle in this pathetic little domain? His gaze landed on the golden nail embedded in the dragon mask's chest. That nail, could that be the counterplan Yan Zhenghong mentioned? The masked man growled, and countless phantoms of himself appeared behind him, ready to strike. He just felt a thrill of excitement. So fast. The two launched themselves at each other, sword and saber clashing, creating a storm of energy. I've really been looking forward to this. The force of their power shook space itself. They sliced a skyscraper clean in two. The building crumbled into a chaotic mess from the aftershock. They fought with unimaginable speed and power. Every single blow was powerful enough to level an entire city block. The shadow dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, opening its maw filled with deadly energy, ready to strike down Yi. But Yi, with a crazed look on his face and teeth clenched, blocked the dragon's strike with his crystal saber. Grah! He poured all his power into the blade, pushing the dragon back and firing a destructive energy beam from the weapon's mouth, creating a terrifying explosion. Through the purple smoke of the blast, a blue energy began to form. The dragon mask stared in shock at the scene before him. A pillar of blue energy suddenly descended from the sky, piercing right through a building. He muttered, his voice echoing with an excitement and satisfaction he hadn't felt in a long time. So strong. Since coming to this world, I finally met a worthy opponent. He looked at the dragon mask, his blue eyes blazing with challenge and a confident smile. So, that means you won't go down easy either, right? On a floating rock, the dragon mask pushed himself up, his signature helmet shattered by the force of the blast. For the first time, his true face was revealed, a man with wild, long hair, blazing red eyes, and a powerful body covered in the scars of countless battles. A primal, evil, and violent aura erupted from him, many times stronger than when he wore the mask. He just smirked, completely unfazed by this transformation. Now this times is more like it. An unbeatable boss like Dragon Mask wouldn't fall so easily. The unmasked dragon let out a furious roar and charged forward. Countless purple phantoms swirled around him, forming a vortex of deadly sword energy that shredded everything in its path. Saber and blade clashed, creating a storm of purple and gold energy that ripped the very fabric of the domain. He was shocked by his opponent's newfound power. He's too fast. After his mask shattered, not only his speed, but his strength skyrocketed too. The dragon's red eyes flashed as a vortex of energy gathered, focusing all of his power. He swung his sword in a slash so fast and fierce it was invisible to the naked eye, leaving only a deadly streak of purple light. He barely raised his saber to block. A piercing shriek of metal echoed as a horrifying force shot through him, rattling him to the bone. He looked down at his weapon in horror. The blade was broken. His crystal saber, a weapon he'd reinforced with nuclear energy and monster power, had been sliced in half with ease. The dragon gave him no time to recover. He swung his sword again, the blade humming a deadly tune, a final slash aimed straight for Yi, but he effortlessly blocked it with his teeth. With a savage, predatory grin, he used his own crystal-coated teeth to lock the blade in place. His eyes blazed with a crazed light as he whispered, "Finally, caught you." Crack! With one final grind of his teeth, the sword, a weapon that had just shattered a crystal saber, exploded into countless glittering shards. He drew back his fist. The dragon's red eyes widened, pure shock and disbelief written all over his face. Giving him no time to process, he unleashed a spiraling punch, glowing with brilliant blue energy, aimed straight at his chest. Boom! The dragon roared in agony, his body nearly torn apart by the punch's terrifying power. Crack! As the dragon staggered, He's crystal-armored hand grabbed him. He's voice rang out, cold and sarcastic like a twisted salesman. It's not over yet, valued customer. Slash! He roared, his face a mask of calculated fury. He announced with a challenging tone, Technician number 23 is at your service. Immediately after, he unleashed a lightning-fast series of palm strikes. Each blow glowed blue, precisely targeting the dragon's vital points. Strike. His eyes narrowed, his mind coldly analyzing the viciousness of his own technique. He muttered, throat, heart, spleen, kidneys, and the groin. All fatal weak points on the human body. On top of that, since Ouyang-Ze's bronze spikes had already pierced his body, his meridians were blocked, and the flow of his martial energy was already disrupted. With these strikes, infused with my wicked energy, penetrating those critical points and meridians, they will cause utter destruction from the inside. Under the brutal, calculated assault, the dragon's body began to twist in grotesque ways. In a final, desperate effort, the dragon let go of his broken sword hilt with a single thought in mind. Throw. He lunged at Yi in a suicide attack, his newly formed sword swinging, carving deadly purple arcs of energy. But Yi simply raised his armored arm, his expression completely unsurprised. He spoke, his voice chillingly calm. I knew you wouldn't give up that easily. The sword struck the fan Yi he had just looted, but it couldn't penetrate even a single inch. He continued, but your only chance to kill me was the moment I first arrived, using the element of surprise while my guard was down. He flicked the fan open, and the sword clattered to the ground. He concluded with utter contempt, and even then, your chances of success were 30% at best. His face twisted with rage and determination. He roared, now, die for me! An eruption of energy, as dark as blood and shadows, exploded from Yi, completely swallowing the dragon. Boom! Engulfed in the storm of energy, he exclaimed in awe. This treasured fan is infused with so much killing intent. That's why it's even stronger than when Lan Yue used it. He charged forward. It's still not over, you faceless punk. He gathered the last of his strength, letting out a world-shaking shout. First fist. A terrifying blue explosion erupted, sending Yi flying back. Boom! The dragon's battered body was thrown like a broken puppet. In midair, he was already poised for his next attack. His voice rang out coldly. Second fist. He unleashed an even stronger blow, the mountain-shattering black flash fist. His barrage of fists created a chain of explosions, leveling every building in its path like a natural disaster. The dragon lay motionless in the rubble, his body almost completely obliterated. He let out a pained groan. His voice dripped with scorn. A dragon? I thought you'd be tough, but it turns out you're nothing but an insect. Crushed by absolute power, the dragon's eyes blazed with bloodlust, his mind consumed by a single thought. Kill! Kill him! He looked down coldly at his dying foe. He placed his blade against his neck, whispering a gentle, final farewell. Goodbye. Crash! The dragon's body was completely crushed, his head falling away. In Yi's hand was a green dragon pendant, stained with a bit of blood. He said calmly, Got the dragon pendant, too. Time to end this game. Yan Zhenxiong could only watch in stunned silence, his eyes wide with shock and perhaps a hint of fear at the destructive power he had just witnessed. When Yi returned, he found Yan Zhenxiong on one knee, still reeling. Zhu Zhou and Liu Qingzhu stood there, looking at him with complicated expressions. Liu Qingzhu was the first to speak, her purple eyes wide with regret and worry. You shouldn't have gone to fight that dragon mask guy all by yourself. Zhu Zhou, with her usual cold and logical demeanor, spoke softly. Aside from Yi, the rest of us would have just gotten in the way. Liu Qingzhu lowered her head, her voice choked with self-blame. Zhu Zhou is right. I was too badly injured. I couldn't even use my martial skills. If I had gone with Yi, I would have only distracted him. He'd be protecting me instead of himself. If only I were stronger, I wouldn't have been a burden holding him back. Just then, he suddenly patted her on the shoulder and asked with a curious look, What are you spacing out about? Liu Qingzhu jumped, stammering, He didn't notice her flustered state. He kept asking, That ox pendant of yours, can I borrow it for a second? The girl replied, a little shyly, Oh, of course. He gathered all the pendants and began to arrange them. He muttered to himself, Let's try arranging them in the order of the 12 zodiac animals, from rat to pig. After arranging them, he propped his chin on his hand, looking a bit confused. Nothing's happening. Did I mess up the order somewhere? Yan Jinxiong stood up, his sharp gaze fixed on the dragon pendant. He explained, this dragon pendant wasn't designed to be one of the masked hunters. It's a specialized hunter, meant to eliminate the other pendant holders. So, under normal circumstances, you probably can't use the dragon pendant to pass this trial. Hearing this, he immediately removed the dragon pendant from the lineup. Instantly, a strange change occurred as the entire space began to tremble violently. He asked in surprise, did it work? Yan Zhengxiong was just as astonished. Did we trigger some kind of mechanism? The night sky was suddenly torn asunder by a bolt of golden lightning. A blinding explosion of light consumed everything. With a deafening boom, He frantically looked up and screamed, look at the sky! What the hell is that? A colossal eye, blazing like a sun, stared down at the ruined city from the heart of a celestial vortex. Its reflection burned in He's horrified eyes. All he could manage to choke out was, what is this thing? A powerful beam of light shot from the eye, pulling him upward. He was free falling through an endless void. He's eyes shot open, pure shock written all over his face. He found himself sitting on a crowded train. Someone shouted, whoa, I'm still alive! Another gasped in disbelief. I remember getting killed by some guy in a dragon mask, in a weird city. How did I get back here? Whispers filled the air. Yeah, a lot of us were killed by that dragon. Was it really all just a dream? But how could so many of us have the exact same nightmare? He thought to himself, this is the Huadu University train. Am I back? Suddenly, a voice echoed in everyone's minds. Ding dong. All students, please remain calm. You were just pulled into a magical illusionary domain created by the artifact, Phantom Eye. This was this year's freshman placement exam for the Imperial Capital University. Please relax and compose yourselves. A special announcement followed. During this freshman exam, He, from a minor city, along with his team, Chu Zhou and Liu Qingzhu, were the first to collect all zodiac pendants, ranking number 1. In particular, He's performance was outstanding, and he will receive a special reward upon enrollment. On the train, other students erupted into debate. He? Who the heck is that? I died too early to know what happened later. I thought Ouyangze was supposed to win? And what's a minor city? How could a freshman from a major city possibly lose to some kid from the sticks? Collect times all times the pendants? How is that even possible? He couldn't even beat one of the masked guys. Wait. What if he's the hidden heir of some elite martial arts clan? I've got to get to know this He guy. Meanwhile, he felt something shift within him. He thought, it's finally here. A notification panel materialized before his eyes. It seems fulfilling special conditions gives you a shot at bonus rewards. Congratulations, host. You have surpassed all other freshmen in the Phantom Eye test. You are awarded 1 template draw. He turned to Chu Zhou, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Chu Zhou, get me a wet wipe. I need to wash my hands thoroughly. He prepared to draw his reward, his mind laser-focused. There better not be any cheap tricks this time. The draw revealed a winged, crimson humanoid creature with a powerfully muscled body. A status window appeared. D-Class Template, Level 13. Akun the Vampire. Bloodline Abilities. Corpse Infection. Blood Manipulation. Body Enhancement. Compatibility, 1%. Evolved Form, Akun the Crimson Calamity. As the high-speed train blazed forward, the words Huadu University train signaled a new journey was about to begin. Ouyangze approached a pensive Yihe, sizing him up. You're Yihe, right? But Yihe was completely lost in his own thoughts. A vampire from a lucky draw. For real? I actually pulled a gold SR card. The bloodline itself is whatever, but its evolved form has the ability to freeze time. Now that is totally broken. The massive Yan Zhengxiong stood defensively in front of Ouyangze, thinking anxiously, Zay, calm down. If you start something with Yi on this train, there's no hospital to patch you up. At the same time, Ouyangze asked Yi. He stunned. You defeated a dragon mask? Yi. He looked up, his gaze sharp, his voice cold and final. Let me correct you. It wasn't defeat. I killed him. Hearing that, Ouyangze froze. Cold sweat dripped down his temple, a single word echoing in his mind. Killed. Pulling himself together, Ouyangze stood in the middle of the train car and made a bold declaration to everyone. Yi-hei. I'm planning to form a new club at Huadu, completely independent of the student council. I want to invite you to join, and I'll even appoint you as the president. Ouyangze's eyes blazed with hope as he extended a hand toward Yi-he. His voice burned with passion. Yi-he. Your strength gives me the confidence to shatter the old traditions at Huadu. Join us. The entire car erupted in shocked whispers. Did the arrogant Ouyangze just personally invite him, and he wants to make him president? This could be the start of a legendary organization at Huadu. What a historic moment. But in stark contrast to everyone's excitement, he simply closed his eyes, completely unfazed. He replied slowly, "Sorry, I'm not interested in student council, turf wars, or starting some organization. I prefer to operate alone." His refusal left the crowd absolutely speechless. What? He turned him down? Unbelievable. That's a legendary rejection right there. What kind of background does Yi have to dare refuse Ouyang-zi? What a waste. Ouyang-zi didn't look angry at all. He just smiled and pulled out a business card. "No problem. This is my card," he said sincerely. "We will always look forward to working with you." Yee-hee. As the sun dipped behind the power lines, signaling the end of the day, the train began to slow. Chu-jo said softly, "We're here." Yee-hee, sitting beside her, turned his head. "Hmm?" When the train doors opened, his eyes went wide and his jaw dropped in astonishment. He could only manage one word. "Whoa, so this is Huadu? It really lives up to its name as a major city." "Yi," he murmured, awestruck by the sight of dazzling skyscrapers stretching to the horizon. As everyone began to disembark, they entered a bustling, futuristic station. A female staff member smiled and directed them. "All freshmen of Huadu University, please proceed through this gate to reach the campus." The sound of footsteps and rolling suitcases echoed as the students filed in. Suddenly, the entire crowd stopped, their faces frozen in utter shock. A massive, gleaming starship with a futuristic design descended from the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. An announcement played, "Students, please board the ship in an orderly fashion. Your seat numbers correspond to your seats on the Huadu train." In the crowd, he playfully made a finger gun, poking Liu Qingzhu in the waist. "Little Qingzhu." The girl jumped with a yelp. "Ah!" A beautiful white-haired woman, likely Liu Qingzhu's mother, warned sternly. "Qingzhu, remember that even though you are He's fiancé, you are not married yet. Don't be so intimate in public, and don't let that brat take advantage of you, understand?" At the same time, she grabbed his head in a pincer grip, making him yelp. "What are you doing, ma'am? We're in public," he thought in a panic. "What's with the public act? Did you take the wrong medicine today? And wait, why do we need to take a ship anyway?" Liu Qingzhu pouted, thinking resentfully. "Why did mom promise me to a country bumpkin like him?" Liu Qingzhu looked up at the night sky and explained calmly, "Because Huadu University is in the sky." He looked up, stammering in shock. In the sky? That's right. It's a sky city. Before them hung a colossal floating metropolis, suspended among the clouds, a dazzling display of modern architecture and brilliant lights. This was Huadu University. The starship shot through a massive, hexagonal energy grid that enveloped the city. He stared thoughtfully out the window. That electromagnetic grid must be to stop monster invasions. Even my detection range is suppressed in here. Huadu University really lives up to its reputation. As the ship landed, a guide announced, "Please hold on to your student ID cards." He looked at the card in his hand. It clearly read, "Huadu University Student ID. Name, He. Gender, male. Class, first year. Evaluation, S." A sleek, modern maglev school train was already waiting. "Everyone, please proceed to the maglev station for transport to the dormitories." The train shot off at incredible speed, racing alongside a gigantic tower. One student pointed excitedly, "We've made it, everyone, to the highest city in the world." The ones caught in the middle, people shot him strange looks. What was he even saying? Where did this weirdo come from? He didn't seem normal. Inside the elevator, he said, "My room's on the 42nd floor, Unit A3. "What about you, Chu-jo?" Chu-jo replied, "I'm on the 45th, Unit B7. He then said, "Higher than me. I'll get off first." Stepping into his room, he was blown away. A 100 square meter single dorm room. Yeah, Huadu students are really living the dream. He explored with a giddy grin, finding a top-of-the-line PC setup, fully loaded amenities, and even a whirlpool bathtub. No one could resist a dream bathtub. He cheered with delight. He happily threw himself onto the plush bed. This felt just like a 5-star hotel. After soaking it all in, he shot up with a sly grin. But now, it's time to get down to business. First, I need to max out the Rakuta Vampire template. On the train, I figured out how to use my student ID to log into the exclusive Huadu app, Hodo Pass, with my phone. The Academy City's market is only accessible through Hodo Pass and uses Academy points as its digital currency. I already exchanged over 20 million coins for Academy points at the bank. A notification popped up on his phone. Hodo Pass has received 322.4 billion Academy points. His eyes went wide, sweat beading on his forehead. 100,000 coins for just 1 point? This is straight up robbery. But the Academy's market must have some seriously amazing stuff. Sitting on his bed, He's eyes were glued to his glowing phone screen. His fingers flew across it, exploring the Academy's exclusive market. This really is a privilege for Huadu students. There are tons of rare items here that you'd never find on the open market, he thought with excitement. Without a second of hesitation, he made his move. I'm dumping all my points into buying blood attribute magic cores, he calculated confidently. This should be more than enough to max out the Rakuta template, right? After all, even that tough giant template cost less than 10 million coins to get over 90% compatibility. Click, click. He completed the transaction in an instant. He didn't have to wait long. A soft whirring sound came from his balcony. A state-of-the-art drone flew in, gently dropping off a package. A sweet, electronic voice spoke. Thank you for your purchase, student Yi-hee. We wish you success on your path of cultivation. Please give us a 5-star rating. Yi. He couldn't help but be amazed. Rocket speed. They even use drones for delivery. Now that's class. With an eager and slightly devilish grin, Yi-hee tore open the box. Inside, magic cores glittered like sapphires, radiating a thick, blood-red energy. He licked his lips. All right, time to power up. The moment he swallowed the magic cores, intense pain erupted, as if trying to rip his stomach apart. Ugh, eating so many at once is pure torture. Yee. He clutched his stomach, his body convulsing. His hands cramped up, green veins popping out. Then, from his fingertips, sharp claws began to sprout, a deep, blood-red color. At the same time, a virtual status window appeared before him. Lines of text appeared one by one. Template, Rakuta Vampire. Compatibility, greater than 100%. Notification, Blood Progenitor Art unlocked. Infinite Monster Template. Host, Yi-hee. Overall, physique, greater than 29. Yi. He staggered to his feet, looking at his reflection in the dark glass. His once black eyes were now blazing red like hot coals, with strange bloody veins spreading from the irises. He could feel overwhelming power coursing through his veins. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips, but the results are truly unbelievable. He gently licked the newly grown fangs, which were razor-sharp with blood-red tips. A dark thought crossed his mind. Even my fangs are sharper now. With these, ripping apart an enemy's flesh and savoring their blood would be as easy and sweet as sipping bubble tea. His pale fingernails had completely transformed into a set of sharp, crimson claws that reflected the light menacingly. Yee, he spread his hand open. My claws are sharper too. A crazed glint flashed in his crimson eyes. Blood started to seep from the corners of his eyes, trailing down his cheeks. He whispered in a hoarse voice, right now, I have an extremely bold idea. Bam! Without hesitation, he slammed a devastating punch right into his own chest in a crazy act of self-destruction. The blow sent him stumbling. He rushed to the bathroom and collapsed over the sink, his body trembling violently. He coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of thick black blood. The wounds on his neck and mouth looked horrific, as if something had torn him apart from the inside. But then, a miraculous sight occurred. The muscle fibers began to contract, and the wounds sealed shut at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, everything was healed as if nothing had ever happened. Yi. He wiped the last trace of blood from his chin. The healing speed is even faster than before. Yi. He stared at his hand, feeling the life force surging within him. The vampire's incredible regeneration is impressive, at the very least, but this physical transformation is secondary. The most important thing is my new power. The blood progenitor art. He walked into an empty room next to his bedroom. It was a spacious, quiet area reinforced with special materials. Just as you'd expect in a world that worships martial arts, even the university dorms come with private training rooms. Yi. He took off his shirt, revealing a perfectly sculpted, muscular physique. A crimson energy, thick as blood, began to pour from his body, wrapping around him like a cocoon and emitting a brutal, ancient aura. His eyes glowed with a strange blue light, contrasting with the red energy around him. He smirked, letting out a low grunt. Arg! Behind Yi-hee, the blood-red energy condensed, forming a monstrous entity made of pure power. It had bat-like wings, bone armor, and sharp claws, letting out a menacing growl. Yi. He turned to face the monster he had summoned. He smirked, his eyes full of challenge. Go on, give me your best shot. The vampire let out a deafening roar as it began to power up. Its wings closed, and another version of itself, with a white body and red roses, appeared behind it. A world-shaking explosion erupted as the monster's fist collided with Yi-hei. Yi-hei had managed to cross his arms just in time, tensing every muscle to block the direct hit. At the point of impact, a burst of red energy exploded. Illusions of blood-red rose petals appeared and vanished in an instant. At the point of contact, his bones began to fracture. Even so, the shockwave was still overwhelming. Yi. He was sent flying backward, his body slamming hard against the training room's reinforced wall with a deafening crash. He stood up, his whole body aching, but his eyes burned with pure excitement. He dusted himself off and whispered, "Nice. Very intense. Now it's time to test the time stop ability." He took a deep breath, focusing all his will and energy, and let out a powerful roar. Blood progenitor art. Time freeze! Instantly, everything in the training room stopped. Even tiny dust motes hung motionless in the air. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. As he reached his limit, cracks began to appear in the space around him, like a shattering mirror. Before it could break and return to normal, fresh blood began to trickle from his nose. But he gritted his teeth, his blue eyes blazing with fierce determination. 5 seconds is my limit? No way. I have to keep going, he roared in his mind. Time continued to crawl forward heavily. 5.1 seconds. 5.2 seconds. The blood vessels in his eyes felt like they would burst. 2 streams of bloody tears began to flow. The pain was mind-shattering, but he held on. 5.3 seconds. 5.4 seconds. The defensive rose entity, once as solid as a fortress, finally couldn't take the pressure and began to disintegrate into countless fragments of energy. When space returned to normal, he collapsed to his knees, trembling and gasping for air. He muttered with a tired but satisfied smile. Just as I thought, 5 seconds is the limit of my original body, but not mine. The next morning, Yi and Chu Zhou strolled down a path in the Academy City. The sky was clear and sunny. Yi raised a hand to shield his eyes, squinting slightly. Is the sun a little too bright today? Chu Zhou asked, surprised. For real? He shot back. Yeah, just a little. He knew ever since merging with that vampire template, sunlight had become his mortal enemy. He wouldn't turn to dust like a true vampire, but the feeling was still a major drag. Suddenly, Chu Zhou broke the silence. Hey, did you catch the new academic reforms at Huadu University this year? Yi, still squinting against the glare, answered sluggishly. Nah, what about it? I was too busy grappling with Raccoon all night to notice anything else. Chu Zhou explained. This year, Huadu University ditched the old classroom model. They're switching to a group mentor system. Basically, for the whole year, we'll study under one main advisor, and during that time, we can also get help from assistant advisors on the side. He scratched his head. So, we gotta go find an advisor now? Chu Zhou shook his head. Not we. I need to find an advisor. You don't. He was totally lost. What's that supposed to mean? Chu Zhou just held up his phone, pulling up a notice in the freshman group chat. Yi leaned in and read the screen. Since freshman Yi, he has collected all 12 zodiac pendants. The university grants him the right to choose any advisor he wants, and no advisor is allowed to refuse him. He muttered under his breath. Isn't this, like, a massive flex to post in the group chat? They finally reached a huge building marked Physical Arts Hall A. Inside, the place was absolutely packed. Whoa, talk about a crowd. He remarked. Chu Zhou explained, looks like they're sending in groups of 3 for evaluation. Then, the advisors pick the ones they want and light up their lamps. He then turned back to Yi Hei. Hey, you go on ahead. I'm gonna wander around for a bit. Since I get to pick whoever I want, my timing doesn't really matter. And with that, Yi started roaming the massive campus alone, sighing to himself, this whole advisor-picking thing is a total bore. Suddenly, his hypersensitive nose twitched. A crimson-tinged scent, like an invisible ribbon of blood, drifted right past him. His eyes shot open. That was the scent of blood. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If it were just normal blood, it'd be one thing. But this scent was laced with a sinister intent, like an undercurrent of pure, murderous sin. It was awakening the killer instinct inside him. I have to find the source. He rushed off, following the trail, his heart pounding in his chest. There, tucked away in a corner, he spotted a little girl with twin buns of white hair, squatting down and happily sipping from a juice box. She let out a little sigh of satisfaction. He froze on the spot, a massive sweat drop rolling down his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this adorable little kid be the source of that terrifying, bloodthirsty aura? No way, I've got to be wrong. As if she felt his stare, the girl looked up, her blazing orange eyes, with their strange pupils, locked right onto him. She stood up, tilted her head, and asked a question that left Yi completely stunned. Hey kid, you've been training in the demonic god body technique, haven't you? Yi. He was floored. How could she possibly know that? He thought to himself. Asterisk. She looks like a little kid, but talks like a cranky old grandma. Asterisk. Asterisk. And why is she calling me kid? Asterisk. The girl just shrugged, answering casually, because I'm the one who helped Little Who improve that technique. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Little Who? An image of a ridiculously buff dude with spiky hair flashed in his mind. The girl confirmed it. That's right, it was me. She crossed her arms, sizing him up. Liu Chenghu. He was my disciple from 90 years ago. You're one of his, aren't you? Yi He's brain was completely short-circuiting. You've got to be pulling my leg. Sure, martial artists can push past normal human limits. Grandmasters in their 80s or 90s can still look like they're in their prime. But a little brat who still smells like milk? Get real. His thoughts raced. For masters of high-level techniques, it's not totally impossible to revert their bone structure to that of a child. But this white-haired girl, with that look of pure innocence on her face, she was either genuinely adorable or just plain dumb. Not even an Oscar-winning actor could fake that look. Suddenly, the girl's eyes flashed with a chilling, killing intent, glowing blood red. What's wrong? Don't believe me? Yi. He let out a nervous laugh, putting his hands up. I'd have an easier time believing the first emperor is still alive. The moment he said it, a horrifying vision slammed into his mind. His head was resting on a massive guillotine. All around him was a sea of crimson blood. The terrifying illusion completely consumed his senses. He saw his own head, locked beneath the blade, a pool of blood spreading out from his neck, and looming over him was the white-haired girl, now a demonic figure with blazing red eyes. He let out a choked gasp, and the vision shattered. Yi. He staggered back, his heart hammering against his ribs, drenched in a cold sweat. He stammered, Was that an illusion? He clutched his chest, trying to catch his breath. That bloodlust was so real, I actually felt the blade on my neck. In a surge of pure panic, his survival instincts kicked in. Yi, he roared, about to unleash his power. Bloodline R, but his words were cut off by a sudden, sugary sweetness. The little girl had casually popped a strawberry lollipop, her favorite, right into his mouth. Yi. He just stood there, completely dumbfounded, only able to mumble, mm. Instantly, the terrifying aura vanished without a trace. The girl clasped her hands and bowed, a totally apologetic look on her face. My bad, kiddo. I guess I went a little too far. Please don't tell the school on me, okay? I only get out with a chaperone for like 1 or 2 hours a week. It's super boring. Yi, still sucking on the lollipop, was completely dazed, totally unable to process this 180-degree personality shift. He hesitated, then asked, Who are you? The little girl gave him a playful wink, poking her own cheek. She puffed out her chest and introduced herself proudly. The name's Gong Kei. I'm a crazy strong grandmaster. And hey, just between us, when the current headmaster of Huadu, Shi Jin Wen, was just a little brat, I used to make him cry all the time. Thud! A loud thud echoed as Yi. He suddenly dropped to the ground, his knees slamming into the hard pavement. A wild plan instantly formed in his mind. Asterisk. If Gong Kei is the one who upgraded the cosmic art, she can definitely help me break through my 7 emotions bottleneck. Asterisk. Asterisk. She's a grandmaster who specializes in combat. Our styles are a perfect match. This is an investment that's guaranteed to pay off. Asterisk. He looked up, his hands clasped in a formal salute, and yelled at the top of his lungs, Master! I, Yi, have wandered half my life without finding a worthy teacher. I formally ask to become your disciple, Master Gongke. Please, accept me. Now, it was Gongke's turn to be stunned into silence. She just blinked, a look of total confusion on her face. Huh? Meanwhile, back in the physical arts hall, 5 powerful figures sat on a viewing platform. They were none other than the deans of Huadu University's 5 major academies. Down below, students were whispering amongst themselves. What's going on? Those are the 5 deans. Why are they here for a bunch of freshmen? Someone else shot back. You think they're here for fun? Just to waste time? A student in the know chimed in. Obviously not. Haven't you guys heard? That freshman, Yi, he actually cleared the Zodiac Challenge. The deans have to be here for him. What these freshmen didn't realize was that the entire Zodiac Challenge had been broadcast live, and the audience, the entire faculty of Huadu University. From the very first announcement on the train, the instructors had been watching every student's reaction to the sudden crisis. An AI facial recognition system was scoring their every move. The naive ones who thought it was all just a test and rushed in unprepared got failing grades. Inside the Zodiac City, students were graded on combat IQ, practical fighting skills, and leadership during their clashes with the Zodiac warriors. Even if a student couldn't defeat a single Zodiac warrior, excelling in any of those other areas would still earn them a high score. Yi. He was the only student to get a perfect score in every single category, but even that wasn't what truly shocked the 5 deans. What really blew their minds was that he had actually killed the Dragon Mask, a hidden boss who wasn't even part of the official test, and anyone who ran into him was supposed to die, period. A white-haired dean murmured. Yi. He probably had no idea who Dragon Mask truly was. He was a construct, born from the Xia Nation's Nuwa supercomputer, forged from the combat data of the National Guardian Fu Hongsheng from his time at Huadu University decades ago. A phantom of Fu Hongsheng, with his divine dual-pupil eyes, appeared. The dean continued. though even the supercomputer couldn't perfectly replicate the godlike power of his eyes in the simulation. But Fu remains the strongest warrior in the history of the Xia nation, and maybe even the world. No one has broken his records at Huadu University for over a century. For Yi He to defeat a model based on that legend, even an incomplete version, is proof of his monstrous talent. As long as nothing goes wrong with his development, he's guaranteed to become a grandmaster. Perhaps even a great grandmaster. The deans nodded in agreement. All they could do was bottle their excitement and wait for Yi He to choose one of them as a mentor. Bad news, deans, a staff member cried, rushing into the room. Yi He has accepted the former Imperial University professor and current special grade lecturer, Gong Ke, as his mentor. Hearing this, all 5 deans stared wide-eyed, their jaws hitting the floor in disbelief. Yi, he yelled. That's right, I acknowledge you as my master, he thought. Good thing this lowly is over 100 years old. Otherwise, bowing to a little kid in broad daylight would get me at least 3 years in prison. Yi, he shouted. Yes, I acknowledge you as my master, he thought to himself. It's a good thing this lolly is over 100 years old. Otherwise, bowing to a little girl in broad daylight would land me at least 3 years in jail. Gong Ke sighed, sounding defeated, but unfortunately, I've already been kicked out of the university. Yi, his eyes lit up with confidence. Master, you said you're only allowed out for an hour or 2 a week, right? If you take me as your disciple, I'll find a way to win back your freedom within 2 years. Really? Gong Ke's eyes sparkled like stars. She cheered. Okay then, I accept. A notification sound rang in. Yi, he's head. Recruitment successful. Hold on. A flash of light, and the 5 deans materialized right in front of them. Gong Ke muttered, Shh. A bunch of busybodies showed up. A dean with a stern, golden face spoke. Senior Gong Ke, didn't you promise not to interact with students during your parole? And in your current mental state, you are not fit to teach anyone. Another added, Indeed, Senior Gong Ke, please return home. Gong Ke ignored them, turning to Yi He. Let's go home. Okay. What's your name? Yi. He immediately cupped his hands in a formal salute, respectfully answering, Master, my name is Yi He. Ignoring the dean's protests, Gong Ke flashed a brilliant smile and waved to Yi He. She started running, skipping like a happy child. All right, Yi He, come home with me. Yi. He smiled and gently flew after her, leaving the 5 deans standing there, completely stunned and helpless. They arrived at a bizarre, ultra-modern skyscraper, its entire body wrapped in blue glass that mirrored the sky. The words Huadu Research Institute were displayed with an imposing air. As soon as they landed on the rooftop, Gong Ke threw her arms out, spinning with joy as if she'd just been set free. Yi. He just quietly observed his surroundings. Click! An automatic door slid open, and Gong Ke happily stepped inside. Yi. He followed close behind into the silent, modern elevator. Yi. He asked curiously, Master, you live in such a remote place? Gong Ke casually replied, Well, for the past few decades, I've had some issues and kept hurting people, so Huadu arranged for me to stay at this research institute. Luckily, I've learned some self-control recently, so they let me out to stretch my legs once in a while. Hearing this, Yi He's eyes lit up. So, does that mean I'm your first student in decades? Gong Ke turned to him with a strange look. What a weird way of thinking, she thought. Shouldn't he be terrified? Yi. He just grinned nervously, sweat pouring down his face. Scared? Scared you'll chop me into a million pieces is more like it. Ding! The elevator doors closed. The display panel showed the floor number descending to an impossible -66. The doors opened to an absurdly long and narrow corridor, made entirely of stark white metal. Yi, he was shocked. Why would a hallway in such a huge research institute be this narrow? Gong Ke answered calmly, because it was only ever meant for me to walk through. Yi, he pointed to a door at the end of the hall. What's that countdown for? Above the door, a red digital clock displayed 11 seconds and counting down. Crap! We're out of time! Get inside now! Gong Ke suddenly screamed in a panic and bolted forward. Yi, he scrambled to follow. What is that timer for, Master? Gong Ke explained desperately as she ran. Every time I leave, that clock starts. If I don't make it back in time, an alarm goes off directly in the Huadu headmaster's office. Then I'll officially be a fugitive of the university. Yi, he was horrified. It's that serious? The clock hit 0. In that final moment, Yi, he grabbed Gong Ke, pulling them both through the doorway as they tumbled to the ground. Bam! The thick steel door slammed shut right behind them. A pink, hexagonal energy field materialized, sealing the entrance. Phew, we made it. Gong Ke breathed a sigh of relief. Yi, he got up, sensing a strange shift. There was some kind of magnetic field here. His martial energy couldn't gather properly outside his body. That meant any martial arts technique would be significantly weaker in this place. Gong Ke turned her back, crossing her arms nonchalantly. Of course. This is my solitary confinement cell. To stop me from escaping, Shi Jinwen and his cronies built me this massive 3-story home. He looked up and was completely floored. It was an unbelievably luxurious 3-story penthouse. Gong Kei flopped lazily onto a plush sofa, crossing her legs. This place has rec rooms, training rooms, everything. But they also installed high-power magnetic suppressors to disrupt martial energy, just in case I got bored enough to try and break out. He looked around with a disbelieving expression. She calls this a prison cell, but it's basically a luxury penthouse. Everything is provided for, every comfort imaginable. It feels more like they're worshipping Master Gong Kei down here than imprisoning her. Meanwhile, in the Huadu University headmaster's office, Shi Jinwen was in deep thought when an aide rushed in. Headmaster, bad news. He just became Gong Kei's disciple. Shi Jinwen just replied calmly, let him be. He continued, remember, our goal at Huadu isn't to train a batch of mediocre talents. We are nurturing one person, someone who can carry the future of the Xia nation and all of humanity. A glint of light flashed behind his glasses. When a true genius appears, our job is to support them fully and let them grow freely. Let him train under Gong Ke for now. The special training camp for the new local students is about to end. He will be the whetstone we use to sharpen those young blades. Understood, Headmaster. The aide bowed and then reported, Headmaster Shi, he has entered the confinement zone with Gong Kei. Everything is stable so far. The headmaster's computer screen showed an image of Gong Kei with the word dangerous. The display detailed, Gong Kei, special grade warrior. Risk of losing control, 5 to 14%. Survival rate when in the same room, 95%. Cohabitating with He. Probability of injury, 38%. Successful rescue rate, 10.3%. Safe rescue window, 1 to 3 minutes. The analysis predicted that special-grade Gong Kei still had a 5% risk of losing control during long-term confinement with another person. He had an 89.7% chance of not surviving until rescue, and even if rescued, a 95.3% chance of not making it. The headmaster stared out the window, his silhouette looking incredibly lonely. He muttered, special-grade warriors are either death row inmates with immense power or fighters whose strength is just uncontrollable. The state restricts their freedom in times of peace. But when the Xia nation faces a real crisis, they're unleashed on the front lines as living weapons. To face a monster like that, He had to be ready to die. Without that kind of resolve, how could he ever walk the path of carnage? He sighed. The Xia nation was running out of time. Those fools from the North Brighton Federation and the fanatics from the Theocracy were all making their moves, coveting the realm's secret technology. They were all stirring. He looked down at the city below. This new generation had to grow up, and they had to do it fast. Back inside the B3 detention level, in the training hall, Gong Kei stood in the middle of the vast training space. Well, it's been decades since I last taught someone. Let's start with a little spar, just to see where you're at. He asked. Will you suppress your cultivation to a martial artist level to fight me? Gong Ke scratched her head, laughing awkwardly. Oh, right. Almost forgot about that. My bad. Dressed in a tracksuit, Gong Ke began to warm up with surprisingly limber movements. Ready to get hurt? She called out. Across from her, He stood in a defensive stance, hands clasped, his gaze sharp and wary. He stated clearly, I'm ready, Master Gong Kei. He focused his mind, thinking, I really don't want to relive that guillotine illusion again. Whoosh! Like a lightning bolt, Gong Kei shot forward, her eyes glowing red with killing intent as she unleashed a vicious hand chop. What the? He was horrified when he saw the attack was aimed right for his vital points. He screamed in his head, she's going for the kill! What happened to a friendly sparring match? In that split second, the image of Gong Kei lunging forward was reflected perfectly in He's pupils. He was completely and utterly outclassed. I've already calculated at least 5 ways to dodge. But she moves before I can even react. She's reading my body like an open book. There's only one option left. Face her head on. He let out a roar, unleashing his full power. A violent blue energy exploded from him, wrapping around his body and hardening into a gruesome armor of bone and spikes. With his arm encased in the jagged plating, he raised it to block his master's fatal strike. Gong Ke flashed a wide, excited grin. Trying to use your bloodline awakening to boost your speed, defense, and counterattack all at once? Not bad, kid. Too bad for you. I'm still faster. She vanished in an instant, reappearing directly behind He with impossible speed. Bam, bam, bam. Gong Kei unleashed a furious storm of blows against He's armor, making it shudder with every impact. Arr! A gut-wrenching scream tore from He's lungs as his master's power shattered his defenses. He was sent flying, crashing clumsily to the ground, while Gong Kei landed as light as a feather. Yi, he clutched his bloody arm, his bone armor completely gone. He said with disbelief, You really didn't hold back at all, did you? Master, my bloodline awakening. You just knocked it back to zero. Gongke brought Yi, his blood on her finger to her lips, licking it with a look of pure bliss. Hehehe. It's been far too long since I've had a taste of blood. Yi, he wiped a streak of blood from his face, his eyes becoming sharper than ever before. Master, I'm no match for you in physical technique, so for my next move, I'll use a martial skill that's a little unfair. Please, instruct me. He braced himself as azure lightning erupted around him, summoning a colossal specter, a giant forged from pure, crackling thunder. Yi, he grit his teeth. Good thing I maxed out the giant template last night. Meanwhile, Gongke stared at the massive creature before her, muttering, a martial art with this kind of power. Can he really still be called a mere martial apprentice? It seems I've taken on quite the little monster. As Gongke stretched, a powerful aura began to radiate from her body. All right then. As your master, I suppose I should show you some real skill. She leaped into the air, unleashing a spinning kick that launched a colossal wave of red energy. The two cataclysmic energies, one blue and one red, slammed into each other with a heaven-shaking roar. A blinding explosion of blue light engulfed the entire training hall. When the light faded, Yi He's new form was revealed, a mechanical giant made of blue crystals and jet-black armor, crackling with raw lightning. Ancestral split form, transformer. A flicker of genuine surprise sparked in Gongke's crimson eyes. She looked truly impressed. The mecha giant slowly stood to its full height, its massive frame nearly scraping the ceiling of the colossal room. Gongke let out an unimpressed huff. In a flash, she spun around, releasing a vortex of crimson energy even more powerful than before. Bam! Her attack slammed into Yi, He's arm, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the hardened crystal armor. Yi, he was stunned. Based on the cosmic shell, this transformed flesh armor should have a durability dozens of times higher than the transformed giant, but she tore right through it like it was nothing. Yi, he cried out in pain as his armor shattered, the giant's single blue eye flashing with rage. Gongke landed gently on the mecha's shoulder, peering down into its open mouth. Hiding in there, are we, little one? Yi, he was horrified. Her detection skill is terrifying. I completely shut down my real body's vital functions. And she still found me. Gongke flashed a sly grin as a ribbon of pink energy appeared in her hand. Come on out, before I have to drag you out myself. Split form. Transforming meteor. From the mecha's back, countless crystal spikes suddenly erupted. Gongke simply leaped away, landing gracefully. Master, since your attacks are so powerful, I wonder. So, can you cut through this? From the mecha's chest, a brilliant sphere of blue energy began to form, radiating immense heat. Yi. He grinned wickedly. Of course, my nuclear breath won't melt you that easily, but let's see how you defend against it. Instantly, the scene shifted. Thorny chains shot out from the darkness, binding Yi He completely. He was once again trapped beneath the blade of that familiar guillotine. This place, I know I can't escape the guillotine. The massive cold blade began to fall. Blood tribe, time freeze. Just an inch before the blade touched his neck, Yi He, now in his vampire form, appeared behind Gongke's rose-like entity. The world around them was frozen. Master pushed me to my limit. She pulled me back into her domain of killing intent. This isn't the real world anymore. It's a mental illusion created from pure killing intent. To break free, I have to fight back with my own spiritual power. Inside the mental world, the rose entity unleashed a destructive storm of fists, 1,000 flaming strikes. But with his iron will, Yi He successfully fought back. The illusion shattered into a million pieces, returning them both to reality. Yi, his eyes fluttered open, their clear blue calm once again restored. He found himself lying on the floor among countless crystal shards. Gongke was casually nudging him, complaining, Ahem, are you awake yet? That turtle shell you put up was insanely tough. Yi, he weakly called out. Master? He sat up and looked at the rubble around them, muttering, It looks like you just ripped me right out of the transformer's mouth. Violently, and that hardened crystal defense I made to protect my real body, you smashed it like it was nothing. That shouldn't be possible at the martial apprentice level. Yi. He narrowed his eyes, looking at his master with deep suspicion. Master, you cheated, didn't you? Gongke turned her back to him, flipping her hair haughtily. Cheated? I beat you fair and square. How is that not cheating? Yi. He pressed, his voice full of disbelief. Really? Gongke hesitated. Well, maybe I used a little more force than was necessary. You know, since I'm so super strong, it's really hard to hold back perfectly with just 1 or 2 attacks. Yi. He just stared at her in silence, his expression unchanging. Faced with his stare, Gongke started to fidget. Suddenly, she burst into tears, her eyes welling up. Okay, I won't break the rules next time, I promise. Just don't be mad at me, please. For decades, I've had no one to play with. The vast training hall echoed with nothing but Kung Kok's sobs. He shot to his feet, waving his hands frantically. Whoa, hey, don't cry. Still slumped on the floor, sniffling, she heard his comforting words and looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. So, you're not going to leave? She choked out. He offered a warm smile. I worked my butt off to become your disciple. Why would I ever leave? By the way, I wasn't crying just now. Kung Kok suddenly shot to her feet, planting her hands on her hips and puffing out her chest like a tough guy. Asterisk, niece, save, asterisk, he thought wryly. As Kung Kok strolled to the fridge, she switched to business mode. Anyway, I have a good read on your power now. You're not on my level yet, but compared to most people, you're definitely gifted. We can begin your training. So, what do you want to learn? He stared at his master's back, his eyes blazing with resolve. Your advanced martial arts, and how you sliced through lightning in my prosthetic arm. Asterisk. Psht. Asterisk. Kung Kok popped open a can of soda. You mean the art of the slash? That's tough to teach. It's something you have to feel out after slicing up a whole lot of stuff. He was confused. What kind of feeling? A strange glint flashed in Kung Kok's crimson eyes as a faint, curved line of light materialized in the air before her. On everything, be it a human body, a demonic beast, or any object, there is a line that can be severed cleanly. You can call it the line of slaughter. The line of slaughter. He murmured, sweat beading on his temple. It was clear his master's style was the polar opposite of that brute, Shenlong. If Shenlong's slash was all about overwhelming force, his master's was like a master surgeon's scalpel, perfectly precise and technically flawless. Kung Kok sat down, taking a sip of soda. If you want to learn that, it's going to be complicated. I suggest you focus on becoming a true martial artist first. Without a solid foundation, you won't even qualify to learn most of my techniques. He sat beside her. She asked, do you know the difference between a martial apprentice and a martial artist? What is it? It's not just about physical improvement. It's about the mind. A vision of an opening third eye flashed in He's mind. Compared to apprentices, martial artists gain a critical new ability, internal vision. With it, a warrior shifts from broad training to micro-level refinement. Through this vision, you can see your own meridians, pressure points, and organs. Then, you use your martial energy to reinforce them, shattering the limits of your physical body. In short, a strong mind comes first, then comes a strong body. He grinned with confidence. Asterisk, I never expected Master Kung Kok to be such an amazing teacher. No wonder she's a professor at the Imperial Capital University. Asterisk. Even if she's a bit nuts, her knowledge is top tier. Speaking of which, since I fused with the vampire template and awakened Raudo, my spirit stat has skyrocketed. Asterisk. This is going to give me a massive edge in the martial artist stage. Asterisk. He turned to her and asked, so, what are the different methods for breaking through to that level? Kung Kok began her explanation. Promotion techniques and martial skills are ranked in 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Unranked. She continued. Normally, students from lesser schools only get unranked techniques. Their advantage is they're easy to use. Anyone with enough blood, energy, and martial power can break through. In fact, over 80% of martial artists break through using unranked methods. But here at Huadu University, Mystic tier is the bare minimum. He frowned. So what about the Heaven and Earth tiers? Kung Kok gazed into the distance. Heaven tier skills are basically legendary artifacts. Most were found in hidden realms or ancient ruins. There might not even be 10 left in the entire world. She threw an arm around Yi, whispering, even our university only has one, and at your current level, you have no chance of accessing it. Then her attitude flipped in an instant. But, she said excitedly, you can learn an Earth tier technique. A crimson, ancient book with golden patterns materialized in her hand. She presented it proudly. The Slaughterer's Bodhi Heart Sutra. It's the very Earth tier technique that I mastered. Little Tiger's bristling demon armor was actually inspired by this method. His eyes lit up like stars as he yelled with excitement. I want to learn it. Good. Then we'll start right now. Get ready to experience the domain of slaughter I created just for this. Kung Kok tossed her empty soda can at a nearby device. Wait, not again! He panicked, realizing what was coming. Asterisk, boom, asterisk. A searing red wave of killing intent exploded outwards, swallowing him whole. Kung Kok licked her lips, her red eyes glowing with delight. Heh. I just love the smell of blood. That night, under the ethereal moonlight of Sky City, class ended. Chuzo was heading out when he spotted Yi standing alone. He walked over with a friendly smile. Hey, Yi, how was your first day? I heard you became times V whoosh, asterisk. A sudden blast of ice-cold killing intent sliced past Chujo's face, severing a few strands of his hair. Yi. He stood there, his eyes momentarily lifeless as the dense aura rolled off him. He snapped out of it, instantly withdrawing the energy. Ah, sorry, Chujo, he stammered. Total reflex. Chujo was frozen, cold sweat pouring down his face. Yi-he? What? Chujo looked at his classmate, but he didn't see a person. He saw a specter standing atop a mountain of corpses, wrapped in an aura of pure, dark energy. What in the hell did you go through today? 10 hours earlier, inside the illusionary realm, a single drop of blood hit a tranquil lake, sending out ripples. Asterisk row, asterisk. From beneath the blood-red water, countless zombies with glowing red eyes clawed their way out, swarming towards Yi-hei. He was completely surrounded by a sea of the undead. All of these, with just this dull knife? Kung Kak's voice echoed in the realm. You're forbidden from using any martial skills or powers. You have only the blade in your hand to fight them off. The point was to make his body remember the sensation, the feeling of impact, of cleaving through bone. It was all to build his muscle memory, so he could instinctively find the kill line and strike with deadly speed and precision. Yi. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with resolve. Heh, I get it now. All right, bring it on. He plunged into the asterisk. Most apprentices wouldn't even qualify to attempt it. If his spirit stat wasn't abnormally high, the killing intent alone would have devoured his mind. Asterisk. Kung Kak's eyes shone with pride and admiration as she watched him hold his ground. Asterisk. Yi-he. No wonder Shi Jinwen called you Huadu's rising star. Your future is going to be spectacular. Asterisk. Back at Yi. He's dorm room. Asterisk man. Just one day and I'm completely wiped. Asterisk Yi. He sighed, sinking deeper into a tub full of bubbles. He leaned back, finally letting himself relax. Asterisk. No wonder this is the best university in the Sia Kingdom. Asterisk, asterisk. Ring, ring, ring. Asterisk. His phone suddenly buzzed, and he glanced at the screen. Asterisk. Oh, look who's online. Asterisk. The screen showed the name Liu Qingju next to a cute, cartoon dragon avatar. Meanwhile, over at Liu Qingju's dorm apartment, she was sprawled on her bed, her dark hair fanned out as she answered the call. Qingzu. What's up? Yi. His voice came through. Liu Qingju replied, My mom just sent over that thing you asked for. It's here at my place now. She rolled onto her stomach and continued. She also wanted to thank you. Thanks to you, I ranked first in the new student challenge team. Oh, really? I'll swing by later to pick it up. Hearing that, Liu Qingzu practically jumped, her cheeks flushing pink. Huh? No, you don't have to. Don't bother coming over. I'll just send it with a delivery drone. All right, sure. So, did you meet your advisor today? Yi asked. Who did you get? Liu Qingju sat up, hugging a dinosaur plushie, and proudly replied, Dean Bai. She said I have potential and took me on as her personal disciple. Yi. He praised her. That's awesome. Congratulations. Liu Qingju asked curiously. What about you, Yihe? Who's your advisor? As Yihe soaked in the tub, his mind was spinning. Better not mention I rejected 5 deans in a row. She'd probably lose sleep over it. He hesitated, muttering under his breath. I was accepted by Wahlu Klu. Splash! The sound of water completely drowned out his words. Huh? Yi. What did you just say? Liu Qingju asked again. Gargle. HRRGH. Only the sound of rinsing his mouth replied. Later that semester, the first semester was drawing to a close. For the freshmen at Huadu University, it had been a turbulent ride. Early on, Ouyangzi established the Blood Dragon Society, uniting elites from various provinces. They quickly carved out their own territory among the first years. Unsurprisingly, when the local Huadu students returned, they clashed hard with the Blood Dragons. Tensions flared, but the locals lost more than they won, slowing the Blood Dragon's momentum to a crawl. Right now, the most famous freshman is a guy named Xiang Jianhui, or more accurately, he might be the most famous freshman in the entire country. After all, he was the top scorer on Huadu's entrance exam. During the live broadcast, his raw power left viewers speechless. Rumor has it, Vice Principal Hong Sheng himself declared him a future national-level warrior. A student recalled, So what about that Yi-he guy who made a splash at the start? Nobody even remembers him. He completely vanished from the public eye for over 3 months, deep beneath the Huadu Research Institute. Faster. Come on, faster, Gong Kei's voice echoed. Every step I take infuses you with pure, condensed martial energy that I refined myself. Gong Kei's foot rested on Yi. He's back as he held a push-up position. She stood there, arms crossed, looking down on him like a queen. That energy is fused with my insights from the Bodhi Heart Sutra. It will solidify your newly broken martial artist realm. Plus, you get to feel my delicate little feet. Aren't you lucky? Yi, he gritted his teeth, veins popping all over his body. Lucky my ass. You sealed my martial energy, and now every single push-up feels like I'm lifting a damn mountain. And your weird energy is crawling all over my body. It feels like you're tickling me to death. Gong Kei just scoffed. Oh, what's wrong? Is the little wimp tired already? You haven't even hit 1,000 yet. Who are you calling a wimp? Watch this, Yi, he roared. That's it. Faster, harder, push, push, push. Gong Kei bounced on his back, relentlessly driving him onward. R! Yi! He screamed through the agony, finally finishing. 998, 999, 1,000. Boom! A massive surge of blood-red energy exploded from his body. This feeling, the blast of energy, shredded my old, worn-out muscles, replacing them with new ones forged in pure martial power. Yi. He rose to his feet, his physique more powerful and perfected than ever before. Ah! Your shirt is gone! You pervert! Gongka suddenly shrieked, covering her eyes, but peeking through her fingers. Yi, he blushed. If you're gonna cover your eyes, at least close them. Stop peeking. It's time to end this secluded training, Yi, he said, walking away. You're leaving already? Gongkei asked, her voice laced with sadness. Of course. I've been locked down here with you for 3 months. I need to see the sun again. Will you come back? She asked, her eyes welling with tears, looking pitiful. Yi, he smiled. Obviously. You suck at video games. Try to get better before I'm back. Gongkei stuck her tongue out. Like I need you to play with me. Yi, he stepped out of the research facility, gazing up at the towering skyscrapers. It's been 3 months since I've seen the sun. Even if I'm not a fan of the light anymore, I still missed it. He walked a familiar path, feeling like a lifetime had passed. But I didn't break out of seclusion just for a stroll. There's work to be done. At Huadu, a huge part of your grade came from one thing: off-campus missions. That meant hunting wanted martial criminals, investigating secret realms, helping defend against beast tides, or even battling criminal groups and foreign powers. First stop, the Student Activity Center to grab a mission. And while I'm at it, it's time to see an old friend. Yo, long time no see, Jojo. Yi, he strode into the center. Jojo turned, his face a mix of shock and joy. You're finally out of seclusion? You really kept me waiting, Yihei. Yo, Jojo, how's the power progression coming along? Yihei asked. Broke through to martial artist 2 months ago, Jojo replied, seeing Yihei for the first time in 3 months. On the surface, his aura and build hadn't changed much, but Jojo narrowed his eyes, sensing something was different. And that was the most terrifying change of all. Just how much stronger did he get? Can I even compare anymore? 3 days ago, I was invited to a private match between our freshman rep, Xiang Jianhui, and the Blood Dragon's vice president, Wu Yangze. As expected, Wu Yangze lost in just 10 minutes. And from the flow of the fight, Xiang Jianhui wasn't even using his full strength. Could Yihei fight Xiang Jianhui? No. Right now, Xiang Jianhui might not even be a match for Yihei. Sorry to keep you waiting. A beautiful girl with long dark hair rushed over it was Liu Qingzhu. Yi, he smirked. As Qingzhu and Jojo stood there confused, Liu Qingzhu's mother appeared, whispering in her daughter's ear. Qingzhu, remember, you and Yi are a couple at school now. You should do what couples do. You know, that stuff. Liu Qingzhu's face turned beet red as she stammered. What couples do? Do we have to do it right now? Yi. He stepped closer. What are you doing? After 3 months apart, you can't even say hi? Suddenly, Liu Qingzhu stood on her toes and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. I hate you so much, she yelled, then turned and stormed off in embarrassment. Yee! He just stood there, completely baffled by what had just happened. A massive, futuristic arena where the coming battles would unfold. Inside the Student Activity Center, a giant screen constantly updated with the latest high-stakes missions and epic achievements. Yihei, Jojo, and Liu Qingzhu sat before a terminal. Yihei said, Qingzhu and I have already cleared our 3 required missions for the term. Jojo replied, yeah, we're just here to team up with you today. Yi. He pointed to the screen. These 3 missions are our best bet right now. First, a psychotic serial killer in Hengcheng, where a married woman was perfectly skinned and turned into a coat rack. The body count has now surpassed 40, including a rank 7 martial artist. The objective is to capture or eliminate this rogue martialist. Second, investigate the beast tide anomaly in Liancheng. For some unknown reason, monsters are retreating back into a secret realm en masse. The objective is to investigate the cause of the anomaly. And last, the anomaly in Lingshui County, where a tour group reported cravings for raw flesh and mass sleepwalking. Afterward, an entire investigation team of first and second years went missing. The objective is to find the cause and retreat if necessary. Liu Qingzhu murmured. The Hengcheng serial killer, the Liancheng beast tide anomaly, and the Lingshui County incident. All three were originally level 2, but Lingshui just got upgraded to level 3. Huadu's missions are ranked from level 1 to 5. The higher the level, the greater the danger. Freshmen usually only take level 1. The only level 2 mission I've done was a 10-man operation for the freshman team. They rarely get approved. It's fine. I have a privilege card. Yi, he said casually, flashing a black card with a red pattern. An illusion of Gonke appeared beside him, cheerfully explaining, "Little he, you can already hold your own against any first or second year. Very few could even exchange a few blows with you now. What you need right now are tougher missions to sharpen your skills. With this card, you can accept any mission in the school. Just don't get reckless and grab a level 4 or 5. There are way too many variables there. Even Xuanwu-level warriors have fallen on those missions." Chuzhou and Liu Qingju were both stunned. "Where'd you get a privilege card?" Chuzhou asked. Yi, he mumbled awkwardly. Liu Qingju quickly shifted gears. Yi, what do you think about these 3 missions? Good thing she changed the subject, Yi, he thought. He began his analysis. Risk and reward always go hand in hand. The first mission is a manhunt. The efficiency would be terrible. The CID has been chasing this guy for months without a catch. The difficulty is in tracking, not killing. The second mission is auxiliary investigation. With the Dragon Sparrow Tower deployed, we'd just be stuck with trivial tasks. Neither frontline combat nor intelligence work would be ours. The third mission puts the entire operation in our hands. No safety net means massive variables, but the higher the risk, the greater the reward. If you're afraid of danger and want to grow up in a greenhouse, why become a martial artist? I'm leaning towards the third one. Liu Qingju smiled. I agree. Yi, he smirked too. I'm with Yi he. Chuzhou concluded. All right. Then we head out today. At the reception desk, the female staffer slammed her hand on the table in fury. This is absurd! Didn't you see a team of second years already got wiped out in Lingshui? 3 freshmen daring to take a level 3 mission? You're all getting way ahead of yourselves. Ma'am, I have a privilege card, Yi, he said calmly. The instructor roared with laughter. Learned how to lie, have we? I'll call the director and expose you right now. She turned to dial her phone, her voice suddenly becoming meek and submissive. Yes, director. Yes. After the call, her attitude did a complete 180. She bowed with a brilliant smile. I wish you all a successful journey. Yi, he muttered. I still preferred your grumpy attitude. As they left, Yi, he said, you two go pack your things. I'm going to pick something up. He walked to a uniquely designed building shaped like a giant mecha face. The School of Mechanics and Magic Tech. The Forge. Identity verified. The door hissed open. Dean, I'm here to claim my weapon. The first place prize from the pendant battle. Yi, he stood before a dean with a face made of gold. The dean noted, so, you're the one who passed on an earth-shattering level skill for a weapon. A discerning eye. If Senior Gongke hadn't gotten to you first, enough. Behold what I have forged for you. A massive, beautiful horse-slaying saber was presented. It lacks elemental attributes but channels martial energy with 95% efficiency, and it's forged from a famous ultra-durable special alloy, Star Gold. A top-tier divine-grade blade. This Janmadao was about 1.2 meters long. The blade was flat. Its edge was a dark color, dotted with a starlight glimmer, the signature of Star Gold. The spine was carved with dense, sun and moon-shaped serrations, adding mass and impact. Every swing would land with devastating force. Yi, he gave the saber a test swing, feeling its power. The grip was wrapped in non-slip black leather with metal fibers, also Star Gold for easy chi transmission. Every slash rode the wind, and its gleam was enough to chill the blood. Not bad. The weight is just right, no drift. It fits my hand perfectly, Yi, he remarked. The dean found this amusing. It was custom-made to your old measurements from 3 months ago, yet it still suits your strength after your martial artist breakthrough. What can I say? The royal smiths are truly on another level, Yi, he said as he left. Of course. I dare say even Senior Gongke would have to bow to my forging skills. The dean boasted, then quickly added, Ahem, Yi he. Don't you dare repeat that to Senior Gongke, Lingshui County. To keep the mission a secret, we're here as ordinary college students on an internship. Yi, he explained as they stepped off the bus. He closed his eyes. First, a scan with my life field perception. I've pushed the Demon Dragon template to 71% this semester. The range should cover the entire county. I was worried our arrival might startle the rats in the sewers. If they scatter, it'll be a real headache. The hard part is finding them, not killing them. Come on, let's check out the house Imperial University arranged for us, said Chuzhou. Hey, you guys need a ride? Tricycles cheap and fast, a local man called out to them. Yi, he smirked. The mission has begun. They hopped on the tricycle. The driver started chatting. Young man, you seem like a decent fellow. Which school are you from? You here on vacation to see the sights? Yi, he answered according to the script. I'm from Lingshui County. I brought 2 of my classmates here to have some fun. I'm studying in Yuncheng now. The tricycle driver dropped his cigarette, his face a mask of shock. From Lingshui County? Who's your family? I don't remember seeing you before, Yi, he replied casually. My grandfather's name was Yi Saorong. He passed away a few years ago, and we moved away after that. The driver lit up. Ah, so you're old man Yi's grandson? Yi, he thought to himself. Good thing I studied the Lingshui dialect on the plane, and the fake identity Huadu provided for me actually exists. The driver laughed heartily. Good, very good. You still remember your roots. That means you'll live a blessed life. The tricycle stopped in front of a quaint old house, Huadu Mission Base. As the driver left, he turned back and called out, Little Yi, in 2 days is Lingshui County's biggest event. It's our triennial festival. You have to come. If you're too shy to leave the house, I'll personally come and drag you there. Yi, he replied. I know. Thanks, uncle. They stepped into the courtyard. Yi, he said, this house has been unoccupied for over a decade. It's gone to ruin. Look at all these weeds and mosquitoes. We've got some cleaning to do. Chu Zhou stepped forward. Cleaning is my specialty. He stomped his foot on the ground. A shockwave of blue energy erupted, obliterating all the weeds. This isn't a cleanup. It's a massacre, Liu Qingzhu muttered. Yi. He just shrugged, quick and efficient. Like a seasoned pro, he started giving orders. Drop your gear. Chu Zhou, you set up the micro cameras around the perimeter to monitor everything. Qingzhu and I will check inside the house. The air inside was even more damp and suffocating, with cobwebs clinging to every surface. Just minutes after stepping inside, Liu Qingzhu suddenly called out from a room deep within. Yi He, come look at this. What did you find? Yi He asked as he walked in. His guard never down for a second. There's a shrine in here, but I'm not sure who or what it's for, she said, her voice full of confusion. In front of them, completely out of place amidst the decay, stood a small wooden shrine, and inside was a grotesque, twisted statue formed from writhing tentacles, with a red cloth hiding its face. Yi, he stated grimly. This thing wasn't originally here. Liu Qingzhu was shocked. It wasn't here before? What do you mean? Yi, he pointed to the wood. This shrine is made of wood. If it had been here for over 10 years, it would have rotted into dust a long time ago. That wasn't cleaning. That was a massacre, Liu Qingzhu muttered. Yi, he shrugged, quick and efficient. Yi, he began assigning tasks with professional flair. Put your luggage down. Chu Zhou, go install the micro cameras around the perimeter for surveillance. Qingzhu and I will check the inside of the house. The air inside was even more damp and heavy, with cobwebs stretching everywhere. Just a few minutes after entering, Liu Qingzhu suddenly called out from a room deep inside. Yi He, come look at this. What did you find? Yi He asked as he entered, his guard still up. There's a shrine here, but I'm not sure who it's for or what it's doing here, she said, her voice filled with confusion. Before them was something completely out of place with the surrounding decay. A small wooden shrine, and inside was a bizarre, warped statue formed from writhing tentacles, with a red cloth covering its face. Yi, he stated firmly, this wasn't originally here. Liu Qingzhu was surprised. It wasn't here before? What do you mean? Yi, he pointed at the wood. The shrine is made of wood. If it had been here for over 10 years, it would have rotted to dust by now. What the? The three of them cried out in unison. The statue's bleeding. What is this black sludge? But instead of shattering, a thick, black, tar-like fluid began to bubble out from the gash, reeking of decay. Trying to run? A cold glint flashed in Yixi's eyes. He let out a low growl. Instantly, his powerful rose entity materialized behind him, stretching out a colossal arm to snatch the escaping black mass. Boom! The stand's hand erupted, releasing a blinding flash of light. Arg! The dark liquid twisted and deformed, countless mouths filled with razor-sharp teeth ripping open, unleashing mind-shattering shrieks. Chu Zhou, seal it! Now! Yi Shi commanded. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Zhou unleashed the full force of her power, summoning an absolute zero blizzard that flash-froze the grotesque creature into a thorny block of ice. Liu Qingzhu was frozen in place, her face pale with terror as she stammered. What in the world was that? Yishi's voice was low and steady. A pure blue flame ignited in his palm, its warmth pushing back the encroaching evil. Liu Qingzhu's wide purple eyes slowly regained their focus. Are you okay? Yishi asked with concern. He explained to Chu Zhou, she was tainted by that thing's psychic energy. I'll use some pure martial energy to cleanse her. Liu Qingzhu shook her head, her voice still trembling slightly. Ah, I'm all right now. She let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if she had just woken from a terrible nightmare. The wave of terror was gone, replaced by a gentle warmth spreading from within. Yixi turned back to the bizarre block of ice, his gaze turning sharp as steel. It seems all the strange occurrences in Lingshui are tied to this bizarre broken statue. We've just taken the first, and most crucial, step in this investigation. You two stay here and watch it. Be ready for any changes. I have a few things to take care of, Yishi said. Then, a cunning predatory smile slowly spread across his face. A glint of the hunter appeared in his blue eyes. I planted a micro-radiation tracker on that old driver's tricycle earlier. If my timing is right, it's time to reel in the fish. Don't worry about picking me up, old man. Instead, I'll be coming to find you. Lingshui County, Jinshan Temple. The ancient temple sat majestically on the mountainside, shrouded in the serenity of clouds and wind. The familiar beat-up tricycle screeched to a halt at the temple's rear gate. The driver hurried out, his posture servile and anxious. A young monk was already waiting, hands clasped respectfully. Patron, the abbot is waiting for you inside. Right, the driver replied, his voice trembling with unconcealed fear. He was led deep inside, not through the main hall, but down a dark, damp, secret passage hidden behind a wall. The passage opened into a massive underground hall. Flanked by enormous bronze guardian statues, it ended at a great gate plastered with countless golden talismans that radiated an invisible pressure. Abbot, this is Patron Liu Kan. He has met the standard for the blessing. He also mentioned he has something important to report. Abbot, we have brought Patron Liu Kan, who has met the standard for the blessing. He also said he has something to report. A hoarse, ancient voice echoed from behind the gate. Patron, what is your purpose? Why have you come so suddenly? Abruptly, the voice cut off. From within the gate, a horrifying growl rumbled. Is someone else here? Roar! The abbot's robes were ripped to shreds as his human skin tore away, revealing a hideous, black-scaled lizard monster beneath. It swung its sharp claws, tearing the young monk in two in a spray of blood. Liu Kan, the driver, showed no fear. He dropped to his knees, kowtowing with fanatical devotion. A divine being is among us. Whoosh, a black object flew past like a bullet. Smack! It was Yishi's shoe, hitting the monster square in the head. He had appeared out of nowhere, descending like a thunderbolt to deliver a devastating kick. He summoned his stand, the Rose entity, which formed a brilliant golden energy scythe, and lopped off the monster's head in one perfect arc. So disgusting. Good thing my stand kept that black blood from splattering. If that got on my clothes, it would never wash out. Liu Kan trembled as he looked up at Yishi, stammering, You're him, the descendant of the old Yishi family. Crackle! The stone floor shook as a grinding sound echoed through the hall. The bronze guardian statues began to move, their eyes glowing like red-hot coals in the darkness. 4 giant, lifelike bronze guardians, wielding golden dharma instruments, surrounded Yixi. Heh, so the statues can move too? Yixi just smirked. Clang! The colossal weapons smashed together, ready to crush the intruder. Yixi's Rose entity casually raised 2 hands, effortlessly blocking the attacks of 2 statues. The statues' red eyes glowed as they let out a savage roar. The 4 statues raised their weapons in unison, attacking from 4 different directions at once, their 4 Dharma instruments aiming for Yishi, leaving him no room to escape. Space Ring, turn invisible. Don't let the enemy see you, Yixi whispered, a confident smile on his lips. Starfall Blade, come to me, he yelled. Space rippled, and a colossal blade shimmering with starlight appeared in his hands. He gripped the hilt, feeling its familiar weight and the immense power coursing through his veins. Yixi charged into battle, his body becoming a whirlwind of motion, his lightning-fast strikes a dance of pure destruction. In the blink of an eye, all 4 statues were sliced to pieces. Bronze arms and torsos crashed to the floor with a deafening clang. Laser eyes, too? Are these really supposed to be Buddhist statues? Yishi exclaimed as the remaining heads fired deadly red beams. Too bad they're so slow. Yishi easily weaved through the laser fire, which left scorched marks on the floor. He raised his blade high, letting out a defiant roar. Let's see what you've got inside. A final slash split the remaining heads open, revealing complex machinery and a tangled mess of sparking wires within. Ah, Buddha, was Liu Kan's last terrified cry before a stray laser beam sliced him in half. The wreckage of the machine statues littered the floor, still sparking, creating a scene of total devastation. Yishi gave his blade a light swing. So, these things weren't even alive? From the start, my life field couldn't sense any vitality from these 2 machine bodhisattvas. He stared at the sophisticated machinery with a thoughtful expression. But how could a remote, backward place like Lingshui County possess such advanced technology? Yixi stood before the giant gate, a metal fortress reinforced with countless golden talismans, each radiating a holy yet artificial pressure. A look of steely determination flashed in his eyes. Could the answers to all these mysteries be behind that door? He turned, an arrogant smirk playing on his lips as he signaled his stand. I'm a college student. I should at least have some basic manners and knock, right? Boom. The Rose entity, without any hesitation, poured all its strength into a fiery punch that struck the gate like a meteor. Anyone home? A second, third, and fourth punch rained down like a destructive storm, each impact creating a blinding explosion of light that shook the entire hall. Crash! The solid steel gate, once thought to be impenetrable, finally gave way to the insane power, shattering into 100 pieces with an earth-shattering explosion. Yishi casually strolled through the wreckage, brushing dust from his shoulder as if he'd just done something completely ordinary. He looked up, his blue eyes widening with genuine astonishment. Whoa! Now that's an impressive secret chamber. Before him was an unbelievably vast space, a true underground palace carved deep into the mountain, and in the center, a colossal golden Buddha statue, dozens of meters tall, sat in a serene meditative pose, emitting an overwhelming, invisible pressure. So, it's an underground palace with a giant Buddha statue built inside. He stared up at the statue, his defiant voice echoing through the silent space. Your guest is here. Are you going to keep hiding like a coward? Ha! A faint, ancient sigh whispered through the palace. From the statue's shadow, a bald monk in red robes emerged. He clasped his hands, his face unnervingly calm, without a single ripple of emotion. Our temple holds no grudge against you, benefactor, so why have you come to desecrate it? But the sight of the monk against the colossal silent Buddha was just plain creepy. Our temple holds no grudge against you. Why have you come to desecrate it? The monk repeated, his voice as flat as a machine's. Ditch, he smirked, his blade glinting with a cold blue light. Heh, you're a robot, aren't you? Get a kick out of playing dress-up? Without warning, a flash of crimson light tore through the air as he ruthlessly sliced the monk in two. Yet the monk remained standing, hands clasped in reverence, as that same calm voice spoke again. Benefactor, the karma from your bloodshed is heavy. Shut up, Dish, he roared, disgust and fury twisting his face. He couldn't stand this fake act anymore. He leaped high into the air, landing on the giant Buddha's head. He plunged his blade deep into its golden crown. Then, with every ounce of his strength, he ripped the blade downwards. The temple ceiling shattered under the immense force, revealing a dark, damp space below a true hellscape. Ditch, he landed softly on the cold stone floor. Dust and debris rained down around him. This place looked like a sewer. 1, 2, 18 doors, sliding gates. An unsettling feeling crept over him. From behind the gates, countless pairs of vicious green eyes began to glow, like starving beasts in waiting. Clang! The gates flew open all at once. An army of hideous, pitch-black lizard monsters swarmed out like a flood, drool dripping from their razor-sharp teeth. More lizards. A whole lot more this time. Each one radiated the power of a first- or second-level martial artist, and their life signatures were nearly identical, like they were mass-produced. Artificial bio-robots? Trying to overwhelm me with sheer numbers? The grass on the graves of the last guys who tried that is already sky-high. Deesh, his eyes flashed with a deadly blue light, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. He took his stance, his blade humming, ready for a slaughter. Mad Emperor's blade style. First form, Heaven's Thousand Cuts. A massive red aura erupted from his body, crackling with crimson lightning. He unleashed a single slash. But from that one motion, 1,000 razor-sharp streams of red energy exploded outwards like a hurricane, sweeping over the sea of monsters. In an instant, the entire lizard army was shredded to pieces. Black blood splattered everywhere, creating a truly hellish scene. Dish, he grinned. What kind of holy temple keeps so many ugly monsters under its floorboards? Roar! A massive lizard creature with thick scales and fiery eyes burst through the wall, snapping its fang-filled jaws at him. Dish, he stood calmly atop a mountain of corpses, his eyes showing no fear, only the contempt of an absolute ruler. He grabbed the robot's soulless head, as foul-smelling black fluid still oozed from the cut. Even with its head severed, the pre-recorded voice repeated itself mechanically, echoing eerily in the silence. Benefactor, the karma from your bloodshed is heavy. Stupid bio-robots. Deech, he muttered with utter disdain. Its head's torn off, and it's still repeating the same recorded line. He glared into the temple's deep shadows, his voice now carrying an immense pressure. Hey, Puppet Master, are you ever going to show your face? He. A chilling, razor-sharp, genderless laugh echoed through the space. It seems we've provoked quite a powerful opponent this time. And yet, that's all you are. Rumble! The entire palace began to shake violently, like an earthquake. The giant Buddha statue, which had been as still as a mountain, started to move. It rose to its feet, stone fragments raining down in a cloud of dust. The statue's golden shell cracked and peeled away, revealing a complex, modern mechanical frame within. Hundreds of cables and pistons moved in perfect rhythm. This wasn't a statue, it was a colossal war machine in perfect disguise. With a horrifying screech of metal, the parts shifted and reassembled, transforming the Buddha into a giant combat robot, armed to the teeth. Its golden eyes flared to life, locking onto Ditch He. Benefactor, you are beyond salvation. The robot's mechanical voice boomed, majestic and deadly, like a verdict from the underworld. Dish. He could only gasp in amazement, mixed with a jolt of pure excitement. Whoa, it even transforms. Now, return to the wheel of reincarnation. The giant robot raised its massive golden hand, blocking the light from above, ready to crush Ditch He like an insect. The massive hand descended with enough force to level a mountain, the compressed air shrieking around it. Bring it on. Ditch. His eyes blazed with a brilliant blue light. He didn't flinch. Lightning energy began to envelop his body. The golden hand slammed down with the force of a meteor, creating an earth-shattering roar that shook the very foundations of the cavern. Dust and debris shot everywhere, but strangely, the fist was stopped just before it hit the ground. A blinding blue energy flared up from the point of impact, pushing the massive machine back. Inside the war mech, an electronic voice began to sound off. Warning, warning. Energy fluctuations detected beyond acceptable levels. Right arm is overheating. The machine seemed stunned. It tried to increase the pressure, but it was useless as its internal systems began to fail. Error. Error. Temperature continues to rise. For the first time, its mechanical voice showed utter shock. What is this? From the epicenter of the blast, a monstrous, giant figure emerged. It was a monster made of sharp, blackish-blue crystals, with a jagged jaw and glowing eyes. With unbelievable strength, it was stopping the war mech's destructive fist with a single hand. The monster's crystalline mouth slowly opened as a blue energy sphere began to form in its hand. It let out a deep, rumbling growl, taunting its opponent. Namo Amitabha. He launched a lightning punch, a pure pillar of blue light that tore through the air and slammed right into the golden robot's head. In his crystal monster form, Ditch He gave his opponent no time to rest. He charged forward, grabbing the robot's arm with his own two massive crystal limbs. Inside the monster's form, Ditch He's face appeared with a crazed, bloodthirsty smile. He yelled with excitement, "I'm not done yet!" Instantly, the monster coiled back its leg and delivered a powerful knee strike. "Ditch," he roared with glee, "have a taste of my iron-hard knee." Crack! The impact was devastating. The war mech's entire faceplate shattered, revealing the complex machinery within. The system alarm blared again. Critical warning. Multiple traumas detected in cranial unit. Despite the attack, the war mech didn't flinch. It immediately activated its defensive weapon systems. From its back, dozens of metal spheres flew out, hovering in midair. Floating prayer bead cannons. A barrage of crimson laser beams fired from the floating cannons, creating a deadly rain of energy. But it didn't stop there. The war mech's shoulders and chest opened up, revealing countless gun barrels and missile pods. The mechanical voice ordered without hesitation. All batteries, fire. A terrifying explosion engulfed the entire area, powerful enough to flatten everything. Smoke and intense heat swallowed the crystal monster's silhouette. Staring at the massive fireball, the war mech's pilot clicked their tongue. The machine's voice now held a mix of annoyance and curiosity. Tsk, tsk. What kind of monster are you? Exactly. To think I had to unleash this much firepower. God, just for you. But as the smoke cleared, the beast stood unfazed. Its crystal armor was barely even scratched. It let out a roar, a sound dripping with pure mockery. Are those little toys all you've got? Heat-based weapons are useless against a true master. The machine's voice turned cold, laced with fury at its foe's defiance. Still clinging to life? Allow me to grant you oblivion. Suddenly, the entire war machine bristled with countless sharp golden spikes, transforming into an untouchable, mechanical beast. Heavenly Meteor. The crystal beast remained unfazed. It opened its maw, gathering an energy orb larger than any before, a blinding, bluish-white sun. Its voice was the sound of final judgment. Time to log off, you fake monk. Storm's breath. A massive torrent of pure energy erupted, obliterating every spike in its path and completely engulfing the war machine. Through the earth-shattering explosion, He's taunting voice echoed. Whoops. Sorry about your precious little robot toy. He brushed the dust from his shoulder, glancing at the ruins of the giant lotus. He muttered with pure sarcasm, You dig a massive hole in a mountain and you find either lizard people or a giant, walking Buddha. He touched down lightly, the monstrous aura receding as he returned to his human form. A smirk played on his lips. Looks like our mastermind is a classic mad scientist, totally lost in their own twisted research. His gaze locked onto the center of the shattered platform. Just as he thought, a hidden passage leading down. He strolled over, peering into the dark abyss, and said, Let's see what's hiding beneath this little flower. The scene flashes back 30 minutes. Inside a high-tech control room, two men in white lab coats stared at a giant monitor, watching the entire disaster unfold. The younger assistant reported to a figure beside him, his voice brimming with confidence. Doctor, the target has taken out the machine bodhisattvas at the gate. But don't worry, sir. With the latest materials and structure, that door is absolutely indestructible, he added with a smug grin. Besides, we still have the cyborg army. Tens of thousands of bio-units can wear down even a grandmaster like him. Plus, it's a great way to clear out our excess cyborg inventory. But on the monitor, the sight of Yi-Hee standing alone atop a mountain of lizard men corpses left them both stunned into silence. The young assistant, now sweating bullets, quickly stammered, "Doctor, we have a trump card," he yelled, a fanatic gleam in his eyes. "Have faith in our design. The Dharma mech armor was built to take on giant Lord-class beasts. Crushing some random martial artist should be child's play." But the monitor only answered with the image of the war machine's shattered face. A deathly silence fell over the room once more. The young assistant tried again. "It's all right, doctor, we still..." But before he could finish, the old scientist spun around and roared, "Just shut your damn mouth!" The old man's mechanical eye glared daggers at his subordinate. "What the hell are you saying? He's at our doorstep, and you're telling me it's all right?" His voice then dropped to a terrifyingly calm whisper. "The guards upstairs might buy us a few minutes. We need to retreat. Now, once we're clear, activate the self-destruct sequence. We can't let any of our data leak." The scientist was identified as Dr. Feng. Formerly of the Prometheus Tier 3 Research Institute, later secretly recruited by Lazerbe, he gave his orders with cold finality. A flashback reveals the truth. 10 years ago, Lazerbe targeted the unremarkable Lingshui County. After quietly replacing every monk at Jinshen Temple, they weaponized the local faith to brainwash and control the entire populace. Under the guise of blessings, they tricked the residents into human modification trials, turning them into free test subjects and providing Lazerbe's biotech division with priceless materials and clinical data. Dr. Feng's voice echoed, filled with regret. "It's a shame, but this base must be abandoned." Crash! In that instant, a blast of azure energy ripped the control room wall to shreds. Through the smoke and debris, Yi-Hee descended, his eyes glowing with a cold, blue light. He looked straight at the two terrified scientists, a devilish grin spreading across his face. "My dear Abbot, where do you think you're going?" Feng panicked, shouting at his guards. Two men in black suits drew their weapons, rushing to shield the doctor. But he moved like the wind. A flash of claw-shaped sword energy. And all four of them, guards and scientists alike, were sent flying to the floor. The old man scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of terror. "What do you want? We can negotiate." But Yi-Hee simply pointed a cold finger at the watch on the old man's wrist. "One press is all it takes to activate the self-destruct. Lazerbe implants microbombs in all its key researchers. Our families and our friends, the company monitors them all. It's how they ensure absolute obedience, and how secrets stay buried." Feng cried out as he snapped his wrist, sending the watch flying. "Ugh!" He clamped a hand over the old man's mouth, stopping him from committing suicide. The old man could only make muffled sounds of agony. Umph, umph. His mechanical eye flashed a desperate red. Umph, He let go, and the old man crumpled to the floor. He stared down at the dying man with icy blue eyes, his voice completely devoid of emotion. "Now, tell me everything you've been doing in Lingshui County." Feng looked up, sweat streaming down his face. In the underground lab, Yi stood with his arms crossed, watching the old man twitching on the floor. "Tell me, were you the ones who killed those 3 young martial artists? What exactly are you doing down here?" Dr. Feng let out a crazed laugh, his mechanical eye glowing red. "Heh, even if I wanted to, I couldn't tell you about the experiments. There's a signal monitor in my brain. If I speak a single corporate keyword, the bomb inside me will detonate." He bit down hard on a fake tooth, and a plume of toxic green smoke escaped his lips. "If I'm going to die, I'll do it on my own terms." The old man began to convulse violently, foaming at the mouth as his skin turned purple. "Ugh. Oh. He swiftly pinned him down, prying his jaw open. A hidden poison capsule. He clicked his tongue. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Does Lazerbe only hire suicidal fanatics? Suddenly, the entire room was bathed in the flashing red light of an alarm. He felt it instantly. The man's heart had stopped. It seems the automated self-destruct mechanism has been triggered. He stood up, gazing down at the corpse with a cold expression. Behind him, a ghastly crimson phantom materialized. What a shame. For you, even death is a luxury you can't afford. The phantom's claws plunged into the dead man's chest. My vampiric arts can turn humans or corpses into undead creatures. But apart from a few rare cases, most of them are mindless. No regeneration, diminished intellect, and decaying bodies. But I possess the power of the humanoid progenitor, combined with my vampiric gift. And he placed a hand on the corpse's head. A torrent of dark energy flowed into the body. The corpse began to twitch and seize. A gruesome resurrection. The newly revived Dr. Feng convulsed, coughing up a shattered metal orb, the neutralized self-destruct device. He stumbled to his knees, bowing his head in utter submission. His voice, now a hollow rasp, spoke. Master. Yi, he explained his power, his voice echoing through his new servant. I can create minions with their memories and talents, perfectly intact. They do not fear the sun, possess incredible regeneration, and offer me absolute loyalty of both mind and body. Yi, he looked down at his new creation with a satisfied smirk. You can no longer die, which means the self-destruct is useless now. From this day forward, your name is Mad Doc. Your past is irrelevant. Your only purpose is to serve me. The Mad Doc replied, his voice devoid of hesitation. It is my honor to serve you, my lord. Yi, he added, since you've accepted the progenitor's power, a spiritual link now binds us. Their trackers are useless now. Yi, his eyes blazed with blue light as powerful psychic energy surged through the connection, hacking straight into the old man's brain. The old man's eyes glowed with the same eerie light. Now, let's see when this city first fell to ruin. The Mad Doctor's memories began to pour out like a broken dam. A colleague, Xiao Liu, was secretly eating something. The doctor called out, Xiao Liu, sneaking food before break? Did you finish the data comparison I assigned you? His colleague turned around, face smeared with blood, eyes burning with a crazy red glare. Sorry, Professor Feng, I was just so hungry. So hungry. In another memory, the doctor himself was eating. Raw meat again today? With the few teeth I have left, chewing this stuff is pure torture. An assistant spoke up. Dr. Feng, these are the offerings the townspeople brought for the Buddha. I heard they were 3 very tender young outsiders, but a wave of unease washed over the doctor. No, something's not right. Another memory surfaced. An old woman, dozing off right in the main prayer hall. An assistant commented that some of them were even nodding off while kneeling. The other suggested, well, isn't that just perfect? Doctor, we can move these people straight to the lab's storage, saving both time and effort. The scene shifted to rows of townspeople lying on the floor in a deep, unnatural sleep. They came to pray for blessings, and then suddenly, they all just passed out. Why? The assistant wondered. Doctor, what's wrong? Isn't sleep a basic human need? But the dread in his heart was growing stronger. Something was terribly wrong. He recalled the symbol of a bizarre cult, the Godfall Nation. The Godfall Nation. One day, he glanced at his own wrist and froze in shock. What is this? Why is this carved into my skin? The numbers 2675-342-1 were etched clearly, looking like some kind of numerical puzzle. He racked his brain. The answer was a file code, an internal company format. He frantically typed out the code he'd solved. 348256112. He entered the code into the computer terminal, and as the files appeared, a horrifying truth crashed down on him. Wrong. It was all wrong. My memories, my perception of reality, it's all been altered. He remembered sitting at that same computer, surrounded by a swarm of grotesque, glowing rats. Who did this to me? Who turned me into an experiment? A lab rat? He finally understood. Only after seeing the files did I realize. I was the one who left that puzzle for myself, before I was compromised. I believed that even if my consciousness was altered, I would still try to solve a riddle carved into my own flesh, and I would discover the truth it was meant to reveal. Its purpose was to tell me that no matter what I thought was happening, be it hypnosis, insomnia, or recurring nightmares, the true mastermind behind it all was the Godfall Nation. He severed the memory link, his eyes flashing with a cold light. So, the so-called raw meat was human flesh, and this Godfall Nation is nothing more than a disgusting death cult. The Mad Doctor, his true memories now restored, spoke with tears welling in his eyes. This place was once a secret laser base, but that cult infiltrated us and seized control. Just like the townspeople, our minds were rewritten, turning us all into puppets. Yi, his eyes burned with intensity. Those 3 Hua duo martial artists from before, you ate them too. It seems in your eyes, Zhou, Liu Qingju equals, is greater than Liu Qingju, and I are just more prime cuts of meat. The Mad Doctor's memories continued to flow. This is my 8th year running the Ling Shui operation. The Jinshan Temple base is complete. The biohuman conversion process is mature and ready for the production line. It will usher in a new era. Martial artists will be replaced by stronger, more efficient biohumans and machines. Prometheus was right all along. After marking anomalies and cross-referencing the timelines, the outbreak in Ling Shui began in February. We first detected it in March and began our investigations. But day by day, my perception was subtly changed, until I was completely assimilated. More than once, I used my researcher's logic to find the flaws and temporarily regain my sanity. But in the end, I could never escape the assimilation. Our Jinshan Temple laboratory had already sunk too deep. There was no way to escape or resist that. Will, the Ling Shui anomaly progresses in 4 stages: cannibalism and severe insomnia, idol worship, and mass sleepwalking. Cannibalism marks the body's change under the will's initial mental influence. Severe insomnia means the mind is undergoing a deeper change. Idol worship means the mind and body are so heavily contaminated, they are basically beyond saving. And mass sleepwalking means you have become food for the will. And I thought illegal human experimentation was as bad as it gets. But compared to this cult, we were practically civilized. They're planning to feed an entire city to that will. I finally identified the agent they used to pollute the mind and drain life force. A devil fetus, taken from a secret realm's ruins. It had to be a devil fetus brought out of the secret ruins. The last memory flashed into focus. According to my calculations, the devil fetus will reach maturity. His eyes snapped open. In 2 more nights. He recalled the old tricycle driver's words. Xiao Yi, in 2 days, Ling Shui is holding its great festival that happens once every 3 years. Make sure you attend. He crossed his arms, staring down at the mad doctor. That old driver gave me a crucial piece of intel. He closed his eyes. I've extracted all the useful memories. He scanned the laboratory. So, this base really did belong to Lazerb. As for the Godfall Nation, the Devil Fetus, and the 3 Hua duo martial artists, he now had all the answers he needed. The Mad Doctor, completely under he's control, began revealing the deepest secrets he knew. Thanks to him, I've learned quite a few of Lazerb's dirty little secrets, including their adorable illegal experiments. I don't have the energy to deal with Lazerb right now, so I'll just leave them for Hua Duo to handle. A smirk crept across his lips as another interesting fact surfaced in his mind. There was an unexpected bonus, too. Turns out, this guy was involved in the research and development of the golden gene his whole life, and he understands its uses and effects. We'll think about that after we've dealt with the Ling Shui anomaly. A mission notification flashed in his mind, marking the task complete. Although according to Hua Duo's request, those who find the truth can choose to end the mission. What I want now isn't some reward from Hua Duo. A bloodthirsty and ambitious grin spread across He's face, revealing sharp fangs. I'd much rather steal the Godfall Nation's grand prize for myself. He turned to the Mad Doctor and gave a cold command. Next, you will remain hidden in Ling Shui. I will provide my blood. Find a way to introduce it into the county's water system. In short, maximize the infection. The old man, though under control, was still horrified by this insane plan. Madness. This is absolute madness, he stammered. But then, a spark of understanding lit up his glowing eyes. I see. My lord, you're going to fight the devil fetus for its believers. He glanced toward the contaminated silhouettes, his voice chillingly calm. The residents of Ling Shui are already in the 4th stage of contamination. There's no turning back for them. Converting them is selfish, I know. But when this is all over, I'll try to give them their old lives back. At least under my control, they won't be a threat to society. The scene cuts back to their temporary base. He walked through the door, giving a little wave to his 2 teammates sulking at the table. I'm back. He glanced at the food on the table and sneered. Are you guys eating the local specialty? Liu Qingzhu equals is greater than. Liu Qingzhu's face turned a shade of green, as if she were about to be sick. Ugh. He scoffed. Looks like you've already figured out what the food here really is. Zhou reported with a serious tone. Liu Qingzhu equals is greater than Liu Qingzhu, and I did some scouting. It seems the people here are cannibals. Zhou looked he straight in the eyes. You already knew, didn't you, he? The key is that this entire city's perception has been twisted. Something is enslaving them. He thought to himself, not bad. This little assassin's judgment is pretty much spot on. As he revealed more of his discoveries, Liu Qingzhu gasped in shock. An illegal biotech lab has been in Ling Shui for years? Why is this county so messed up? Chuzhou added, his face grim. So, a major biotech player is caught up in this anomaly too? Liu Qingzhu suggested nervously. This is way beyond a level 3 incident. Shouldn't we call Huadu for support? He thought to himself, are you kidding me? If I let Huadu step in, how am I supposed to get my piece of the action? Out loud, he reassured them. Everyone, get a grip. The danger lies with the anomaly, not our personal safety. Don't psych yourselves out. He clenched his fist, roaring with passion. If your first instinct is always to call for backup, you'll never accomplish anything. He laid out the plan. We hold our position until nightfall, he explained. We've seen the flesh offerings and the idol worship. There's still one anomaly we haven't faced. Mass sleepwalking. His eyes glinted with calculation. Maybe this twisted city only shows its true face after dark. The scene shifts to Xidu, the headquarters of Laser BD. In the conference room, a senior executive reported, "Half an hour ago, we received a self-destruct activation signal from the Jinshan Temple base in Lingshui, but it was canceled after a few dozen seconds. Something's gone sideways. We've lost all contact with the base. The board will decide our response today." A powerful figure made a ruthless decision. Simple. Better to kill the wrong person than let a single witness escape. Trigger the heart bombs in every researcher to prevent any living testimony. Then immediately dispatch a special ops team to Lingshui. Meanwhile, at the central water plant in Lingshui, a massive explosion from inside the facility marked the beginning of the Mad Doctor's twisted plan for his new master. At the water plant, the Mad Doctor clutched his chest, coughing up a mouthful of black blood. He reported through a psychic link, his voice trembling but loyal. "My lord, Laser BD just tried to detonate the bomb inside my body. Luckily, I removed it in time. I'm recovering now," he added urgently. "But I know their methods. A special ops team will be in Lingshui any minute now." The disembodied voice of Yi, he echoed in his mind, cold and absolute. "It doesn't matter. Proceed with the plan." Though terrified by his master's calm, the doctor immediately complied. "Yes, my lord." Night fell. A bright full moon shone down on the weathered sign of a desolate train station. Lingshui Linhai exit. On platform 2, a night train sat in total silence. The train doors opened, and a mysterious group stepped onto the empty platform. A heavy-set man with a sleazy grin, codenamed Catfish, looked around and remarked, "Such a quiet place. No wonder the company chose it for a black site." A glamorous woman pulling a suitcase replied, "HQ confirmed the Great Xia Dragon incident wasn't related to the Jinshan Temple base. That woman, Ares, was holding a smiling baby," and asked doubtfully, "So who took them out? The company has too many enemies." Another pair appeared. The man, Golden Snake, commanded, "Let's get to the base first." The girl beside him was Blue Bird. The last member, a young man with glasses who looked like an intellectual but radiated a dangerous aura, was their captain, Black Lion. He gave a short command. "Anything that can be destroyed, equipment, records, wipe it all." The group started to bicker. Catfish whined, "Captain, can we get some real food first? I've been eating instant noodles all day." Ares chimed in, "I need to find a place to feed the baby." Golden Snake teased, "It's dark out. Just do it here. I won't look." Ares glared at him. "Get lost, you pervert." Black Lion snapped, "Do you two even sound like professionals?" Catfish just chuckled. "Come on, the feared Killer King, captain of Laser BD's Squad 3. Used to be just an ordinary programmer." Black Lion pushed up his glasses, his voice turning serious. "Those guys in black suits and sunglasses are just for show. We're professionals. Blend in, stay unnoticed. Enough." Golden Snake and Bluebird split off and survey Lingshui's situation. "I'll take Catfish and Ares to check the Jinshan Temple base. Move out." Golden Snake and Bluebird slipped into a dark old house in town. Inside, they found a black pot holding a decomposing animal skull. Golden Snake muttered, "This town's got some serious issues." "Something," Bluebird replied sarcastically, "is not right, obviously. Cannibalism tends to ruin the vibe, you know?" Golden Snake felt danger closing in as Bluebird walked deeper into the shadows. He said cautiously, "This isn't going to be simple." Bluebird stopped before a small altar where a bizarre clay statue rested. She stared at it. These clay statues. Her eyes suddenly flashed with an eerie purple light as she fell into a trance. Meanwhile, Golden Snake was on the phone, reporting, "Cause of the Jinshan Temple incident has been identified. A single, powerful combatant wiped out the entire base alone. Tens of thousands of biocorpses are littered through the catacombs outside. A fortress-class battle machine was brutally torn apart. There are no survivors inside. But the base commander, lead researcher Dr. Feng, is missing. At least, no body was found in or near the temple. BZZT. BLE. BZZT." The signal filled with static. He whipped his head around to look out the window in horror. This is... A massive crowd of townspeople was shuffling down the street below. Their eyes were completely empty, lifeless, mass sleepwalking, and it's coming right for us, Golden Snake realized with a jolt of panic. "We've been spotted!" He turned and yelled, "Bluebird, move!" Slice. A sharp pain erupted as Bluebird, her eyes a vacant purple, plunged a knife into his side. Clutching the wound, Golden Snake stared at his teammate in disbelief and pain. "Bluebird, that look. Are you being controlled?" He glanced at the altar and understood. That statue in the shrine. He recognized it from the company's confidential files, recovered from a secret realm ruin, Balor's moon god. The scene cuts to a rooftop where Yi He stands under a massive, glowing moon. He looked up at the sky and muttered, That moon is huge. It feels like my life field is being easily disturbed. He pulled out his phone, first locating Chuzhou and Qingju. The screen showed a red dot. Southeast of town. That's where the sleepwalkers are. Yi. He looked toward the moon, his eyes flashing with a dangerous curiosity. If this mass sleepwalking is that Will's way of eating, what does the eating actually look like? It wouldn't be long until he found out. In a dark alley, Golden Snake's eyes shot open in pure terror. Ah, what is this? The scene before him was a living nightmare. He and Bluebird were tied tightly to two towering wooden stakes. Below them, a sea of townspeople with empty eyes had gathered around. He screamed in desperation. What the hell is this? Golden Snake realized with horror that these were the townspeople from before. Are they being controlled too? The crowd began to emit a creepy, low hum. Their eyes glowed with that same eerie purple light. He tried to rouse his unconscious teammate beside him. Bluebird, wake up! You useless idiot! Wake up now! It was hopeless. Golden Snake tried to negotiate with the mindless crowd. You're with the Divine Nation, aren't you? We can talk. The organization behind me is incredibly powerful. But in return, he got nothing but empty stares. He cursed internally. Damn it, I can't reason with them. Disgust and fear washed over him. They've been brainwashed beyond the limits of humanity. They're just beasts in human skin. No, they're probably worse than beasts. At least animals know how to fear pain and death. But these fanatics, nothing scares them. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the air. He looked up, confused. Is that a bell? The entire crowd looked to the sky in unison, where the abnormally bright, colossal moon took up nearly their entire vision. Someone in the crowd gasped in awe. That moon, it's enormous. The townspeople began a monotonous chant, their faces relaxing into blissful, idiotic smiles. Then, a horrific spectacle began. They started climbing on top of each other, one person acting as a foothold for the next, forming a grotesque, living pyramid of flesh. They shoved, pushed, and climbed over each other, all clawing their way higher, forming a living tower of flesh that just kept growing. The writhing mass of bodies reached for the moon like some twisted creature in a ghastly sacrificial ritual. The peak of this human spire plunged into the ground, tearing open a pit that seemed to connect straight to the underworld. The ritual was complete. A grotesque tower made of hundreds of bodies stood defiantly under the ghostly moonlight, topped with 3 wooden stakes. Meanwhile, near the Jinshan Temple area, Black Lion was on the phone, his voice laced with anxiety. He couldn't reach Golden Snake or Blue Bird. Something had gone terribly wrong. He analyzed the situation out loud. Whoever destroyed Jinshan Temple was probably on the move again. He turned to his 2 remaining teammates. No matter what, a major event had just rocked the city. We're going on the offensive. Back to the city. Now. But as they turned, all 3 of them froze in their tracks, their eyes locked on the sky above. It was a colossal moon, unrealistically huge, hanging right over the city and casting a cold, deadly light. Ares clutched her child tighter, suddenly pointing with a terrified voice. Look over there! A member of Laser B Squad yelled out in shock. Is that a pillar of light? Another one commented. It's like the moon is pulling it down. Black Lion shut them down. Cut the pointless chatter. That beam of light is touching down somewhere inside the city. Black Lion stared at the bizarre phenomenon, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He muttered under his breath with a grim expression. What in the world is this? The fall of Jinshan Temple was not as simple as headquarters thought. He turned and gave his team a sharp command. Head for the Moonlight's landing point. Now! That might be the reason Golden Snake and Bluebird went dark. The 3 of them immediately took off, sprinting through the deserted streets of Lingshui. Tiny particles of light floated in the air, creating a surreal and eerie scene. Suddenly, Black Lion stopped dead, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. We've got company, he warned. Instantly, a figure dropped from above, swinging a razor-sharp sword pulsing with deadly blue energy. Clang! The sound of metal on metal rang out. The surprise attack was blocked by a blue umbrella that snapped open just in time. The sword's tip scraped past the umbrella and slammed into the roof of a nearby house, leaving a gaping hole. Black Lion pushed up his glasses, analyzing the scene. Magic tech? This is no ordinary person. The umbrella slowly closed, revealing the attacker's target was none other than Liu Qingju. She stared down the strangers, her voice ice cold. Who are you? Why did you attack us? Black Lion cracked a sinister, unhinged grin. Oh? Judging by that outfit, you're not from around here, so you're the insects who trashed Jinshan Temple, are you? He ordered his 2 teammates to crush these 2 bugs in 3 seconds. Catfish and Ares answered in unison. Yes, sir. They launched forward with terrifying speed. Zhuzhou and Liu Qingju instantly took a defensive stance, ready for an impossible fight. Catfish lunged at Liu Qingju with a disgusting smirk. Haha, a real beauty. It's a shame to just kill you, but I'll make sure to enjoy your corpse. He reached out to grab her. Liu Qingzhu struggled to fend him off, crying out in horror. So heavy! Get off me, you pervert! Zhu Zhou roared, jumping between them and shouting, Ice wall! A massive wall of razor-sharp ice erupted from the ground, blocking Catfish's charge. But Black Lion simply threw a single punch. Crack! The ice wall shattered into a million pieces. Zhu Zhou was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. His ice wall was broken that easily? He quickly yelled, All three of them are high-level martial arts masters at least. Don't get trapped. Retreat! Qingzhu replied, Got it. And the two of them quickly fell back. Good. 1 second left, Black Lion whispered as he appeared directly behind Zhu Zhou, ready to deliver the final blow. But Liu Qingzhu, her eyes now glowing a brilliant purple, rushed in to block him. Another one? Black Lion was shocked as another threat appeared. He quickly leaned back as a gigantic broadsword sliced through the air right in front of his face. Just in the nick of time, Yi He had arrived, coldly facing down the squad leader. Who are you? Black Lion demanded. Are you with them? Yi He's reply was blunt. I'm the one who's here to kill you. Black Lion just smirked. Hey, you've got some nerve, don't you? He channeled his power and roared. Assassination art. 12 phantom clones. 12 identical copies appeared, surrounding Yi He. Die, kid. All 12 clones rushed him at once. Yi. He stood perfectly still and uttered a single word. Time seemed to freeze. Yi. He cracked a confident smile, standing in the center of the motionless ambush. A Grandmaster's protective aura can block a tank shell, but they can still be killed. Nice clones. I can't even tell which one is real. A flash of white lightning streaked out, zigzagging and piercing through all 12 clones in an instant. Yi. He stared at the frozen clones, the corner of his mouth turning up in a confident smirk. But I don't need to find the real one. He read his opponent's stats. Black Lion, real name unknown. He spoke with a mocking tone, an assassin king with nothing special about him. A glowing red spear of energy condensed in front of the real Black Lion. A soft ping sound echoed as the energy spear shot forward, embedding itself in the real Black Lion's forehead while he was still frozen in time. Time resumed. Annihilated. Black Lion's face was a mask of pure terror as he collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished. Yi. He casually walked over to the body. Best to do this while it's still warm, he thought. Your blood will help me break through the martial disciple rank and become a true martial artist. He placed his hand on Black Lion's face and began to absorb. The squad leader's body convulsed violently one last time. After a few seconds, Yi He stood up, feeling the new power coursing through him. Not bad. Already at the 8th stage of a martial artist. At his feet, Black Lion's corpse had dissolved into a pool of black blood. The two remaining Laser B members, Catfish and Ares, watched the scene in absolute horror. Ares stammered, What the hell just happened? The captain was killed in an instant by that kid, and he drank his blood. He's a monster. He sucked out the captain's blood. He's a monster. Yi. He turned to look at them, his eyes glinting with amusement. Don't be so dramatic. We're not done yet. Let me show you something fun. He raised his hand toward the pool of blood and shouted, Flesh and blood, demon puppet. Ares stared as the puddle began to bubble, her voice trembling. From the blood, a hideous creature rose up, its white skeleton visible through crimson muscles, taking the shape of Black Lion. Ares screamed in panic. That's the captain. Who are these people? Each one is worse than the last. Are they really just martial artists? Facing a hopeless situation, Ares gritted her teeth. I'll handle this. She suddenly threw the baby in her arms high into the air. The innocent child transformed grotesquely in midair, becoming a massive, muscular monster. Disgusting. Ares yelled, My sweet baby, hold them off! She then gave Catfish an urgent order. Move now! They both turned tail and fled. Yi, he commanded his teammates. Zhu Zhou, Qingzhu, work with my shadow demon and keep this bioweapon busy. He glanced in the direction of the two runners, a cold smile on his lips. I'll go take care of the other two masters. Zhu Zhou didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing his full power. Bloodline awakening, Ice Demon Dragon. An intense burst of freezing energy exploded from him, encasing his body. The monster let out an enraged roar, ready for a fight. Zhu Zhou, in his Ice Demon Dragon form, charged straight at the beast. A massive ice dragon materialized from his aura, diving in for an attack. The monster braced itself, its body turning a glowing red as it prepared to take the hit. Boom! The two horrifying powers collided, creating a massive explosion. Zhu Zhou swung his sword down from above. Take this! The blade cut a deep gash into the monster's head, but Zhu Zhou was shocked to realize, for a body that huge, how are its reflexes so fast? That wound. Is it just a flesh wound? The monster swung its arm in a counterattack with impossible speed. All Zhu Zhou could say was, So fast! Shadow Demon, engage! From the darkness, countless copies of the blood demon puppet rushed out, their glowing red eyes piercing the night. They swarmed the muscle monster like a flock of vultures, their claws and bone weapons striking relentlessly from all sides. Whoosh! A pair of brilliant purple feathered wings suddenly burst from Liu Qingju's back. Violet energy surged around her eyes glowing with a terrifying light. Power up complete. Technique, Gen. Da Yutian Celestial Burial. She unleashed a massive orb of purple energy, firing 1,000 energy blades that shredded the earth and shot toward the monster. Zhou, in his ice demon dragon form, blocked the creature's escape. There's no way out. The monster was trapped. It could only roar in despair as the sphere of annihilation swallowed it whole. A terrifying purple explosion erupted, flattening everything for dozens of meters. Meanwhile, Catfish was desperately fleeing through a disgusting, smelly sewer pipe. He muttered in a panic, "Damn it, the last time I had to run for my life like this was on a battlefield with warlords and drug lords in the Black Triangle." Suddenly, he felt an insane surge of power from behind. A brilliant blue light shot toward him. Before he could even react, a cold, mocking voice echoed from behind him. Rats just love scurrying into the gutter. Catfish barely had time to turn, his face a mask of pure terror. In another part of the city, Bai Yang was running for her life. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of blue lightning slammed down from the sky, right on the path ahead of her. She realized, with dawning horror, that was where Catfish was. The brutal truth crashed down. Golden Snake and Green Bird lost contact. The captain was killed, and now even Catfish is gone. Am I the only one left? Who are those 3 kids? Fear completely overwhelmed her. No, I can't die. I want to live. But where can I possibly hide now? Suddenly, a crazy idea sparked in her mind. Oh, that's right. She looked up at the pillar of light connecting the ground to the moon. The person who landed on the moon, that must be a masterpiece from the Divine Descent Nation, right? A wild determination burned in her eyes. I have to live. Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil, I have to live. She looked towards the writhing tower of people where the pillar of light descended. This thing. Though the sight made her muscles clench in disgust, she knew she had no other choice. Just then, Yishi appeared in the distance, a giant blade resting on his shoulder, his whole body radiating a blood-red killing intent. Bai Yang panicked. Oh no, he's caught up. She was out of time. I can't think about it anymore. Gritting her teeth, she dove straight into the human pile and started climbing the tower of bodies. She trampled on lifeless forms, desperately clawing her way to the top, toward the pillar of light she believed was her only way out. As she neared the peak, she looked up and froze. Whoa. The top of the tower wasn't an energy vortex, but a massive, intricately carved door materializing out of thin air. It's a real door! Boom! The door swung open, and a gentle, warm light poured out. Bai Yang broke down, sobbing with joy and relief. Mom, Dad, I miss you guys so much. She stepped into the light, vanishing from the real world. A grand spectacle unfolded beneath the giant moon. Behind the door, the girl stood alone, while outside, millions of citizens wandered aimlessly. The boy stood there watching her leave, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. His eyes flared with purple light. His form became demonic under the moonlight, shrouded in dark energy, before slowly dissolving into purple smoke. From a nearby hill, the real Yixi stood with his arms crossed, watching the whole thing. He muttered with amusement. So you're a god who used the fear in her heart to create an illusion of me and force her to ascend to the moon. How interesting. He pulled out his phone. Now, 2 of the assassins Laserbird sent are dead, and the other 3 probably wish they were. Lightning flashed in his eyes, a confident smirk on his lips. By my calculations, the people from the Divine Descent Nation won't be showing up tomorrow. And with Laserbird having lost an entire squad, they'll most likely lay low. So, we can consider all outside factors eliminated. After all that effort, the grand finale is finally about to begin. The pillar of light slowly faded, and the giant moon shrank back to its normal size. Below, the sleepwalking citizens all collapsed to the ground, unconscious. On the hilltop, Jojo and Liu Qingju regrouped with Yishi. Jojo said with a grave expression, Yishi, the strangeness of this mission is way beyond anything we imagined. Are you really sure you want to continue? Yishi replied with total certainty. Don't worry, I'm sure. He added with a mysterious smile. Besides, it's not just the 3 of us. We have a powerful ally helping us in secret, but he just doesn't want to show his face. Jojo thought to himself, an ally? After spending so much time together, there's no way Yishi comes from a normal family like his file says. He continued to reason that there's a difference in bloodlines among warriors. After all, high-level warriors have created a gap in life level between themselves and others. He's either the illegitimate son of a powerful warrior or the young master of a powerful warrior clan undergoing a trial among the common folk. If it's the latter, he definitely has protectors around. This would explain what he means by an ally. Yishi stood in a swirl of crimson energy, his voice echoing across the hilltop with raw power. Jojo, Qingju, today I have a very important mission for you two. A surge of red-killing intent signaled an order that couldn't be refused. He pointed to the city below, where countless phantoms had already been summoned, ready to act. You two will go with my phantoms and smash the clay statues inside everyone's homes in the city. Without a hint of hesitation, Jojo immediately complied. Yes, sir. Liu Qingju just watched in silence. As they began to move, Yishi called out to her. Qingzu, she turned back. Yishi looked her straight in the eyes and gave her a sincere smile. Qingzu, trust me. Her eyes wavered for a moment, and then she replied with a brilliant smile, erasing all doubt. Yeah, I trust you, she added, her tone both scolding and caring. But, student Yishi, next time please trust your teammates more and don't try to handle everything by yourself, okay? Meanwhile, at the ruined Golden Mountain Temple, Yishi met with the Mad Doctor again. My lord, you've arrived, Yishi ordered curtly. Cut the crap, we don't have much time. We need to prepare for battle, fast. The Mad Doctor pointed to a giant pit filled with robot corpses. All the androids you destroyed earlier are piled up right here. Yishi nodded, satisfied. Very good. And so many of them. He unleashed a huge wave of energy. Power of personification. A colossal skeletal creature shrouded in blue lightning rose from the scrap heap. The creature ripped open its own chest, revealing a throbbing, bright red heart. The heart melted, turning into a river of blood that poured down and completely submerged the pile of robot corpses. From that sea of blood, hideous lizard monsters with vicious green eyes began to rise. A giant, crimson eye opened from the center of the bloody pool. Yishi explained his plan. First, use the vampire virus to resurrect these biomechanical corpses. Next, I'll use the basic power of personification to grant them human-like strength. When the time comes, they will evolve into an army of immortal giants, completely bound by my will. The Mad Doctor reported from his laptop. My lord, the biomechanical mosquitoes have been deployed and are now heading for the district capital. A giant mechanical mosquito with glowing red eyes soared through the air. Excellent. The biomosquito has vampire blood stored in its body. Fly into every household and bring them my warmth. A swarm of demonic mosquitoes flew across the city, carrying out their master's orders. Yishi gave his next command to the Mad Doctor. After the infection is complete, go fix the Buddhabot. Even though it can't be repaired to its original state after being dismantled like that, you can still salvage some weapons and modify them, right? The Mad Doctor replied from the wreckage of the giant robot. Of course, my lord. Don't worry. Yixi smiled, pointing at the sun. Very good. Everything on my end is progressing smoothly. Next, I have to see how my opponent, the Divine Descent Nation, will act. Two large buses were speeding down the highway. The Divine Descent Nation was originally a human doomsday faction that appeared in society at the start of the Secret Realm's invasion. Inside the bus, dozens of white-robed cultists sat in eerie silence. At the back sat a mysterious hooded figure, the cult's enigmatic leader, whose terrifying power from hidden relics had grown this motley crew at an insane pace. Their doctrine taught that a demon embryo, brought from a secret realm, would grow by devouring the life force of living beings, creating a vessel for their god's swift descent to lead humanity to a true paradise. The leader gazed out the window at what they considered the most sacred land of the heavenly kingdom. Soon, he thought, you will all become a part of it. Up ahead on the highway, a crimson orb wrapped in black tentacles hovered in the air. The divine embryo was about to be conceived. A believer reported, Bishop, Lingshui County is just ahead. The god embryo that the archbishop had planted 4 years ago was right there. At the sight, another follower began to weep. Archbishop, he sobbed, you gave so much to the church, but you were struck down by Longquei and his ignorant followers. You never got to see the divine embryo you worked so hard to nurture. This world is a truly terrifying place, another believer added. A good man like the archbishop, with such firm faith and kindness, was left with nothing in the end. The hooded bishop stared ahead, his eyes glowing with a purple light, his voice filled with grim determination. That is why we cannot let the archbishop's sacrifice be in vain. We cannot allow this world to fall into a deeper abyss at the hands of fools, or this place will become the second land of sin. Caught in a fanatical frenzy, the followers chanted in unison, "Welcome the return of the gods." They were convinced this was a form of salvation, a way to save humanity itself, as they raised their hands in crazed worship. The Lord comes to the world, a paradise on earth. Fight for the Lord, and just like that, the fated night fell. The moon over Lingshui warped grotesquely, revealing a savage, smiling face from which a colossal pillar of energy poured down. The nation's bishop stood atop a tower of human bodies, his face ecstatic. This is truly magnificent. In the entire history of the god cult, Only 2 divine embryos had ever been successfully incubated. He ripped off his hood, revealing a wrinkled, bald head and a crazed smile that stretched from ear to ear. Now, my name will be written into our sacred history. He recalled the destructive power of the previous gods. The first one, incubated by the Heavenly Kingdom, caused global climate disasters, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions that led to the deaths and displacement of hundreds of millions. And that was from the god being active for just 1 minute. After the second descended on Australia, it sealed off the entire continent with a strange fog and powerful undercurrents. And then, nothing. The entire Australian continent went dark, satellite reconnaissance showing the area was completely empty. It was immediately marked as an S-class danger zone. Allied forces suffered devastating losses trying to investigate. Since then, the region has been designated an S-class restricted life zone, and no one has ever set foot there again. The old bishop slit his wrist, letting his blood drip to the ground. From the crimson drops, a glowing red crystal began to form. And now, our religion will welcome the arrival of the third god. He began the ritual as fiery red talismans floated around him. Standing at the peak of the human tower, he prepared for the descent. A door of light materialized as he pressed his bleeding hand to his chest, offering a final prayer. Oh God, please accept my blood. Boom! The door flew open, and an ancient, majestic voice echoed from within. Proceed. The bishop stepped into a space made of writhing, fleshy tentacles. The voice explained that inside a platinum coffin lay the god embryo he had so carefully nurtured. After absorbing the life force of Ling Shui's people for 4 years, the embryo was finally approaching maturity. Outside, the believers began offering their own blood. The hooded bishop gave the order, "Children, let us begin to welcome the gods." Inside the tower, the old bishop hoisted the platinum coffin onto his shoulder. The followers replied in a single voice, "Yes, Father Bishop." He placed the coffin in the center of the blood formation. Spreading his arms wide, he began the final summoning. "O great moon, nightmare of the dream world, your most loyal servant calls your name. Allow me to speak it. Moon god, Baros." Suddenly, a scream of agony erupted from one of the followers. "Ah!" All the followers screamed as their souls were ripped from their bodies. Pure white souls flew up from the human tower, converging on the coffin. But then another roar shattered the night, followed by a shockwave of blue energy. The pure white souls were suddenly tainted, turning a sickly, corrupted blue. The bishop looked up in absolute horror. What is happening? The pure souls have turned blue," he bellowed in disbelief and rage. "Did that roar just now defile them? How is this possible? How could the souls for the divine embryo be tainted by some unknown roar? Who is behind this?" Hundreds of corrupted blue souls streamed like chaotic rivers of energy toward the platinum coffin. The bishop screamed in despair. "No, the ritual is irreversible. These tainted souls are trying to corrupt the god embryo." Just then, a figure appeared behind him. "Yi," he rushed forward, his voice as cold as ice. "Sorry to keep you waiting, your holiness." The bishop spun around, his face a mask of terror, and roared, "Who are you?" "Yi," he smirked, lightning flashing in his blue eyes. "In a situation like this, can't you guess who I am?" Without giving the bishop a second to think, he focused his energy. Complex, geometric patterns glowed a fiery red, signaling the activation of a devastating skill. "Yi," he swung his massive blade. A wave of crimson energy erupted in a magnificent arc, cleaving both the moon and the bishop in two. He roared, his voice thundering, "I am the nightmare." Bells tolled from a nearby tower, a final judgment. The bishop, his face drained of all color, could only utter in his dying breath the great nightmare, Moon Baros. Indeed, the moon in the sky seemed stained red with blood. Yi, he stood over the corpse, looking down with contempt. Too weak. Even 3 life-saving magic tools would have been useless. Suddenly, a deep, authoritative voice echoed from behind him. "That was an impressive strike, kid." A figure in a red cloak appeared. "Care to join the Church of God?" He pulled back his hood, revealing a handsome, yet demonic, bald face. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Qi, the supreme leader of the Xia Kingdom's god cult. The man you just killed was my deacon." He glanced at his subordinate's body with chilling indifference. "You should understand. Being a member of the god cult is a high-risk occupation, no?" "Yi," he scoffed. "Then I suppose it's only fair that I had my own subordinate pretend to be his superior, right?" Zhou Zhou and Liu Qingzhu were stunned. So that bishop was just a stand-in. Without another word, Yi, he lunged forward to attack. Lin Qi simply raised a hand. "This is a sacred place for welcoming the gods. You can't just come and go as you please." Purple tentacles of energy erupted from the ground, binding Yi He tightly. "Yi." He gritted his teeth, struggling against the binds. "It feels like something is grabbing me. Is this telekinesis?" With a mighty roar, he unleashed a torrent of crimson power. As he roared, a colossal phantom materialized behind him. Lin Chi's eyes widened slightly. The phantom's reflection flickered in his pupils. That silhouette behind you. You've practiced the demonic arts as well? Model. Yi, he roared as blue lightning erupted from his body. Damn it. The only reason I wanted to leave was to avoid fighting near this demonic coffin. You really think I'm actually scared of you? A giant crystal monster crackling with electricity appeared. Lin Chi just snorted. Humph. Pathetic creatures like this can't even scratch me. The monster lunged, and he barely blocked the attack, getting slammed hard against a wall. Boom! A terrifying explosion leveled an entire city block. Lin Chi stood in the wreckage, his cloak in tatters but completely unharmed. Oh, would you look at that? His arm healed in the blink of an eye. I told you, you can't hurt me. He smirked with unbearable arrogance. I am one of God's chosen. Yi, he clicked his tongue. Tsk, tisk, you can heal that fast too? This is going to be a pain. Suddenly, the remaining cultists began to chant. God on earth, heaven on earth, God on earth, heaven on earth. Yi, his brow furrowed slightly. He turned to see hundreds of figures surrounding him, blocking any chance of escape. He said coolly, I almost forgot about you guys. The cultists all pulled out glowing red daggers, roaring with fanaticism. We are justice! In unison, they plunged the daggers into their own chests. Yi, he stood in the middle of a circle of bodies, muttering with a baffled look, a mass suicide. Is this really all these lunatics have? The thought process of a fanatic is truly something else. Yi, he looked down at the graveyard of bodies with a mix of contempt and curiosity. Let's see what kind of trick these psychos are trying to pull. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as a sense of alarm washed over him. It's coming. I can feel a cold, viscous spiritual energy. From the corpses, thick crimson streams of energy began to pour out, swirling and gathering together. Ghoulish hands reached out as a grotesque, massive shadow began to form, letting out a savage roar. A flash of light revealed the form of a giant, three-eyed demon covered in shaggy black fur, with twisted blue horns and a ghostly flame burning from a third horn on its forehead. Facing the terrifying beast, Yi he just shrugged with total indifference, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, in the end, it's still just some cheap, summoned knockoff demon. He covered one eye, observing the scene with fascination. These fanatics are seriously dedicated, using their own bodies as a conduit to summon a demon. Yi, he clicked his tongue. Shh. Is this supposed to be a mass spawn? He laughed out loud as a massive torrent of blue lightning exploded from his body. Titans appeared against the crimson sky, blue energy rising from them like steam. He said, Too bad for you. Now I have an army to spawn too. I didn't revive those lizard men for nothing. They were the perfect vessels for these humanoid bodies. A chaotic war erupted, the horde of red demons clashing with the blue giants. But Yi, He's army, created from lizardman warriors, was far stronger and more brutal. They easily overwhelmed and tore their enemies to shreds. Standing in the rubble, Lin Chi was completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. The bishop was killed for nothing, and now all these giants appeared out of nowhere. Who in the world are they? He wondered. Then it hit him. Wait, where's the kid leading them? He placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Quick, use spirit sight and find him. Through his spirit eye, he saw Yi. He standing on top of a tower right next to the platinum coffin. His target is the divine fetus? Stop, don't go near it. But instantly, Chu Chao in his frost demon dragon form and Liu Qingzhu with brilliant purple wings blocked his path. Your fight is with us. Lin Chi gritted his teeth as cold sweat beaded on his face, finally putting the pieces together. These people were clearly prepared. Could they be agents of Dragon's Roar who discovered the cult's plan here? From the initial beheading to the demon army being stopped by giants, now they couldn't even escape. The cult's mission this time was supposed to be. Meanwhile, Yi had already reached the coffin. Just getting close. I can feel a chilling aura that could freeze the very soul. He rested his chin on his hand, staring thoughtfully at the coffin. The guy in there seems to hold an extreme grudge against me. Well, no surprise there. What do you expect when I'm the one who cucked a god? A system screen suddenly appeared before Yi He. Hint, host has absorbed special energy, divinity +5. In the final ritual of the Heavenly Kingdom, the Heavenly Court spent 4 years gathering the power of faith to nurture the divine fetus. Over half of it was defiled by host Yi He, and the defiled power of faith was taken by the divine fetus, building a body that allows the moon god to act in the human world. This caused a portion of the god's faith power to be stolen by host Yi He at the birth of the moon god. Yi He exclaimed, I get it now. He placed a hand on the coffin lid. But to be honest, I never took those warriors from the Heavenly Kingdom seriously. My real enemy, from the very beginning, has always been the god tied to the moon and dreams. He pushed hard on the coffin lid. Even if I stole your divine power, even if you're a malnourished preemie, you should be awake by now, right? Why are you still hiding in a coffin? He threw the lid open and, for the first time, showed a look of genuine surprise. Huh? What the hell is going on? Why is there nothing inside? The platinum coffin was completely empty. Yee, he roared in frustration, swinging his hand and sending a slash of energy into the empty box. You call yourself a god and you're hiding like a coward? He suddenly froze. A sudden silence fell over the entire battlefield. It's so quiet. The roars of the giants and demons fighting. They vanished without me even noticing. He stood alone atop the coffin, his blade resting on his shoulder. In a space that was terrifyingly still, he stopped short. An unnerving silence blanketed the battlefield. He stood alone atop the coffin, blade on his shoulder, in a dead quiet that was absolutely chilling. It's so quiet. The sounds of giants and demons fighting had disappeared without a trace. The battle between Chuzhou, Qingju, and the vice bishop was also gone, as if he was the only person left in the entire world. Suddenly, in the silent space, a voice echoed in Yi-He's mind, calling his name, Yi-He. He whipped around, sweat trickling down his temple. Someone's here. Yi-He was stunned. It's you! The man smiled knowingly. Have you already forgotten me? Yi. He was frozen, his pupils shrinking as the truth hit him. The moon is an illusion. Just how long has it been? Lin Chi grinned a demonic smile, his purple eyes flashing. Take a guess. When do you think you fell into my dream? Heh heh heh. The story flashes back a few minutes, when the battle was still raging under the night sky. In the air, Liu Qingju and Chuzhou were coordinating their attacks to hold back a massive demon summoned by the cult. Lin Chi gritted his teeth, watching the stalemate and calculating. We can only use the great demon to keep them busy. He glanced worriedly toward the tower where Yi-He stood, wondering about the situation over there. With his spirit sight, he noticed something was wrong. Wait a minute, that kid's state isn't right. I can't feel the bishop's spiritual power anymore. Could it be? His face grew incredibly tense as he realized he had to act immediately. This is bad. I have to get to the divine fetus now. Lin Chi pulled out a green needle that radiated a deadly aura. The Xuanmu, divine needle. Once it pierces an enemy's body, it causes blood thorns to grow from the inside until the victim is torn into a bloody pulp. He shot off like a rocket, leaving the battle behind, his only target now being Yi-He. Sinful soul, let the gods punish you. As for this filthy body, I'll be the one to execute it. Chuzhou immediately saw his plan. Damn it, that guy is heading for Yi-He. Chuzhou's body erupted with a massive wave of freezing energy. He yelled, Liu Qingzu, go save Yi-He. I'll hold this guy off. Blood combustion forbidden art. He poured all of his strength into a single ultimate attack on the great demon to clear a path for his comrade. Though he succeeded, Chuzhou was completely exhausted, sweat drenching his forehead. He mumbled, freezing a monster that huge in an instant. It took almost all of my martial energy, then screamed at Than Trok, don't hesitate. Our lives aren't worth as much as Yi-He's. Liu Qingju turned, her purple eyes filled with resolve. I know. As she charged forward, she prayed silently. Just don't die, Chuzhou. But the great demon was too powerful. The layer of ice began to crack under its intense heat. Chuzhou was horrified. Damn it, there's no holding this guy back. With a massive explosion, the monster completely shattered the ice seal. It roared, its voice dripping with hatred. You think that was enough to kill me? I haven't even begun to take my revenge. Instantly, countless ice lances erupted from the ground below, piercing straight through the great demon's body. The razor-sharp spikes riddled its form, making it howl in agony. From within the cold mist, Chuzhou's silhouette appeared, radiating a final, powerful aura. He roared, the blood of a mighty lineage from Hua Duo flows within me. A brilliant blue light erupted violently. Inside the light, Chuzhou transformed, his body encased in a suit of pure white bone armor. He gritted his teeth, forced to gamble everything. Using both the blood burn technique and a bloodline breakthrough at once would incinerate his life force at a terrifying rate. But his face was resolute, his hands morphing into sharp claws. But to send a demon like you back to hell, it's worth it. Focusing all his energy, he created a massive, razor-sharp energy sword and charged his opponent. He let out one final roar. Get back to whatever hell you crawled out of. Facing the devastating attack, the Crimson Demon let out a heaven-shaking roar of its own. Roar! It also unleashed its own bloodline secret art. Chuzhou's gigantic Stormblade descended, carrying an absolutely terrifying power. The two forces collided, creating a blinding explosion. The moment of impact, Chuzhou felt something was wrong, sweat pouring down his face. This level of power, it's not right. The demon roared, using pure, raw strength to stop his attack cold. Roar! Chuzhou couldn't believe his eyes, his expression a mask of pure shock. He actually blocked my Stormblade? Then, to his horror, He realized the blade was being incinerated by the demon's flames. His energy was completely depleted. I don't have a single drop of martial energy left. Just then, a blazing red spear shot in from the distance, flying straight for the demon. Whoosh! The spear moved with terrifying speed, giving it no chance to dodge. Thwack! It slammed into the demon, setting off a chain of horrifying explosions. Boom! From another location, a young man witnessed the scene in utter amazement. He muttered in disbelief. Another master? Could this be the ally Yi he told me about? It turned out to be a middle-aged man armed with a heavy-duty sniper rifle. He muttered to himself. Good thing the master left me this armor-piercing round infused with his own martial energy. Comes in handy at the most critical moments. He observed the battle and analyzed. I thought this kid Chu Zhou was the weakest member of the master's team, but I never expected him to be hiding an ace like this. The martial artist system is divided into apprentice, practitioner, master, grandmaster, Xuanwu master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, and nation-suppressing level. He must be on the verge of breaking through the martial apprentice stage. He glanced in another direction. That girl, Liu Qingzhu, seems incredibly powerful too. As expected, anyone who can follow the master has amazing potential. Suddenly, a squadron of drones appeared in the sky. The man laid out his plan. All right, first I'll use the drones to help that kid recover his stamina. After that, dealing with that demon will be a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Lam Kai faced Chu Zhou and Liu Qingzhu, gritting his teeth in fear and rage. You're not from Dragon Citadel, all three of you. Each one is younger and more monstrous than the last. Who in the world are you people? Facing him, Chu Zhou casually replied, We're just ordinary first-year students from Hua University. The moment he finished speaking, countless metal coffins materialized from thin air, then shot down, slamming into the ground around Lin Chi with a deafening boom. As the coffin doors burst open to reveal the figures inside, Lin Chi screamed in horror. These things are corpses! From above, Liu Qingzhu also recognized the familiar faces, her eyes widening in shock. Those three, they're the missing second-year team from Hua University. And those other three in the middle. I remember one of them fought us before. Realizing the tables had turned and reinforcements had arrived, Lin Chi burst into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha! The gods! The gods are smiling upon me. Watching this from afar, the man with the sniper rifle looked at his tactical screen with worry. Damn it, the master specifically ordered me to watch over that girl. If she faces 6 master-level living corpses, she's dead without a doubt. He gritted his teeth, making a decision. I didn't send the giant army to help Liu Qingzhu before because their strength is too low and they lack intelligence. They just get in the way. But now, I have to send reinforcements. If I can't complete the master's mission, dying 1,000 times over won't be enough to atone for my failure. Immediately, the colossal blue giants were ordered to advance, blocking the path of the living corpses. Seeing this, Liu Qingzhu understood the plan. Looks like the giants are on our side. They want to hold off these corpses. So I should go save Yi He first. Understood. Without another thought, she flapped her radiant purple wings and shot toward the central tower. Seeing his target about to escape, Lin Chi roared in a panic. Stop her! Don't let her get near the divine fetus. On command, the living corpses immediately launched streams of energy attacks towards her. But the giant army intervened just in time, using their own bodies to shield Liu Qingzhu. Although a stray blast grazed her and made her stagger, Liu Qingzhu didn't stop for a second. She yelled toward the tower with a determined expression. Yi Hey, wait for me. However, a beam of green light suddenly shot from behind, piercing straight through her. Critically wounded, she began to fall, blood pouring from the wound, but she still tried to hang on. Not yet. With superhuman willpower, she used the last of her strength to pull her head up and charge forward once more. Her eyes shone with desperation and urgency. Just a little further! Realizing her intent, Lin Chi cried out in horror. Damn it! But in that exact moment, Yi Shi's figure appeared right in front of her. Liu Qingzhu flew into his arms, hugging him tightly and whispering with satisfaction, Yi He, I caught you. Without a shred of hesitation, she embraced Yi He, spread her purple wings wide, and soared into the sky. Only one thought remained in her mind. I have to get Yi He out of here, fast. The pain from her wound crashed over her. She winced. The arm that was hit by the blood crystal was in agony. She forced her power, and a purple flame erupted on the wound, temporarily using her violet flame to cauterize it and stop the spread of the corruption. That should keep it from slowing her down. Flying over the desolate battlefield, she looked down at the shattered remains of her allies and wondered, are the giants all dead already? Her eyes scanned the battlefield. That corpse over there is still moving. We can't stay here. We have to go now. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed from thin air, cold and full of pressure. Put him down. Liu Qingzhu froze. looking around cautiously. "Who's there?" The voice spoke again, dripping with an arrogance that wouldn't be denied. "You have done well enough. He won't blame you. Come here, hand him over to me." Hearing this, Liu Qingzhu gritted her teeth, a surge of purple energy gathering at the corner of her mouth. She spat out each word, "I refuse." Instantly, her power exploded, her wings spreading to their full extent as she roared in fury. "Get lost!" But instead of a physical attack, she felt her head spin, the image in front of her distorting. She realized with horror, it's a mental attack. She clutched her head, consumed by absolute agony. "My head hurts so much. This laughter is so annoying." Tears streamed down her face from the pain, her consciousness fading. But even in her subconscious, only one thought remained. "I can't let Yi He get hurt." Finally, unable to resist any longer, she lost consciousness and began to freefall from the sky. Below, the living corpses looked up as a horrifying sight unfolded, their necks suddenly elongated in a grotesque, unnatural way. From the ground, countless sharp crimson spikes erupted, aiming straight for the falling Liu Qingzhu. In midair, a brilliant light suddenly exploded. Liu Qingzhu's eyes fluttered open, and in her daze, she could only let out a weak sound. "Ah!" Just as the spikes were about to run her through, a pair of familiar arms caught her securely. "Yi!" He was finally awake. He said softly, "Sorry, I woke up a little late." Liu Qingzhu whispered weakly, "Yi He, you're awake." She rested her head on his chest, breaking into a smile of pure relief and happiness. "This is great. You're not late at all." "Yi," he swept her up into his arms, princess style, and said gently, "Qingzhu, you get some rest now. Leave the rest to me." Witnessing this scene, Lin Qi let out a horrified scream. Damn it, how did this guy escape a god's illusion? Still, there was no way he could handle 6 moon god apostles at once. He immediately ordered his lackeys, "Let's all attack! He can't possibly block a pincer attack from 7 martial masters." The entire group charged toward Yi He. Surrounded, Yi He coldly announced, "Liu Qingzhu equals is greater than Liu Qingzhu has been taken to safety. Raruto, deactivate." Lin Qi was stunned, unable to process what was happening. "Kill him!" Suddenly, a giant blue foot descended from the sky, crushing every last one of them. The massive foot stomped the enemies into oblivion, creating a scene of pure horror. From high above, Yi He looked down with ice-cold eyes, asking with contempt, "What were you barking about?" Suddenly, the entire scene shifted. Lin Qi was slumped on the ground, trembling uncontrollably and screaming meaningless words. "Ah!" he wailed, begging in utter despair. "No, please, don't torture me anymore." It turned out the one trapped in the illusion wasn't Yi He. Inside his own consciousness, Lin Qi was horrified as he realized the truth. "This is clearly the illusion I created. Why? Why can he slaughter me in here whenever he wants? With every torment, I can feel that soul-tearing pain." He looked at Yi, his silhouette within his own illusion, with absolute terror. How did he escape my dreamscape? Or did it never even work on him in the first place? He's a true demon god. Not even the divines can punish him. In his despair, Lin Qi made a final, desperate decision. "Forgive me, Lord Moon God. I have to manually close the dreamscape, kick him out, and retreat into the divine sanctuary." Returning to reality, Lin Qi's face was twisted in fear as he whispered his master's name, Lord Moon God. Moments later, the giant blue entity stood up after wiping out its enemies. Yi. He glanced at the annihilated minions, his voice devoid of emotion. "Even with your ultimate power, you're all just a pile of corpses. Now, all the followers of this evil cult have been cleaned up by me." He scanned the area, his gaze stopping on a figure floating high above. "Oh, wait, there's still one left." In the sky, the white-haired god remained floating, his cloak fluttering as he quietly observed everything. He began to descend, looking down at Yi He with a covetous gaze. Yi He faced the god and gave a sinister smile. "The moon god or whatever you are, you finally decided to show yourself, huh?" The deity descended stairs of brilliant light in the night sky, his white cloak flowing like a supreme being. Yi, he looked down at his feet, standing on a strange, barren surface. He muttered to himself, "This place." Gazing into the distance, he was shocked to realize the entire space around him had changed. It had become the surface of the moon. He quickly calmed himself down to analyze the situation, but this can't be the real moon. "I don't feel the bone-chilling cold of space or the lack of oxygen. This must be similar to Master Gonka's slaughter intent domain." He narrowed his eyes, fully aware of the danger. An intent domain is different from a mental illusion. It overwrites reality, so the damage is real, which means my system's indestructible body won't work here. The colossal god looked down on Yi He with an assessing gaze. "Yi He, I highly commend you. In a way, you are the most elite human I have ever met." The god's face showed clear satisfaction as he continued. especially since you've seized a part of my divinity. Your compatibility with me is over 96%, the perfect other half. I need to complete my vessel in the mortal world. Yi, he slightly closed his eyes, calculating a plan in his mind. Just let him ramble. The plan to undermine him is complete. Now I just need to buy some time. The god made a tempting offer. I am willing to preserve your consciousness after using you for my completion, stepping from a mortal to a divine. Do you have any idea how vast the world truly is? The Blue Star's secret realm is just the tip of the iceberg. The god stretched out a hand of light. Come, set foot on the moon, and rule the heavens with me. Instantly, Yi, his spiritual form shot up a middle finger at the god in pure defiance. An invitation and a promise from a god. Maybe less than 10 people on Blue Star could refuse it, but I refuse. I thought you mysterious gods were on some higher level. He continued his cold mockery. Turns out you're just intelligent life forms on a higher plane of existence. Since you're too weak and incomplete to threaten me directly, you pull in some trash vessel and then try to tempt me. Your methods are no different from any other human. I really overestimated you. The god's eyes narrowed as a murderous aura exploded from him. I will forgive your insolence. Once a human completes the vessel, even one with only 20% compatibility is not something you can fight against. It's not something you can even resist. The god's eyes reflected the cold moonlight. I only asked for your opinion out of courtesy and appreciation. He reached out his hand, beginning his attack. But your opinion doesn't matter. It won't change the outcome one bit. A massive black hole of energy suddenly opened beneath Yi, his Titan form, sucking everything into it. Yi, he was horrified as he watched his entity get torn apart. He tore through my supergiant's body with just his first move. Yi, his entire colossal form was shredded and completely devoured by the god's dark energy streams in the cold, lunar space. Facing the god's overwhelming pressure, Yi, he gritted his teeth, realizing, my body, it can't move. The god touched a finger to Yi, his forehead, his voice a menacing hum. You are merely the meal I am about to enjoy. However, as he peered deep into the boy's mind, the god suddenly froze. Huh? Why can't I feel his consciousness? Yi. He suddenly broke into a wicked grin, his eyes flashing. Ha ha ha, you idiot. You've realized you can't touch my soul at all, haven't you? He then added, physically, I'm no match for you, he explained smugly, but mentally, I have my system panel to back me up. I anticipated dealing with gods like you. I might not be able to fight you physically. Yi. His eyes turned sharp as steel. So I took advantage of the Dragon Clan's super regeneration. He then revealed a horrifying truth about his backup body. I left half of my body, split vertically down the middle, with that mad scientist. This ensures that after my main body is destroyed, my consciousness will activate in the other half. The white-haired god was completely stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, You! Just then, a spatial crack ripped through the night sky with a terrifying tear. A gigantic sword descended from the rift, as if to split space itself in two. From within the brilliant light, a majestic, imposing general appeared amidst a resounding boom. He declared loudly, the Dean of Department 1, Long Kuei. The nation's guardian, Grandmaster, Long Kuei, has come to request a lesson. Yi, he let out a sigh of relief, smiling to himself. He's finally here. Good thing I reported this mess of a place to Long Kuei. My original plan was just to steal the divine power from this moon god's vessel. The moon god looked down at the wreckage below, silently assessing the situation. A body of this level is truly human. It seems I must raise my evaluation of your species' potential. Long Kuei looked at the moon god with disdain. Are you really a demon? Why is your physical body so inferior and impure? Compared to the first demon lord I fought years ago, you are far, far weaker. The moon god flew into a rage, his dark eyes glowing. This is only because of Lin Chi's pathetic body. What an utter disgrace. Human, have you ever been hit by the moon? He turned towards Yi He, enveloping him in his power. Your body is mine. I will not let this battle harm you. Then, a beam of light shot up. The moon god used his energy to teleport Yi He away amidst chaotic screams. Long Kuei watched Yi, his disappearing figure, wondering, this demon values that young man that much? Fine. After I subdue him, I'll find that kid and ask him what's going on. If I remember correctly, Shi Jingwen mentioned him to me. His name is Yi He. A world-shaking battle erupted between Long Kuei and the divine entity in the night sky. A mighty roar echoed through space. Please, enlighten me. The scene changes. In a quiet pine forest under the peaceful moonlight, a sphere of light landed on the ground with a loud boom, bringing Yi He to safety. He collapsed to the ground, vomiting violently. Ugh, feels like motion sickness. Where did he teleport me? Yi. He quickly checked his locator. The magnetic field couldn't detect Lin Shui County. It seems the moon god was afraid his battle with Long Kuei would destroy the whole area, so he sent me this far away. Good thing I already told that mad scientist to get Chu Chu and Liu Qingzu out first. Suddenly, a system warning flashed, making a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Under the moon god's gaze, he could be found in dreams or under the moonlight. It felt exactly like being stalked by some total creep. He shivered, his face flushing with anxiety. This is terrifying. A guy's got to know how to protect himself out here. Once he calmed down, he pulled up the system panel. The battlefield was far behind him. Now, it was time to check out the 5 shining divinity points he'd swiped. All that effort to chip away at that guy's power. Better not be a disappointment. The info panel explained it all. Divinity is the source of power achieved through transcendent training, or an irreplaceable, high-tier racial talent in a specific field. He stared into space, deep in thought. So that's what happened after he jacked the power of that silver-haired pretty boy. No wonder he flew into a rage and marked him for death. The system notification about the 5 divinity points upgrading his potential made him realize just how potent this stuff was. Before this, the Lakos model's abilities could only be used instinctively. He stared at the stat sheet with determination. But if it was infused with the moon god's divinity, the Lakos model would instantly evolve in the realms of the moon and illusion. He carefully weighed his options. The Overlord and Titan models weren't a good fit or worth the investment. That left Lakos, with its time manipulation, his ultimate trump card right now. Without a second's hesitation, he slammed the upgrade button. Time to go big or go home. A burst of energy exploded as the Lakos model reached B rank. The Lord of the Black Knight illusion granted him Moonlit Revelry, a state that massively boosted his attack and gave him absolute recovery under the moonlight. On top of that, his other abilities were enhanced. Cooldowns were reduced, and the time stop limit was doubled during a full moon. Witnessing this powerful new form, Yi exclaimed, "This power, it's insane." Even with the environmental requirements, the growth was just monstrous. His eyes blazed with excitement as the stacked stats sent his combat power skyrocketing. This was truly a top-tier utility build. Looking at his 2 friends healing in the Staris pod, he thought to himself, the bigger the storm, the rarer the fish. This trip to Linshui was totally worth it. These resources and privileges were critical for Jojo and Liu Qingzhu right now. Under the bright full moon, Yi glided effortlessly and confidently above the green pine trees. He hovered in midair, spreading his arms wide to feel the new power coursing through him. He threw a powerful test punch, his blue eyes glowing brightly in the dark night. A massive shockwave of energy erupted as he leaped, tearing through space itself. Stretching casually, he muttered with satisfaction, "Feels good. I should get used to this moon-enhanced body pretty soon." However, his expression suddenly turned serious as he thought about the trouble ahead. I was a key figure in this incident, so Long K will definitely interrogate me, but I have way too many secrets. And lying to an expert is just asking to get caught. To find the safest route, he transformed into a shadow and zipped away. First, I need to contact my old backup, Hua Dai. Connections and support. This is what they were for. The scene shifted to Hua Dai University, a magnificent, futuristic city floating among white clouds. He calmly stepped out of the airship and headed straight for the school's main hall. There, Principal Shi Jingwen greeted him with a smile. "Welcome, student Yi. I am the principal of Hua Dai, Shi Jingwen." He politely shook his hand in return. "Hello, Principal. You're an idol to us Hua Dai students. The rumors of your greatness are true." Principal Shi Jingwen smiled kindly, his voice reassuring. "Haha, student Yi. I'm not one for formalities. No need to be so polite. Just relax." He immediately threw up a playful salute. "You got it." This made the principal think to himself, "This he's a truly genuine kid." He cut right to the chase. "Principal, did you come find me because of what happened in Linshui County?" But the man replied, "No, I came to inform you that your team has successfully completed the anomaly mission. You don't need to worry about anything that happened after." He scratched his head in confusion. "That's weird. It involved a cult ritual and the descent of a moon god. How can it end that simply? Isn't there going to be any kind of investigation?" The principal patted his shoulder with a mysterious smile. "Don't worry. Trust in Hua Dai. The aftermath in Linshui will be handled by the higher-ups. I know what you're worried about, and I respect a genius's secrets. This mission will be reported anonymously." He then added, "We'll only announce that your team completed a Rank 4 mission. Rank 5 missions are usually led by professors. A freshman pulling one off would cause too much of a stir." He continued with a wise glint in his eye. "But as for the rewards, Hua Dai will grant you benefits equivalent to a Rank 5 mission." Hearing that, he was completely stunned, breaking out in a nervous sweat. This kind of treatment, it felt like he was dreaming. This sly old fox. Could he actually know I'm basically cheating the system? The next day, waiting in the reception room, he thought to himself, "The mad doctor finally sent me the footage from the Linshui battlefield. Let's see who's stronger, Azure Dragon or the Moon God." He looked at his phone screen, which showed a massive crater where mountains used to be. He was shocked. If I remember correctly, Linshui County was a mountainous region. How did it turn into a giant basin? Ever been hit by the moon? Tsk. Did that pretty boy Psycho actually do it? He sighed, sweating nervously. Man, this high fantasy world is way too dangerous. I still don't feel safe with my current power level. That Psycho Baro said he'd be watching me. I haven't even dared to sleep, terrified I'll see that freak in my nightmares. But remembering the principal's words, I stood up and waited. I had already told the principal about everything. He told me someone named Azure Dragon knew how to seal the moon god's curse mark on my body. I'm here today to wait for Azure Dragon and to ask for guidance from the #2 martial artist in the entire Xia Kingdom. Suddenly, the door creaked open, signaling the arrival of a powerful figure. He eagerly looked up at the newcomer. He's here! But his pupils immediately contracted in shock at the aura of the person who appeared. In front of him was Azure Dragon, radiating a chilling mist. He gasped. Senior Azure Dragon, you don't look so good. Azure Dragon entered the room, his body wrapped in bandages, and spoke slowly. Don't overreact. I did get hit with some frost aura from that treacherous moon god, Baros, but I won that fight. He only managed to block 100 of my moves before his pathetic mortal shell started to crumble. He exhaled a frosty breath, looking at Yi with immense power. If he didn't have so many escape tricks, I would have cut him down long ago, and you wouldn't be here waiting for me to seal that tracking mark. He's jaw-dropped, marveling to himself, I can't believe Azure Dragon is actually explaining all this to me. It's a little different from the mysterious master I imagined. But he's also kinda cool in an unexpected way. Azure Dragon decisively ripped something open, preparing to cast a technique. Let's begin. I'll help you seal his vision. He took off his outer robe, revealing a muscular body completely covered in white bandages. Looking straight into Yi's eyes, he asked a profound question. Principal Shi is skilled in divination. He mentioned you were special, so there are some top secret things I can reveal to you. Have you ever considered that mana beasts were once intelligent creatures, just like humans? He was stunned as he unconsciously saw the phantoms of terrifying monsters appearing behind Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon recalled a painful past. When I was the Black Tortoise Martial Master, my teacher, my senior brother, and I entered a newly excavated ruin in a rank A secret realm. Afterward, I was the only one who came out alive. Azure Dragon's story continued, sending a cold shiver down Yi's spine. I was hit by a terrible curse in that ruin. Yi blurted out, a curse? Azure Dragon recounted in pain. My body will slowly transform into a mana beast, and my mind will disappear. Even the best doctors were helpless. I decided to exile myself. I didn't want to become a mindless monster and harm my own people. An image of a lonely island in the middle of the ocean appeared. So I entered a rank S secret realm in the Great Eastern Ocean alone, to wait for death. But a tsunami washed me ashore on an island untouched by human feet. Azure Dragon kept talking as I listened with full attention. He said the rest was top secret intel that concerned the fate of the nation. In short, someone on the island saved him from his fate of turning into a demonic beast. Azure Dragon completely ripped off his bandages, revealing bizarre purple veins crawling all over his muscular body, emitting a dark aura. I stared at the marks, whispering in utter shock, these runes. Suddenly, a violent power erupted from him, followed by a roar of pain that shook the entire room. Ah! No! 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 The moment I looked at the runes, my eyes started bleeding, but the wounds healed almost instantly. Even though my regeneration ability healed my eyes immediately, that one glance felt like my soul was being sucked into a bottomless pit. Azure Dragon watched me with a thoughtful expression. A normal martial artist would pass out or become brain dead just from looking at my runes, yet he only bled a little. It seems Tikin Van was right about him. He might be the one to change this dangerous situation. Azure Dragon touched my forehead with his finger, instructing, don't resist. I'm going to carve 2 runes into your sea of consciousness. From now on, you'll be able to sleep soundly. A burst of light erupted as the runes were etched into my mind. I shut my eyes, enduring the searing pain from his touch, as dark runes blazed to life on my forehead. At the same time, the system panel announced that under the gaze of the moon god, I could now see the master of the moon and dream demons, whether in dreams or under the moonlight. After the sealing process was complete, I bowed my head in gratitude. Thank you so much, Senior Azure Dragon. He threw his cloak back on and asked softly, all done. Oh, by the way, your master is Kung Ka, right? An image of my ridiculously mischievous master flashed in my mind. Little Ji, I used to be the top dog at Hoadai University, and I bullied my fair share of people. Now they're all top-tier masters, so you better be careful not to mention you're my student out there. Azure Dragon stood there majestically, reassuring me, don't worry, Kung Ka and I have no beef. He continued, I only bring her up because before her spirit was damaged, She was the one most likely to achieve the Grandmaster realm through the path of slaughter. Such a shame. A look of excitement and challenge appeared in Azure Dragon's eyes. So, let's have a little match. I want to see just how pure the successor of the legendary Slaughter Rose has become. Seeing how eager his opponent was, I grimaced and thought to myself, of course, the stronger they are, the more they're addicted to fighting. I looked up, a confident smile on my face, and replied, Senior Azure Dragon, how about we have our match under the moonlight? Hearing the word moonlight, Azure Dragon broke into a sweat, a frown of annoyance on his face. The moon again? At Hoa Dai University's number 4 panoramic arena, Azure Dragon stood in the center and declared, I will not attack first. You can show me everything you've got. I will only use one hand and my pure physical strength to block you. He held out his massive hand with authority. If you can make me move from this spot even half a step, you win. At that point, not only can you ask me for anything you want, but you'll also get a free pass into the Elite Dragon's Maw division, with all the special privileges and benefits that come with it. I clasped my hands together, my eyes burning with fighting spirit. All right then, Senior Azure Dragon, please show me the way. High above, the full moon shone, its brilliant silver light cutting through the cold darkness. I raised my hand to the sky, and a mysterious purple energy erupted from me with a force that shook the entire arena. Azure Dragon narrowed his eyes, shocked by the aura. This is the same aura as the moon god. Could Yi Shi have been infected? No, that's not it. Though it's similar, it isn't the filthy, corrosive aura of a demon. It comes from the same source as the moon itself. Gripping a long spear, I dove from the sky like a streak of purple light. Senior Azure Dragon, here comes my first move. Slaughter mode, Moonlight. Facing my attack, Azure Dragon braced himself, exclaiming, such powerful killing intent. In another room, a pair of small feet dangled cheerfully as someone hummed a happy tune. Suddenly, Master Kung Ka's eyes snapped open in horror. This killing intent. It's Yi-Hei. But how is that possible? He's only been gone for 3 days, and he already has a slaughter aura this terrifying. Don't tell me that brat lost control and massacred an entire city. In a hotel somewhere in Hoa Dai, Jian Zhuang sat with a woman, a pensive look on his face. Jian Zhuang, what's wrong? Is something more important than the fun we're about to have? It's nothing. I just felt a terrifyingly strong killing intent. Jian Zhuang narrowed his eyes as he looked out the window, his expression serious. I can't believe it traveled this far. I'd guess over half the Hoa Dai campus could feel that surge of power. Talk about putting on a show. The scene cuts back to the fight at the number 4 arena. Azure Dragon throws a single, powerful punch that tears through the air. Whoosh! Looking at the deep, ruined crater at Azure Dragon's feet, I mentally compared it to my own Asura 3 blades. His punch seemed so simple, yet it was extraordinary. I tightened my grip on my spear. He really is one of the top masters in the country. Senior Azure Dragon is nothing like Master Kung Ka. She's the type who targets your weakest point to make your whole attack crumble instantly. Instead, Azure Dragon gathered an intense energy into his fist, ready to meet me head-on, force against force. He was using the purest form of violence to counter my attack. This was the principle of one force to break 10,000 techniques, a domineering aura that crushes everything before it, the Monarch Fist. Cold sweat dripped down my face as I focused all my power. It's coming. A dazzling explosion of energy erupted in the center of the arena as our two powers collided with world-shaking force. After the impact, I was sent flying and thrown into a freefall. Azure Dragon thought with alarm, "This is bad! Did that kid Yi, he really just used such a costly forbidden technique just to win?" He watched my falling figure with a worried expression. A future pillar of the nation like him can't have his martial arts foundation damaged. Azure Dragon shot forward in a flash, catching my limp body just in time. Suddenly, my eyes snapped open, glowing blood red with a cunning smile. Heh, Senior Azure Dragon, you're now more than half a step away from your original spot. I believe that means I've won. I gloated. You've been tricked. Senior, you inhaled the blood mist, activating a hallucinogenic blood magic. Combined with the moon god's curse draining your stamina, I was able to succeed. Azure Dragon was stunned, then squinted his eyes in helpless defeat. This kid isn't just a martial arts prodigy, he's also one hell of a schemer. Whatever. Standing on the arena floor, Azure Dragon said magnanimously, Yi-Hee, you won. Tell me, what do you want? Senior Azure Dragon, I'd like to save that promise for later. Very far-sighted. Good. Azure Dragon crossed his arms and began his lecture. Yi-Hee, your slaughter aura and your level of martial arts are both excellent. Kung Ka has taught you well. He continued, but it's still lacking something. After all, you don't have a strong physical body as a foundation. Your killing intent is just floating on the surface. I smiled brightly and replied, You mean I should work on my physique? Senior Azure Dragon, I haven't even used my Emperor Demon Moth yet. Azure Dragon just smiled knowingly and held out his hand. But the important thing is who you train with. Your foundation must be laid well. You can't go down the wrong path, he went on. At this stage, having a teacher with an extremely powerful physical body to guide you is crucial. My eyes lit up, and I smacked my fist into my palm with a crack. I get it, Senior. I'll go find the Dean of the Physical Cultivation Institute tomorrow and ask for special training. Azure Dragon roared in frustration. Ask me to be your master, you idiot. I made it so obvious. You were so smart a minute ago. Why did your IQ suddenly drop? Azure Dragon clicked his tongue, sweating. Asterisk, To think the great Azure Dragon would have to actively recruit a disciple. But he really is a rare talent. Asterisk. He pulled out a blue box containing a sparkling metal. Hidden inside this metal is a top-tier secret art for cultivating the physical body. It's something I took from a Western powerhouse after defeating him years ago. I heard it's a national treasure-level martial art from his country. Today, I'm giving it to you. I hope you train diligently, and one day you will achieve great success. I accepted it excitedly as Azure Dragon made his own secret calculations. Asterisk. This technique is ridiculously hard to practice because its spatial martial rhythm rejects people from the Eastern nations. I had to use brute force to conquer it even after I reached the Grandmaster realm. Now that I've given it to him, he'll definitely run into trouble and have to come begging me for help. And then, I'll indirectly become his master. Asterisk. Making it official would be a problem for later. The scene shifts to the dorms, room 42 FA3. This was Yihei's place. Yihei, totally ripped with a six-pack, dried his hair as his mind raced. Man, he'd been at Hua University for half a year, but he spent all his time training in some basement. He'd barely even seen his own dorm. Did he still have to use dream training to level up his skills? Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the doorbell. Ding dong. He cracked the door open, peering into the pitch-black hallway. Who could it be? It was way too late for visitors. When the door swung open, a pink-haired guy with a worried face asked quietly, Yi-hee, can I come in? Yi-hee was a little surprised to see the uninvited guest. You're Ouyang-ze. Get in. He led the way, wondering to himself, what could he possibly want from me? Is he trying to drag me back to the association again? Ouyang-ze entered the room, his face grim and dripping with sweat, shrouded in mystery. Without warning, he crashed to his knees with a loud thud and started wailing miserably. Brother Yi, there were too many people outside. Now that we're alone, I'm begging you on my knees. Please, you have to become the president of the Dragon Blood Society. Yi-hee, who was drying himself off, frantically pulled up his towel in shock. Ouyang-ze, has it been so long you've completely changed? What happened to that fiery ambition to conquer the world? How did you end up in this pathetic state? And how did you know I was back at the dorm? Ouyang-ze, sweating bullets, nervously explained. A member of the Dragon Blood Society happened to see you return, Brother Yi, and he notified me. Yi, he crossed his arms, looking down at the man kneeling on the floor. He said, So, why are you asking me to be president? Is your organization in some kind of trouble? A moment later, Ouyang-ze's face was swollen and bruised from a fresh beating. He whimpered. My life is pure misery. Yi, he sat down, casually handing him a medicinal pill. Looks like I went a little too hard on you. Take this blood coagulation pill, then we can talk. Filled with resentment, Ouyang-ze began to recount his dire situation. Brother Yi, the organization can't function anymore. I'm begging you to make your comeback at Hua University. Students can form their own societies, but if we don't make special contributions, the school won't give us any funding. He reminisced about their golden era under the Dragon Blood flag. When we first started, our society was a sensation, receiving tons of sponsorships and attracting countless students thanks to our business channels and amazing benefits. His expression suddenly darkened with bitter resentment. But as Dragon Blood grew stronger, we were ruthlessly suppressed by the student union, which is run by the local big shots of Hua City. He spoke of his enemy with a look of immense pressure. As a result, under the leadership of Xiang Jianshuang, Dragon Blood suffered defeat after defeat. Investors pulled out and members bailed, leaving the society at a dead end. Yi. He rested his chin on his hand, narrowing his eyes as he summed it up. I get it. Basically, you lost to this Xiang Jianzhuang guy, right? Ouyang-ze fell to his knees again, explaining the school's unspoken rule. To deal with him, you could ask an upperclassman for help, but the unwritten rule is that students from the same year must solve their own problems. If I ask an upperclassman for help, he'll bring his own crew of local experts to crush Dragon Blood tomorrow. He screamed in desperation. Only you, Yi-hee, are the most suitable classmate to help, so I'm entrusting you to save the Dragon Blood Society. Yi-hee rubbed the back of his neck and sighed in acceptance. All right, fine. Overjoyed, Ouyang-ze grabbed his hand. You agreed, on behalf of all the brothers of Dragon Blood. Yi, he cut him off. I wasn't finished. Yi, his eyes suddenly turned sharp and terrifying. Instead of asking me to be president, let's just say you're looking for a powerhouse to protect Dragon Blood. So cut the crap and get straight to the point. What do you need me to do next? Yangze's face turned serious as he revealed a massive piece of intel. The Grand Xia reclamation plan, but Yi, he snapped at him. Stop spouting nonsense and get to the point, he hastily explained in front of a battle map. This is a nationwide campaign mobilizing all martial artists to recapture the 12 cities overrun by demonic beasts. The upperclassmen will be on the front lines, while us freshmen will be in charge of the peripheral zones. This is also our final exam and the selection for this year's leader position. Yangze looked at him with hopeful eyes. So, Brother Yi, during this operation, Dragon Blood will follow your orders completely. You absolutely have to get the highest score. Yi, he narrowed his eyes, peering deep into the other's mind. That stuff is easy to talk about, but before all that, there's one more thing you have to do. Yangze broke out in a cold sweat, nervously asking, one more thing? The next moment, he was climbing a ladder to fix the ceiling, while Yi stood by and watched. Now, take down all those hidden cameras for me. Watching Yangze's retreating figure, Yi, he thought to himself, Yangze, you've actually done me a huge favor. I've confirmed it. As long as I get achievements, I'll have a chance to draw new character templates. The higher the achievement, the greater the chance of getting a high-level template. A cunning smile spread across his face. Yangze is a business genius. If I remove the obstacles in his path, Dragon Blood will become the #1 organization in Hua University. The rewards will definitely be insane. I'll grasp both martial arts mastery and character templates in my hands. The red flag of the Dragon Blood Society flew proudly under the lights. At headquarters, the core members of the society sat waiting, preparing for a complete transformation under their new leader. Inside the meeting room, Tan Chen leaned back defiantly, taking a drag from his cigarette as he asked Yan Zhengsheng, Yan Zhengsheng, is Yangze still not here? What's taking so long? He had gone from a timid nobody to an arrogant punk. Yan Zhengsheng, with his fiery, wild hair, calmly replied, the vice president went to welcome the true president of Dragon Blood today. He'll be here soon. The whole room erupted in murmurs as the other members looked at each other in shock, wondering, the true president? An image of the terrifying Yi, he flashed in their minds, causing Tan Chen and the girl beside him to turn pale. Damn it, don't tell me it's him, Yan Zhengsheng. You're not actually pinning your hopes on that Yi he, are you? He slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang, loudly advising Yan Zhengsheng to wake up and see the new reality. Yangze's time is over, and he should step aside to be a smart man. A wise bird chooses its branch carefully. Yan Zhengsheng's eyes blazed with killing intent as he roared a single, cold question. What exactly are you all trying to do? Tan Chen laughed maniacally, revealing he had already sided with the Zhu family from the imperial capital. You all know of the Zhu family, don't you? Big Brother Zhu Kai has promised us a better future than this half-dead Dragon Blood Society. The crowd began to waver, buzzing with discussion. That's right. Who would believe in a guy like Yi He, who hasn't shown his face in half a year? He didn't even dare to show up when the imperial capital guys challenged him. Looking at the treacherous faces, Yan Zhengsheng gritted his teeth, realizing all the core officers had been bought off by these pre-arranged actors. Suddenly, a powerful kick blew the door off its hinges. An arrogant, wild-haired man swaggered in. Tan Chen, what's taking you so long? I was getting bored waiting downstairs. Tan Chen and Lan Siyu immediately started sucking up to him. Brother Kai, it's all settled. We're ready to go. Yan Zhengsheng roared in fury. This is the Dragon Blood Society's headquarters. How did you get in here? Zhu Kai sneered with malice. How did I get in? I fought my way in, obviously. Don't worry, I'll pay for the damages later. I'm sure your guards will be thrilled with the resources I'll compensate them with. Haha, I can't take it anymore. Yan Zhengsheng's power exploded as he threw a direct, devastating punch. You arrogant little brat. However, the powerful blow was effortlessly blocked by a mysterious female expert who appeared behind Zhu Kai. Yan Zhengsheng broke out in a cold sweat, his assessment grim. This woman is no simple foe. Zhu Kai was losing his patience, screaming at Tan Chen and Lan Siyu, calling them useless trash, and ordering them to defeat the big guy as proof of their allegiance. The group of would-be traitors could only stand there, frozen in fear, sweating nervously. Irk! Zhu Kai's face twisted into a demonic, hideous expression, threatening that no one would leave the room alive. If you won't obey, what's the point of keeping a dog that doesn't bite? Suddenly, a concussive shockwave tore through the air, shaking the entire building and forcing them all to clutch their heads in pain. Yi, he appeared out of nowhere, one hand gripping the arrogant Zhu Kai's head as he spoke with sarcasm. Yangze, is this the mess you left for me? I could hear the racket all the way from the second floor. Without a second thought, he tossed the leader and his female companion straight through the shattered glass window, to everyone's utter astonishment. He casually cleaned his ear, his expression one of pure relief. Ah, much quieter now. The two troublemakers fell from the sky, screaming their lungs out the whole way down. He turned back to the remaining traitors, dusting off his hands as he asked coldly, "Is there anything else you'd like to say?" A trembling traitor stammered out an apology. "I'm sorry, President. I was blinded by greed just now. That's why I wanted to leave. Now that I've offended Ju Kai, I can't side with the locals anymore. Please don't abandon me." Yangze stepped forward to deliver the punishment. "You won't be expelled this time, but all officers will be put on a probationary period. Fail to meet the requirements, and you'll be demoted. Furthermore, you are all barred from participating in this week's society activities. Do you accept this punishment?" His gaze, as sharp as a blade, bored into the crowd as he asked, "Do you accept?" The terrified traitors screamed in agreement, then scurried out of the room on He's command. Taking his seat, He cut right to the chase. "Yangze, let me get this straight. The problem is a lack of investment funds, right?" Yang replied. "Exactly. Our plan to reclaim the Great Xia is our best chance to make a comeback." A wicked, devilish grin spread across He's face. "Ever since I got back, all I hear about is this top-ranked swordsman. So, why don't we just drag out the guy who caused this mess and beat him up? Problem solved, right?" The entire room went dead silent. They stared at him, absolutely stunned, as cold sweat dripped down their faces at his insane idea. Yangzi nervously explained the new situation. That morning, the top swordsman had announced he was going into seclusion to break through to the martial master realm. Yi's face fell in disappointment. "So I can't just fight him?" Then, his expression quickly changed. If he wanted to show off his power for investors, he didn't have to limit himself to just freshmen. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking seriously. "All right then, what do you guys know about Section 1 of Long Quiet?" Yan Zhengxiong's eyes widened as he explained with pure reverence. Long Quiet is the most powerful agency in the entire Xia nation. Section 1 is their strongest team. While other sections have specialists, everyone in Section 1 is known as an ace. Xiong continued, his face filled with longing. "You want to get in there? The section chief is the second strongest master in the country, the Azure Dragon. Each year, no more than 3 graduates get accepted. It's the ultimate goal for every martial artist." A smirk played on His lips, his next move already crystal clear. "I know what I have to do. Get the Long Huiet media team ready. I want you to leak this information for me." He stood up, pointing a finger to the sky, his aura exploding with power as he declared, "I, He of Long Huiet, and the newest ace of Long Huiet Section 1, hereby challenge all masters below the Grandmaster level at Hua University. How's that? Is that a big enough stunt for you? Investors will be practically begging to fund us." The entire leadership of the Long Huet Guild stared in absolute shock at the arrogant silhouette of their new president. Yan Zhengxiong was floored by his declaration. "Brother Yi, you're an ace from Section 1? That's impossible. Never mind your skill level, you haven't even graduated. You can't take the Long Quiet recruitment exam." "He replied, "I didn't take an exam. The details are classified, but I was directly recruited." Yangzi broke out in a cold sweat, full of doubt. "Brother Yi, you're not joking, are you?" "This is nothing to joke about," he confirmed. "No joke. I was officially registered last night. My specialist ID should arrive in 2 days. So, I'm challenging every student below the Grandmaster level." He rested his chin on his hand, calmly analyzing the situation. Ordinary martial masters will be crushed instantly. A few of the genius level ones might take a little more time. His eyes turned sharp as he considered his trump card. "It's a shame. If I had to face a stronger Grandmaster, I might have to pull out that card, like my time-freezing ability, just to create an information gap. But revealing my ultimate skill just for some investors, it's not worth it. Otherwise, I would have just challenged the entire school, period." Yangzi, despite his disbelief, decided to place his bet on him. "This feels completely unreal, but we're talking about Yi He. I'll trust him, for the sake of Long Huiet. I'm calling the media team right now." Immediately, the news spread like wildfire, shocking everyone. The #1 freshman, who had been missing for half a year, was back. Now an ace of Section 1, and he wanted to challenge all of Hua University. Who is this arrogant punk, challenging the whole school? Have you guys ever even heard of this He guy? I heard the top freshman this year was Hang Jiantrang from the Hang family. The crowd chattered excitedly on the street. He, I've heard of him. He was #1 in the freshman reform exams. They said he blew away several of the deans back then. For real? So where has he been for the past 6 months? And forget challenging the school for a second. How did he even get into Section 1 of Long Quiet? All the graduating students who took the Section 1 exam this year said it was crazy hard. The failure rate was like 99%. A group of students huddled around a phone. Looks like he didn't take it. He got a direct pass. No exam needed. No test required to get a spot? Please. He must have gotten in with his pure and innocent smile. Someone replied, "Hey, my smile's not so bad either." "Pure my ass. Shut up, you clown." At Hua University Hospital, Zhu Zhou and Liu Qingzhu were also watching the news while recovering. Of course, that Yi. He couldn't stay quiet. Looks like someone's about to have a very, very bad day. The official forums were exploding with debate. Yi, he is a special talent of Hua University, recruited without an exam. Long Quate has made an official statement, so it can't be fake. He probably just has connections. I bet he has no real skills and doesn't deserve the title of ace. Wu Yangzhe stood before a bank of screens, monitoring the media explosion. The online traffic is through the roof. To all the pros in our news department, the next phase is all up to you. Want to know if Yi He is worthy? We'll find out when we watch the arena livestream, won't we? The forums were flooded with aggressive comments. I bet Yi, he is all talk. There's definitely some shady business behind him getting into Section 1. I can't wait to watch the stream and see what kind of pathetic show he puts on. You guys can stop speculating about Yi. He's power. There's a live stream, right? We'll see if he's the real deal or not. I believe in Yi He. If he dares to challenge everyone and stream the whole thing, he must be legit. Ouyangze burst out laughing victoriously as he watched the revenue numbers soar. Pushed by all sides, the hype for Yi He's live streams skyrocketed. All the major platforms sent people to Longhuiet, begging for exclusive broadcasting rights. With traffic this high, advertisers were lining up, throwing money at Longhuiet. As expected of Yi He. In a single day, he resurrected Longhuiet with a colossal cash flow. Meanwhile, in special hospital room number 17, a heavily bandaged Zhu Kai growled with murderous intent. I can't believe it. I didn't even have to find someone to teach you a lesson. You organized your own public execution. Ha ha ha, aren't you just begging to die? He licked his lips with a twisted, disgusting expression. In the arena, blades and fists have no eyes. If someone were to accidentally get killed, well, that's perfectly normal, right? Time flew by, and the opening night arrived. The arena was a magnificent spectacle, ablaze with brilliant lights. Thousands of spectators roared with excitement, the air thick with anticipation. Helicopters circled the sky amidst thousands of glowing phone screens. Yi, he stood defiantly in the doorway of a chopper as the announcer's voice boomed. Brothers and sisters, the Hua University Arena Challenge you've all been waiting for officially begins now. And next, please welcome tonight's main attraction, Yi He. Instantly, he dove from the sky like a bolt of lightning, kicking off his debut with a display of overwhelming power. Yi, he's dived from the helicopter, created a flash of green light that tore through the night sky, followed by a shockwave that shook the entire arena. He emerged from the dust cloud as the livestream comments flew. Boom! Coolest entrance of the year. Not sure if Yi He is strong, but his showmanship is number one. He's going all out, man. Yi He stands there, a shining beacon in the darkness. This is his stage, surrounded by moonlight. What a total badass. He may have challenged the entire school, but in reality, they are the ones who must find a way to overcome him. The entire stadium erupted in cheers, overwhelmed by his oppressive and arrogant presence. Watching from a hallway, an upperclassman narrowed his eyes at the arena below, impressed. Heh, this freshman kid really knows how to put on a show. Seeing the livestream views skyrocket, a master named Long Cow prepared to make his move. Brother Cow, you're going up? With this much online traffic, I have to show my face. He schemed greedily in his head. I'm already an internet celebrity. If I win this fight, I'll be famous everywhere. If I lose, I'll just say I wore him down for the next winner. Either way, I'll get all the clout. Bro! Long Cow leaped onto the stage confidently. Second Dan Martial Master, Long Cow, is here to challenge you. Yi, he replied calmly. Long Huet Guild, 8th Dan Martial Artist, Yi He. The air crackled with excitement as the referee declared loudly, "Let the match begin." Instantly, Yi He launched a thunderous kick that hit its mark, giving his opponent absolutely no time to defend. Long Xiao was sent flying, blood pouring from his nose, his mind screaming one last thought, my clout. Yi, he gave the crowd a cold glare and issued a short, simple challenge. Next, to everyone's surprise, Yao Ling from the South 2nd Division descended, brandishing a long spear amidst the whispers of the crowd. She's a 5th Dan Martial Master, but she's beaten 3 7th Dan Masters before. Why is a big shot like her stepping up already? While the audience wondered if she was Yi He's match, he just spoke in a flat tone. The purity of your spear's aura is too low. Yi, he met the attack head-on, shattering both the spear and Yao Ling's charge in a single, devastating blow. With a contemptuous smirk, he gestured to the entire arena. Sorry, I'm in a hurry, so just come at me all at once. Their pride wounded, the students roared in fury. Don't get cocky. So what if you're Longquay's top freshman? Let's teach this punk a lesson. Together, they swarmed him from all sides. But Yi moved like a storm, unleashing a flurry of strikes that sent every attacker flying with brutal, overwhelming force. His power erupted, a whirlwind of energy that swept the stage clean, tossing every challenger out of the ring. The arena lights blazed as thousands of arms shot into the air, cheering for the absolute domination they had just witnessed. Zhu Kai gritted his teeth, watching the feed in horror. Damn it, how is he this strong? How am I supposed to get my revenge now? Anyone I send after him just ends up hospitalized. He mulled it over, his thoughts turning to his older brother. The only one left was Zhu Yanting, the first son of the Zhu family. But his brother was far too logical. He'd never stick up for him without a good reason. That's when a wicked smile crept across Zhu Kai's face. Unless, he chuckled darkly. Back in the arena, he stood proudly over the defeated masses and challenged, "Is there anyone else?" The students sprawled across the floor groaned. "This guy has no shame. What a disgrace." From now on, the class of 52-53 will go down in history as Yi's personal stepping stones. Suddenly, an imposing figure stepped into the ring, and the crowd went wild. "No way! It's Yanting! He's actually making a move!" He's a 9th Dan martial master who just came out of seclusion. They say he's reached a perfect state of cultivation, strong enough to defeat a typical grandmaster. His profile flashed on the screen. Yanting, heir to the purest sunlight-cleansing bloodline in history. His power is so immense it causes spontaneous combustion, so he has to wear a nanosuit to regulate his temperature. He is going to pay for his arrogance. Yanting respectfully clasped his hands. "My younger brother has caused a great deal of trouble. Whatever the damage is, my family will pay double." He was surprised. "You're that fluffhead's older brother?" "That is correct." He narrowed his eyes, skeptical. "You don't seem like the type to pick fights. If you're not here for your brother's revenge, then why challenge me?" Yanting closed his eyes, his expression firm. "I'm not here for my disgraceful brother. I am here for the honor of the Zhu family." A red glint flashed in his eyes, radiating immense pressure. "Though my brother was at fault, you should not have insulted the Zhu family name." He just scoffed, a look of exasperation on his face. "Of course, the classic 'you insulted my family's honor' script, so predictable. Leave it to a snake to twist the story and play the victim. Whatever." The two faced off, the tension on the cracked stage thick enough to cut with a knife. "I want you on your knees, apologizing to the Zhu family in front of everyone." "You want me to apologize? Let's see if you have what it takes to make me." Yanting's eyes widened in fury as he roared with rage. Instantly, their fists collided in a blinding flash of light that seemed to tear space itself. A massive shockwave of energy erupted, engulfing the entire stage. Yanting let out a guttural roar, pouring all his strength into the blow aimed at Yi. The impact shattered the arena floor, sending dust and debris billowing into the night sky. Under the strain of battle, glowing patterns on Yanting's body began to radiate a blazing heat. He broke into a sweat as he noticed the change. His nanosuit is failing. The temperature is spiking. Zhu Yanting's power exploded, his arm bursting into flames that radiated an incredible heat, stunning the crowd. "It's the sunlight cleansing blood! That kid he is toast!" The spectators watched with wide eyes, glued to the high-level battle. These two are insane. Yeah, compared to Long Tao and Yao Ling, they're on a completely different level. The clash of fire and green aura created a deafening explosion. The commentator's voice rang out. "As expected of a great martial family, Zhu Yanting's strength is extraordinary." That's right. Who else could last more than a few rounds against Yi? Yi is now the undisputed demon king of Hua University. Zhu Yanting shot forward like a fiery arrow, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. "That's Yi. He's monster form? But why does it feel like a demonic beast?" Yi, now clad in icy blue armor, smirked arrogantly. "Don't get distracted now, young Master Zhu." He unleashed a lightning-fast attack that forced Yanting to dodge at the last possible second. "Hesitation means defeat," he added coldly. Amidst the tension, a little boy in the crowd cheered excitedly. "Go, big brother who breathes fire. Beat the Demon King Yi." Zhu Yanting gritted his teeth, the pressure from his opponent's relentless assault mounting. Why would Long K scout someone like this? His fighting style is too savage. He was sweating bullets now, his intuition screaming that something was terribly wrong. Is this just my imagination? A colossal shadow suddenly fell over Yanting. "Yi!" He smiled maliciously, explaining, "I'm compressing the power of a demonic beast inside my body. Why do I feel like this kid is getting bigger?" "Trust your gut, Senior Zhu. I am getting bigger. Instead of releasing a simulated form to create an external body, I'm using a vampire's precise control over flesh and blood to gradually release that power within myself." He threw a colossal punch, accompanied by a torrent of blue lightning that ripped through the air. This way, I get speed, flexibility, and nerve response, while my physical stats multiply every second. Fighting you now is like an adult fighting a child. The earth-shattering explosion cracked the ground, leaving everyone speechless. This monster. How dare he challenge the entire school? Is this insane physical strength even humanly possible? Yanting stared at Yi He, his face pale with horror. I thought my bloodline was overpowered, but compared to Yi He, it's nothing. This guy is basically a high-level demonic beast in human form. Feeling his body about to shatter as he pictured his cracking bones, Yanting made a decision. He would risk it all. My bones can't take his power anymore. This martial body I've painstakingly trained is about to break. Looks like I'll have to start my training all over again. But first, I have to deal with the monster in front of me. Yanting transformed into a streak of fire, shooting down towards Yi He in a last-ditch effort. If I can't beat you in power, I'll beat you with speed. In his demonic form, he just scoffed at the incoming attack. It seems you didn't bother to study any of my battle data. You came to challenge me completely unprepared. He countered with an overwhelming blow that sent his opponent reeling. You're the one who's truly arrogant and conceited. Zhu Yanting's crimson battle aura flared to life as he snarled a warning. Yi He! This next move could kill you. Don't say I didn't warn you. A gigantic hand of blazing fire materialized above him, ready for the final strike. The crowd screamed in terror from the intense heat. The thermal energy is so strong, it's changing the environment itself. As expected from the Zhu family, masters of the flame arts, the entire stage was engulfed in a massive fireball, blazing like a miniature sun. Yanting stood at the center of the fiery storm, pouring every last bit of his martial essence into this final attack. His eyes blazed as he roared, unleashing his ultimate technique. Earth-shattering martial art, blazing sun, demonic hand. A raging torrent of fire shot towards Yi He, consuming everything in its path. He calmly narrowed his eyes. Finally, you're looking a little more impressive, he commented casually. He began to gather blue electricity around his demonic form. But, you think you're the only one who can fire off a giant energy blast? Perfect timing. I can use you to test out a new self-made technique I've been researching. He grinned, baring his fangs as the energy reached its peak. Heaven-shaking dragon cannon. A colossal beam of blue lightning erupted from the beast's mouth, meeting Yanting's inferno head-on. The collision created a world-shaking explosion of light that tore the entire arena asunder. Zhu Yanting watched in absolute horror as the energy beam consumed him, uttering in despair, "I'm going to die." The blue beam was so powerful it pierced through the clouds, shooting straight into space and bisecting the moon. Suddenly, in midair, Principal Shi Jingwen appeared and chided him. Yi He, you've gone a little too far. Yi He instantly reverted to his human form, scratching his head with an innocent grin. Haha, well, I saw you coming, Principal, so I figured I could go all out and have a satisfying fight. The Principal floated down gently, holding an unconscious Zhu Yanting in one hand. He adjusted his glasses and sighed with a thoughtful expression. I just came to see what kind of commotion you were causing. I didn't expect you'd actually force my hand. Principal Shi Jingwen looked down at the massive ruined crater and asked, You did this on purpose, didn't you? He just laughed and shot back. What can I say, Headmaster? Without you on stage, this whole arena just feels cheap. Do this student a favor, will ya? Looking at the unconscious Zhou Yanting, the principal smiled. Your master always said you were a fool. Looks like you were just messing with her. All right then, this time, I'll personally back you up. He stood in a ray of light, declaring to the entire school. Next, are there any other students who wish to challenge Yi He? If not, I will declare that he has successfully defended the stage and is now its master. The crowd of students below went pale, shivering and shoving each other. You want to challenge him? Are you kidding? You want that atomic breath attack to slice you into 2.5 pieces? Look at that energy blast. Go up there and you'll be vaporized. Not even a scrap of armor left, someone said, backing down. Maybe we should just wear him down in waves. You go first. The principal adjusted his glasses and concluded in a deep voice. If that's the case, I hereby declare Yi He the victor of this challenge. He stood proudly at the summit, thrusting a fist into the air with sheer arrogance. An unprecedented victory. A first-year freshman, Yi He, took on the entire school's martial arts masters single-handedly. A true miracle. The news exploded across every platform. Witness the rise of a blazing new star for Hua University and all of humanity. That's the top prodigy from our Ancheng city. I've never been prouder to be from Ancheng. The news rocketed to the #1 search topic. Martial artist Yi He battles entire school. The public was electrified. Holy crap, I knew Yi. He had the spirit of a dragon since he was a kid. I'm his uncle. Follow me for more info. Get lost, you clout-chasing creep, someone replied. With the nation's guardians and grandmasters in peril, Yi He's appearance is a blessing from the heavens for our country. The good news flew back home to Ancheng, #1 high school. The old principal stood before a large screen, beaming with pride. Yi Hei, you've done well. You haven't brought shame upon Ancheng. All of you must learn from him. Strive to become the next Yi Hei. In the hall, thousands of students cheered his name, but a few high-level masters remained silent, their minds deep in calculation. Netizens immediately started asking questions. Why did the principal personally declare his victory? Why is the headmaster getting involved in a personal challenge? What is the relationship between Yi He and Shi Jingwen? Or is there a terrifying power backing him from the shadows? Behind the scenes, a senior specialist from Longquay considered this. This student, he's probably not just an orphan like his file says. Instantly, a security order was issued. Yi He's identity is related to a special secret of Longquay. All parties must cease discussion immediately or face forcible measures. The members of Longquay rejoiced. Awesome, let those little clowns eat their words. Longquay is rising. Yan Zhengsheng and Ouyangze looked at each other, puzzled. So where is our great hero, Yi He? He said he had urgent business and had to leave. The scene shifts to Yi He's dorm room, 42FA3. As he's resting, the phantom of the mad scientist appears to report. My lord, I have retrieved the golden gene you hid in Ancheng. Do you have a way to open it? The scientist continued confidently. I do. After all, I was one of the lead engineers on the Golden Gene project. He pointed to the mysterious metal box. But there's an electronic transmitter inside. The moment it's opened, a tracking signal will lock onto you. Laserbird headquarters will follow the trace to hunt you down. Can you block this signal? Yi. He stared straight at the screen and asked, How long will it take? The scientist replied, Half a month to prepare an isolation chamber, and another half a month to decode the complex mathematics inside. Fine. Do it fast. But most importantly, ensure your own safety. He ended the call, his expression turning grim. Yi. He began to sift through the scientist's memories. He never expected that Prometheus was in a secret partnership with the heavenly kingdom of God. He used their immense resources to secretly incubate a divine fetus. But just as it was about to succeed, he stabbed the heavenly kingdom in the back. A memory flashed of a colossal, dark entity. Those research fanatics secretly added impurities during incubation, causing the god to be born incredibly weak. In the end, Prometheus successfully captured the first living heterodemon in human history, and then dissected its organs for experiments. The system analyzed the project. By using a heterodemon whose life level far surpassed the blue stars as raw material, Prometheus made lightning-fast breakthroughs in biological science, creating the world-shaking Garden of Eden project. An image of a light entity enveloping the earth appeared. In this plan, they wanted to create a man-made god, not just to protect the blue star, but to erase all national borders. They would unify humanity under the rule of a single divine mind, to distribute resources with absolute fairness, turning the blue star into a true Garden of Eden. There was also the Fire Seed project, meant to alter the genes of all humankind, achieving a massive leap in racial evolution. This was the precursor to Laserbird's Golden Gene project. Yi. He sat in contemplation. The waters around Prometheus run deep. Just for mentioning the gene lock, I was mistaken for one of them. My intuition tells me I'll be dragged into this vortex sooner or later. He took out the badge to study it, helping Ouyangze. Almost made me forget about this. Now that I have time, I'll use the sleep cultivation method to go inside. A martial space opened in the night sky, torn apart by streaks of light. Yi. He awoke with a rain-soaked face in a new dimension. He stood up in a battlefield littered with armored corpses. A brutal battle had just happened here, but the traces left behind didn't seem to be from humans fighting each other. He looked down at the smoldering fires. The ground was covered in scorch marks that even the cold rain couldn't extinguish. Yi. He observed a gigantic skeleton and strange, non-human claw marks. From above, the entire battlefield looked like a junkyard, torn to shreds by massive energy waves. When the rain stopped, he took off the heavy armor. How do Westerners fight in this clunky stuff? He tossed it aside. Yi. He equipped a new weapon and stood tall. This martial space limits my power. I'll have to make do with this gear for now. The quest-giving NPC should be here soon, right? From the darkness, a ghostly carriage pulled by black horses, breathing green fire, suddenly appeared. A mysterious old man pulled back the curtain, looked at him, and snorted with contempt. The carriage then abruptly turned and fled, leaving Yi He to yell after it in confusion. Hey, why are you leaving? The carriage wheels grinded as it tried to speed away and escape. But Yi, he stopped the wheel with his bare hands. Old sir, why are you running from me? Aren't you supposed to give me my trial quest? The old man shouted in alarm. This kid is as strong as an ox. He can stop my carriage? I have nothing to say to a robber like you. Yi, he looked baffled, a picture of innocence. A robber? The resentful old man explained how he was robbed by the green dragon. Don't play dumb. That green-haired guy who broke in back then was also after my family's inheritance. He took it by force right after his breakthrough. You and him. You're both robbers. He gave the old man a dead fish stare. Look, old man, I don't care about your grudge. You're the quest-giving NPC, so do your job. With a sudden, powerful slash, he shattered the carriage, catching the old man inside completely off guard. The panicked old man poked his head out of the wreckage, screaming, "Hey, kid, what do you think you're doing?" He flashed a wicked, calculating smile. "My apologies, old sir. To prevent an unqualified guide like yourself from running off, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to accompany me while I explore this map." After the carriage was destroyed, the old man started walking, grumbling. "You little brat! How dare you destroy my carriage?" He casually followed behind him with a sword on his shoulder. "Sorry, old sir. Since you're the master of this space, I'll have to impose on you to be my guide." As they passed by fiery cliffs, the old man snorted. At least you have better manners than that green-haired martial artist. Just follow the trail of these eruptions, and you'll find the trial point." They arrived at a deserted plain. He looked around, confused. "The eruption trail disappears here. What a headache." The old NPC smirked, gloating internally. "Haha, you little brat. Did you really think I'd lead you there? So naive. You'll be lost in this martial space forever." Ignoring the old man's attitude, he bent down to observe the ground. "Hold on. There are no footprints on the ground." He glanced up, catching the shadow of a colossal bird eclipsing the sun. Could it have just soared into the sky? The old man was stunned by his keen perception, shocked he'd found a clue so quickly. If only someone with his talent and observation was a descendant of our clan. What a waste. Yihai confidently analyzed his target. A flying creature would never build its nest somewhere low. The highest point ahead of us on this plain. That's our destination. He turned to the old man with a mischievous grin. "Old-timer, looks like I'll have to borrow your horse for a bit." Leaving the old man speechless, the scene shifted to vast, frozen mountain ranges under a gloomy sky. The two of them tore across the spiritual sea on the back of the blue-flamed nightmare, carving a path through the ice. The demonic horse's eyes blazed with ferocious blue lightning as it reached its top speed, but suddenly, it reared violently, sensing an immense pressure just ahead. Yihei landed firmly on the ice as the old man tumbled. The horse must have sensed the danger. "Looks like we've arrived." A colossal, multi-headed dragon shrouded in lightning appeared, leaving him in awe. "What in the world is that?" Yihei stared in horror at the magnificent entity. Could this be the legendary Devourer of Stars, the ancient nemesis of the Dimala? The beast let out a deafening roar, unleashing blasts of fiery energy that ripped the sky apart. An earth-shattering inferno erupted, incinerating the entire trial zone. The old NPC staggered out from the ashes, sneering with pure arrogance. You found the right place, but you're just a speck of dust about to be swallowed by this fury. I am the master of this space. I won't be the one dying here." The colossal dragon heads gazed down at the sighing old man. "That kid is still far too young." An ancient diagram of a spirit beast appeared, explaining everything. "This trial isn't about slaying the multi-headed dragon. It's about finding the spirit artifact protected by the beasts on this snow mountain. Only then can you gain the dragon's recognition and its inheritance." The old man closed his eyes, recalling the past. Of course, that green-haired guy was an exception. After breaking through his limits, he just used overwhelming, violent force to slaughter the dragon and seize the inheritance. Suddenly, the old man's eyes shot open in horror as he realized the truth. But this kid, with his current power level, it's absolutely impossible. That first assault should have been more than enough, right? But Yihei was still standing tall amid the wreckage, his body covered in wounds, causing the old man to stammer. He's still alive! There's something not right with his body. He began to channel his power, a violent spiritual energy erupting all around him. The first time I entered this dimension, I couldn't draw any physical strength because my compatibility was too low. Yihei unleashed a dark form with a demonic grin. Now that my compatibility is higher, the template's power is merging with my soul. I can finally use my real strength here. Looks like I won't be needing that broken sword I was planning to use. Now, witness my true power. The old NPC stumbled backward, clutching his head in sheer terror. How can this be? Is this kid another monster? Yihei's body morphed into a colossal, radiant entity as the Dima La Template. With 71% compatibility, completely absorbed the power of the supergiant form, completing the full Dima La transformation. He bared his razor-sharp teeth and let out a savage roar. However, this power isn't infinite. Once my nuclear energy and physical body are depleted, I'll revert from this form. Best case scenario, I can hold this for 2.5 minutes, but that's more than enough. The silhouette of the beast stared, stunned at its opponent. Yihei simply gave the beast's neck a light squeeze. The great Dima La versus the Devourer of Stars. Witnessing this cataclysmic scene, the old NPC could only scream, "Oh my god!" A shocking explosion cracked the very ground, launching massive boulders into the air. The multi-headed monster shrieked madly as it faced Yihei's power head-on. A brilliant light erupted from the legendary clash. Let's recreate that epic battle right here in this dimension. Yihei, in his black dragon form, shot into the sky to fight back. You think you can bully me because I can't fly? Yihei roared with arrogance as a deep blue spiritual energy enveloped his body. But don't forget, I have long-range attacks too. He opened his massive jaws, gathering a threatening incandescent ball of energy. He fired a destructive beam of power, forming a blinding pillar of light that pierced right through the clouds. A world-ending nuclear explosion detonated mid-air, obliterating everything in an instant. Amidst the violent shockwave, Yihei focused his mind, maintaining the terrifying pressure. This isn't just a simple contest of raw energy. His entire body radiated a brilliant aura like an exploding star as he unleashed his ultimate technique, Meteor Emperor Dima La. The multi-headed beast roared in agony as the overwhelming power crushed its defenses. Razor-sharp beams of light tore through the void, continuously severing its heads in a downpour of dark blood. Looking at the mangled wreck before him, Yihei smirked mockingly. Only 3 heads left now. Reminds me of a certain 3-headed dragon I know. He lunged forward with sky-high killing intent, aiming for the remaining parts of his opponent. I'm afraid you won't be keeping these last 3 heads either. In his Dimala form, Yihei unleashed a devastating attack, spitting a torrent of deep blue energy that scorched the heavens. The energy exploded into a massive sphere of blue light, tearing space apart and blasting everything away. Through the smoke and dust, the colossal hands of the Dimala had seized and lifted the dragon's brightly glowing heart, the very source of its power. The massive entity stood proudly amidst the snowy mountains, a majestic sight to behold, holding its precious prize. The old NPC staggered, looking up in utter disbelief. Am I caught in some kind of illusion? How could someone in the form of a monster use such overwhelming power to slaughter so many white dragons? Suddenly, the old man froze, his eyes wide with absolute astonishment. Huh? The gigantic burning heart fell to the ground, releasing such a dense spiritual energy that the entire mountain range began to tremble. Yihei reverted to his human form, leaped onto the heart, and proudly declared, "That felt amazing." Wiping the floor with a giant beast's body is a rush. Hey, old man, now that I've slain this dragon, I know where this dimension's inheritance is, so I won't bother you anymore. But the old man roared in protest. In your dreams, Yihei just smirked confidently, his armored hands ready to channel power. Ha ha, I knew you'd say that. I guess I'll just have to take it myself. He unleashed his dark power, diving straight into the heart's core to seize the ultimate inheritance. Yihei gritted his teeth, enduring the incredible heat radiating from the mass of energy. It's so hot. His armored arm trembled violently in the sea of blazing fire, feeling as if it were submerged in boiling iron, about to melt away. Then, his eyes flashed with determination as he found the critical point. Found it. Yihei pushed into the immensely heavy and pressurized center. Man, this thing is heavy. Using every ounce of his strength, he lifted a radiant dark sphere, successfully passing the final test. The old NPC was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Strange tendrils of spiritual energy from the sphere began to wrap around and seep into Yihei's body. A colossal stream of power began to swirl, forging his physical body according to an ancient, mighty law. Yihei's entire body was clad in jet-black armor that radiated a domineering aura. The earth-shattering body-forging inheritance. Abyss-suppressing dragon armor. The old NPC's jaw dropped at the sight of this reborn god of war. The old man trembled as he recalled history. Even when that green-haired martial artist from the past forced the dragon armor on, it only surrendered 90% of its inheritance. Their power and physical bodies were too weak to bear its weight, not to mention the way it drains the wearer's blood. Yet, this kid is the first martial artist in 1,000 years to be fully acknowledged by the dragon armor. Yihei sat casually on a ledge, looking at the old man teasingly. You ask how I did it? As you can see, I just put the armor on, and that was that. What's so hard about it? This made the old man so angry a vein popped on his forehead. He clenched his fists in frustration, then sighed in resignation. This little brat. Ugh, just forget it. He turned his back and walked into the falling snow, thinking to himself, even the ancestors have acknowledged him, so I shouldn't hold a grudge. The clan has no descendants left. Giving the inheritance to someone more suitable is perhaps a blessing. At least this inheritance won't be lost to time. Yihei suddenly scratched his head and asked greedily, Hey, old-timer, I feel like this inheritance is missing something. Isn't there supposed to be a fist technique to go with it? This sent the old man into a roaring fury. Don't push your luck, you damn thief. Are you trying to steal my family's secrets too? But Yihei calmly analyzed the ultimate grade technique. The genuine dragon armor was ridiculously overpowered. Since it only trained the physical body, it had to be paired with an internal art of the same level to achieve balance. Otherwise, the armor's immense pressure would crush a normal martial artist's organs, shatter their bones, and drain them of all blood and flesh. This perfect fusion of internal and external power was a rare chance to forge a complete heavenly gang body, an opportunity he could not miss. 7 days later, in a modern bedroom, he was out cold, deeply asleep while digesting the new power. 7 days passed. Snore, asterisk. When the sharp ring of his phone shattered the silence. He grumbled as he sat up, throwing the covers off and grabbing the phone, exhausted. Hello? Joe? What's up? For the past few days, he'd spent 80% of his time training in his sleep. The amount of data from the dragon armor was insane, and he had to process it bit by bit in the martial dream space. A serious voice from the phone snapped him awake. Liu Qingzhu and I just got out of the hospital yesterday. We were told to go to the University Activity Center today to collect our mission rewards. The director told me to pass on a message. For your reward, you need to go to the principal's office and get it from him personally. I have to go to the principal's office? A look of confusion and worry washed over He's face. Does the principal really want to have a private chat with me? A breathtaking view appeared at the heart of the floating city, the core structure known as Heaven's Workshop Tower. As he stepped into the massive, high-tech lobby, a gentle voice called out, "Student we've been waiting for you." A beautiful woman with glasses and an elegant aura approached him. "My name is Nuwa. Principal Shi is waiting for you upstairs. Please, follow me." He quietly sized her up with a suspicious gaze. Okay, this woman has no martial artist's aura, but she doesn't have the presence of a normal person either. Could it be she isn't human? He trailed silently behind Nuwa in the cramped elevator, unable to stop his curious glances at her unusual demeanor. Nuwa suddenly turned back, asking in a calm voice, "Student are you curious about my body?" The question made him jump, breaking out in a cold sweat. "You've got it all wrong. I was just interested in the advanced technology," she replied. "They are not the same." His face turned beet red as he frantically tried to explain himself. "What's not the same? Wait a minute, you're really misunderstanding. I seriously didn't mean it like that." To prove her point, Nuwa pulled open her shirt, revealing a dazzling mechanical frame. This mass-produced service model has a structure vastly different from a human female. Only the head was realistically simulated to increase friendliness. He let out a sigh of relief. So that's what wasn't the same. Holy crap, that almost gave me a heart attack. The technology at Hua University really is on another level. The elevator stopped on the 667th floor, and Nuwa let him out. "The principal is waiting for you in his office." He replied politely. "All right, thank you for your trouble." The moment he stepped inside, a spatial distortion washed over him. This feeling. He was suddenly teleported, falling right into a plush armchair. Whoa! Principal Shi Jingwen, who was calmly brewing tea, looked up and asked, "Slept well, He? Have you finished learning the Azure Dragon martial art I gave you?" He stared around, bewildered. "How did I suddenly get here? Where is this?" The principal smiled. "This is the principal's office." Shi Jingwen pushed a cup of tea toward him. "This is a special tea improved by our research institute, grown in a secret realm. The flavor is quite unique. Give it a try." He picked up the teacup and asked curiously, "Principal, was that ability you just used related to space?" The principal nodded. That's right. It can perform spatial shifts within a certain range." He contemplated this with a serious expression. "So, that's how it is. No wonder he was able to save Zhou Yanting. A space-based technique. It's at least on the same god-tier level as an ability like stopping time." The principal continued discussing the mission reward. Your academic points and various resource access cards for the university have been deposited into your account. As the main contributor to completing a level 5 mission, you can choose any 2 earth-slaying martial arts, as well as 1 opportunity to have a high-grade weapon custom-made for you. His eyes sharpened as he ran the calculations in his head. He didn't really need weapons or techniques right now. He stood up and stated his true desire. "Principal, I want to access the files on gene locks, as well as permission to look up more information on Prometheus. Of course, I don't have any ulterior motives. It's just," the principal cut him off with a single, short word. "Okay." That decisive response made He break out in a nervous sweat. "Don't tell me he actually saw through my entire plan?" The principal stood up and immediately led the way. "Let's go. I'll take you to the archives." He was stunned, looking down regretfully. "Right now? But I haven't even finished my tea." Standing before a mysterious blue light, Principal Shi remarked, "It won't be too late to drink it after you've seen the files." Yi. He stepped through and couldn't help but cry out in shock at the bizarre sight. Whoa, what is this? Before him was a colossal brain floating inside a glass container. What the hell? What kind of creature's brain is this? And it's only half of it, the principal revealed. This is Nuwa's central computing unit. Her true form. Yi. He was floored. Nuwa. So that's it. That staff member was also created by an A. The principal continued. And decades ago, this half of the brain belonged to Prometheus. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, leaving Yi utterly staggered. Prometheus, the otherworldly god project. That means this half-brain once belonged to the first alien demon god, captured alive by humanity. And this great transcendent being was chopped into 8 pieces by Prometheus. Prometheus in their prime back then must have been insane and unbelievably powerful. No wonder they dared to launch the Garden of Eden project. If they dared to kill a god, what's unifying the planet and dividing humanity between factions? The principal called out softly, Nuwa. The brain in the AI immediately lit up in response. I am here, sir. He began operating the data export device. Nuwa responded mechanically, yes. Taking the newly copied USB drive, Principal Shi handed it to him. I have saved a partition of Nuwa onto this USB drive. You can ask her anything you want to know. Yi, his hand trembled as he looked at the item, horrified by the implication. Holy hell. God only knows how many core secrets Nuwa, this central computer, holds. Secrets about Hua University, or even critical strategic missions for the entire Grand Xia Federation. And Shi Jingwen just handed it over to me? What kind of unrealistic trust is this? Or could this be a trap? Principal Shi Jingwen grabbed his hand and pulled him along with a cryptic smile. Don't just stand there stunned. Even for me, the principal of Hua University, bringing a student here without authorization is a violation of the rules. We should get going. Yi, he just let himself be dragged away in a daze. The principal is the one leading the charge in breaking the rules? A muscular figure with vibrant green hair materialized in a flash of spiritual light, exuding an overwhelming presence. His eyes blazed with killing intent as he unleashed a storm of violent green energy around his body. Hang Jianzhuang looked around condescendingly, a smug smirk on his face. In just the first semester of my freshman year, I've already walked a path that takes normal Hua University students over a year to complete. The gap between people is just too vast. Even geniuses are divided into different classes. He looked down on Yi He with a challenging sneer and laughed. And I, Hang Jianzhuang, am a class 9. Haha, hey you, done with your business? Hang Jianzhuang's eyes narrowed dangerously, staring straight ahead. Heh, so you're the Yi He that Ouyang was talking about. Did you come here just to serve yourself up on a platter? Yi, he scratched his head with a look of confused annoyance. Are you also from the Dragon Blood Society? If you have business, go find Ouyang. I need to use the training room right now. Being brushed off so easily, Heng Jianzhuang erupted with green spiritual energy, roaring like a madman. He, you're pretty good at playing dumb. You really don't know who I am? Listen up. My name is Heng Jianzhuang. That's right, I'm the one who stomped Ouyang into the ground and nearly made your Dragon Blood Society a footnote in freshman history. The King of Life. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden attack struck, shaking the entire room. The arrogant fool only had time to let out a cry of pain. Yi, he stepped over his unconscious body, muttering in frustration. Yeah, I said I needed to use the training room. Standing there, blocking the door and rambling on, so damn annoying. No one could have predicted that Hang Jianzhuang would remain in a coma for an entire week after that. The heavy steel door sealed shut. A glowing sign lit up. Advanced training room, for privileged students only. A wicked, expectant smile crept across Yi He's face as he caressed the power-filled ring. At last, there were no more interruptions. The Beast King within him was already starving. Countless brilliant green manticores materialized, flooding the room. With a determined roar, he commanded, "Come on, devour them all. Every single core I've collected, plus the ones I received as support and bought from Hua Dai, they're all here. It's time to raise the sync rate of my Emperor template." He knew that absorbing so many cores at once would trigger an evolutionary slumber, releasing a massive burst of energy radiation in the process. He glanced at his phone, displaying the Nuwa icon with a calculating look. I specifically had my electronic maid, Nuwa, open the most secure training room for me. Yeah, ever since getting Nuwa, Hua Dai University felt more like my own home. Turns out, all he had to do was ask Nuwa to grant him access. No red tape, no hassle. He hated it when other people had special privileges. But when it was him, damn, it felt good. Ihai let out a triumphant roar. Nuwa, activate the training room's energy shield. I'm ready to begin. A status bar instantly materialized, and the system responded, just as eager as he was. Yes, Master. It's not enough. It's still not enough. A violent torrent of green energy erupted as he screamed. The higher the sync rate, the harder it is to increase. The quantity and quality of cores required were rising exponentially. This was the inherent weakness of a high-level character template. The growth period was far too long, and the required resources were absolutely monstrous. His phone flashed a red warning. If the energy his template absorbed wasn't converted into actual strength in time, it would slow his growth. That's exactly why I have to master this superhuman martial arts system. Even when you have a cheat, you have to use it smartly, because in the end, even cheaters can lose and die. Isn't that right? The digital clock on the wall ticked past 3:35:44. Yi He's body was now completely encased in a cocoon of brilliant azure crystal, floating in midair. His eyes glowed intensely through the crystal shell as he made a powerful declaration. When this crystal coffin opens, the Beast King will be reborn. Meanwhile, a fleet of colossal warships formed up in the sky, their engines screaming as they prepared for deployment. Principal Shi Jingwen floated in the air, his voice booming. Today marks the beginning of the Grand Xia Reclamation Project. 70% of our nation's martial artists will march to war. He pointed forward, his eyes like steel. The martial artists of Grand Xia will reclaim the 12 fallen cities. The principal clasped his hands behind his back, gazing down upon the tens of thousands of warriors standing ready. All students of Hua Dai, he roared, his expression fierce. Ignite your blood chi beacons, the warriors responded with a powerful unified shout. A blazing red energy enveloped them. The blood chi of every warrior soared into the sky, merging and clashing together. Through the collision of their martial will and life force, a colossal pillar of crimson light shot up from the city's center, tearing through the clouds. This was their fighting spirit made manifest, the unwavering will to reclaim their lost lands and restore the glory of Grand Xia. Shi Jingwen spread his arms wide, his voice echoing with conviction. You are all familiar with the missions and plans. I know many of you are prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. But the students just looked up, their eyes filled with unshakable resolve. His voice choked with emotion as he pleaded, but you must survive and return. Only by living can we have hope. He opened his mouth, roaring with a passion that set their souls on fire. Hua Dai will always be your home. It will always be here, waiting for your return. The principal raised his fist, giving the final command. All martial artists of the Empire, hear my order. Swear this oath with me! A fist of steel rose defiantly in the light. Before us, there are no rivals. Tens of thousands of warriors roared in unison, the sound shaking the very heavens. Before us, there are no rivals. In a secret location, the crystal cocoon enveloping Yi, he began to crack violently under the immense energy pressure. Through the fissures, his eyes blazed with terrifying intensity in the darkness. Elsewhere, the powerful Yunnan strode forward, flanked by her muscular bodyguards. Yunnan, a former Level 2 researcher for Prometheus, was now a high-level manager at Lei Sha. She muttered, grinding her teeth. First, the golden gene was stolen, then a key base was destroyed, and finally, we lost an entire elite squad. Lei Sha's luck has been rotten this year. The board of directors is beginning to suspect one person is behind all of this, aiming to bring Lei Sha down. But we have no proof. Even though Black Lion covered our tracks at the Jinshan Temple base, Dragon Sparrow is still targeting us. If Dragon Sparrow wasn't so busy reclaiming the fallen cities, Lei Sha would probably be finished by now. Yunnan smiled, a mysterious and sinister plot forming in her mind. However, it's because the entire nation's attention is on the fallen cities that Lei Sha can finally catch its breath and unleash that monster. Behind her, the horrifying shadow of a creature with sharp teeth appeared as she spoke in a chilling tone. It is a failed product from the first-generation Golden Gene experiment. A Pandora's box that, with the slightest mistake, could drag all of humanity into an inescapable abyss. Because the blood of a Golden Gene individual flows in its veins, even as a failure, it can sense the location of other Golden Genes. It's dangerously unstable, but it's the only hunting dog that can find what we've lost. In a dark laboratory, she silently observed the genetic data on a screen in front of a massive steel door. Yunnan reached into her coat, pulling out a set of specialized mechanical keys to unlock the restricted area. One by one, she inserted the keys into the energy control panel. The heavy door began to slide open. Yunnan strode into the containment zone, her face cold and calculating. Before her was an entity wearing a rough metal mask, leaking a thick black fluid and covered in strange symbols. She stood, small before the giant, bell-shaped containment unit, where countless red tubes connected directly to the monster's head. She crushed a handful of pills in her fist, her face twisting into a maniacal grin. It's time for the world to witness your horror. Soon after, A state-of-the-art stealth aircraft tore through the clouds, carrying its deadly cargo away from the secret base. In the cargo hold, armed guards stood watch over a metal container that radiated an immense, oppressive pressure. From beneath the mask, a set of sharp teeth suddenly parted, emitting a terrifying whisper. That way. Keep flying straight ahead. In the cockpit, a subordinate reported to the captain. Sir, the direction the hunting dog is pointing. It seems to be West City. The captain narrowed his eyes, a devious thought crossing his mind. West City. Isn't that the occupied city Dragon Sparrow is preparing to attack? The other subordinates, still oblivious, spoke cheerfully. Don't worry, Captain. As long as the thief isn't a Grandmaster-level expert, even a Xuanwu rank martial artist can be quickly surrounded and eliminated by us. That's right, Captain. Under your leadership, we've never failed. As long as we don't run into Dragon Sparrow's Squad 1, we can retreat safely. The captain stared deep into the bionic system and gave a cold command. Hawa, jam the plane signal, hack the control system, and engage autopilot. The AI replied, As you wish, Executive Officer. The plane suddenly began to shake violently. The female pilot cried out in panic. The plane is out of control! Beep, beep! Without warning, the captain swung his brilliant gold cybernetic arm, slaughtering his subordinate on the spot. The survivors stared in horror at their comrade's body. Captain, when did you become a traitor? He smirked, his voice dripping with cruelty. That's not the right way to put it. I was never one of you to begin with, so how can I betray you? My sincerest apologies. When I join you in hell, you can punish me all you want, but for now, please, go on ahead. The remaining men trembled before his terrifying silhouette. After the captain killed them all, he stood before the monster's cage, holding a bloody heart in his hand. Ha ha ha, they're all dead now. From the iron cage, the monster's tongue snaked out, licking its lips greedily. My friend, can I have some of that blood? I'm so thirsty. He casually tossed his old comrade's heart to the monster. These were all Grandmaster-level martial artists. Savor every last one of their hearts. A shadow consumed the space as he personally stuffed the heart into the monster's mouth. Hunting dog, you are free. The beast bared its jagged teeth, snarling. It's still not enough. Give them all to me. He straightened his coat, scoffing to himself. To think a special agent from North Washington like me is stuck here raising a dog. Gazing at the pile of bodies, the monster asked, What do you want me to do? He activated the escape hatch with his mechanical hand, giving his final order. You don't need to do anything specific. Just unleash your fury upon the lands of Great Shia. Right now, they're starting to reclaim their lost cities. Their revival is the one thing our North Washington can't allow. The captain turned, stepping to the edge of the aircraft door. I should get going too. If I wait for you to get out, you'd probably tear me to shreds. I'll leave this pile of Grandmasters for you. Consider it your first proper meal after being released from prison. With that, he shot into the sky, leaving behind a monster roaring in a mix of ecstasy and rage. Heh. I was a hunting dog sent to fetch things, and now I'm a mad dog let off the leash to bite everyone? They truly look down on me. I want to tear everyone to pieces and swallow them whole. The pressure inside the pod surged, causing the screws to rattle and pop. Bolts shot out like stray bullets under the immense power. An explosion erupted from within, shattering the chains and thick steel shell. From the billowing smoke and dust, a menacing, dark figure emerged. The biomechanical entity, its brain exposed, let out a deafening roar. I must absorb the golden genes completely. I will achieve a true metamorphosis, and then become a god. Let's see who dares to treat me like a toy then. The scene shifts to West City, where the fleet begins its broadcast. All personnel in West City, evacuate the bombardment zone immediately. Our fleet is about to commence a firestorm purge. From above, the city was a sea of flames. Fighter jets formed up, launching a wide-scale bombardment to draw the entire city's beast tide to one location. Suddenly, a colossal, ferocious bird lunged at a jet, its wingspan blotting out the sky. The beast's talons, crackling with lightning, crushed the aircraft's fuselage, causing its systems to explode. At that same moment, the newly evolved experimental monster sat perched on the giant beast, sneering. Heh. It bared its jagged teeth, its long tongue licking its lips in anticipation. Let's try a different flavor. With that, it thrust its hand into the giant bird's head. Countless glowing energy tendrils spread out like a deadly spiderweb, digging deep into the creature's mind. The tendrils quickly wrapped around and pierced through the great bird's body as it shrieked in agony. The massive beast's form was slowly devoured, collapsing into a solid black mass in midair. A dark, majestic entity emerged from within a magical, lightning-filled aura. The monster revealed its true form, with vast, unfurled wings and demonic, clawed feet hovering in the sky. With 6 glowing eyes, it laughed maniacally, filled with satisfaction. What a rich buffet of biogenes. My damaged body can finally rest and recover perfectly here. This is truly the greatest all-you-can-eat restaurant. Haha. The landscape of West City was one of utter desolation, with ruined buildings engulfed in thick smoke and fire. Another jet, engulfed in flames, spiraled down toward the ground after a massive explosion. A group of young martial artists spotted the incident and immediately sprang into action. Sister Liu, a plane was shot down by a beast over there. We have to go save them. Xiao Zhang, calm down. The beast that took down that plane is probably still lurking nearby. Xiao Zhang, full of confidence, tried to persuade his teammate. Sister Liu, you're a grandmaster. This is just the outskirts of West City. No beast here could possibly be a match for you. He's right, Sister Liu. Xiao Zhang has a point. If we don't even have the guts to enter the outskirts, we can forget about ever reaching the core of West City. Sigh. All right. But remember, we must be extremely careful. The entire group suddenly froze when they saw a figure calmly eating atop a mountain of beast corpses in the ruined battlefield. Their faces were etched with disbelief and horror. The beasts drawn here by the plane crash, were they all taken care of by him alone? Is this person some unhinged martial artist who snuck in during the chaos? From behind, the many-eyed monster silently watched the group with a ghastly smile. It bared its blood-stained teeth, its eyes glowing with insatiable hunger. I've got a bite. Suddenly, countless black spikes erupted from the ground, surrounding Sister Liu's team in an instant. Xiao Zhang roared, swinging his lightning-wreathed sword in a fierce counterattack. Thunderous chi slash! The blade struck the monstrous entity directly, but only left deep gashes without causing any real damage. Sweat poured down Xiao Zhang's face, his pupils shrinking in shock. This feeling, it's like slashing through thick mud. Suddenly, Xiao Zhang screamed in despair as he saw a massive, fanged mouth form from the creature's tendril. The monster's body coiled like a black python, swallowing Xiao Zhang whole. Sister Liu's face turned pale with horror as she watched her comrade fall. Xiao Zhang, he's been eaten. In a flash, she vanished from her spot. Murderous intent blazed in Sister Liu's eyes. She lunged forward with her twin swords, roaring in fury. You bastard! The monster calmly raised its demonic hand, using its opponent's own technique to counter. Thunderous chi slash. Sister Liu was stunned to see her fallen comrade's signature attack hurtling toward her. The powerful impact sent her flying backward as the very air around them trembled. Sister Liu landed gracefully, her mind reeling with suspicion. That martial artist just used that technique. How could it be a perfect copy of Xiao Zhang's? A faint voice called out, making Sister Liu look back in shock. Sister Liu, Xiao Zhang, are you still alive? Before her was a grotesque, dark entity, with countless tendrils bearing the moaning faces of the fallen, Sister Liu. The twisted faces on the horrifying mass of flesh let out miserable cries. Save me, Sister Liu! It hurts so much! Save me! I'm dying! Sister Liu, save me! Sister Liu trembled, her eyes wide in shock at the hellish sight. You guys, you were all. In the moment Sister Liu was frozen, the monster's colossal shadow slowly rose up right behind her, radiating a cold, killing intent. A moment later, it had devoured everyone there and taken the form of Sister Liu. Even though he was an old man, his meat was pretty tender. I can sense the golden genes in another part of West City. The demonic entity, hidden in a woman's form, gave off a wicked aura. It walked in that direction while blending in with another squad of martial artists. Once everyone gets comfortable, I'll suddenly start eating people. Their expressions will surely be priceless. I can still sense so many powerful life forms on this battlefield. The monster dashed off at a wind-tearing speed, thinking excitedly about the future. Those must be Grandmaster-level martial artists and Hegemon-level beasts, right? If I can devour that level of gene, then who in the entire world would dare order me around like a trained dog? I have broken my chains and ascended into a demon. Haha. In another area of West City, alarms blared urgently. Captain, a Hegemon-level beast is charging from our rear. A figure ran up from the distance. Don't panic. From the sky, a war god riding a majestic, winged unicorn shot past like a star. Chen Tianyu swung his spear, glowing with green spiritual energy, and unleashed a single, devastating lightning strike. After felling the beast, he spoke loudly. Faced with this endless, tsunami-like beast tide, the firepower humanity is so proud of is nothing but a candle in a storm, ready to be extinguished at any moment. The leader glanced over, his resolute face filled with courage. Chen Tianyu, Dean of Hua Dai Academy and captain of the Vanguard team for the West City Reclamation Plan. We must rely on agile and powerful individual martial artists to kill the high-level beasts within the tide. Only then can we make the horde collapse and lure out the hegemon. Our 5-person vanguard team from Hua Dai bears this difficult responsibility. Dai Kaiming looked at his teacher with a serious expression. Dai Kaiming, president of the Hua Dai Student Council and a member of the Quiet Vanguard team. Sir, there are no issues with our route. The Dragon Sparrow Reconnaissance Squad has already scouted the best path to the Hegemon's lair. Tran Thien Vu closed his eyes, focusing his senses. He taught his students that the higher a warrior's cultivation, the stronger their spiritual sight becomes. So strong they can even witness their own death in dreams. That's why Kai Min had to trust a warrior's instinct. Tran Thien Vu raised a hand, signaling his unit to halt. The entire team froze, going on high alert as his student replied, "Yes, master." He then focused crackling blue energy between 2 fingers, sending out a wave of wind to scout ahead. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed with lethal focus as he found their target. It was here. From the heavens above, a giant, flaming rock plummeted towards them like a meteor. In the next instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted in the middle of the warriors, and from within the smoke, a golden-armored monster appeared, gazing at them with pure arrogance. "This king prepared a grand welcome for you at the front," it sneered. "Why did you stop?" Seeing this, Tran Thien Vu roared his command. "Target confirmed. The Overlord of West City, the gold-armored insect sovereign, all units, battle formation." Around them, the West City war zone was a smoldering ruin, engulfed in smoke and fire. Without hesitation, he spurred his spirit horse forward, his lightning-wreathed spear aimed to kill. But the beast just scoffed, letting out a threatening growl. "Humph, weak, ignorant humans. You think a parlor trick like that can actually harm me?" As it spoke, it raised a colossal mechanical fist that pulsed with terrifying pressure. "Let me show you what true, absolute power feels like." With those words, a punch carrying the weight of a mountain crashed down upon Thien Vu's weapon. Suddenly, the sovereign's eyes widened in alarm as it felt another killing intent. What the hell? In a flash, another warrior descended from above, launching a surprise attack. Secret art. Water drop pierces stone. Azure streams of spiritual energy relentlessly pierced through the monster's tough armor. The sovereign narrowed its eyes, realizing their coordination. Cunning humans. So you've studied my abilities and formed a tactical squad, have you? With that, it beat its wings and shot forward, targeting the weakest link in their formation. "I'll deal with you, old man, first." Seeing this, another teammate yelled, raising a glowing shield to protect him. "Elder Mu, fall back!" A horrific explosion erupted, sending the defender flying through the air. Just then, a female warrior named Tian Tian stepped forward, answering her comrade's call. "Tian Tian, go! It's up to you now!" With a shout, she summoned a massive Taiji diagram in the air. Yin and Yang seal. At the same time, Dai Kaiming gathered deep blue spirit energy into his palm, ready to launch a coordinated strike. Instantly, his energy beam shot out, merging with the massive formation in the sky. As a result, the gold-armored insect sovereign was completely bound within the yin-yang barrier. It roared in utter disbelief. "What kind of skill is this? It can actually seal my movements." But the monster wasn't finished yet. It roared, unleashing its ultimate technique. "Domain expansion," it bellowed. "Is this what humans call a field?" A streak of crimson light tore through the dark night. Then, a colossal wave of blue energy crashed down from above, enveloping the tiny figures of the warriors. In the aftermath, the gold-armored insect sovereign stood atop the corpses of fallen soldiers. "I'll admit," it said, "your human cultivation system actually has some merit." Then, it stomped on the ground and dashed forward. "Perhaps the Emperor was right. We should learn a little from you." In the next moment, 2 destructive energies, one blue, one gold, slammed into each other with terrifying speed. Instantly, a world-shaking explosion obliterated everything for hundreds of meters. Through the dissipating smoke, the warriors stared at the epicenter. Did we actually beat the Overlord? How could it be that easy? Our goal was just to wound it severely. That alone would be a victory. But from the rubble, the Sovereign staggered to its feet, its body ravaged. "You humans are quite impressive." A lesser Overlord might have actually fallen to that attack. It roared with defiance as another arm burst forth from the earth. "But unfortunately for you, there are levels among Overlords, and I am far above them." Seeing this, the warriors froze in shock. "It even has a rare metamorphosis form?" The monster's transformation completed, revealing sleeker, more powerful golden armor. Gold-armored insect sovereign, second metamorphosis state. Instantly, its blazing red eyes locked onto its next target with killing intent. It lunged toward Elder Mu with horrifying speed. "I'll kill this annoying old man!" a teammate screamed a warning. "Elder Mu, look out!" In a flash, it fired a massive energy sphere that completely leveled the ground. The warriors were sent flying by its terrifying speed. So fast, but Tran Thien Vu still managed to swing his spear in a desperate counterattack. Damn you! Thunder Steel Dragon Spear! Meanwhile, in another sector, a massive fleet of airships was entering West City's eastern war zone. Inside the command ship, alarms blared. Level 1 alert! Level 1 alert! Massive biological energy signature detected 1,000 meters below the battlefield and is rising fast. Outside, giant tentacles erupted from the ground, tearing buildings apart like paper. Computer analysis confirms this creature is Overlord class. There are currently no Grandmasters stationed on the ground. Strategic withdrawal is advised. An officer stammered in panic. Sir, how is this possible? Isn't the only Overlord in West City already engaged with Commander Tran's Vanguard team? Hearing this, the commander gave a decisive order. Don't hesitate. Notify all ground troops to pull back immediately. All airborne battleships increase altitude. Get away from the ground. And prepare the Earth-penetrating nuclear warheads for launch. A massive tentacle lashed out from below, tearing through the clouds themselves. A subordinate reported in a panic. Captain, a tentacle is attacking us. Immediately, the fleet fired back, unleashing a destructive railgun blast to meet the threat head-on. The electromagnetic cannon blast vaporized the tentacle's tip in a huge explosion, but it regenerated in an instant, as if nothing had happened, terrifying the soldiers. It regenerated. Seeing the critical situation, the commander roared a desperate order. There's no time to wait. Launch the Earth-penetrating nukes now. Prepare the nukes. On his command, missile bays opened beneath the fleet. Fire. With that word, 3 nuclear missiles shot down towards the sea of writhing tentacles below. In the next moment, 3 massive nuclear mushroom clouds erupted, incinerating the sky itself. Watching the destruction, the commander prayed. With the power of 3 nukes, I hope the warriors fighting below were able to retreat safely. But another subordinate screamed in terror, pointing at the monitor. Captain, the Overlord's life signature, it hasn't disappeared. Hearing this, the commander stared in shock at the sea of fire. What? It took 3 direct nuclear hits? And it's still alive? In a fit of helpless rage and desperation, he slammed his fist down on the control panel. He wondered, staring out at the battlefield. Damn it! Is the plan to reclaim West City about to fail? Just then, red alert sirens blared through the cockpit. Report! Central System Authority has been overridden. I repeat, Central System Authority has been overridden. The commander was stunned. Overridden? By Manhwa? Just then, a strange new voice came over the system. Thank you to all the warriors of the West City war zone for your bloody battle. Now, please leave the rest of this battlefield to him. He was confused. Him? Who is him? Before he could process it, another soldier shouted in panic. An intercontinental ballistic missile has been launched and is heading this way. The commander was horrified. An ICBM? But then he noticed something impossible on the scanner. That's not right. There's a life signature detected on the missile. On the horizon, a familiar figure approached at unbelievable speed. It turned out to be Yi He, riding a giant missile straight into the heart of the battlefield. It was really him, riding atop the warhead. Yi. He appeared, his eyes blazing with power. And it seemed he wasn't alone. Rewind to just a few minutes earlier. At Hua University, a colossal pillar of blue light shot up from a skyscraper. From within that light, Yi He descended, his metamorphosis complete. Manhwa was already waiting and greeted him. Congratulations on your breakthrough, student Yi He. Congratulations on your evolution. She then attached a device to his arm, explaining, this is a special nano battlesuit that Long K prepared just for you. The moment his armor clicked into place, Yi He demanded an update. Manhwa, what's the status on the West City Army? How long have they been deployed? She replied calmly, they've been on the move for 5 hours. Hearing that, Yi He roared in frustration. That much of a head start? Get me a supersonic fighter jet, now. He paused. No, even that's too slow. Prep an intercontinental ballistic missile. That's faster, isn't it? Manhwa simply replied, understood. As he traveled, he focused on his mission. This trip to West City had 2 objectives. First, meet the mad scientist and retrieve the golden gene. Second, slay the Overlord, take its demonic core, and complete the final step of his evolution. Instantly, a massive missile ignited, launching Yi He straight into the war zone. He was so close, just the final 1% of synchronization left. Only a higher-tier gene could push him over the edge. Student Yi He, the intercontinental ballistic missile is ready to launch. May your martial fortune be strong. Plunging straight into a sea of tentacles, he let out a defiant roar. So there you are. Not even 3 nuclear bombs could touch your soul. Looks like I'll have to rely on you for that last 1%. A cocky smirk spread across his face. Database says your name is Earth Devil, right? What a totally lame name. Enraged, the monster began gathering energy to strike back. Seriously? Getting pissed just because I insulted your name? but Yi just spread his arms wide, casually taunting it. The big boss has a short fuse, doesn't he? As the words left his lips, he channeled power into his hands, creating a wave of destructive blue energy. In an instant, a colossal wave of crystal crashed down from above, enveloping the sea of tentacles. The attack tore through everything, shredding the appendages to pieces in a flash. Witnessing the spectacle, the crew on the command fleet erupted in cheers. Did the Hua Alliance send a Grandmaster for backup? Can we actually save West City? This is incredible! West City is saved! The commander clenched his fist, a fierce hope burning in his eyes. We can win this. Finally, a giant crystal spear descended from the heavens, piercing the monster's body in a bloody explosion. After obliterating the tentacles, Yi stared directly at the monster's core. Hiding it pretty deep, aren't you? A confident smirk played on his lips as he declared, I'll finish you in one move. With that, he unleashed an immense torrent of blue energy, hurtling straight toward his foe. In midair, he roared, unleashing his ultimate technique, Imperial Demon Secret Art, Nuclear Blast, Heavenly Stomp. The devastating attack descended like a judgment, creating a blinding flash. The kick formed a colossal pillar of energy, visible even from outer space. From miles away, the terrifying light caught the attention of people in other cities. So bright. Is that coming from the direction of West City? What in the world is happening over there? Intel said an overlord appeared in West City. Could it be? Stop guessing. The Grand Xia will be victorious. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Elder Mu was slowly fading away after taking a fatal blow. Standing over his body, the golden armored insect sovereign coughed and sneered. Wu Hong, the so-called shield of the strong? You were nothing but a piece of paper. One poke and you're through. In the next moment, it transformed into a new form, looking at Chen Tianyu. But I'll admit, you're strong. You actually forced this king into his third form. Chen Tianyu was horrified. This overlord had a third transformation? Despair crept into Chen Tianyu's thoughts. My blood combustion secret art won't last much longer. Even if I win this fight, I won't have many years left to live. Still, he roared with determination, summoning his battle spirit. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that I, Chen Tianyu, Grandmaster of Grand Xia, will cut down this fiend right here, right now. Die. Facing the attack, the insect sovereign commented calmly, a martial lock-on, a forced attack. The spiritual techniques of you warriors truly are mysterious. However, it roared with absolute confidence, but in the end, it can't overcome an absolute gap in power. As it spoke, countless earth elemental spirits erupted from the ground, swarming their target. Instantly, a brilliant green spiritual explosion engulfed the monster, but it emerged completely unharmed, having absorbed the attack. The Emperor recently perfected the conversion experiments of the old civilization. As a human, this king acknowledges, after you die, I will recommend your corpse. You will be reborn in an even more powerful form. Chen Tianyu just roared back with unyielding defiance. Even if I have to die, I'll injure you so badly you can't interfere in the battle to reclaim West City. He charged forward in a final suicidal attack, determined to take his enemy down with him. A massive green spiritual explosion enveloped the entire battlefield. The golden armored insect sovereign appeared, completely unscathed, and complained with annoyance. You humans and your life-burning tricks are so damn annoying. I had you dead to rights, but you just had to use that blood combustion art to forcibly extend your lives. As it spoke, a cruel smirk twisted its face. But it doesn't matter. This king doesn't mind the trouble. I was holding back because I wanted to preserve the integrity of this strong human's corpse. But you lot don't get that special treatment. You'll just be crushed into dust. Just then, a strange figure appeared out of nowhere, his voice dripping with amusement. Yo, it's really lively over here. I could feel the battle all the way from the outskirts of the city. Seeing him, the dying Elder Mu recognized the newcomer in shock. Wu Hong? Weren't you just killed in battle? Before him, Wu Hong stood beside his dead warhorse and replied casually, Yep, that's right. Then he turned, a crazed smile on his face and a manic gleam in his eyes. Elder Mu, am I dead? I have no idea. Ahaha. Suddenly, his body began to mutate grotesquely, sprouting countless sharp spines. Witnessing this, the remaining survivors cried out in terror, Wu! Wu Hong! In a flash, the mutated Wu Hong pierced his warhorse's corpse with his sharp bones and licked his lips with sickening desire. So delicious. As expected of a master-level expert's mount, it would be even better if I could eat a grandmaster. You all look pretty tasty too. Can I have a little bite? But the golden armored insect sovereign struck first, slashing at the stranger. It was then that it sensed something was wrong with its opponent. What is this abomination? It contains a trace of the aura of a dark star demon. Is this one of your species' insane creations? I can't believe you dared to mess with those demons. If that's the case, we might as well rule this planet together. Immediately, Wu Hong's body dissolved into countless black tentacles. From within, a ghostly entity with a crown of thorns emerged, chuckling softly. After its complete transformation, it floated before the insect sovereign and introduced itself. Greetings, alien creature. My name is Yin Yi, and I'm here to eat you. The insect sovereign replied with contempt, arrogant. In a single instant, it sent Yin Yi flying, unable to withstand a single blow. But then the sovereign looked at its own fist in horror. This is bad. His flesh and blood are corroding my body. As it tried to retreat, the monster's voice echoed from all around. How far can you run, alien? The one you're facing is just a lure, a tiny piece of my true self. Suddenly, the ground split open, and a gigantic mouth full of razor-sharp teeth erupted, attempting to swallow the insect's sovereign whole. Yin Yi's voice echoed, have you ever heard of an anglerfish? Immediately after, a grotesque, colossal mass of flesh rose from the earth, devouring the golden-armored insect sovereign. Beneath it, Wu Hong's body strained, bearing the immense weight of the true form. His body swelled grotesquely as the entity, Yin Yi, murmured, as expected of an overlord-class creature. I can't seem to digest and absorb it immediately. It's still struggling inside my body. Seeing the two monsters locked in battle, Elder Mu saw his chance. He turned to his comrade, supporting Director Chen, and yelled, "Get Director Chen out of here! Run, now!" The other man replied anxiously, "But Elder Mu, what about you?" But Yin Yi had already noticed them. It turned its hideous head and said, "I haven't forgotten about you. You'll make a perfect after-dinner dessert." Suddenly, it looked up in surprise. Oh? From high above, a massive pillar of blue energy was plummeting straight toward the battlefield. The survivors stared up in horror. That immense power. Could it be another overlord? It was rocketing right towards them. A streak of sapphire light descended with terrifying speed, its target unknown. It slammed into the ground, erupting in a blinding explosion of light. Amidst the chaos, Elder Mu shielded his comrades, shouting, "Protect Headmaster Chen!" But another, with a sharper gaze, realized the truth. That's not an overlord. Is its target that other monster? The massive energy blast struck Yin Yi's position directly. When the light faded, Yi He appeared, his entire body radiating with blue spiritual power, his eyes glowing intensely. He looked at the wreckage and spoke. "I thought you devoured the overlord, that you were on our side," he continued, his voice laced with menace. "But now you want to devour Headmaster Chen. For that, I cannot let you live. This disgusting black and red substance makes me sick." With that, he raised his hand, condensing a colossal sphere of blue energy, crackling with lightning. The energy sphere shot forward, a beam of pure destruction. The attack tore through Yin Yi's body, sending it flying amidst agonizing screams. "Ah!" Yi. He stared down at the enemy's remains, his gaze cold and resolute. "I'm not letting you die that easily." As he spoke, blue spiritual power exploded from his body, the dark markings of his previous form cracking away as he unleashed his true strength. He shot into the night sky, like a sapphire meteor streaking through the darkness. "Yi," he roared, unleashing his ultimate technique. Earth-shattering throw! He hurled a wave of destructive energy that plunged straight into the ground. The earth shattered, creating a massive crater, and inside lay the pulverized remains of Yin Yi. He landed softly at the crater's edge, observing his handiwork. Just then, a system information panel appeared before his eyes. Infinite Monster System. Host, Yi He. Model, Manic Emperor Demonic Asura. Compatibility, 100%. Form, Flame Monarch unlocked. Please use with caution. However, the slimy pile of flesh in the crater began to stir, slowly pulling itself together. It rapidly reformed into a new shape, dotted with glowing crimson eyes. The entity spoke, its voice filled with shock. "Ugh, what a powerful attack. You actually knocked me senseless. Since the moment I was born, I have never been so completely overwhelmed." A bead of sweat trickled down Yi's face. He realized his opponent was not yet defeated. The monster transformed, its body sprouting the golden carapace of the golden-armored sovereign as it laughed with glee. "Ha ha ha, but I should thank you. That last attack sped up my digestion. I have now successfully assimilated the genes of that overlord-class demonic beast." It stared at Yi He with a ravenous gaze and declared, "As a reward, I will let you remain fully conscious as I devour you, piece by agonizing piece." Yi, he scoffed and charged forward. "Quit your yapping." He unleashed another blast of energy, shouting, "Cyclone kick!" The azure energy beam slammed directly into the monster's body. But it just stood there, taking the full force of the attack and laughing like a madman. "Heh, hit me again. Go on, hit me again." Its face warped into a horrifying mass of eyes as it roared, "You can't kill me. I will become your living nightmare." Immediately after, it unleashed countless dark tentacles, lunging to consume Yi He. He formed an energy sphere with a smirk. "Idiot. Getting bigger just makes you an easier target," he roared. firing a massive energy beam into the sky. Giziola Secret Art, Imperial Sekchi Cannon 3. The colossal blue beam curved in midair, crashing down upon Yin Yi's remains. A stunned survivor gasped. Who is this Grandmaster? This speed and power. I fear even a master at the butterfly transformation stage would be no match. Elder Mew was both worried and relieved. Thankfully, he's on our side. With a powerhouse like this, the West City sector might just be safe. A blinding explosion engulfed the ground, completely swallowing the monster. Amidst the smoldering ruins, Yin Yi regenerated and sneered. Useless! Your attacks only make my cells divide faster than nuclear fission. Divide, divide, divide. Yi, his brow furrowed. What a disgusting creature. However, reaching maximum compatibility with the Emperor has granted me an extremely powerful ability to sense life force. He continued his thoughts. Even though I can't observe every single cell, I can feel it. This thing is gradually adapting to my energy. The monster roared in triumph. Ah ha ha ha, that's right. This is my power, unbeatable evolution. You will be devoured by me. You can never defeat me. I can feel the ultimate genes within your body. Compared to them, the Overlord genes I just swallowed are nothing but worthless garbage. I have devoured countless life forms to obtain a perfect bloodline. Why am I still not your equal? By what right? I must devour you. Instantly, its body morphed into a colossal, golden-scaled serpent, crushing the surrounding buildings. The serpent then dissolved, becoming a tidal wave of black and red flesh and blood, crashing toward the survivors. A soldier watched the horrifying scene in despair. Not only is that expert powerful, but this monster is this strong too? Can that mysterious powerhouse even handle this? Yi, he calmly faced the oncoming tsunami. After all this time, you're still just a glutton. His right arm was suddenly encased in jet black dragon scale armor. Abyssal dragon armor. Single arm release. He sank into a stance, blue lightning erupting from his entire body as he roared, "One fist, part the seas!" He threw a single punch, unleashing a massive, crescent-shaped wave of energy. The energy wave cleaved the flesh tsunami in two, parting it perfectly. But Yi He's slash didn't just split the wave, it cut deep into Yin Yi's very essence. Yin Yi screamed in horror. How is this possible? Why are you? Its massive body was rent in two, shattering into countless fragments. From the debris, a smaller version of it regenerated, screaming in pure panic. Ah, your power, why can it still increase? Yi, he replied calmly. That's right, my power will always be one step ahead of yours, leaving Yin Yi to grit its teeth in pure hatred. Damn it! It decided to unleash another technique. Ability, jealousy, air rend. The first explosion erupted right in front of Yi He, immediately followed by countless more, consuming the entire space. The entire area was engulfed in a sea of fire from the chain explosions, but when the smoke cleared, Yi He floated in midair, enveloped in a brilliant golden aura, completely unharmed. He casually dusted off his hands and spoke calmly. Furthermore, a confident smirk spread across his face. What makes you so sure that this is my peak? Yin Yi suddenly erupted with crimson energy, muttering, ability, jealousy, death acid, molten iron mountain strike. The 5-linked lightning flash was completely overwhelmed. Yin Yi shrieked in desperation. Damn it! What kind of monsters did I even eat? I don't believe it! I am the perfect life form! It unleashed its final attack, a crimson shockwave from its maw. Supersonic roar. Now in a new form with red hair, Yi He easily caught the blast and mocked it. Humph, is this chaotic attack of yours supposed to be a comedy routine? Now, it's my turn to return your words to you. No matter how you attack, you can't kill me. He pointed confidently to himself. To be blunt, even if I let you stand here and attack me all day, I doubt you could even scratch my defenses. Yin Yi completely collapsed, its mind filled with nothing but doubt and terror. No, it's impossible. Can I really not defeat him? Yin Yi thought in despair. Even though I'm growing stronger every second, evolving more perfect genes, the power gap between us is just too vast. If the distance between us is 1,000 meters, me closing it by 1 or 2 centimeters is basically zero on such a massive scale. It cursed internally. Damn it, if I just had more time to devour more powerhouses, I would have surpassed him eventually. But now it's too late. It seethed with regret. It's all because the aura of those golden genes suddenly vanished. Otherwise, I would have reached a more perfect state. Even if I couldn't win, I wouldn't have been defeated so pathetically. It decided to change tactics. Sigh. All right, I admit it. You are no less of a perfect being than I am. As of now, I haven't found a way to kill you. It began to negotiate. But you can't kill me either. So, how about this? I will no longer invade this country. I'll go to other nations, like the North Britain Federation. This also aligns with your interests of keeping other powers in check, doesn't it? It made an enticing offer. In the end, we can split this planet between us. We'll split the world. I'll take the not Ben continent, you take the east and west. It continued its tempting offer. Just get me a drop of blood from the other powerhouses, and I can cook up a poison that will eliminate all your rivals. In response to the offer, Yi just silently raised a single finger. The monster was confused. What does that mean? Yi crossed 2 fingers into an X and spoke with chilling finality. 10 minutes. He raised a finger to his lips, a clear sign for silence. If you're still alive in 10 minutes, I'll take your name as my own. He replied casually. Another tally mark is just another tally mark, ignoring Yin Yi's screams. Then why don't you just make a fist already? Yin Yi laughed mockingly. Kill me? Are you joking? Even I can't kill myself. Every cell in my body is screaming to evolve. How could they possibly allow me to die? He suddenly grabbed it, a smirk on his face. You'll know once you experience it. With that, he tightened his grip on Yin Yi and simply said, take off. He dragged the monster into the air like an arrow, then without any hesitation, he used it as a weapon, smashing it straight into a skyscraper. He continued to slam it into the ground, but Yin Yi's arrogant voice still rang out. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. An attack like this is nothing. He didn't answer, just kept blasting into the sky like a streak of blue light. Once they were in outer space, Yin Yi screamed in panic. What? What are you planning to do? Are you trying to throw me off this planet? It continued to shriek. It's useless. Cosmic radiation and absolute zero can't kill me. I'll just keep absorbing radiation to evolve and come back to slaughter every last one of you. He spoke calmly. This distance is perfect. No one can observe what I'm about to do, and it won't harm West City. He turned to look at it, his eyes sharp as daggers. Besides, at this distance, you've probably lost contact with all your little derivatives, right? Yin Yi was stunned. How? How did you know? It turns out Yin Yi's main body wasn't invincible. Every regeneration consumed life energy and would gradually weaken it. In the last battle, it had already lost 1/3 of its power, but its real ace in the hole was the derivative parts that had been torn from its body. Those pieces included the head that was blown off by the golden armored bug overlord and the body tissues that Yi had pulverized. Afterwards, these body parts didn't die but simply entered a dormant state. When the main body ran out of energy, it would activate the consciousness clones inside them to achieve a different kind of resurrection. Unfortunately, this ability wasn't perfect and currently had a distance limitation. He replied coldly. How do I know? Because I'm stronger than you, he concluded. In other words, you're on your last life now. 2 figures floated in the vacuum of space, one in utter despair, the other holding all the cards. Yin Yi panicked completely. He saw right through me. I can't die. If I die, I'll never see the light of day again. It screamed madly and activated its final move, self-destruct fission. As long as one piece of my flesh and blood falls to the ground, I can be reborn. He asked calmly. Are you afraid? That instinctual fear of death? But then his arms suddenly became gigantic, causing Yin Yi to scream, What the hell? You can get even bigger. The giant hand clenched tight, and Yi spoke coldly. No need to catch every piece. I'll just gather them all in my palm. Yi had transformed into a giant, declaring, You have nowhere left to run. The colossal hand quickly balled it up like a piece of clay, making it yell, What are you doing? What are you doing? You want to eat me? He opened his mouth and tossed it inside. You're a demon beast. Why would you think about eating your opponent? Aren't you afraid I'll devour you from the inside out? Ha ha ha, you fool. This is the opportunity of a lifetime for me. The giant floated in space, swallowed audibly, and said, Swallowing you is just the first step of your annihilation. Immediately after, his body erupted in blazing red flames. The next step was to release the Flame Emperor. The temperature inside his body skyrocketed horrifically, reaching thousands, then tens of thousands of degrees. Being incinerated from within, Yin Yi shrieked, Ah! Where is this? How can any creature generate star-level temperatures? In my entire gene library. There are no genes that can adapt to this place. It continued to scream in despair. Stop! Damn you! Are you trying to refine me into a pill? Its body slowly disintegrated in the sea of fire, leaving only a resentful howl. I won't accept this! I won't accept this! Before it completely vanished, its final consciousness echoed. I am clearly the most perfect creature. If you'd just given me time, I could have become a god. A final, crimson energy blast in space marked the end of Yin Yi. Backtracking to 10 minutes ago, a soldier named Dai Kaiming was reporting the situation to command. This is West City Warzone Command, Blade Squad, requesting a response. This is Dai Kaiming of Blade Squad. I've received the message from headquarters. Dai Kaiming, the beast tied in the West City Warzone has completely collapsed. The mop-up operation is proceeding smoothly. HQ has confirmed the West City Overlord is dead. Please report your situation. After hearing the report, Command replied, So that's how it is. HQ has a general grasp of the situation. If it wasn't for that mysterious powerhouse, our plan to reclaim West City would have been difficult to execute. HQ. If this expert's identity isn't classified, please let me know. I want to go and thank him personally. He's right there in your Hua University. At Hua U? Is he a dean or one of the special professors? What? I've never heard of such a person. The voice on the other end explained. Because he's not a teacher or a professor right now. He's still in his student phase. Dai Kaiming, the student council president of Hua University, was stunned. I've basically met every teacher and professor at the school, but none of them have a fighting style that emits such a destructive blue light. A student? Is it one of the fourth-year direct air martial artists? How have I not heard of any classmate breaking through to Grandmaster before me? Amidst the scene of Yin Yi being incinerated, the voice from command came through. He's 3 years your junior. He's your underclassman. Dai Kaiming was just speechless. Back in the present, a stream of red light shot back to Earth from space. Yi, he landed and remarked, not only was it ugly, it tasted awful too. The heat of the Flame Emperor even incinerated my nano battlesuit. He looked at the remnants of Yin Yi trapped in his mouth and said, now, let's see what you're good for. He began to absorb the remnants of Yin Yi. Crimson tentacles poured from his mouth, enveloping his body. His evolved vampire bloodline, combined with the Emperor Bug's evolution ability, allowed him to both refine Yin Yi and absorb its genetic abilities. Yi, he felt the new power, inheriting the creature's black and red biological matter. It seems this stuff can not only simulate clothes, but it can also repair the damage my body sustained in my Flame Emperor form. No, it's more accurate to say, it's optimizing it. It feels like I'm freely customizing a character in a game. He landed gently, observing the city that had returned to peace after the battle. He smirked. This feeling is amazing, beyond words. This ability is no less powerful than a high-grade artifact. At the same time, in a distant place, the North Biden Federation, inside the Federal Military Command Base, officers were monitoring a giant screen. The Federation's general, Dule, was sweating and cursing. What in the hell was that? What the fuck? The Federation's supercomputer, Ivy reported, in the airspace of Xia Country's West City, at the intersection of the stratosphere and the thermosphere, an intense high-energy reaction occurred. The affected area is 600 kilometers, estimated to be equivalent to a 10-megaton nuclear explosion. Dule was furious. Wasn't Xia Country supposed to be carrying out a reclamation plan? What's with this high-energy explosion? An officer reported, General, we've detected a life sign at the center of the explosion. Dule was skeptical. A life sign? At that level, even a special-grade Grandmaster would be turned to dust. Zoom in the satellite image for me. I want to see what kind of trick Xia Country is playing. The satellite zoomed in, revealing the blurry image of a figure floating in midair. The general was shocked. It's a teenager. At that same moment, Yi, he looked directly into the satellite's lens and said, Are you spying on your daddy? Back at the North Biden Federation Military Command Base, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Dula roared, How is that possible? Our satellite is in outer Earth orbit. How did he spot us? Run facial recognition on him now. Could it be that Great Xia has a fourth Great Grandmaster? On the screen, Yi, he looked like he was preparing to make a move. What is he doing? The general stared in disbelief. An officer screamed, General! The satellite detects a massive energy convergence. Duluo roared as a beam of pure power shot from the Earth, completely vaporizing the spy satellite in a blinding explosion. Yi, he smirked to himself. My Mother Emperor template has finally maxed out. My life field can now envelop the entire planet. You, not B-brats. First, I'll blow up your spy satellites. Let's see you try and peep on us now. Besides, I'm not just sensing the aura of carbon-based life. I can also pick up the distinct signals and frequencies of machinery. A glint of understanding flashed in Yi's eyes. Now that West City is back under control, an idea suddenly sparked. Those 5 S-rank forbidden life zones, with my current power level, could I actually step foot in them? Only one way to find out. Yi, he hovered in the sky, unleashing his full power as his life field expanded. A wave of crimson energy surged outward, blanketing the ruined city. He stood upon a massive projection of the Earth itself. The dark crimson biomatter of Yin Yi fused with his life field, constructing a complete and perfect regional distribution map. The layout of every city in Daxia was mapped with perfect clarity. He focused his senses, his crimson eyes scanning each area on the map. He looked at a dark spot. This is Guangshan City, the one that fell to the S-rank secret realm. So it really fell after all. I guess I'm not surprised. After all, even humanity's strongest experts were helpless against an S-rank secret realm. He wondered, if the Forbidden Zone in Guangshan City fell, what about the others? He expanded the range of his senses, his perception field spreading across all of Daxia. and even the entire eastern Blue Star continent. It crossed the Great Eastern Ocean to the North Biton continent, then to the Arctic Ocean and the Eternal Wind continent in Antarctica. Every inch of Blue Star was scanned and reconstructed. His attention locked onto a small island, Xiaodong Island. Inside the Sun Star Imperial Palace, a dry cough echoed from behind a screen. Your Majesty. A grotesque hand reached out, an ancient voice croaking, Help! Help me! From behind the curtain, a figure mumbled, a perception ability that can reach all the way to East Sunday. Which expert is this? Is it that old fox Xi Jingwen from Daxia, or the sacrilege from the Western continent? Has someone discovered my plan? Are they probing me? I must refine the divine object faster. The day I reach the legendary realm will be the day East Sun conquers Blue Star. On the Western continent, in the holy city of the Divine Kingdom, believers knelt before a colossal statue. Look, the divine statue is showing a sign. The divine oracle is true. Those fools who don't believe will be cast into the abyss. A figure hovered in the air, its voice echoing. Was it that arrogant gaze that awakened you? A hideous entity, presumably the god from the legends, growled in response. A servant knelt, touching the cloth covering the god's wound. He spoke with reverence. This is my failure. Please, continue your rest, my lord. Yi. He shifted his attention to another sea, the waters off the Ao continent. A massive ship, like a modern Titanic, navigated through icebergs. On the command deck, a white-haired man suddenly felt the probe. This gaze. Is it Yi He? The white-haired man smiled, holding his captain's hat. I can't believe he's grown this powerful in such a short time. Truly astonishing. He glanced at the wound on his neck, muttering, It's all that blue-haired human's fault, with his freakish body. If he hadn't severely damaged my mortal vessel, I wouldn't have wasted so much time recuperating. The ship cut through the waves as he decided, Fine, once I'm out of here, I'll come find you, Yi He. Back with Yi he muttered to himself. My life field has now mapped the entirety of Blue Star. There are at least 12 places like Guangshan City. The black holes that devour my perception. Some entities even detected my scan and tried to trace it back to my location. A smirk played on his lips. The waters of Blue Star run deep, huh? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Is that you, Yi He? He knew that voice instantly. Principal Xi Jingwen. The principal's voice was faint and broken. Be careful. Of Fu Hongsheng. His last message echoed before the signal vanished. Da Xia is in your hands now. Yi. He immediately traced the signal's origin to the Kunlun Mountains of Da Xia. He frowned, lost in thought. The principal told me to be careful of the nation's martial protector, Fu Hongsheng. But isn't Fu Hongsheng in seclusion, recovering from severe injuries? What could have happened at Kunlun Peak? He immediately contacted his artificial intelligence. Nuwa, at your service, sir. Yi, he asked, can you still detect Longquay? Can you find a signal for the Azure Dragon of Daxia? Nuwa replied, searching. I'm sorry, sir. No signal found. However, I've tracked the Azure Dragon's last known movement to the Valley of Death on Kunlun Peak. The specific reason was not disclosed. Yi, he was shocked. So they were together after all? He understood the gravity of the situation. And at such a critical moment, just as we begin our plan to reclaim Daxia, a horrifying thought crossed his mind. Did Fu Hongsheng betray them? He shot into the sky, his heart heavy with worry. Principal Xi Jingwen and Senior Qinglong are missing. If Fu Hongsheng is also an enemy, then Daxia's top-tier powerhouses are all gone. If this giant Daxia falls, countless suppressed nations will rise up. All those hungry wolves will descend to feast on the giant's flesh. This lack of top-tier fighters means Daxia has entered its most dangerous era. One wrong move, and will be torn apart by everyone. Two streams of light, one green and one red, intertwined as they rocketed toward the snow-capped mountain peak. Yi He landed in the Valley of Death. The Valley of Death on Kunlun Peak, a place that suppresses martial artists, even demonic beasts and secret realms. He found no signs of a fight. A battle between grandmasters can split mountains and part seas. If Principal Xi and Longquay really fought Fu Hongsheng, this entire Kunlun Peak should have been turned into a crater. He frowned, muttering in frustration. Damn it, I suck at these stupid puzzles. I'm really only good at fighting. The only lead is to find Fu Hongsheng himself. But if he's the enemy, wouldn't I just be walking into a trap? He made a quick decision. No matter what, getting stronger is always the best option. Right now, all 3 of my templates are maxed out. My achievements as valedictorian and reclaiming West City are enough to earn me 2 more. He thought of another ace up his sleeve. And there's still the golden gene that the mad doctor decoded. With a determined grin, he roared, If Daxia truly has no guardian left, then I will become its new one. He flew to a ruined commercial building in West City. He landed on a broken wall, annoyed, so noisy. He used his bloodline sense. Based on this, That bloodkin should be right here. He's hidden himself well. What's he hiding from? He fired a beam of energy straight into the ground. The blast tore through the earth, illuminating a hidden space below. From beneath the ground, a massive, pale, and hideous monster erupted. Yi. He entered his attack stance, blue energy enveloping his arm. He unleashed a powerful slash. Slaughter intent, idea slash. The giant monster was sliced in two, green blood spraying everywhere. He landed, looking at the dissolving corpse. No wonder I couldn't find you. So you were hiding inside a monster's stomach. From within the puddle of green liquid, a familiar figure scrambled to his feet. Mad Doctor. Master, you've come. Yee. He looked disgusted. Whoa, don't come near me. You're covered in filth. The Mad Doctor muttered. Ugh, it does seem a bit sticky. He covered his mouth and asked, what happened? Who were you hiding from? The Mad Doctor explained, Master, I hid inside this worm to conceal the aura of the golden gene and myself. The laser birds sent a real monster to steal the golden gene. It's an ultimate life form. I'm afraid every living thing in West City would have been devoured by it. We need to leave, now. A crimson entity appeared behind Yi. He asked calmly, You mean this thing? The Mad Doctor was terrified. That's it. Master, don't tell me you. Yi, he responded. That's right, I've already refined him. Saying I ate him sounds a bit barbaric. Refined sounds much better. The mad scientist bowed low, pledging his absolute loyalty. As he gushed, I welcome the Master's glorious Yi. He cut him off. Stop. Where'd you pick up that cringy old world nonsense? Just give me the golden gene. I wasn't even that curious about this thing, honestly. Using his power, he carefully extracted a vial of glowing yellow liquid from the disgusting slime. The whole thing was covered in goo, so he had to use his abilities to get it out without damaging the vial. He swallowed hard. His body had a primal, desperate reaction just from holding it. So, this is the extracted golden gene? My body is screaming for it. He sat down and opened a laptop-like device. The mad scientist asked, Master, aren't you going to use the golden gene? Yi, he replied, not yet. After I absorb a huge amount of energy, I'll probably molt and go into hibernation. West City is still a war zone, not exactly a quiet place to level up. He looked at the scientist with a satisfied smirk. Mad Doctor, you did good. Suddenly, a black and red tentacle shot from Yi's body and pierced straight through the doctor's chest, terrifying him. Master, it was my duty. Huh? A crimson hand formed from raw biomatter. Yi, he was transferring a portion of his power to him. Your current power level is pathetic. You're always running and hiding from any real threat. This is Yin Yi's black and red biomatter. It'll strengthen your brain. A moment later, Yi, he pulled a glowing blue crystal from his own back. He clenched it in his fist, then tossed it to the mad scientist. The scientist fumbled to catch it, completely stunned. Master, what is this? Yi, he explained, it's one of my life crystals. Take it. How much power you get from it, that depends on you. The mad scientist was sweating, feeling the immense power sealed within. He started crying with gratitude, clutching the crystal tightly. Master, you give me a drop of your blood today, and I will return to you an entire empire. Yi, he muttered to himself. Wow, I never realized you were such a drama queen. He turned away. All right, that's enough. Get back to work. The mad scientist bowed respectfully. As you command. A wicked grin spread across Yi's face. The beasts in West City are still too urbanized. It's time to begin the citywide purge. The scene shifts to the eastern battlefield of West City. A soldier yelled, The Overlord is dead. The beast tide has completely scattered. Soldiers fought the remaining monsters. Brothers, let's finish these damn things. While some of the smarter monsters hid in the alleys, one soldier thought, we can just leave the rest of the city to him. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the comm system. It was the AI, Nuwa. A soldier realized who it was. Wait, is that the guy who took down the West City Overlord? Nuwa's order was clear. Following Commander's directive, all martial artists are to retreat immediately. The command was repeated, firm and absolute. All martial artists, emergency retreat, now. In the night sky, a colossal energy sphere formed, plummeting toward the demonic beasts. From that orb, countless streams of crimson energy rained down like a meteor shower, annihilating the remaining forces. In the command room of a mothership, an officer stared in disbelief. This guy is an absolute, inhuman monster, the ship's commander noted. He alone has the firepower of an entire heavy artillery unit, and what's more, every single shot is a precision-guided strike. His kill efficiency is even higher than the Army's. I have no idea where Principal Shi managed to dig this kid up. An officer reported, Captain, Yi's attack has stopped. On-screen was a giant meatball bristling with cannon barrels. The commander deduced, looks like his weapon overheated. He immediately gave the order. We need to buy him time. Fill the gap while his weapon cools down. Deploy the 360-degree mobile energy cannons. Prepare to fire. The ship's cannons began to charge. The commander roared, "Fire!" And countless beams of golden energy blasted the ground. The demonic beasts roared in defiance. Damn it, have the humans' weapons gotten this advanced already? Hateful. The Sky Fortress is coordinating with that cannonball on the ground. We have to destroy that thing, or we won't even have time to escape back to the Sin Domain, one monster suggested. Then you go first. Another shot back. We'll be right behind you. The first monster fell silent. Inside the flesh ball, countless new barrels were regenerating. A beast shrieked, "That cannonball is starting its second barrage!" The low-level beasts have no way to fight back. We have to take that thing out now, or the entire tide will be wiped out. They'll even dig up our underground layers. And then, it stopped. The cannon stopped again. The meatball went silent once more as its barrels cooled. A three-headed monster roared, "Kill it! While that demonic thing is resetting from its last attack, we charge and destroy it. If we don't take it down, none of us are getting back alive. A scout already returned to report that the humans are attacking West City Base. We have to." Suddenly, an officer in the command room screamed, "Alert! Multiple high-level energy readings detected in the city." The radar screen flooded with red dots. At least 20 Lord-class beasts or higher are gathering. On the battlefield, soldiers stared in horror at a massive winged monster circling the sky. A soldier yelled, "This is bad. We have to support that cannonball. We can't let those lords achieve their goal. Brothers, even if we die, we have to hold the line until the fortress begins its next volley." The brave soldiers formed a line, facing 7 charging beasts. "You're not getting past us." Unexpectedly, the giant flesh ball cracked open, and a massive beam of blue energy erupted from within, shooting straight into the sky. He emerged from the sphere, covered in his black and red biomatter, and sneered. "Did you really think all I could do was stand still and snipe? Reclaiming West City was always a done deal." He looked down at the horde of demonic beasts with cold eyes and declared, "After tonight, there will be no more beasts in West City." The next morning, dawn's light illuminated the city, signaling a new day. He smiled, satisfied. A notification window appeared. "Achievement unlocked, Savior of West City. Received 1 template pull." A hint followed. "Host detected participating in a major event. Contributing over half the effort allows for achievement fusion. The rewards could become a high-grade template pull with a guaranteed A rank." He thought to himself, "This system feels familiar. Isn't this just like the gacha games from my past life? But hey, getting template pulls instead is awesome." The screen flashed again with the same message. "Achievement unlocked. Savior of West City. Received 1 template pull." He smirked. "Monster templates below B rank are useless to me now. It makes the most sense to save up all my achievement rewards and do 1 massive pull. I should at least get an A rank monster template on par with Emperor Zong, right? Man, I can't wait." On high-rise buildings across the nation, news of the victory spread like wildfire. The first reclamation battle of the Great Xia is a total victory. In just 1 day, we have reclaimed 3 cities. The first is Lian City, led by the 1st Division of the Dragon Sparrow. The second is Lan City, reclaimed under the leadership of the evil capital's martial artists. And the third is West City, led by the president of Hua University, Chen Tianyu, and the great Xia martial artists. "We will continue to reclaim the cities occupied by the demonic beasts." A girl with long hair was watching the news on her phone, muttering. The one who reclaimed West City was President Chen. She lifted her head, staring off into the distance. "Are you kidding me? That blue pillar of light? There's no way that belonged to anyone else." At a government building, a minister gave an order. "Classify his identity as top secret. His power is simply too world-shaking. It'll attract way too much unwanted attention." The staff replied in unison, "Yes, Minister." The door burst open, and he walked in, saying urgently, "Director, I need to ask you for a favor." The man hurriedly bowed before Yi. "Don't. Please don't. You are the director here." He cut to the chase. "Then I'll be direct. When is my title as the top freshman of Hua University going to be made official?" The man looked up, smiling. "Sir, you're stronger than the university president. Why do you even care about a student title? Won't the students around you feel a little inadequate?" He looked slightly troubled. Officially recognizing the top freshman requires confirmation from the Hua University Student Council. The process normally takes about a month, but then he smiled again. "However, your situation is unique. I doubt any freshman would object to you being number 1. Besides, the president of the student council happens to be here right now. We can make it official on the spot." He looked around, genuinely surprised. The student council president? Where? Just then, a tall guy in a blue jacket strode through the door. Yi, he turned to ask, "You're the student council president?" "I am." The guy moved with blinding speed, launching himself toward Yi He. He was right in his face in an instant, leaving him stunned. Whoa! He gripped Yi He's hand tightly, his eyes shining with pure gratitude. "Senior, thank you for saving every one of us. I thank you on behalf of the entire faculty." Yi He looked a little awkward. It was nothing, really. You don't have to be so formal. Besides, you look older than me. You don't need to call me senior. But the guy was firm. "No. On the path of martial arts, ability determines seniority. You are, without a doubt, my senior." Yi, he just scratched his head with an awkward laugh. "If you insist." As soon as he sat down, a system window popped up. "Congratulations, host, for unlocking the achievement. Top freshman of Hua University. The reward, 1 template gotcha pull." He thought to himself, asterisk, it's finally here. Asterisk, time to witness some magic. He decisively hit the begin draw button on the system screen. A mystical purple spatial vortex materialized right in front of him. It swirled, growing larger and more violent, radiating an unknown energy. He shielded his eyes from the blinding light that erupted from its core. It's coming. From inside the vortex, countless grotesque tentacles began to writhe out. A status window materialized, announcing the result. Hell, star template, rank B+. The massive tentacles were wrapped around a celestial body, like some kind of living planet. Inside the orb, a spectral entity pulsed, waiting to be unleashed. Another panel appeared, detailing the new ability. Bloodline power, solar frenzy. Sense cosmic radiation and light energy. Freely alter particle density and conduct light. Control energy direction, trajectory, and output. Great Dark Heaven devours all. Compatibility, 1%. Yi, he smirked, satisfied. Asterisk, nice. A skill-based template. Not another useless C or D rank that just buffs my body. Asterisk. Asterisk, I wonder. Can the Hellstar's light and energy control be combined with the Emperor's nuclear power? If they're compatible, my potential for growth would be insane. Asterisk. Asterisk, I can't wait to max this thing out and see what it can really do. Asterisk. The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined metropolis, the fallen city of Qin Cheng. A group of warriors sat around a bonfire. One of them sighed in frustration. Damn it. It's been a whole day, and we've only taken back 2 districts near Qin Cheng. The Overlord hunting squad is full of association presidents, and they can't even pinpoint the target's location. Another warrior slammed his fist down. It's because of those damn rats. The beast tide in this city is mostly rat-type monsters. There aren't any huge ones, but they're an absolute nightmare to fight on the battlefield. They've built a complex network of tunnels beneath the entire city. They're playing a game of underground warfare with the coalition forces. Our plan was to copy the Western Coalition's strategy, bombard the city's outskirts to lure the horde out, then send in an elite squad for a decapitation strike. But these damn rats are too organized. Almost none took the bait. The whole city went dead silent, all the entry points left completely open, like an invitation, a blatant trap. They're obviously trying to force us into urban warfare, the one thing we're terrible at. Why else would our losses be so heavy after taking just 2 districts? A female warrior looked up from her phone, shocked. It's all over the news. The cities of Lian, Lan, and Shi have all been reclaimed. She slammed her fist against a wall in anger. Damn it, the Overlord here hasn't even shown its face. That monster has to be hiding deep beneath Qin Cheng. That means to even get to it, we'd have to navigate those cramped, complex tunnels, fighting through hundreds of millions of rats. It's basically impossible. All this power, and no way to use it. There's nothing more frustrating than this. The scene cuts to a dark tunnel inside Qin Cheng. Yi He, cloaked in a hooded suit, moved through the shadows. Asterisk, no one can know I'm the one retaking Qin Cheng. Asterisk, asterisk. Right now, besides me, no one on this entire planet knows. The 3 great grandmasters of Xia have all vanished, and the mastermind is most likely Xia's #1 martial artist, Fu Hongsheng, asterisk. He adjusted his hood, revealing a half-mask. Asterisk. Why would Fu Hongsheng target his own country's top experts? In terms of both power and reputation, he's already at the very peak of our nation, and even the world. Asterisk. Asterisk, he's a living legend, guaranteed a place in the history books. But for him to attack Xia's strongest, it means one of his goals must be to weaken the entire nation. Asterisk. Asterisk. And with the speed I'm growing, it's only a matter of time before I'm his next target. Asterisk. He glanced up at a shadowy illusion on the wall. Asterisk. So a battle between me and Fu Hongsheng is inevitable. Asterisk. His resolve hardened. Asterisk. If I'm going to face the man they call the Martial Saint, I need to get way stronger, and I need to stay in the shadows. I have to strike first, before he even knows what's happening. Asterisk. Asterisk. My greatest advantage right now is that he doesn't know what I know. Asterisk. Asterisk Fu Hongsheng has no idea I got that intel from Principal Shi, and he definitely doesn't know about the growth rate my infinite monster template gives me. Asterisk. He landed silently, expanding his life field. Asterisk. Give me enough time to grow, and I won't have to fear anyone. Asterisk. Asterisk. And retaking Qincheng is the perfect opportunity. Asterisk. Asterisk. Since entering the city, I've had my life field on full scan. Asterisk. He could sense it countless life forms underground. The signals were so dense, their numbers had to be in the billions. Asterisk. This much interference is seriously messing with my senses. I can't pinpoint the Overlord's location at all. Asterisk. A smirk crossed his lips. Asterisk. No wonder the coalition forces are stuck. Even I can't find the Overlord. That's one crafty beast. Asterisk. An image of a massive, dragon-like monster flashed in his mind. Asterisk. It reminds me of the blood-eyed ape back in Ancheng. Asterisk. Asterisk. These cunning, high-level monsters, they just make you want to crush them even more. Asterisk. Yi. He stomped his foot. Black and red energy pulsed outwards. He spoke with absolute confidence. Too bad for you. I have an entire arsenal of powers, and one of them is perfect for this situation. A black and red biomass oozed across the ground, engulfing a manhole cover before seeping deep into the sewers below. Down below, a swarm of giant demonic rats with glowing red eyes chittered endlessly. The pack leader seemed to sense something strange on the air. It lifted its head, sniffing cautiously. Instantly, the biomass erupted into countless tentacles, snatching up the shrieking, panicking rats. One was dragged into the mass, letting out a final, terrified squeal. Its cries faded to nothing as it was completely consumed. Then, the dark mass fell silent once more. But then, rats began to crawl back out of the mass, now completely assimilated, their eyes glowing with a new purpose. Yi, he emerged from the shadows, casually seated on a throne made from the very same biomass. A dark chuckle escaped his lips. The controlled horde shrieked, awaiting his command. He held out his hand like a gamer controlling an army. Go, overwhelm them. The controlled swarm surged forward, a black tide of destruction sweeping through the tunnels. After a while, he strolled through the now empty tunnels, muttering to himself, "The city's rats have been dealt with. My biomass has already reached 100 meters deep. Isn't it about time you showed your face?" The biomass pushed deeper, probing the enemy's lair. Suddenly, from the abyss below, countless crimson eyes ignited in the darkness. A colossal wave of energy erupted from below, shattering the ground. Massive, root-like structures burst from the earth, radiating a powerful aura. At last, the Overlord of Qincheng revealed itself. A gargantuan, multi-headed monster rat with pristine white fur. The monstrous rat looked down on Yi He with utter contempt. "Human, you came alone?" This king was expecting a full-scale ambush. It roared, baring rows of razor-sharp teeth. "That black and red filth of yours is impressive, human, but my sonic scream counters it perfectly. You've delivered yourself to your own death." "Yi," he replied calmly. "And what makes you think that's my only trick?" He raised his hand towards the sky as a mysterious energy began to converge. High above the city, a massive swirling vortex of purple energy began to form. He whispered the name of the technique, Frenzied Sun Incantation. The mutated rat froze, its eyes wide with terror. What was this insane energy? From deep space, a colossal storm of purple power, like a raging planet, hurtled straight for Earth. Yeehaw screamed its true name. "Heaven's punishment!"